Hey, I'm Josh, a software engineer from Germany, and today we are going to build literally an entire software as a service business from scratch using some of the most modern tools there are. And when I say an entire business, I mean it. Payments included, software included, landing and pricing page included. I even went as far as making sure that when you share a link to your application, even that looks good. But Josh, what are we even building? Let's take a tour. This is the landing page that your users will land on. Chat with your documents in seconds. Quill is now public, and Quill is just the name that I gave this application. On the landing page, we can see a preview of the dashboard and how we can interact and use this software, and a little instruction with a preview image of how we upload a file. These steps right here are just supposed to make the onboarding process for new users more intuitive. Let's head to the start of the landing page and then navigate to the pricing page right here, because this is literally an entire SaaS. We have multiple plans, the free and the pro plan, and we have different specs for each one. For example, let me zoom in so you can see this easier. On the free plan, you can only have a maximum length of 5 pages per PDF. On the pro plan, that's up to 25 and also up to 16 megabytes per file instead of the measly 4 you get on the free plan. And also just some other stuff like higher quality responses and priority support. All right, let's zoom out and let's actually log into the application to get to the dashboard using our sponsor that is Kind. They make it super simple to integrate secure authentication into your app. I'm gonna enter my email, hit continue, and we get a code to our email. Simply copy and paste that over. Of course, you can also use other providers like Google for this. That is no problem at all. And then we are gonna be redirected to our dashboard where there is currently no PDF file, so let's upload one. And here it says we can upload up to 4 megabytes. So let's give it a try. Let's upload some lecture notes inside of here. And if this isn't the most beautiful drag and drop file upload you've ever seen, I don't know what is. The PDF has been processed and I've made sure to really get all the loading states right. This is a proper full-blown application with all the details that entails. For example, we can go to certain pages right here. For example, the 3rd page if we hit enter. However, of course, we shouldn't be able to go to the 5th or any text right here. All these details just work in this app. Let's try now chatting with our PDF file. This is something random I found on Google, something about philosophy. So for example, in one sentence, who was Socrates? Somebody that is mentioned in this PDF file. Don't worry, if you don't know what that is, it doesn't really matter. And then we get our questions based on this PDF answered. When was he born? For example, let's try asking that. And based on this PDF, it should display 469 BCE. And it does. But what happens if you try uploading a PDF file that is too large, like one that has 23 pages? In our free plan, we can only upload up to 5. Well, it won't work. We will get an error right here on the right-hand side that this PDF is too large for our plan and that our plan only supports up to 5 pages. Okay, so let's try upgrading. We can simply click this upgrade button right here, select the plan we want to upgrade to, the pro plan, and that's gonna take us to a hosted checkout page where we can simply enter our email, enter some card data. I'm gonna use a test card right here. When the payment succeeds, we are going to be redirected. And if we head over to the dashboard and try uploading a PDF, now it says up to 16 megabytes. So let's try that marketing lecture once again, because this time, as we are now a pro user, this will work. We are being redirected, processing PDF, this won't take long, and now we're all set to start asking questions about this PDF file. For example, let's ask about the modern concept of marketing. We can see on the left. Summarize the modern concept of marketing in bullet points. Because not only are we streaming in the response in real time, but we can also render Markdown properly and it looks really good out of the box. Of course, we can use the page controls to traverse this entire PDF document, even go into full screen to see the entire document right here. We can zoom in, zoom out into the document as we please. And of course, because not all pages are vertically, we can rotate it as we want. And once we are sick and tired of our app and that everything works so smoothly, we can head over to the subscription plan and actually cancel our subscription. Let's see what happens. Let's head back and now we can actually see if we head over to the Manage Subscription tab right here, that our plan will be canceled in exactly 1 month from now. And we could even resubscribe if we want, because until then we are going to be on the Pro plan. I really hope you are as excited as I am to build this entire app together with everything that you just saw included in this single video. If you are, grab your code editor and a good cup of coffee, and then let's sit down and start in the first steps of building this application, going from very simple stuff to the more advanced stuff step by step together. Of course, you don't have to do the entire video in one sitting. That would be insane. There are chapters and checkpoints, so you can code in your own pace that works for you. And with that said, let's go out of full screen right here and let's actually get started with this build. Oh, and one thing, this is pretty fast as well. Just wanted to tell you. Okay, and with that said, let's get started in building this app together. All right, and once we are on the desktop, we can actually get started with our build. And we are going to do that inside of the CMD, the command line in Windows or any other terminal for any OS that you're using, by typing in npx create-next-app at latest. That is how we create a new Next.js project. We can just hit enter and wait a second for that to load. That's gonna ask us to install the newest version, which in my case is 13.5.2, and I'm gonna hit yes. Now this app, let's call it Quill. That's what I named my SaaS, but feel free to be creative, give it any name that you want. In this case, let's hit enter. Yes, we want TypeScript. We do want that. That's really, really useful, as you're gonna see later. We want ESLint to make the building process a bit easier and to ensure a bit better code quality. We are gonna use Tailwind for styling. Hell yeah. We do want a source directory. I find that gives our entire project a better structure, so I'm gonna hit yes there as well. We do want the new app router. There's a lot of really cool new features in there that I want to show you. And then lastly, for the default import alias, we're gonna hit no. And that's gonna run the Next.js installation for us, set up everything. I believe it's gonna use npm. Yeah, it states it's using npm right there, which is not ideal. I'm gonna be using a different package manager for this video, but of course you can definitely follow along just using npm if you're familiar with that. I'm gonna be using pnpm because the caching is a bit better there. It's generally a bit more friendly for disk space. That's why I like using it. And it seems like our CMD might be done. And it was done. It turns out I had just installed it in the wrong directory because I wasn't on the desktop. All right, that's where I moved it now, so we can cd into the file we have just created. In my case, that's gonna be Quill. And then we can type in code to open this project in Visual Studio Code. That's gonna open up right here, and this is gonna be the main default Next.js project. And I'm probably gonna stay at this zoom level right here, that we can just start up if we want to. Let's say pnpm dev, and let's see if everything initialized correctly. We can see in the CMD for the new Next.js 13.5 how that looks, how it started up. And we can also see if I move over this window that our project initialized correctly. Awesome. That means we can actually get started in building out this entire project step by step together. And we're gonna start. Let me give you a rough outline on where we're gonna start right here with this process. So this is how I generally build my SaaS apps, right? First off, we have the landing page and the navigation. Make it look good so users can already visit your landing page and navigate around, while the functionality might not even be there yet. In this project, because we're gonna be building everything in the entire project, we're gonna do auth next, because the authentication is the basis for everything that is to follow, right? Everything in here depends on the authentication. That's why we're doing that second. Then the main functionality of the app. What is the purpose of this app? In our case, that's going to be chatting to PDFs, but again, a lot of transferable knowledge that is not specific to AI or chatting to a PDF at all. That's the beauty of this project. And then lastly, the payment integration, right? So that premium users have more advantages. They can upload larger files and so on. That's what usually comes last when all the features are already there, because then the integration of the payment is going to be very easy, and the launch, we're going to deploy our project to be live on the web. And that's just a very rough outline, just 4 steps on how we're gonna build this project step by step together. And as I said, we are gonna start on the landing page and with the navigation. Inside of VS Code, let's go right here into the page.tsx. That is the main page inside of our app folder that is generated by Next.js for us, and we can get rid of all this stuff right here. I do have a very handy hotkey for this. It's Control M, which is not default in VS Code, but it selects everything inside of this main tag that I've selected for us. And if you want to do that yourself, you can go into File, Preferences, then it is Keyboard Shortcuts, and this is emit balance outward, I believe it's called. Exactly. So it's this right here, emit balance outward. You can set a key binding, and whenever you press that key binding, the entire HTML tag is automatically going to be selected for you. It's really, really handy. All right, so let's finally get started on the landing page. By the way, we can get rid of all the unused imports by pressing Shift, Alt, and O. That's how we can get rid of those. And then let's get started on the landing page. One thing we're gonna do, which we're gonna use as the first tag, the top level element on the landing page, is create a component together. Let's do that inside of the source folder. Let's create a new folder called components. And inside of this components folder, we're gonna create a new file called maxWithWrapper.tsx, TypeScript XML. That's what the ending is for right here. And we're gonna say const maxWithWrapper is gonna be equal just a regular arrow function, and also export that as the default. Export default maxWithWrapper. And I'm going to disable GitHub Copilot. It is making us a bit faster, but you might not have it, so that might just be a bit unfair if I use it in here. And the only purpose of this maxWithWrapper is for it to be reusable. We can reuse it on all pages, and then the spacing on the left and right hand side of our page, like here, for example, left hand side, right hand side, across all pages is always going to be the same. That's what this maxWithWrapper is for. This will take in props. We can destructure those right away. That's going to be a class name, and also that's going to be children. Now we also need to declare the TypeScript type for this because we are working in TypeScript. We can do that using a colon right after the destructuring syntax, just like this. And then also inside of an object, we can declare each type for the class name and for the children separately. What that means in practice is, for example, the class name will be optional. That's why this question mark is here, and of type string. And then the children, and we need to go into the next line. The children are a type we get from React, and that is React Node. If you've never worked with children, don't worry, you're gonna see what this does. And this React Node type for some reason won't let me auto import. Whenever that happens, when you cannot automatically import, we can just press Shift, Control, and P and hit developer reload window. And in 99% of cases, that's actually going to work. And now we should be, and now we should be able to import this from React. Beautiful. And this component is going to be super, super straightforward. We are going to export a div from here, and this div is going to get a class name. Now, what is the class name going to be? It's going to be mxAuto, so we are spacing it equally on the x-axis, a width of full, which is equivalent to the 100% width using Tailwind. By the way, if you want to hover over the Tailwind classes and also see what the underlying CSS is, there's an extension for that called, let me show you, it's right here on the left hand side, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. That's what I'm using to get this hovering. Okay, in here we're gonna say max width of screen dash XL. If we hover over this, it's gonna be 1280 pixels at the maximum. A padding X of 2.5 on the left and right hand side, and then on medium devices and up, we want a padding X of 20, just a bit more. And inside of this div right here, we are going to render out the children. That means we can just wrap every page we have inside of this div, and also we want to return this div from this component, else this would be invalid JSX syntax, and we can get rid of this. Now, the keen eyes among you might have noticed that we are not using the class name anywhere, and that's not ideal, because what we want to do is being able, if we use this maxWithWrapper, for example, in this component where we're going to need it, just like this, we want to be able to pass in of course, the children. That's what the children are. It's just everything that is between these two tags. Those, in our case right here, the div is going to be passed in as the children of type React Node and then rendered out inside of this div. So we're just wrapping the div in the page.tsx inside of this div right here. And we could also see that in the browser, but I think the point is clear. What we also want to do is pass in a class name, like for example, background red 500. and have that applied to this top level div to make it way more usable. Now the question is, how do we do that? Because we don't want to overwrite this class name. So instead what we're going to do is define a custom utility function that's going to be really straightforward but incredibly helpful. And we're going to do that in our lib folder. A lib folder is generally going into the source folder. Let's call it lib. And then here, let's create a file called utils.ts. So utility functions we can just reuse across the entire application. Let me show you how to declare this, and then let me show you what this does. So let's export a function called cn, which stands for class names. And this is going to take a bunch of inputs. We can use the spread syntax for that. So everything that is passed into this function, no matter how many arguments, we can just receive as one. And this is going to be of type class value array. We're going to see what that is later, but that is a type we don't have access to. We can't import this. And the reason is this comes from a package. And this package is called CLSX. And also, while we're at it, let's install. We need to say install, by the way. I'm using pnpm. You can use npm or yarn or bun. It doesn't matter. Let's install CLSX and also Tailwind-merge while we're at it, to define this super helpful function right here. Once these packages install, by the way, while they are installing, we can already plow ahead with this function. We can return something called TW and not twinkle star. Okay, those aren't done yet. We want TW merge in here. In here, we're gonna pass in CLSX. Again, this seems a bit abstract right now, but you're gonna see what this does. It's super useful. And then here we're gonna pass the inputs. And once the dependencies are done, oh, I'm just realizing because Next.js uses npm by default, we have a package log. I'm gonna get rid of that and also delete all the node modules and reinstall them using pnpm. Awesome, they're gone. And now let's reinstall them using pnpm, which is just, you only need to do this if you're using yarn pnpm and not npm. And let's give this a hot second to reinstall all the node modules. That's why I use pnpm. It's super fast and it reuses. You can see reuse 290 packages instead of downloading them again like npm would for every project that you make. So it just reuses packages, and now we can install CLSX and Tailwind merge. So what this does, I've done a separate video for this actually. If I don't forget it, I'm gonna link this video that explains what this function does and how I like working with Tailwind. Essentially, the TW merge, if you have something like padding x of 2 and padding y of 2 in Tailwind, you could just merge them into padding 2, right? These are the same. The left-hand side is the same as the right-hand side, and that's what Tailwind merge does for us. And then CLSX helps with emerging conflicts. So if we have the same value twice in Tailwind, like for example, background green 500 and a background red 500, normally in Tailwind, the problem is the order doesn't matter. In the Tailwind CSS file that is generated for you, red might be before green, therefore green will always be rendered because it's later in the CSS file. So the order in here wouldn't actually matter. But with CLSX and Tailwind merge, it will. So it behaves more as we expect. That's the bottom line. It's just way easier to work with. And also the class value type we can get from CLSX. And that's all we need to do for this utility. I know that was a bit abstract, but let me show you how we can use this. So for the class name, we can now merge the incoming class name together using our cn function. That means we can merge the class name we always want applied by default as the first argument and merge that with the incoming class name where we are reusing this component, essentially turning it into a highly reusable component, which is the entire purpose of this, right? And now this background red 500 will actually be applied. So if we restart our dev server, there we go. We are on our local host, and because there's nothing in here, let's just say hello world, because there was nothing there, nothing would show up. But now we can see the background is applied as well as the padding and the maximum width. That is what the max width wrapper is exactly meant for. And we can see it works beautifully. So this class is now merged with all the classes that we have inside of the max width wrapper. Awesome. And what that means is that we can now actually get started in building out the landing page more productively. Okay, for the max width wrapper, we're gonna pass a class name of margin bottom 12, a margin top of 28 to give the top a bit more space. On small devices and up, let's close this down to have more space. We're gonna say margin top 40. We're gonna give it a flex, which is nothing else than a display flex in regular CSS, a flex dash column to align the items vertically below one another, an items dash center, a justify dash center. This is for vertical alignment and this for horizontal, but because we're using flex column, it's inverted, right? So the justify and item center invert when we're using flex column, but because both are centered, it it doesn't really make a difference. And then also we want the text to be centered inside of here. Awesome. Inside of here, let's create a div with a class name of mxAuto. We want a margin bottom of 4. We want flex, a maximum width of fit, so it doesn't take up more space than it absolutely needs to. An items dash center, a justify dash center, and we want a space x of 2, which is also gonna horizontally space out the items. This is gonna be by far the longest class name, I promise. An overflow hidden to not show anything that is, overflowing from this div. A rounded full, a border dash gray dash 200, background of white, a padding x of 7, a padding y of 2. Let's apply a shadow of medium, a backdrop dash blur, and I think the last 3 classes, are gonna be a transition dash all, a hover colon border gray 300. So if we hover over this element, you're gonna see that here in a second. The border is going to change, and then on hover, we want a background white of /50, so 50% transparency. Okay, Jesus Christ, you have my word. This was by far the longest class name. If you got lost anywhere, you can always refer to the GitHub repository. Right here, it's probably going to be named different. This was just my my development stuff, so it's kind of messy. I'm gonna redo the GitHub repository, or I'm gonna go through left to right. And you can pause if you got lost anywhere. I promise, this was the longest class name. And then we can just put a p tag in here with a class name of text small, a font dash semi bold, and a text gray of 700, saying something along the lines of Quill is now public, so people can now use it. Okay, enough coding, and let's see what we did. Essentially, we did this right here. Let's move this into a side by side, give it a bit less space, and also drag this over so we have it side by side. Awesome. So we created like a little banner up here that's going to be above the main headline. Now the thing is, this looks really weird. Let's be honest, there's a black background. And the reason for this background is that we haven't adjusted our layout yet. That is where we can do all the changes. For example, we can force a light mode by passing a class name of light into the HTML element. And we're going to do some CSS adjustments here in a second too to make this look better. So quickly, let's continue in the layout, and then we're done with that and don't really need to touch it anymore later. In the body, we're going to apply and a class name is already applied right here, but we want to adjust it. So we're going to make use of our CN, or class name helper function. We're going to make use of that a lot. It's super useful, I'm telling you. And then here we want a minimum height of screen. So every page is at least 100 view height units high. We want a font dash sans. We want anti-aliased. There we go. And that's just going to apply these 2 CSS properties right here. And lastly, we want a grainy effect. That's going to look super cool, involve some custom CSS. I'm going to show you that here in a second. And we want to merge this by using a comma with our inter.classname or font class name that will be applied. And we can just easily merge that together. Awesome. The children are going to be rendered, and that's going to be it for now. And now to make this right-hand side not look completely horrible, why isn't the side-by-side working, by the way? There we go. Let's adjust our globals.css. This is where we need to go, and this is where we can define a custom color scheme that we want to use. And to make this project look good by default, there's something really neat we can use that's quite new. And let's go to ui.shadcn.com for that. That's ui.shadcn.com. we're going to land on this page right here. And this is the UI library we're going to use for this project. It's really good. If you've never worked with it, you're going to really enjoy this. And this has a feature called themes. And I've went with the blue theme. Essentially, you can choose any color right here that you want your app to use. If you don't want to go for the blue, that's totally fine. Choose any other one. I'm going to go with blue once again, and we can just click the copy code. That's going to let us copy some CSS values, and we can just go ahead and paste into our project by replacing everything except the 3 Tailwind directives at the very top. So we can just paste that in. We have the root and the dark mode. Hit save, and if we go back to our app, okay, it's already looking better. Now we can see there's a shadow, the background is white as it should be, and we can get started in configuring our Tailwind config. That's gonna be one thing we can do once at the beginning of the project right now, for example, and then we're never gonna have to touch it again, luckily. So let's get started configuring our Tailwind config. As for the content, we don't need to touch that. That just means the files that Tailwind is applied to, and since it already works, we don't need to worry about that. However, in the theme, let's get rid of the default stuff. And instead, let's start with the container. The container is going to get a center of true. We also want a padding of as a string to rem. And then for the container, lastly, we want the screens property as an object. The 2XL value, we want to set that to 1400 pixels, which allows the container to go a bit wider. That's pretty neat. We can put a comma here, and I think it will do that automatically. If we use prettier to format, yeah, we don't need to worry about that. And then we can extend all the Tailwind stuff that we want with our custom values. That's the way more exciting stuff right here. For example, the max width, we are going to extend that to 8XL. Normally Tailwind only goes up to 7XL. We can go up to 8XL. That's going to be later useful for the dashboard that requires a bit more width. And in here we're going to say 1408 px for pixels. Then, besides the max width, we want to adjust the colors. Okay, and we're going to start with the border. The border is going to get an HSL value, and that is going to be our variable or CSS variable from the globals.css file. And the variable is -- border. And this -- border also needs to go inside of a var in parentheses. So HSL var -- border. That's what we need right here. And we can just copy and paste this down using Shift, Alt, and arrow down. Now that's gonna give us an arrow, and we can mark the border, press Ctrl D to select all occurrences or these 2 occurrences of the border and change it to input, for example. And there needs to be a comma here. Of course, we can do the same thing again next up for the ring. So for each one, we're just defining the color it should be. And later on, we don't need to touch this file again. Again, we do it once and then our project just looks good out of the box. We're going to do the same thing for the background, HSL var -- background, and the same thing for the, let's select both again. And I need to change back to the German keyboard for the Ctrl Z to work, and do the same thing for the foreground as well. Awesome. Next up, we can use the primary across our application. This is going to be something custom we can define right here. And the default value, we can say in caps, default in the primary. So if we ever use color - primary, Tailwind is going to know what we mean. We can use the HSL, and in here goes a var again with a value of -- primary, and then 2 closing parentheses. So essentially what we're doing right now in this file is linking Tailwind to our globals.css variables, so it always looks good out of the box. That's what we're doing right now. And for the foreground, we want also the HSL. We can just copy and paste this right here. And instead of the primary, we want the -- primary - foreground. There we go. And we can just copy and paste this going on from here, so we're a bit quicker. Let's paste this down using, again, Shift, Alt, and arrow down. And instead of the primary, we want a secondary. And that needs to be a Y. And why did I change the keyboard again? And again, if you want to mark all of them, use Ctrl D. That's how we do this and change this to secondary. Okay, we're gonna paste this down one more time for destructive, and then one more time for something called muted, which is another color we're gonna use later. And we can already do this 3 more times like that. And then instead of for muted, we want the accent. Second to last is gonna be the pop over. And the last one is gonna be the card. And that's it, I promise. There's a bit more stuff we need to do in our Tailwind config, but that's the most tedious, let's just be real here. This is kind of stupid work, right? Just some setup work. It's not too fun. I know that, but the fun part, trust me, it's gonna come. This is just so our project looks good out of the box, and it's really worth it. Okay, then after the yellow bracket right here, or 2 above the plugins, we can define our border radiuses. Border radius, and in here we want 3 things. For example, the large, that's gonna be var, again, with a dash radius. There we go. Let's put a comma, and we want 2 more. The medium is going to be a var dash radius minus, and we can wrap this entire thing in something called calc for calculate. So we can calculate the radius minus 2 pixels, so a bit less border radius that we're calculating right here. And the same thing with 4 pixels, minus 4 pixels for the small border radius. And then the second to last, I think, yeah, we're almost done. It's gonna be the keyframes. We only want 2 different keyframes. That's one gonna be accordion dash down. For the accordion down, this is gonna be an object with a from property, just like this. And we want to go from a height of 0, and then next line to also in an object a height of, and in here we're going to also use a variable. They're super handy, as you can see, with no hard-coded values. We can change it all dynamically, very handy. This is going to be a dash radix. This is a kind of UI library that we're using under the hood by using ShatCN dash accordion dash content dash height. And by the way, if you got lost anywhere, again, check the GitHub repository, but I think this is not too hard. And then we can just copy the accordion down, and change this to the accordion up. So we have 2 different animations. And the only thing we're going to change is literally the to the from. So we can take the to, cut that, paste it in the from, and take the original from and paste it in the to. So we're just reverting the animation. Awesome. And then I promise we're almost done. One more thing we want to do, and that is add an animation with 2 curly braces left. We're going to say animation. It should give you IntelliSense. If not, you're at the wrong point. It can get a bit confusing with the curly braces. I get that. With the accordion up and accordion down. Let's start with the accordion up. That is going to be an accordion dash up. It's going to take 0.2 seconds by default, and we want an ease out. And what that means is we can now use this inside of our code and call this animation just like that. It's super simple. And the same for the accordion dash down. We want to use the accordion down animation just like this. They need to be comma separated, and that shouldn't be easy out, that should be ease out. There we go. That's the proper wording. And then last thing, I promise we're almost done. We're gonna write no more lines of code in here. We're just gonna install 2 plugins that are gonna make life a lot easier. And that's gonna be npm install. We want 1 Tailwind CSS-animate. It's a super lightweight animation library that almost adds no overhead to our project, but lets us beautifully animate stuff by adding a single keyword. So for example, we can add something like animate-in, and it's gonna know what to do. That's what this plugin is for. And then we want @Tailwind CSS/typography to later in the dashboard make the text look good. Okay. Once those are installed, we can simply go into our Tailwind config and require these. So inside of the plugins array, we can require Tailwind CSS-animate. It should give you IntelliSense on these. And also we want to require the @Tailwind CSS/typography. And I promise we are done. Oh, are we? One last thing. And the dark mode, I promise very fast, is gonna be class. Okay, that's it. Now we're really done with the Tailwind config. I'm not sure why it's giving us an error right here. Let's reload our window. It should know what Tailwind CSS is. And once those features are initialized, that should work. And why is this giving us an error? I'm not sure, but apparently it expects a string. So let's just wrap this in a string, and there we go. That's our Tailwind config done. Great, so let's finish up the landing page. All of our app is gonna look good by default now. Congratulations, that was by far the most, the least fun setup part. Now let's get started in the landing page. Right below this div is gonna be an H1. It's gonna get a class name of maximum width 4XL, a text of 5XL, a font dash bold. On medium devices and up, we want a text of 6XL, so make the text a bit larger. And to be precise, that's gonna be 60 pixels. And lastly, we want on very large devices and up a text of 7XL to make it very legible. In here, we're gonna say chat with your. Let's open up a span element so we can style the text in here separately, which is gonna be documents. And let's make these documents blue. So let's say a class name of text blue 600 for the documents. And then after the span, let's continue writing in seconds, period. Let's save that, and you're gonna see what happens right here on the localhost if I started that up. If it's not started, you won't be able to see it. And the beautiful thing about Next.js 15, by the way, is that it is much faster. So the local development is much faster, and we're gonna see our text show up right here. Beautiful. Okay, right below this H1, we're gonna create a p tag with a class name of margin top 5. We want to give it a maximum width of prose, which now works. It's kind of a really nice width for text. We don't really need to think about with a text zinc of 700 property, and also a small text dash XL. So on small devices and up, we want the text to be a bit larger because it's going to be text base by default. And here we're going to say Quill allows you to have conversations with any PDF document, period. Simply upload your file and start asking questions right away, period. You can again put whatever you want in here. This is totally up to you. I'm just gonna go with what I think fits this application. Awesome. And right below that, we want to have a button that takes us to the dashboard, like a big call to action, right? That's what we always want on a landing page. If you take a look at any landing page on the internet, they have a big button that lets you do just that. And we're going to do that as well. And we're going to use the Next.js link element for that, which lets us pass an href. This href can link to any page. In our case, we want to link to the dashboard for users to get started. Because if they're not logged in, that's actually going to take them to the login page. As the target on this link element, let's pass an underscore blank. So this opens in a new tab. That's what we want. And inside of the link, let's say get started. And also, one thing we can do is include like a little arrow, right? If I just save this, this will look really bad. For now, trust me, this is gonna look good in a second. We also want a small arrow to the right-hand side just to indicate, hey, just click this button, get started, it's really easy. And for the icon library, for this entire project, we're gonna use pnpm install lucid-react. It's a super nice, small, lightweight icon library that has super good looking icons we can just use. Let's start back up our dev server. Again, that's lucid-react. And we can simply import the icon from here. Let's import the arrow right from, oops, now we need a closing tag here, from lucid-react. And that means we can just use the icon as if it was any React component, and even give it a class name of margin left 2 to have a bit of spacing from the get started text. We want a height of 5 and a width of 5 on this arrow right. Okay, that's, trust me, not gonna look much better because the button is still unstyled, but the icon is gonna be right here, but in a new line. That's not really what we want. So the question, the $1 million question is how do we make this button look good, essentially, right? And there's a really neat trick we can use for that. And that is use an UI library to do this. I mentioned earlier, we're going to use something called shadcn for this. And shadcn provides something called a button component. If you've never worked with shadcn before, it's a super reusable library. It doesn't abstract anything away from you. It gives you the entire code, and you can even install this manually. this is the code we're going to install right now, but we're not just going to copy paste it. It's much easier than that actually. And the way we can do this, install this button and make our link right here look good, is by saying npx shadcn-ui add latest in our CMD, right? It's a CLI we can just use to install components, and we're going to say add button and hit enter. Now, because this is the first time we're using the CLI in this project, it will ask us to initialize this project. So we can say npx shadcn-ui at latest init, and we can go through the initialization process once, and then just by doing like adding a button or any other component that shadcn has, we can just install that very easily later on. We do want TypeScript, yes. It's going to ask us a bunch of questions. Just follow along with me here. We're going to go with a default style. We're going to choose zinc as our base color. This could be anything. It doesn't really make a difference. I like zinc. And caution here, because we're using the source file, or globals.css is going to be in source. Let's close all of these. It's going to be in source app and then globals.css right here. So source app globals.css and hit enter. Would you like to use CSS variables? Yes, we do, because in fact we are already, if you remember the CSS file right here. So let's definitely hit yes on that. And our tailwind.config is not in fact a JS file, it's going to be a TS file. So let's close out of this and tell shadcn it's tailwind.config.ts where it is. And we can leave this as blank. Okay. The libutils is the same thing. We can just hit enter here. Are you using React Server components? Yes, we are, because we're in Next.js 13. And lastly, we just need to hit Y to finish this initialization process. And that's it, we're done. What that did is it created a components.json for us that just saves some internal values. We never need to touch this file, it doesn't matter. Essentially, what this allows us to do is choose any component from the component library website that you can see on the left-hand side and simply install it using the CLI. It's incredibly easy. So let's try it out. Let's try to add the button, and that's going to install all the styles we can then use on our landing page. Let's close all of these, by the way, for the link component right here. So if we take a look at the button that was just installed, it's under source component/UI, a folder that we didn't create, but that was created by the shadcn UI library. You can see this dependency doesn't seem to be installed. It's squiggly red, but let's see if we reload the window, if that's going to be gone, or if we do need to install this manually. And it looks like it did install properly. Okay. As you can see right here, the button variants, this is a really cool reusable style we can use, but in order to use it, we need to export these button variants. And that's going to give us an error actually, because we don't need to export it here. It's already exported at the bottom. So we are already good to go without changing anything in the button. Now, what this allows us to do, bottom line, is this right here. For the link, we can just use the class name. And this class name is going to be dynamic of button variants. That means in here, we can just invoke the button variants, pass it some default stuff if we wanted to. If we don't, it's going to apply all the default styles of the button. So if we start back up the dev server, which is really fast in Next.js 15, then you're going to see what that does right here. Let's reload the page and you're going to see the button style in action. Bam, there it is. It just works. It just looks good. Beautiful. Okay, now as for the size, I'm not too happy with it. I want it a bit larger. And doing that is really easy. We can pass this a configuration object inside of the button variants. We can pass it a size that is going to be of large. And we can also pass it a certain class name, a custom class name that we want. In our case, let's say a margin top of 5 to kind of space it from the paragraph element right here. And that's a good looking button if I've ever seen one, right? It's functional. If we hover over it, it looks good, but it's not really a button. It's a link with button styles. We could turn this into a regular button, but that's the beauty. Even the button styles we can use on every element that we want, even if it's not originally a button. Okay, and that's it. We're done with the max width wrapper. Now we want some elements below that, of course, and those aren't gonna go in the max width wrapper. So instead, let's wrap this all in something called a React fragment, which is not gonna generate any HTML tag, but it's gonna comply with React rules of only ever passing one element, right? So We can't put two elements next to one another. That doesn't work in React, so we only need to pass one. And below the max width wrapper, this is going to be the, let me comment that in so it's easier to see, the value proposition section. This is just for visual reference for us as developers to know what this does. This doesn't have any functionality. And here we're going to create a div, and this div is just going to stay a div. It's not going to do much. In here, we're going to create another div with a class name of relative and isolate. Inside of this relative isolate div, let's create one more div, and this is going to be kind of the decoration element of the page. You're going to see what that looks like in a second. It's going to be a beautiful gradient in the background of the page, very subtle, but a very nice detail that I really enjoy. This is going to get a class name of pointer events none, because we don't want to block the mouse from being able to do anything, because this is purely decorational, right? It doesn't have any other purpose. It's going to be absolute, and inset x of 0, a minus top minus 40 to give it a bit of spacing from the top of our page. We want a minus z minus 10 right here. After that, we want a transform dash GPU. And I think we're almost done. We want an overflow. Let me go into full screen so you can see all the classes at one time. We want an overflow dash hidden, a blur dash 3XL, and on small devices and up, a minus top of minus 80 to give it a bit more space on, larger devices. Awesome. Inside of this div, let's open that up. We're going to create one more div. And by the way, a really good practice that I want you to encourage to follow is whenever you have purely decorational elements like this div will be, for example, you can add something called an area dash hidden, and that is going to be a string of true. That is for screen readers. Because this is purely decorational, people with, for example, visual disabilities won't care about it. Therefore, we can hide it on their devices, making their navigation through our website much easier. So if you have purely decorational elements, use the area hidden of true to just make some people's lives easier. Inside of here, we're going to use a class name for this div we just created. Inside of here, that's going to be relative, it's going to be left, and then a custom value. We can put this in the angled brackets. We can just calculate a custom value by using the calculate, and then in parentheses, we can calculate a 50% minus 11 rem. Okay, then we want an aspect ratio on this div, which is going to be a 1155, also in angled brackets, by the way, as a custom value, because this is not a default Tailwind CSS thing. We want a 1155/678, and that's just essentially bottom line going to make it look good. You're going to see that here in a second. The gradient and a width of, and here goes 36.125 rem, and this is the only element that's going to have kind of like weird styling. Again, purely decorational. Oops, I didn't want to go into full screen mode. After setting the width, we're just going to pass it a minus translate minus x minus 1.5. Give it a rotation, rotate off, and then here goes 30 DEG for degrees, a custom degree value, a background gradient to, and then top right, TR. That's how we can apply this in Tailwind. It's going to apply some CSS under the hood for us. And this gradient, we want to go from a custom value of hashtag, a hex value FF80B5, just like this, to dash, also a custom value, hashtag 9089FC, and then a closing angled bracket. And we're almost done. We want a lower opacity. Right now, this would be way too much. We want an opacity of, let's say 30 would look good. On small devices and up, we want a left value, left dash, a custom value, in angled brackets once again, and calculate this using the 50% minus 30 rem, and then a closing angle bracket, also a closing parenthesis for the calc. And last class name, I promise, is on small devices and up, we want a certain width, and that is going to be a custom width W-72.1875 rem. kind of weird styling, not gonna lie. These are kind of very specific weird values, but that's because this is purely for decoration. It won't have any effect on our layout. That's why this is totally fine. Right now, let's see what happens once we save this. You can see the gradient is here. It's very soft. Let me increase the opacity so you can see it. Let's say opacity 1. You can see it's here. It's on our page. It looks really nice, but also, to be real with you, it just looks like one giant blob, and that's not very pretty. So what I propose we do is add a custom path to this div. And we can do that by using the style. And by the way, we can even turn this into a self-closing div. So instead of having a closing div down there, we can just make the self-closing. So we have 1 div, 2 div, 3 div, and then 3 closing divs. That's the structure. Okay, and to give this div a path, we can do that via the style property. This is going to take an object with a clip path. And this clip path, instead of typing it out, there's going to be something called a paste list for this video, which I'm preparing while I'm making this video. So as we do this, there are certain things that you just want to paste in, like this, for example. You don't want to type all these percentages out, so I'm going to make a separate list. You can just go in there as you follow along with the video, and always at the correct points I'm going to mention when you can paste some values. This is totally fine. We can just save ourselves the hassle of typing out this clip path, which we probably don't want to do. And just like that, there's a certain path to this gradient, as you can see now. That looks much better. And if we turn down the opacity, of course this is too much, we're going to see that it's looking really, really good. So let's change this back to opacity 30. That's going to be opacity 0.3. And that's a very subtle, nice looking gradient in the background, which is a very nice attention to detail that your users are probably gonna appreciate. Beautiful. Below this div, the self-closing div, and then one more div down, let's hit enter, enter. So we have 2 closing divs to go. And inside of here, let's create a new div. It's not gonna get any class name. It's purely as a, wrapper. That's what we're using it for. And another div in here with a class name of mxAuto, a maximum width of 6xl, a padding x of 6, and we also want on large devices and up a padding x of 8. Just give it a bit more space, let it breathe on large devices. And one more div in here. This is gonna encapsulate the image here in a second. This is gonna get a class name of margin top 16. We want a flow dash root on here, and on small devices and up we want a margin top of 24. And by the way, this is always 6 rem, which equals 96 pixels, so about 100. Let's open this up and create a wrapper div around our image. The image is going to go right in here, and the wrapper div is going to get some class names like -mt margin top of 2, that's going to be -m of 2, a negative margin of 2, a rounded dash XL, a background gray of 900, but /5 with a 5% transparency, very, very light, a padding of 2, a ring of 1, we want a ring dash inset. And by the way, if you don't know any of these classes or any one of these classes, always just feel free to hover over these to see what CSS it applies under the hood. That's how I really learned CSS using Tailwind. That's one of the best tips I can give. We want a ring gray 900/10, very light transparency again. On large devices and up, we want a -m, minus margin, -4, a -4 margin. On large devices and up, we want a rounded dash 2xl. And lastly, on large devices and up, we want a padding of 4. So the padding is always equal to the negative margin that we give it. Great. And as I promised, in here goes the actual image. So the image I'm going to provide to you that looks good out of the box. Of course, you could use any other image that you want, but let's just don't worry about that and make it look good out of the box for now. We're going to import this image from next/image. This is going to be self-closing, and it expects something called a source. And this source is going to be a string of /dashboard-preview.jpg. What this image also expects is something like the width. This image is going to be 1364 pixels wide, and also the height, which is going to be 866. And let me show you how I found this out. And it also, in the newer Next.js versions, requires an alt tag, let's say product preview, just for accessibility purposes. Let me show you how this looks like. So right now, Next.js always draws all images using the slash and then whatever comes after that from the public folder. So this would be slash dashboard preview. So it will go into the public folder and search for a file called dashboard preview. There is none here. We can get rid of the default Vercel and Next.js stuff, by the way. And let me show you how you can get this image to make it look good in your project. So I mentioned the GitHub repository earlier. You can just go in here. This is the, again, I'm going to make a new prettier GitHub repository probably before this, but you can find the file in the public folder and you can find all 3 files that we're going to reuse across the entire project. But right now we want the dashboard-preview.jpg. So go ahead, download this file or download all 3 already, put them into your public folder right here. So you have them in there. I'm just gonna drag them over from my open project right here on the left hand side. It's gonna be dashboard-preview. Let me drag this in. You get these from the GitHub repository, put them in here. That's the image. And by the way, if you're wondering how to find out the width and height of the image, it says it in VS Code right here at the bottom right. So you can just take a look at these numbers. And these are, I've already done this for you, so you don't need to do this right now, but just for the future, and that might be interesting to you. And this is our landing page. So we want to make the image look good at all costs. So we're going to give it a quality of 100. I think by default, this is 75 for Next.js. Let's save this, refresh our page, and the image will show up right there. But to be honest, it could look a bit better. Like the edges are a bit rough. It looks kind of unfinished. So let's give it some class names to make it look better. The image is going to get a class name of rounded-medium to make the edges look less rough. A background of white, a padding of 2. On small devices and up, we want a padding of 8. On medium devices and up, we want a padding of 20, so a lot more. A shadow of 2XL, a ring of 1, and we also want to give this ring a color, which is going to be ring gray 900/10, so a very light transparency. Let's save that, take a look at what that did to our image, and whoa, okay, there's a noticeable difference. The edges look much better. It looks much cleaner now. Great, that's the image. All right, let's move right on. And below the image, we're gonna have 1 closing div, 2 closing div, 3 closing div, 4 closing div. And right below that, we're gonna open up 4 closing divs right here, a space. This is where the next section is gonna go. So with 2 closing divs left, 4 above it, this is where we're going to continue. To give our landing page that extra kick, you know, that very subtle detail, we're gonna copy and paste our decorator from above. We can just reuse it. There's not gonna be a lot of changes, and just paste it right in here. There's gonna be a few very subtle changes. So for example, instead of 11 rem right here, we're gonna change this to 13 rem. The aspect ratio is gonna stay the same. Scroll to the very end of here, and then change the 30 rem in the second to last class name. Let's change this to something like 36. Give it a bit more, and that's gonna be about it. Awesome, let's save that, go back into our project, and do you see this? This looks really, really nice with those gradients very subtly peeking out behind the image. That gives the image the extra kick. And if I was a visitor to your website, I would find this really, really beautiful. And that's how you do it. That's the magic sauce right here that you can reuse across all your projects. You're totally free to do that. Awesome. Let's continue with no closing div or landing page. And right here, again, for our information, this is going to be the feature section. This is going to showcase what our app can do. Let's create a div with a class name of margin X auto, a margin bottom of 32, a margin top of 32, a maximum width of 5XL. On small devices and up, we want a margin top of 56. There we go. So lots of space, lots of white space we're able to work with here on the landing page, with another div with a class name of margin bottom 12, padding X of 6, and also on large devices and up, a padding X of 8. In here goes one last div with a class name of margin X auto. We want to give this a maximum width of 2XL. On small devices and up, we want a text dash center to have the text in the center of the div. With an H2 first element that's going to say start chatting in minutes. In minutes. Let's save that. See our changes right here. Okay, it just appeared down here, but doesn't look too good yet. Let's give it a class name of margin top 2, a font dash bold, a text dash 4XL, a text gray 900, and lastly on small device and up, a text 5XL to make it a tad larger, so it looks a tad better. Let's format this, and right below this H2, we're gonna have a p tag. This p tag will get a class name of margin top 4, a text of large, and a text gray of 600, and it's gonna say chatting to your PDF files has never been easier than with Quill. I mean, you can put in whatever you want here. This is just some basic stuff that I made up. If you're building this for your own SaaS, obviously feel free to put your text in there. Awesome. And now we can actually get started in filling this section right here. We're gonna do that below the p tag with one closing div, two closing div, then one closing div below to go. And this is where we're gonna open up the steps. So again, this is just for orientation. I always do this in my projects. I think it's a really good idea. So visually, you can just really easily tell where what is as a developer. In here, we're gonna create an ordered list. This ordered list is gonna get a class name of margin Y8, a space Y to space them out vertically of 4, a padding top of 8. On medium devices and up, we want a flex. On medium devices and up, we want a space X of 12. And on medium devices, we want a space Y of 0. This ordered list is going to contain an li element. And this li element, this list element, is going to get a class name of medium flex 1. I think from now on, I'm just going to say medium and large instead of medium devices and up. That's kind of a bit much. Anyways, inside of this li element comes a div with a class name of flex. Flex dash call a space Y of 2, a border left of 4, a border zinc of 300 to make it pop just a bit. You're going to see that here in a second. A padding Y of 2, a padding left of 4, and then also we want on medium devices a border left 0. On medium devices, we want a border top 2. On medium devices, a padding bottom of 0. On medium devices, a padding left of 0. And lastly, on medium devices, a padding top of 4. Don't worry, this is the only time we're going to write this class name. From here on out, we're just going to copy paste it to make our life much easier. In here goes a span element, and let's call it step 1. Let's just save that, see what happens. It shows up right here with a beautiful, very subtle border here on the left-hand side. Nice. This step 1 is going to get a class name of text-small. We want a font-medium, and we also want a text blue of 600 to make it pop from the rest. Awesome. Below that, one more span element, span, and this is going to say sign up for an account. That's the description or the title of the first step that we have. That's going to be a text of XL and a font dash semi bold to make it stand out from the, kind of headline or whatever the step 1 is supposed to be. And lastly, the description for this is going to be another span with a class name of margin top 2, a text zinc of 700. Instead of here, let's write either starting out or actually, let's say either starting out with a free plan or choose or pro plan, period. Let's save that, and that looks good. But you know what would be cool? We want our users to have a very easy time upgrading to our paid plan, right? That's how we make money with a SaaS. It will cost us money. We want to make money. So how about we make this clickable, take them right to the pricing page that we're going to create later. To do that, let's use the link element we get from Next.js, link to the /pricing page by passing in the href. Let's give this a bit more space just for a second. And inside of this link element, let's format this. We can say the pro plan, that's going to be then underlined. We can give it a class name of text blue, and let's give it 600, or let's give it 700 to differentiate it a bit from the step 1. So text plus 700, an underline, and an underline dash offset dash 2. Awesome, so we just made everything clickable. Okay, And after that, we're gonna go to the exiting span, then the exiting div, then the exiting li. And of course, we want multiple steps. We're not just gonna have one. So we can just press or emit balance outward hotkey from the very beginning of the video, or mark the entire li element by hand and press Shift, Alt, and arrow down, or copy and paste it down however you like. If you ever heard copy and pasting code is wrong, don't worry about it too much. This use case is totally fine. Let's call this step 2. And again, I want to get back on that point. Copy pasting code is way less of an issue than you actually think. This project is going to follow really good practices. We're going to write very clean code. But for a use case as trivial as this right here, just in JSX without any functionality, making this reusable would just cost you unnecessary time, and you're never going to touch this probably anyways again. So just copy and paste it, save some time, it's much easier. Okay, this is gonna say upload your PDF file. And let me switch keyboards again, just like this. And then let's say we can get rid of the link and the text in the third span. Let's say we, and then instead of using an apostrophe like this will actually throw a build error because we're using this in HTML. Instead, let's escape this using and a pos and then a colon. So that's how we write proper, apostrophes in JSX without getting any build errors. But it's essentially going to show up as the same thing, right? So if we look at the page, it's the same thing, just in a safe way. We will process your file and make it ready for you to chat with. Let's hit enter. That's step 2. Amazing. And then let's copy and paste step 3 down as well. It's going to be step 3. Step 3 is going to be start asking questions. And the text is going to be it. And again, the apostrophe trick that I just showed you, and apos colon to write it safely. It's that simple. Try out quill today, and then a hyphen. It really takes less than a minute, or any text that you prefer, of course. Let's save that, and that is step 3 done. Let's take a look at this in full view. This looks arguably even better than in mobile view. This looks absolutely beautiful. It's very clear what you expect your users to do. Sign up, upload, start asking questions. Very straightforward process. Looks good on mobile, looks arguably even better on desktop, and in general, very, very nice. Awesome. And what that also means, we're almost done with our landing page. Last thing that's missing is a very nice image at the bottom to really convince our users to use our software. And let's create that right below the ordered list. So with one more closing div to go between that and the ordered list, let's create our last, or one of the last divs of this landing page. It's gonna get a class name of margin X auto, a maximum width, and you know what? Let's not create this by hand, but instead, because the image is gonna be very similar to the one on top here, we can just copy and paste it. Once more, let's go ahead and grab the code for this image. It's gonna be the same code. Let's copy this from the div that does nothing. We're not gonna copy that with only these 3 divs right here around the image, and go to the very bottom of the page and paste them where we just were, below the end of the ordered list. And this image this time is going to have the source of, not dashboard preview, but instead it's going to be file dash upload dash preview.jpg, and the alt tag is going to be, let's say, uploading preview. The dimensions are going to be different, and I'm going to give you a little challenge. I showed you earlier how to find out the width and the height of the image. So if you haven't yet, go ahead. Now's your time to go into the GitHub repository, get the image. The one we need right now is the file upload preview. It's this one right here, file upload dash preview. Go ahead, download it, drag it into your project. I'm just going to drag mine over from the other project that I have open right here, paste it in here, and I want you to find out the dimensions of this image really quick. I showed you how it's done earlier, and try to enter them here, and then I'm gonna do this in like 5 seconds. Okay, so if you've done it, the width and height again are in the right corner. It's a very handy trick that I want you to remember. It can be super useful in some occasions. So this is 1419 by 732. I just wanted to see if you remember that. So 1419 by 732. There we go. The quality is fine to be 100. Of course, we want it to look good, and all the rest is going to stay the same. So if we save that, why doesn't this work? Aha, and it does work. I just had to reload the page. Beautiful. So now there's a little preview of the uploading process as exactly as it's going to look later. Really, really beautiful component that we're going to build there for the uploading. And that is our landing page. If that is not a beautiful landing page, I don't know what is. And there's one step I didn't tell you yet to make this look like a lot better. And let me show you that. It's a really easy step. So do you remember in the layout when we added the grainy property? This doesn't do anything yet, but it can make our app look incredibly nice by just adding one line of CSS. So let's go into our globals.css and let's go to the bottom below all these right here. And let's do the following. Let's give this grainy CSS class a meaning. And this meaning is also gonna be in the pasting list that I'm gonna give to you. It's not in here yet because I'm writing it as I'm making this video, but I will put it in the pasting list. Go ahead in there and it's gonna be this CSS tag right here, the background image URL. This is a certain base64 encoded, string. And if we paste it inside of the grainy right here, what that will do for us is it's going to apply a certain grainy style to our background, which I personally think looks really nice. Try it out, see if you like it. I've gotten a lot of positive feedback on my production apps that use this grainy style. It makes the banner up here pop a bit more. Try it out, see if you like it. I and many people do, and I hope you might just too. Okay, and no matter how good the landing page is, if users can't navigate around, they can't do much in our app. So the next logical step that we want to do, and I think I also outlined this in the very beginning, that little drawing I made, yep, right here, the landing page and navigation. The nav bar is super important. It's how users navigate around. So let's get started building it. Let's build it as a separate component. We can close out of all of these previous components. And let's build it inside of source components, and let's create a new file in here called navbar.tsx. Let's say const navbar is going to be equal to an arrow function, and also export default navbar from this file. And this is of course going to return some JSX. The JSX it is going to return is going to be a nav element. So let's say nav just like this and give it a class name. The class name is going to be sticky, so it's always at the top of our page with a height of 14. This is important because we're going to use this height later. You're going to see that in a bit later. It's going to take a while in the dashboard when we are going to build that. This height is actually going to be pretty important. So let's give it a height of 14, an inset x of 0, a top of 0, so it's always at the top, and a z value of, let's say, 30. So it's above the regular content, a width of full, a border dash b, border bottom, a border gray 200 to give it a bit of color. Let's give this more space. And then we want a background white of 75 transparency, so /75, a backdrop dash blur dash LG, and a transition dash all inside of this navbar. I'm gonna make this a bit larger so you have all the class names in one go right here in case I lost you anywhere. And then let's open up that nav tag right here. Inside of here, we're going to use an element that you are familiar with, and that is going to be the max width wrapper. That is what's going to give our navbar the width, the appropriate width to make it look good with the rest of the app. And inside of here goes another div. That's it. No extra configuration needed. That's why we made the max width wrapper. We can just use it like that. If that's not handy, I don't know what is. Let's give this a flex, a height of 14, or we could also give it a height of full, I guess. But let's leave it at a height of 14. An items dash center, a justify dash between, a border dash b, and let's say border dash zinc dash 200, zinc 200 to give this a bit of color. Awesome. One thing we always want in the navbar is the logo, and I made it really easy. I just used some text as the logo, and the logo, by the way, always users expect this leads to the homepage. So let's wrap it inside of a link we get from Next.js and link back to as a string slash. Slash is always the homepage. That's where we want to link when a user clicks the logo, and give this a class name. This class name is going to be flex and a Z of 40, a font of, font dash semi bold. There we go. Inside of this link component, I've made it very easy. Let's just say quill period. I just kind of liked how this looks. If we drag this into a side-by-side, we can see there is no navbar yet, and that is because we haven't added it anywhere. And in Next.js, there's a component that wraps the entire application, and ideally we want to put it there, because the navbar should always be shown. And the component that wraps the entire application, we've been there before, it's this layout right here. These children are all the pages inside of our app, like the landing page, for example. These are rendered as the children, and then the body wraps the entire app. We can see that even if we go into the DevTools right here. This body wraps the entire application, no matter what comes in it. So that's why this layout is so useful. And inside of this layout, we want to pass in the navbar we have just created. We can do that above the children by saying navbar, import that from the component we have just created, and hit save. And just like that, we can see there's a quill logo at the top in the navbar. The navbar has a very nice subtle blur to it if we scroll over stuff. When we click the logo, we're always taken back to the homepage. That is something that is really important. The logo always goes to the homepage. All right, fantastic job. Let's add a little to-do for us right here. Let's say to-do, and we want to add a add mobile navbar. We're going to do that later once we've done the authentication. We're going to see why it doesn't make too much sense to do that right now. So let's just add a to-do so we remember to do it later. Inside of here, let's create another div right below that reminder with a class name of hidden items-center, a space x of 4, and on small devices and up a flex property. Okay, inside of here, we want to use a fragment because we don't really want to use a div and extend the DOM, but we do want to nest certain elements right below one another. That's what the fragment is good for. And these are going to be a couple of links that we get from Next.js way up here. And essentially, these are going to be the options where the user can navigate, like the pricing page to log in or sign in. That's what these links are going to be good for. And do you remember a link? We can just style it as if it was a button, even though it's technically not a button, by using the button variants. Just make it look good out of the box. And each link, let's pass that inside of the configuration object right here. It's gonna be a variant of Ghost. We get beautiful IntelliSense in here just from installing the UI library, and a size, and that will be small. Okay, each link also needs an href. That's why TypeScript is mad at us right now. And this first link is gonna go to the /pricing page. That's where we want to direct users. And of course, it's gonna say pricing. Let's save that. The navbar probably won't be shown because I'm zoomed in too much, just like this. But if I zoom out, again, we're going to do the mobile navbar later. We can see pricing shows up right here. We can select it via tab. It looks good. Very, very nice. That's what we're here for, making stuff look good. And then comes the very interesting part, and that is the login link. Now, where does this login link come from? Well, it comes from a package. It doesn't really come from ourselves, but instead it's gonna come directly from our authentication provider. We don't even need to worry about it, which is kind. And so we can install pnpm install, npm install, yarn add, doesn't matter which dependency manager you're using. And this is gonna be at kind-oss/ and then kind auth Next.js. It's seamlessly integrated with Next.js. We can just install that dependency and get our login button from there. Let's start up our dev server again. And now we can go ahead and import this login link. Now it won't automatically let us import that. That's fine. Let's say import login link from at kind-oss/kind-auth Next.js, the dependency we have just installed, and for whatever reason that doesn't work. Oh, and that's because this comes from the /server. That's where we can get the login link from, and that's all we need to do. This is essentially like a link with all the logic done for us. it's gonna get the same class name because we want to make it look the same way. And inside of this login link, we can say sign in and refresh the page. There we go. We can see that next to the pricing, now the sign in popped up. Beautiful. And now next to the login link or below the login link, we can use the same thing, but this time instead of the login link, let's use the register link from the same import, kinder OSS or kind OSS, kind auth next.js/server. There we go. And instead of sign in, this is going to be get started. And this button is going to get a bit of different style. We want it to look more pronounced. That's why we can take out the variant goes. We want it to be a proper normal button, still a smaller button, but now it just pops out using colors. And we can even put in little icon in here. For example, the arrow right, we already know from our trusted icon library. Give it a class name of margin left 1.5, a height of 5, and a width of 5 as well. And that's just going to make the button a bit nicer to look on because that's our main call to action. So we want most of the attention the users have on this button right here to register for our application. Awesome. And with these two in place, our navbar is pretty much done, at least for the moment. However, when we go to sign in or get started, of course, we want there to be a sign in page right here, not just a 404. So right now they don't lead anywhere. And this is where the sponsor of this video comes in, Kind. Kind allows us to set up working secure authentication within like 5 minutes. It's super straightforward, and I would really appreciate if you click the first link in the description that leads to kind.com. They have a UTM parameter attached to that link, and that just lets them know that you came from this video, and hopefully they will want to work with me in the future again. So if you want to support the video and what I do here, click the link in the description instead of just going to the website. That would really help me out. Thank you. Once we're on the website, let's go into full screen. We can sign in, and I mostly use GitHub for this. So let's click on sign in, and I'm gonna choose continue with GitHub, and hopefully that's already gonna log me in without me having to log into GitHub separately. You could use your email if you wanted to. You would get a secure code sent to your email that you would just enter afterwards, or you could also use Google if you wanted to. And then we are in the Kind dashboard. Awesome. And from here, setting up authentication for our app is really easy. Now, I already have some projects right here. You're not gonna have any. So let's navigate right here into, let me go back. Let me show you this step by step. When we're in the dashboard, we can go up here to business and then switch business. And this is where we can create a new project. So business just means project in this case. Let's name this project Quill. The domain is automatically going to be generated for us. This doesn't really matter. Let's choose 1 to 10. And then the region for me is going to be Europe, Ireland. Just choose whatever is closest to you or where your data is stored. Okay. And then let's hit save. And that's going to create the project for us. And let's click on quill.kind.com right here, whatever you named your application to be. And that's going to open up the settings for this particular project. It's going to ask us whether we want to start a project from scratch or use Kind with my existing code base. And let's just say we're going to start a project from scratch. Let's hit next because our project, let's be real here, it's pretty new. And we're going to hit Next.js right here under all for the framework. Okay, let's hit next after that. And that's going to walk us through the entire setup process. If you wanted social providers, you could activate them right here. I advise you to not do that right now. You can always add them later if you'd like. For now, let's just stick with email. And that's going to be it. That's by far the easiest way to get set up with authentication. And then let's hit next. Awesome. Now let's click connect right here. Connect your Next.js code base. Let's hit connect right here. And that should walk us through what to do exactly. Awesome. So first off, we can install a dependency. This is just a little walkthrough. HTTP localhost 3000 is totally fine. This is where we are hosting our local development app. The dependency we've already installed, remember, for the sign in and login link. We don't need to do that. And then it's going to ask us to insert a bunch of environment variables. This is totally fine. Let's copy them right here by clicking the copy icon, going back into our project. Let's put this into full screen and then creating a new file at the very root of our project and naming it .env. Inside of this .env file, we can paste all the environment variables that Kind has just given us. And also one really important tip, this .env is not by default in the git ignore. So what that means is if you stage this stuff, right, using git, using whatever version control you're using, you would accidentally push this highly sensitive env file up to GitHub, and that's never what you want. So right now, let's go into the git ignore and just anywhere, for example, right here, let's also enter .env, hit save. And because we've never committed this file, it's gonna be ignored from now on. Very, very important to protect our personal information right here. And we're almost done. Let's save the env file. All the values are good as they are. We don't really need to change anything for now. Now let's create the API endpoint we're gonna use for our authentication. Let's copy all this code, and it tells us where we need to insert this. And this is under source app, API auth, and then kind auth. So let's copy this structure into our own app. Let's go into our source folder, then the app folder. And in here, we're gonna create a new folder called API. And inside of this API folder, let's create one more folder called auth. And inside of here, let's do exactly what kind told us. Right here goes in angled brackets kind auth. So let's just copy this and put it in angled brackets right here as the folder name. What this is in Next.js, it's a dynamic route. So whatever we enter as the URL, for example, /API/auth/ and then whatever is going to be sent in as a parameter into this route right here. You're going to see what that looks like here in a second. And then let's copy all this code, and that goes inside of a route.js or .ts as we are using. So let's create a new file inside of the kind auth folder called route.ts. This needs to be named route.ts. That is a requirement from Next.js. Files in the API need to be named route.ts. And then here we can just copy and paste in the code that kind has given us. This is JavaScript code, and because we're working in TypeScript, we will get two arrows right here that they have implicitly in any type. Of course, that's not what we want. In Next.js, the request is always of type next request. So we can just give it that type and cast it in here. And the params, to be honest, we don't really care about them. We're never gonna touch this file ever again. So let's just mark them as any and don't worry about that. Let's hit save on the route.ts, and I think we should almost be done with authentication. Awesome. Important, our SDK relies on the file existing in this location. That's totally fine because we created it right there. And then we can add sign up and sign in buttons. We did just that as well. And that should pretty much be it. So let's validate if this is actually working. Let's start up the dev server. Awesome, that's already started. And let's move this into a side-by-side to see if our authentication is working. To check, let's hit the sign in button right here, and we should be navigated to a hosted sign in page. So everything else is going to be taken care of for us. And we are awesome. You can see our name at the very top here. Welcome back, sign in to continue. And because we've never used this application before, we can also hit create an account. I'm gonna enter my name right here, Josh, and then as the last name, Tried Coding. As the email, I'm gonna use my hello@joshtriedcoding.com. Then hit register. I've already went ahead and opened up my email here on the other monitor. Let's enter the code we got via email and hit continue. And that should ideally finish the sign in, sign up flow. And it did. Very, very nice. And we got redirected to a URL we have specified right here, the kind post login redirect URL. This is where we are forwarded once we log in. And this is the dashboard, which obviously doesn't exist yet. So we get a 404 error, but this is the next page we're going to create. And just as easy as that, we implemented a secure working login sign up flow. If that's not amazing, I don't know what is, and I'm really happy to have Kind as the sponsor on this video. Again, it would mean a lot if you use the link. That's all I ask for you to follow along with this video. That would be really cool. Of course, you don't have to, but I'd really appreciate it. Okay, and right now, let's plow ahead with the dashboard. We can close, or actually, how about... Yeah, no, let's do the dashboard. Okay, let's close out of all these tabs, and then let's create a brand new page, and that is gonna be the dashboard. Okay, in here, let's minimize all files so we have a good structure to work with. Going to the app folder, this is where our dashboard is gonna live, and let's create a new folder inside of the app folder. And this folder is going to be called dashboard. In Next.js 13, this is the way we create new pages. So instead of declaring a file called dashboard.tsx, like we would in Next.js 12, in Next.js 13, this is a folder we need to create. And inside of this folder goes a file called page.tsx. Just like with the route.tsx, this name is really important. And that's because it is a name that is enforced by Next.js, just like with the route. It needs to be named page.tsx. If it was anything else like myfile.tsx or whatever, then in that case, Next.js would not recognize this as the actual content for the page under the dashboard route. Okay, inside of this page.tsx file that we have just created, let's say const page is going to be equal to nothing else than a regular arrow function that we can export default at the bottom. Beautiful. Inside of this page, now that we've done the login flow, we can do something really cool I want to show you. And that is get the current login session of the user. So we can say const an empty object, because we're going to worry about destructuring later, is going to be equal to get kind server session. So not only can we get the current user that's logged in on the client using a hook, we can also get them on the server, because in Next.js 13, this is by default a server component. Now, what does that mean, a server component? Let's take a very quick look at that. So imagine if we just returned something like a div from this component, right? And let me log out something like hello from the server. Let's save the page. By the way, you don't need to follow along with this console log. I just want to show you what happens, right? So when we load this page, the dashboard page, in regular React, what we would expect is this console log to be shown in the browser, because this is by default a client-side page in plain React. But the log is not here. It's not in the console. That is because this complete component, this entire page, is prepared on the server, and only the HTML that is generated on the server is then sent back to the client. That is what you see or don't see on the page, because we have an empty div. Let's say hello. And only the HTML is then sent back to the client. So the actual console log is going to be on the server. And if we wanted to opt into client-side behavior in Next.js 13, we would use a use client directive at the very top of the page. And that would actually turn this into a client component. Now this is still server-side rendered, so the HTML can be streamed in, but we will see the log on the client in that case. And the only reason I'm explaining this is so you can understand why we're doing what we're going to be doing. Let's remove the use client, because we want this to be a server component. And now let's get the current user from kind, because we're logged in, right? Remember, we went through the login process, but currently we don't represent any of that on the page. So let's say const empty object is going to be equal to get kind server session. And from here, by pressing Ctrl and spacebar, we can see all the stuff we can destructure from this function, and we want the get user. What that means is now we can say const user is equal to get user and invoke that. And just like that, we can get access to all the user properties that there are. For example, we could log out the user.email inside of the div. And because we are logged in, let's reload the page. And what did I do wrong? Why doesn't this work? Oh, okay, never mind. I just had to restart the development server, and that was already it. So there wasn't really a bug, just restart the server and we're golden. Okay, so that means we can now get all the properties from the user. So in like 5 minutes, we set up a working secure authentication. That is really, really cool. And with this authentication in place, what that means now is we can make sure that this user that is created for us also exists in our database, which is super important because this only means that user is logged in. But later, when you consider that we're gonna upload files, right? Then we want to save that file for a certain user. That means if you upload a file, we want to save it in the database, and we can't just do that with the authentication state we get from kind. What that means is we need to sync our user to a database. The way we can achieve that, well, there are two options. Let me show you. First off, let's do a check. If there is no user, or if the user has no ID, so user.id, then we're gonna call something called redirect. We get this not from this weird import right here that VS Code is suggesting to us, but instead let's import the redirect from next/navigation. So import redirect from next/navigation. Okay, and where do we want to redirect the user if they are not logged in? Well, let's redirect them to something called the /auth-callback. Now this auth callback doesn't exist yet. We're going to create it together here in a second. And let's also pass a query parameter. We can do that by using a question mark and then pass the origin is going to be equal to dashboard. That way we can navigate the user right back to where they were from this auth callback page, and which is really good for the user experience. And then we want to check if the user is already synced to our database, because here's the idea, right? Let me show you that. Okay, so first time user. This is what happens when a user logs into an app for the first time ever. The user logs into our application. Let's say the user is right here, And then we want to do a check, because by default, they're not going to be in our database. Usually this is done through something called webhooks. But if we go into kind and then let's go into the, is it under details? No, it's not under details. Let's go to home, settings, and then right here, the event hooks. This is usually how you sync a user to a database through webhooks. So when someone logs in, then kind is going to make a request to one of our API routes. Let me show you how this works. The user logs in, they go, oh, that's a bit too big. The user logs in through kind. Right, that's even bigger. What the hell? Why is this so large? Anyways, it doesn't matter. The user logs in and they get the data they need from kind, like the JSON web token they need to log in, right? So they're logged into our application now, logged in, and attached is like a JSON web token as the cookie. We can verify that if we look into our network tab or under the application right here, we can see the cookies, and then we can see the kind token right here. It's like a really long token. This is what the user gets back once they log in. And this is the login request. Okay, and then when the user is logged in, kind is going to send a request to our app. And this looks absolutely horrible. I apologize. Anyways, then kind sends a request to our app that we can use to sync the user to the database. So kind tells our app, hey, a user logged in for the first time. That is basically what kind tells us. Let's make this a bit smaller. Via a webhook. So one of our API routes is called by kind, and then we can go ahead and sync that user to our database. So we can see, is the user already in there? And if not, we're going to create it and then send back the response from the database, send back the response to kind and whatnot. This is the usual flow. It might seem a bit complicated right now. In reality, it's pretty straightforward. What we're going to do is a bit different. Let's get rid of all this a bit confusing stuff. Let's underline the headline so it's a bit more clear. So when the user logs in, we're always going to redirect them to the dashboard. And again, this is only the time when the user first logs in. We're going to redirect to the dashboard and let's say redirect right up here. Okay, so they get sent to the dashboard. Once they are on the dashboard, that is this page we are just creating, then we're going to check, is the user already in the database? So we're going to go ahead, fetch some information from the DB, from the database. Let's make this a bit larger. There we go. And is user there? So we're going to check, is the user already present in our database? And now we're going to do a check, depending on whether they are or whether they're not. The database is going to return the result, either yes or no. And if the user is already in the database, then everything is fine and the user can continue to chat to their PDF or use our service however they want. But if the user is not already in the database, if the answer is no, in that case, they can't just chat to the PDF. Let's say yes, chat to PDF. And that is in regards to this answer right here. If not, right? If the user is, let's say, no, in that case, we want to sync user to our database because they're not in there yet. And to make this a bit more clear, let's wrap all the parts in these rectangles. So the user, the dashboard, the database, and let's make this colorful so it's a bit easier to tell what's going on. So yes, let's make this green. Everything is good. The user can continue to use our service however they want. And then the scenario no, we want to sync the user to the database. That is what we're about to do right now. So if the user is logged in for the first time, then this will be no. And if they're logged in for any other time, like the second, third, whatever time, then they are going to be synced to the database already. So only for the first time they log in, this red arrow is going to be true. And we want to sync the user to the database. And we're going to do that on a page that is called auth callback. And what this entire process is for is we're dealing with something that is called eventual consistency, known in software development, which means the user is not directly added to our database, but often through something called a webhook or this process right here. So if they are not synced to our database, and what happened to the arrow, then we're gonna, Jesus, what is going on with this arrow? Then we're gonna send them to a page called auth callback. And if they are, then, nothing happens. It doesn't really matter. From the auth callback, this is where we're going to sync the user to our database. So let's connect an arrow to itself right here, just like this. sync user to database. This is where it's going to happen inside of the auth callback. And then the user can safely be sent back, right here to the dashboard to go into the green arrow right here. And this entire process exists because we need to have a user in the database to assign files and chat messages and so on to them. This is in all apps, right? This is not just for this app, this is a very common thing, and all that logic happens inside of the auth callback. So just as an example, let's walk through a user process right now together so this is even more clear. Okay, the first time a user sees our application, right? Imagine you see this page for the first time and try signing in or registering. That's what you will do on the first time you register to our application. So you are right here, and now you register and you're sent to the dashboard right here. You are logging in for the first time. So if we ask the database, is the user there? The database is gonna say no. Let's say no right here. That means we are gonna get sent to this path right here. We're not in the database yet because we're a user for the first time. That means we're gonna get sent to a page called auth callback, and our app is gonna sync this account, this first time user account, to our database in the background, and then send us back to the dashboard where we can just continue to use the app as normal. And when we get back for the second, third, fourth time, it doesn't really matter. We are the user, we log in, the next day, for example, we want to use the app again, we're back on the page, click the sign in this time, then we're gonna get navigated as always to the dashboard. This always happens, but the check, is the user there, from the database is gonna return yes, because remember, we've already been there, we've already been synced, so we can just continue to use the app as normal and won't even notice. This is a really nice approach to sync the database to the application state, to the login state we get from Kind, and that's precisely what we're about to do with the auth callback page we have created right here. Awesome. Now to make this work, to make the auth callback page work, obviously we need to create it. And we can do that by creating a folder inside of the app folder called auth-callback. Create that folder. Inside of here, create a page.tsx. Once again, this is a pattern that you're going to see a lot in the entire application. Creating a folder for the page name that's going to show up in the URL, and then creating a page for the actual content on that URL. Inside of the auth callback file, let's create the page for the content. So const page is going to be equal to an arrow function, and we also want to export default page at the very bottom to make this component usable. And the only purpose this page has is to sync the logged in user and make sure they are also in the database. Okay, in this page, we can first say const router is going to be equal to use router, a hook we get from very important /navigation, not /router. That only works in Next.js 12. We want to get this from /navigation and invoke that. The reason we do this is because remember, when we go back to the dashboard, we are passing the origin as a query parameter, so we can easily send the user back to where they were and not disrupt their flow throughout the application. To get access to this origin dashboard, we can use the router. And let's say const search params is going to be equal to use search params. Like this, that's how we get access to that value. And the origin that we're passing, const origin, is going to be equal to the search params dot get, and we can simply get whatever we call this. So in our case, that's going to be origin. That's the value we want to get, and then the equals to dashboard or whatever it's equal to will be saved as the origin const right here. Awesome. And on this page, one of the most fundamental setup steps for the entire application is going to take place, and one of the most exciting and most useful tools we're going to use in this application, we're also going to use on this page, and that is called tRPC. If you're not familiar with tRPC, let me give you a very quick rundown of what this does, right? So in regular Next.js without tRPC, we are doing the following when we write API routes. Let's separate them. When we call, and let's sub-separate this with a dotted line, just like so, into front and back end. So front end on the left-hand side, and then back end on the right-hand side right here, and that's regular Next.js without tRPC, the tool we're going to use in this application. When we make a request from the front end, we're going to make a fetch request to get some data from our API. From the back end, that's going to send a request over to our back end. Our back end is going to process the request with whatever business logic we want, and then send back a response to our front end. And this response is basically going to be saved as the fetch result if we await that operation, right? So technically it will look something like this right here. The main problem is if we're working in TypeScript, the fetch result will be any. So let me show you what this means. Let's say const API response is going to be equal to await fetch and then whatever our API route is, like /API/ whatever, right? It doesn't really matter whether we have an actual API endpoint in there right now or not. And also it doesn't really matter if the await syntax is correct. The point is the API response is not type safe. So if we say const data is equal to API response.json, or that's what we need to await, there we go, then the data is going to be any. In TypeScript, that's really bad. We don't get any IntelliSense on what this type is. So we don't know what our backend returned to us as the data, and we need to check it, and it's really unmaintainable and plain not just fun to write. And tRPC solves this problem. If we make a request to an API endpoint, the type will be exactly what we returned from that endpoint. So for example, let's just assume right here, this is the /API/whatever code right here in the comments. Okay, let's just assume this is the API. If we send back, if we return an object from this API, and this needs to be a longer comment, so this works. If we returned an object with a name of, let's say, John, all right, then tRPC knows what is going to be returned from this API, and the data, instead of any, is automatically casted as that type. Like, for example, name string, right? So we get automatic type safety through front and back end, something we would never get within regular Next.js. That is why this tool is so powerful. That was a bit abstract, I realized that, but it's going to be very, very clear once we set up tRPC. Now, that's the worst thing, right? tRPC is an amazing tool. We get full stack type safety. So if we copied over this entire process, it would look something like this. If we make a request to the backend, then the type, so for example, the name string object that we return from the backend, let's just make it blue to indicate the type, is then automatically, let's make this a bit wider, a bit smaller, there we go, is then automatically going to be sent back, and we know what type it will be on the front end. Again, the worst thing about tRPC is the setup. It is actually a bit tedious, it takes like 5 minutes, but once we set it up, you're gonna realize why this tool is so incredibly powerful. And I'm always a big fan of just learning by doing, so let's say in Google tRPC app router setup, and that's going to link us to a page by tRPC right here, set up with Next.js. I'm also going to link this page in the description, so you can just click that and land on this page directly. Don't need to search for it yourself. And there are some dependencies we need to install to make this work, which are quite a bunch, but it's really, really worth it. You're going to see that. Let's copy all these dependencies. I'm going to use pnpm to do this. Just choose your package manager. Let's navigate back into our app, stop the dev server, paste all the dependencies, hit enter, and let it install. Now we're gonna see what these dependencies gonna do each one, right? We're gonna take a look at that. So for example, tRPC/server, tRPC/client, tRPC/React query, tRPC/next, TanStack, React query, and Zod, a schema validation library. We're gonna take a look at what each one does right here when we set this up. With those dependencies installed, let's create a new component. We're going to do that inside of app. Let me close or minimize all the open folders. And inside of our components folder, let's create a new component called providers.tsx. This providers component, let's initialize it, const providers. It's going to be equal to an arrow function, and also export that as the default. Export default providers. Great. And this providers needs to be a client component because we're going to make use of state and context. Really important that we mark it as use client, a client-side component in Next.js 13 syntax, using this directive at the very top of the file above the imports and all else, turn this into a client component. This providers component is going to be a pretty simple component actually, but it's going to make tRPC work in our app. First off, let's say const, and then the query client in angled brackets is going to be equal to use state. We get that from React, and this takes in a callback function, which we're going to return a new query client from. Now this query client, apparently the auto imports don't work. remember what I told you, you can always reload the window after you've just installed some dependencies, and mostly that will fix the auto import. So new query client, and okay, apparently it still doesn't work. So let's import the query client from, and that's going to be from @tanstack/react-query. Second thing we want is the tRPC client, because tRPC is a very thin wrapper around React query. So we're going to do the pretty much same thing. The const tRPC client is going to be equal to use state. In this state, we'll also take a callback function. And inside of this callback function, we need to call something that doesn't exist in our app yet. And to fix that, we need to create an instance of tRPC. Where we are going to do that is inside of our app folder. Let's create a new folder and call it _tRPC. The underscore makes Next.js recognize that this is not an actual route you can navigate to. Because remember, the auth callback, dashboard, and so on, these are actual pages you can navigate to through the URL. With the underscore, this won't be possible because we don't want that to happen. Inside of this underscore tRPC in our app folder, let's create a new file called client.ts. Inside of this file, let's import a type, and that is create tRPC, and that's not just a type, that's a function, create tRPC React, and we're going to import that from @tRPC/react-query. That's where we get this from. And we're going to export a const tRPC from here, which is going to be equal to the create tRPC React we have just imported, and we can just pass an empty object as the initialization data into this function. Now, one very, very important thing is missing in this file, and that is we need to pass the type of our main router in tRPC as a generic into this function. I know, okay, that sounds a bit abstract. What do I mean by that? The thing is, in tRPC, if we go to the documentation, the way we declare API routes is just like this. Let's just try it out together, and you're going to see what this is. So instead of declaring a route in Next.js 13 like an API route, this is just a bit different syntax, but it's the same thing as an API route, just with the benefit of type safety between front and back end. So tRPC says we should do this in a server/index.ts. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of that. I'm just going to do that in a tRPC folder. I think it's a bit easier. So let's go into our source folder, and then let's create a new folder called tRPC inside of here. Inside of this tRPC folder we just created, let's create an index.ts, and this is where we're gonna paste the code we just copied from the tRPC quick start, right? This code right here. I'm gonna paste that in this file. Now that's gonna throw an error because it tries to import a router from ./tRPC, which obviously doesn't exist if we look at the folder. So let's create that. In the same folder, let's create a tRPC.ts file. And inside of this file, we can also just copy some code from the tRPC website. That is this code up here from the server/tRPC.ts. That is the code that goes inside of this file right here. We can just save this for now. We're gonna work on this file a bit later, but right now it's not too important. We just want to get things up and running really fast. So let's see if the error is gone. It is. We can import the router, and all the logic will now be, or API logic will now be in this file. Now the client is still giving us an error because the thing is it expects a type. That is actually what's going to give us type safety across our entire application. And right now it just doesn't exist. So the create tRPC React expects the type from our router, right? This right here, to know which API routes exists in our app and also which data they return. Without this type, tRPC won't know what type to send back from the back end to the front end, so we get automatic type safety. That is why we need to pass this type, this app router type, inside of this generic right here. Let's just import it from @/tRPC. The error is going to be gone, and that's it. That's the file already done, and that means we can save this, and save all of them, and go back into our providers. Because for the tRPC client, we need to call a tRPC method. And now we have a tRPC client we can just import and call the .create client in here. Inside of the create client, we're going to pass an object with a links property. Now these links are in array, and the only element we're going to pass in here is something called an HTTP batch link we get from tRPC/client. We can also pass that some configuration like the URL. For example, that's going to be /API/ tRPC right here. And we can prefix this with http://localhost 3000 or whatever port you're running this on /API/tRPC. And that's pretty much all we need to do. Now from this component, we need to return something, and that is going to be the tRPC. Let's import that. We've already done that right here at the top. And this needs to be a component, by the way, the tRPC.provider. That actually lets us use tRPC throughout our entire application in any component that we want to use it in. That is what this provider is for. This takes in a client, which is nothing else than the tRPC client from right up here. Can paste that in there, and a query client, which is nothing else than this query client right here. This is not going to be a self-closing component, but instead we're going to render out the children that we're going to get into this component right here. So essentially we're going to wrap our entire app with this and render out the app right here as the children. To receive these children in this component, let's say children right here, and destructure them in the properties of this component. And this is going to be I'm going to show you a really cool trick. If you only receive children in a component, you get a type from React, and that is props with children. You can just import that from React and all the TypeScript errors are going to be gone. You could do this yourself. Obviously, you could type this out as, the children are going to be of type React Node. If you want to, it would achieve the exact same thing. But why do that if you just can do it with this syntax where the children are already included in this type? It's just a really neat trick we can use. And just like that, we've got tRPC set up. And one little thing we also want to do is, you remember when I said tRPC is just a thin wrapper around the React query, right? It's just a type-safe wrapper around React query. To be able to use React query independently of tRPC if we ever want to, and spoiler alert, we will want to, then we can also pass the query client provider from React query. This is absolutely nothing to do with tRPC. This is just so we can use both amazing tools independent of each other if we ever need to. And this takes the query client as the client, and that's literally it. We're done with the providers, can save this, and we almost never need to touch this file again. Now, the last thing we want to do is take a look at this, right? It's an HTTP batch link to a certain URL called API tRPC that all the requests from tRPC are going to be sent to. But if we take a look at our API, we only have an auth route. This route doesn't exist yet. There is no /API/tRPC, and that's not ideal. And the tRPC quick start, I believe, has something to tell us about that. Is it in here? It's not, but if you type in the app router into tRPC, I'll be honest, I'm not a huge fan of the search functionality. Then you're going to find the Next.js adapter page, and this is what's important for us. So this allows us to use tRPC with Next.js 13, which it wasn't possible before, but with this adapter, we now can. I'm going to link the page just in case you don't find this as well, so you can copy and paste the code from right here. This tells us where we need to create this route. Let's move this into a side-by-side, and in our file system, let's go into where do we need to go? Under app, API, we have that folder. Under app, API, this is where we are. Let's create a new folder in here called tRPC. Inside of this tRPC, again, a angled brackets, a dynamic catch-all folder that we can create in here. And then lastly, a route.ts inside of this angled brackets folder, route.ts. Awesome. And this is the API route that will handle all the logic, which we never need to touch. We just copy this code, paste it in here. Now, the only thing we need to fix is that import at the very top. Let's get rid of this and see if the auto imports will work. They won't. Let's reload the window and then see if they do, or else we can always import this manually if we need to. Let's see, does it work now? No, it still doesn't work. So let's import the app router, and this will come from @/tRPC. And it seems like we're not exporting anything from there. Let's go into full screen and let's see what happens. So it should be exported from @/tRPC. That means the index file in the tRPC folder. And are we not exporting it from here? No, we're not. Let's say export const app router. Now, right here it says export type router type signature, not the router itself. That's totally fine because the only place we're using this is also in the backend. This is server code, so it's totally fine to export and use right here. And as for the create context, let's just remove the 3 dots. We won't need it. It's an option you can use if you want additional stuff in your routes, but we don't need that right now. So let's just remove the dots, close that, and that should be the entire tRPC setup done. I know it was a bit tedious, I'll be real with you, that's my least favorite part by far about tRPC, but let's see if this finally works. There were a lot of files involved in this, and let's go into the tRPC.ts, and there's something called a public procedure. Now, what this public procedure means, it essentially allows us to create an API endpoint that anyone, regardless of whether they are authenticated or not, can call. It's like a public API we can use. So, for example, let's create a new API route called test. We just want to see if tRPC is working, and this test is going to be a public procedure. So anyone can call this. We're going to import it from ./tRPC, and then we have 2 options: either create a query or a mutation. In this app we're going to build, we're going to make extensive use of both. They're both very useful. The queries are mainly for GET requests, so purely for getting data, and the mutations are for like post, patch, delete requests for modifying data. Let's just have a query we can call to see if tRPC is working, and each query takes a callback function in which we can define the logic that should happen inside of this API endpoint, because this right here is nothing else than a regular API endpoint. Now, if you've ever used Next.js 13, you know the way we return data from an API route is through this syntax right here. Return a new response, and this response can be anything that we want to return. If it's JSON, we can use JSON.stringify and send back whatever we want to return. With tRPC, the syntax is much easier. We can literally just return a string, let's say hello, from this procedure. And then if we did the setup correctly, which I hope, everything should work with type safety in mind. So let's go to the auth callback page where we wanted to implement this functionality in the first place. Let's go in here and just see if tRPC is working. So we can say const and then worry about the destructuring later is going to be equal to tRPC that we can now import dot, and now the magic happens. We can see our API endpoint that we have just created. tRPC knows about it. We can call it from here .test dot, and then we have a bunch of options. What we want is the use query, because we have defined this as a query right here. If this was a mutation, tRPC would immediately know and throw an error, because now we would have to use the use mutation. So that is why the type safety is super nice. And also let me show you what happens when we invoke this and destructure the data from here. Let's get rid of the example I made a second ago. This data is type safe. We can see const data, string, or undefined. Whereas before in the non-tRPC approach, let's call it data2, this was not type safe at all. It's any. So that is why tRPC is so much nicer. We get full type safety. The data is a string, and if I change this API response to a number, well, this would be a number. How cool is that? And the reason this is undefined is because this is a client query. So when the page loads, then this is going to be fired, and until the data gets back from the API, the data is going to be undefined. But we can handle that very easily by saying something like is loading, for example. That is the full beauty of tRPC. It's going to be super useful across the entire application, and I'm so happy to show you this and how it works. So do you remember the purpose of this auth callback? It was to make sure that a user is synced to our database. So we can get rid of the test right here, and instead let's declare a API route for the auth callback. Let's call it auth callback, and this auth callback is going to be a public procedure. Again, this just means nothing else than everybody can call it regardless if they're logged in or not. And then here, this is going to be a query, because we're just going to make a GET request to our database to see if the user is in there or not. In our diagram, let me see where we did this. That would be this part right here. This is where we currently are. We want to see if the user is there, yes or no. And if they're not, we're going to create the user in the database. The way we can check the user if it's there is first we need to find the user ID. With kind, that is really easy. We can say const get user is equal to get kind server session, and then the user, const user, is going to be equal to invoking that destructured function from above, the get user. And now if the user is not here with an ID, or the user has no email, user.email. In that case, we're gonna throw a new tRPC error. That is a really nice utility that tRPC gives us. We can just pass it a code of something like any of the codes we can see right here, and we're gonna go for the unauthorized. So there we go. And now we want to check if the user is in the database. That is the sole purpose of this API route. But you might have noticed, well, we don't have a database we can check yet. So the gist of this will be, we check if there is user in the database. If not, we're gonna create them. And if there is, then we're just gonna return something like return like a success of true, for example. And with the success value, we then know on the front end that there is a user like this in our database and can send them to the dashboard where they belong. So let's try that on the front end. And using the auth callback API route with full type safety, we can use the use query just like this. Inside of this use query, the first argument is going to be undefined because we don't expect any data, any request data like a post request body, for example. We don't have any of that. And then in something called an unsuccess callback, which technically is deprecated, but this is one of the only places where it actually makes sense to use it, we can destructure the data we get back from the API response. So this data we get access to in the onSuccess callback, either by just calling it data like so, and we can see the success property, or we could destructure the success right away and use it in our onSuccess callback. So for example, if we are successful, if the user is synced to our database, let's just comment that user is synced to database. In that case, we can navigate them back to wherever they came from using the origin, right? And that's why we have the router at the very top. We can call the router.push, and we can push if there is an origin, if that is passed in. It doesn't have to be. This could be null as well. Oops, it could be either a string or it could be null, the origin. If we have an origin, then that's what the question mark is for. This is called a ternary operator. Then we're going to navigate the user to / and then in a template string, the origin. So for example, /dashboard, if they came from the dashboard, or if there is no origin, then we're always going to send them to the dashboard because nothing else was specified. And right now is the time to actually create a database. I've talked about it a lot. Is the user synced to a database or not, and whatever, but we don't even have a database. So what we're going to use to interact with our database is going to be Prisma. We can simply go into our CMD or command line and type npx prisma init. That's going to run a bunch of code for us and essentially generate a new folder called Prisma in our project with something called a schema.prisma. And what it's also going to do, if we go into our environment variables, you can see a database URL variable has been added to our env file. And this is a very, very sensitive information that you should never reveal to anyone else. That is why we also put the env in the git ignore, because this essentially allows access to all of our data. This database URL we're going to get from our database provider. In our case, that's going to be PlanetScale. So let's navigate over to planetscale.com. This is what I use personally for my projects. I really enjoy it. We're going to sign in using GitHub. Let's go over to GitHub. There we go. And then we can either start with an empty database, which is what we're going to do, or import from an existing, which we don't want to do. Let's give this a bit more space and click start or create a new database. That's what we're going to do. And the database name is going to be Quill. I'm going to choose a region that is closest to me, and that is going to be Frankfurt right here. And we're going to choose the free plan right here. We don't care about the rest. And let's click create the database. We're going to create one for Prisma. Not that it really matters, but it will just know what the password should look like that it generates. And then click create password right here. Awesome. The stuff up here is not too important. What matters way more is that connection string we can see further down. That's going to be the database URL right here. We can simply copy and paste into our env file. Now, one thing I'd like to mention is that PlanetScale has recently implemented a feature where you need a credit card to host a database on their platform. If you don't have a credit card, you can always use an alternative database. One I would recommend in that case is something like Neon. I think it's called neon.tech or something. Is it neon.tech? Yeah, it's a Postgres database. It's not going to be SQL, what we're going to be using, but with Prisma, you write one syntax for pretty much all of them anyways. So the underlying database doesn't really matter. And as far as I know, Neon doesn't require a credit card to set up. So you need to change this. Actually, you don't need to change this if you use Neon, because we're going to be using MySQL. We're going to select that. If you're using Neon, then you don't even need to change it. It's going to be Postgres, and then you can follow along basically as normal, as long as you have the database URL and connect your database to Prisma. All the rest is going to be the exact same, but I just really like PlanetScale for my personal projects. Now, one thing that is special about PlanetScale is that they don't support foreign key constraints. And what that means is we have to use a certain relation mode, and that is Prisma. If you're in Postgres, chances are you're not going to have to worry about this, but our relation mode needs to be set to Prisma right here, so we can use PlanetScale without any problems. And then let's create the most important database model, and that's going to be the user. So if a user is, logged into our app, this is the database model we want to synchronize them to. Each user in our app gets an ID that is of type string, and this is going to be an add ID and add unique. Then each user, we also want to save their email. The email is going to be a string, and this needs to be unique as well. Now, the reason we are not giving this ID a default, but instead just a unique, is because this ID actually comes from our authentication provider, in our case, Kind. So we're going to use the same ID. That is the entire purpose, right? We have the same ID matches Kind user ID as in Kind as in the database. They're going to be the same thing. And while we're at it, we can already add some properties we're going to need way later. For example, the Stripe customer ID. That is basically one of the last things we're going to do in this build. But while we're already here, we can already set this up. This is going to be a string, optional, because not every user is going to be a customer. This is only for customers. This needs to be add unique, and we can map this to a certain value, and that is the name, the name right in here, and this is going to be the Stripe underscore customer underscore ID. Then the Stripe subscription ID, it's also something Stripe or payment processor later on will generate for us. This is going to be an optional string as well, with an add unique property, and this is going to be mapped to a name of the Stripe underscore subscription underscore ID. We want a Stripe price ID. This is also, as always, going to be an optional string and mapped to the name of Stripe underscore price underscore ID. And I did a little typo there. And lastly, last of those four is going to be the Stripe current period end, because we always want to know how long a user has left in their premium, their pro plan, and so we can adjust their quota accordingly. This is going to be of type date time this time, and we're going to map this add map to a name of Stripe underscore current underscore period underscore end. There we go. And that's just some information for later we will need. We can save the Prisma file, and let's see if we set up our database correctly. And to check it, we can say in our command line npx prisma db push. And what npx prisma db push does for us is we're going to push the schema we have written in our local file up into the database and then force it in the cloud. So we can run that, and let's see what happens. Running generate, and this means we set up our database correctly. The env file contains the database URL, and that is pretty much all we need to do. Now, to get access to these types locally, currently we don't have that. We also need to run npx prisma generate, and that's gonna generate the TypeScript types for us so we can use them in our application, and we can just reload our window. Finally, it's a habit I've developed with Prisma. Sometimes the generation is enough, but sometimes TypeScript won't recognize them until we reload the window. If you're wondering how I just did that, again, it's Shift, Control, and P. I think by default in VS Code to do the window refreshing. Awesome. And what that now means is we've set up all the database, and we can finish up our auth callback route. Now, to check if a user is in the database, we can say const db user for database user is going to be equal to an operation we need to await, and to be able to await something, we can simply mark the callback function of the query, this one right here, as asynchronous. That allows us to use the await syntax in here. And now we need access to the database. Right now we have the schema and we've generated everything correctly, but there's no DB or database option we can call yet. And in order to do that, let me comment this out for a second so we don't get any errors. Let's go into our source folder and then create a new folder called DB right here. Inside of here, let's create a new file called index.ts, a very simple file we pretty much never need to touch again. Now inside of this file, we have two options. Either write the Prisma code ourselves, it's like 18 lines of code, or what I literally always do, I did it once and then I copy and paste this code across all my projects that use Prisma. And I recommend you do the same because it doesn't really make sense to write this yourself. So what we're gonna do is go to the copy paste list that I'm gonna provide to you and copy the Prisma instantiation part. It's again like 18 lines of code. It begins at import Prisma client and ends at export const db. I never write this myself either. You can just copy and paste it inside of this file. Essentially what it does is it makes sure we have a single cached instance of Prisma throughout our entire application. It doesn't do more. You don't need to understand it. It really doesn't matter, this file. We're never gonna touch it again. The only thing that's important is that we now have access to our database that we can use in our code. So go ahead, copy paste it in. Don't need to understand it too much. And then we can continue in our auth callback and actually finish it up. So now we can import our DB or database that we can just use. We're gonna say await db.user, and you can probably guess what we're about to do. We want to find a user in our database. So we're gonna say await db.user.find first. That's how we can find a user, and where, that is where we can add a condition. The ID of the user is going to be the same as the user.id, and this user refers to the logged in user, and this user refers to the user in the database. They're two separate things, right? And now we want to make sure that the user that's logged in is also in the database. And if they are not, if there is no DB user, that means this is the first time the user is using the application. Remember, now we're at this red part. No, they are not in the database. So we need to sync them here in a second. What that means for us is now we need to create user in DB. We need to create the user. And to do that, we're gonna call await db.user.create. And then here for the data that we want to create the user with, it's gonna be the ID. And the ID is gonna be equal to the user.id. Because remember, the ID in the database, the left-hand side, matches the kind ID, the authentication provider ID. It's the same thing. So that's what we're going to use to create the user. And then as for the email, we're going to use the user.email just like this. And we can just use these values because earlier we made sure they exist using something called a guard clause that will just throw an error if they don't exist. And that's our entire logic for the auth callback done. Let's head back over to the auth callback page. We can get rid of all of the rest. We don't need it for now. And then let's finish up this page right here. If there's an error on error, something also deprecated, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to use it in this case right here, we get access to the error because the possibility of an error is definitely there. After all, we are throwing one, not always, but sometimes in our backend right here. So there could be an error and we need to handle it accordingly for this to be a, good high quality application. You can't just throw errors and not handle them. That would be really, really bad. So if the error.data.code, we can get access to the tRPC error code, is triple equal to, and now let's see what it should be. We can even open these up side by side to make it a bit easier. We can now see if the code right here is unauthorized. That's what we can check in our app, unauthorized, just like this. And if it is unauthorized, in that case, we're gonna say router.push, and we're gonna push the /sign-in route right here. So this means they are not authenticated, therefore they should be authenticated. Let's force them to do so. We are also going to add something called a retry property, and we can move this back over to have more space in it. And this retry is going to be true. So if there's any error, we're just going to send the request again until the route returns something successful. And the retry delay we can pass in here is going to be 500, which is milliseconds. So every half a second, we are checking if the user is synchronized to our database to ensure everything works correctly. Awesome, and we don't even need any data from this. We can remove all of that because this query runs on page load. We don't need to call it anywhere. We don't need to invoke it. This automatically will run once the page is loaded and displayed to the user. What we do need to do is return some JSX from here for a good user experience. So for example, we're going to return a div with a class name of with full, a margin top of 24, flex, and justify center for horizontal alignment. Inside of this div, one more div with a class name of flex, flex-column, and items-center, and a gap of 2. Inside of here, we're going to import an icon from Lucid Dev or Lucid React that is called Loader2. It's a beautiful loading spinner. We're going to see what it looks like here in a second. And let's give it a class name of height 8, width 8, an animate-spin property that's just going to make it spin, and a text zinc of 800. Below this loader, let's add an H3, and this is going to say setting up your account, ... So the user knows exactly what's going on right now, why they are waiting on this page. Usually this page is finished within like a second of loading, but still users always want to know what's going on for the best possible user experience. And this H3 is going to get a font-semibold class name and a text-XL. And lastly, a little paragraph right below the H3 saying you will be redirected automatically, period. So the user knows exactly what's going on. Let's try this out. Let's move this into a side-by-side, just like this. We can close out of a lot of this stuff, just like so. And let's go to the /auth-callback route. Let's hit enter. And is the dev server started? No, it's not. We should definitely start that up. And then let's see what happens when we navigate to the auth callback. Let's even go into full screen so we can see the network requests that tRPC makes for us automatically under the hood until our account is synchronized to our database. And of course we get an error. Did we not mark this as a client component? No, we didn't. Okay. So this is a client-side library. This will execute client-side. And also we're making use of hooks, right? Like use search params and use router. What that means is we need to declare this as a client component by saying use client at the very top of the file. We can then reload the page, and I marked this as asynchronous earlier to make an example that doesn't work in client components. So you probably didn't even copy that. If you did, remove the asynchronous before the page, and then we should finally be up and running. Aha, not quite. We forgot to do one very little thing, and that is the providers, adding those to the layout. We declared the provider. You remember that was this file right here, the providers, where we had the tRPC and the query client to make it, usable from the client across our entire application. But as this is a context provider, we also need to wrap our app in it. And we do that in the main layout.tsx at the top level of our app. This layout right here, we can just import the providers component and wrap our body in this component. That's all we need to do. And the entire body is going to be passed as the children right here into the providers and rendered out wrapped in our context providers. And now we should finally be good to go. That means we can now navigate to the auth-callback route and see what happens. It said setting up your account, and it was really fast, probably faster than you could see. And that's perfect. Users don't want to wait very long, and you can see the successful response we got back from tRPC, indicating that the operation was successful. And what that also means is now we synced our user to our database. Let's verify that. Let's open up the console, open up a new tab, and let's say npx Prisma Studio. It's going to open up like a database, studio. We can just copy the link, go into our browser, paste it in. It's hosted on port 5555, and we will be able to see one user. That means everything was successful, and this user has been synced to our database. We have the ID that matches the kind ID. We have the email of the user, and then we have some Stripe data, which is obviously null because this user is not a paying customer at the moment. Beautiful, really, really good job. Now, one thing we want to do is navigate into our dashboard page.tsx under source app dashboard. And the reason we're doing this is every time a user comes into our app, they are always redirected to the dashboard. So if we notice in the dashboard that there is no user in the database for this logged in user, then we're going to redirect them to the auth callback to make this synchronous, to sync them to the database. So inside of the dashboard page, we can say const db user is going to be equal to await db.user.find first. And we're going to do the exact same thing where the ID in the database equals the user.id of the logged in user. And to be able to make this await, we need to mark this page as asynchronous. We can do that in Next.js server components. And if there is no DB user, if this user is not synced to the database yet, then we're going to send them over to the auth callback to make that sync happen, what you just saw, right? So we're going to call the redirect and essentially redirect them to the exact same thing if they weren't authenticated. And just like that, we made sure the user is logged in, we made sure the user is synced to our database, and now we can actually show them the JSX for logged in authenticated users for the dashboard. And we're going to do that inside of a separate component called dashboard, which is going to be a client component where we can have something like state and so on. And yeah, this is a server component, so we don't do it here. Let's turn this into full screen and create this new dashboard component. Under source, components, let's create a new file called dashboard.tsx. And let's say, const dashboard is going to be equal to an arrow function and export default this dashboard component right here. And for now, just to see if everything works, let's return a div saying hello world from this dashboard component and import it in our page.tsx, which comes from /component/dashboard. To close out of this, go into a side-by-side, opening this up on the right-hand side. And we can see if the user is synced to the database, if the user is authenticated, then they can actually see the dashboard. And users that visit your app for like the second, third, fourth time won't even be sent to the auth callback. So in here, by this clause, we can make sure that only if the user does not exist in the database the first time they log in, they're sent to the auth callback and see the, your account is being created message. And if you are logged in and already using the app, you'll never see that message again and, not be sent there every time you log into the app, because that would be pretty annoying. Okay, great. And with all this logic in place, right, with this logic right here on the server component, we can ensure that whenever the dashboard is rendered, all the data is as we expected. And what that means is now we can safely proceed to write the entire dashboard component. And the main thing we want in the dashboard is going to be inside of a main tag, just like this. Inside of here, let's give this main tag a class name of mx-auto, a maximum width of 7xl, and on medium devices and up, a padding of 10. Inside of this main tag, and let's give it just a bit more space like this, let's create a div. And let's also think about what this should even entail, right? What do we want on the dashboard, because it's going to be a really big part of our application after all. So let's list some requirements. For example, requirements. What should the dashboard be able to do feature-wise, right? What's the purpose? We want to list all files a user has, right? The dashboard should be the place where there's a list, and we can even do a little visual representation. Let's say visual. And this is kind of how the dashboard should look like, right? We have something like my files, and let's make a little wrapper around this so we can tell this is supposed to be a screen. I really like doing this for my personal projects just to get an idea of what the final product or the final component should look like. So let's say my files up here. There should be a button up here that says like upload PDF or something along those lines. And that button should be very easily recognizable. Oops, upload PDF. There we go. That button should be really easy visible to users. So let's give it a bit more stroke width. And let's also make it blue, for example. Right here, there's going to be that button. And then we also want to list all the files a user has. So this is going to be a PDF file. This is going to be the next PDF file. Let's make them just a tad smaller. And that is about the dashboard visually, right? That's how it should look like. And for each PDF, we also want, as a requirement, of course, to delete it. So let's say delete files. And what I think is most useful for that is adding like a little icon, let's say that's like a trash can icon, to each of these PDFs. So for each file you have uploaded to our app, you can also have the option to delete it from the dashboard right away. I think that's a really good idea. Very user-friendly to have it right there in the dashboard. And also, of course, we should be able to create new files, right? That's a requirement as well. Create files, or rather than create, let's use upload, because this is where we also upload new PDF files. So that's the requirements. That's pretty much all we need for the dashboard, and that's kind of how it should look like. And I think if you build your own projects, doing a requirement and visual section like this is a really good idea. So you get a good grasp of what you're actually trying to build, instead of just getting to build and then figuring out stuff on the way. This generally saves me a lot of time. So I think this is a good idea. And with that in mind, let's get started actually building the dashboard. Right now, this is our dashboard. This is not what it should look like, right? We don't just want a hello world. So let's get started in this div right here. This div is going to get a class name of margin top 8, flex dash call, items dash start, justify dash between, and let's give this just a tad more space. There we go. A gap of 4, a border dash B for bottom, a border gray 200, a padding bottom of 5. On small devices, it's going to be a flex dash row. So we're switching up the flex column. We don't want that on larger devices. On small devices, we want an items dash center, and on small devices, a gap dash 0. There we go. Then we can open up this div with a really long class name we just gave and insert an h1 tag in here. This h1 tag is going to represent, let me go over here, this my files right here. That's what we're currently building. So let's say my files in this h1 tag, and this is going to get a class name of margin bottom 3, a font dash bold, a text dash 5XL, and a text gray of 900. Great. And save that. Let's see how this looks in our dashboard. There we go. Beautiful. We can see my files just like that. Very, very nice. Let's give it a bit less space again, and then go right below the H1. This is where the button should live, right? The upload button. So my files and the upload PDF button are on the same level. That means this right here is where the upload button will go. And that's where we're going to create it. However, we're not just going to put a regular, HTML button in here. That's not what we're going to do. Instead, we want an entire modal to pop up, the upload modal, when we click that button, right? So what makes sense is to declare this as a separate component instead. Let's call this upload button. Of course, this component doesn't exist yet. We're going to create it in a second, and this can easily be a self-closing JSX tag. We are not going to pass any children in here. Now, again, this upload button doesn't exist, so let's create it under our files. Let's go into components, create a new file called upload button.tsx, and that is where all the logic, not only for the button itself, but also for the modal that will open up when you click that button to upload your files, will live. And as you might have noticed in the preview at the very start of this video, this is one of the most beautiful components in our entire app. So let's declare this component. Const upload button is going to be nothing else than a regular arrow function. Let's also export this as the default. Export default upload button. Oops, upload, and the B needs to be capitalized. There we go. Beautiful. This needs to be a client component because we want some interactivity. Like when we click the button, a modal opens. We cannot do that on the server. Therefore, we're going to do it on the client instead. In here, we're going to declare some state. And this state is going to be called isOpen and also set isOpen. This is just a React convention to have the value and then set and whatever the value was, like isOpen, set isOpen. There we go. This is going to be equal to a use state we get from React. Import that right away. And this state is going to be a false value by default. There we go. What I like to do, I think it looks a bit better, is to also explicitly type it. We don't need to do that. TypeScript already knows this is a Boolean from the value, but I just like to do it anyways. You don't have to do it if you don't like the syntax. Okay, from this component, we're going to return something, and that is going to be the modal. But here comes the trick. We're not gonna do the modal ourselves. There's a really easy command we can execute in our CMD to install the modal component. And that is gonna be npx shadcn-ui add latest, which is the UI library we're using for this project. And we're gonna say add dialog and hit enter. npx shadcn-ui add latest add dialog. And just like that, a beautiful accessible dialog component was added into our app that we can use right away. Dialog, and we can simply import it from UI/dialog, where this file is automatically put. Now, to turn this into a controlled component, we can simply pass the open state, and this is going to be isOpen. And then on open change, a prop we also need to pass. If we pass this first one, we can simply pass a callback function that receives the visible attribute as the first parameter into this function, into the callback function in here. This is of type Boolean. And then for that, we want to execute an arrow function right here inline. We can do this inline because it's only like 2 lines of code. And the code in here is going to be if not visible. So if this evaluates to true and we want the opposite right here in the if statement, then we're going to set isOpen to that v value right here. And just like that, we turn this dialog into a controlled component that we can open and close using this state right here. By default, this is not controlled, and we only control it through something called the dialog trigger, which we're gonna add right below. And this dialog trigger receives one property, and that is as child. What this as child does is essentially, by default, this is a button component, but we want the trigger to be our custom button and not a button that the dialog is inherently. Therefore, we can pass the as child, making this button instead not be wrapped in one more button, because otherwise, this would be a button and this would also be a button, leading to invalid HTML because you can't have a button inside of another button. Inside of this button, let's say upload PDF, and that is the one that's actually going to show up on our page. So let's save this. Let's head over into our dashboard and import this custom component we have just created. And just like that, we can see the upload PDF button right here. And one thing I just noticed is that technically this should be blue and not this, darker color. So what I think we accidentally did is not use the correct theme. Let's go to ui.shadcn.com/themes, select the blue one, and then hit copy code. And let's copy all this code right here. This is how we determine the color scheme of our entire application. We can just copy this, go with whatever color you want, and then paste it into our globals.css. We've already done that, but it seems to not be the correct values. Let's save that, and hopefully that will have fixed it. Yes, now they are the correct blue that we want for our app. Beautiful. Because this is now a controlled component, we also need to add an on-click event to this dialog trigger, because by default it's uncontrolled and this will work, but because we made it controlled right now, this would do nothing if we click on the button. So instead, let's pass it a callback function and set isOpen to true whenever we click on the dialog trigger. Beautiful. And then why is there no space here between the my files and upload PDF? Technically, the button should be on the very right hand side of the screen. Oops, didn't mean to do that. So I probably misspelled something right here. Yes, I did. It's supposed to be justify between, and just like that, the button is in fact on the right. Beautiful. And currently, when we press this button, the dialog would open, but there is nothing in the dialog, so we can't see it. For that, let's add the dialog content inside of our upload button. We also get that from UI dialog and not the Radix UI dialog. We want it from our custom component. And in here, let's say example content, just to see if it works. Let's reload the page, hit upload PDF, and we can see a beautiful modal opens up that we didn't need to do anything for. That is accessible. We can close it using the escape key, using the little closing thing that is on the top right here, and it just works out of the box. That is the beauty of the UI library that we're using under the hood. It's accessible, it looks good, and I use it for all my projects at this point. Beautiful. Let's leave the upload button at this state for a second with the example content, and right now finish up the dashboard on displaying all the files that the user has. Right? Because we've not done this part at the moment, only this up here. So let's finish up displaying all the files a user has and then implement the beautiful PDF uploading functionality. So the way we're going to do that is below the closing div and above the closing main, we're going to open up some new space. And basically we need to determine all the files a user has to display them right here. So let's do a quick comment on here, display all user files. However, currently there is not even a file a user can have, because usually we would store that in our database. But right now we only have a user in our database and not a file someone could upload. So that will be the logical next step. We add a file model that we can add each time a user uploads a PDF. And this model, let's name it file right here in our schema.prisma is where we declare our database stuff. Also, let's give it a bit more space. There we go. Also, it needs an ID. This ID will always be of type string with an add ID, and we can give it a default collision resistant unique identifier just like this. So that means Prisma will generate the ID automatically. It needs a name. This is going to be a string, a user, and this is going to be a user just like this with an add relation. Oh, actually, I think Prisma will do this automatically. Let's leave this out for now, because if we don't have to type this, we won't. Each file will get an upload status. This is going to be a certain enum. So what that means is for each state a file upload could be in, we need to declare a certain state for it. Let's do it above the file model. Go right here and say enum upload status. And what status could there be for a file upload? In my case, or in our case right here for this app, there are 4 stages. There's pending. We also want processing, we want a failed state, and we want a success state. So basically we're depicting everything that can go right or wrong during a file upload that we want to save right here as the upload status. So now we can use that as a custom model right here and give it a default value of pending. And we get beautiful type safety right here as well. Okay. Each file will have a URL. Later, we're going to need this URL to load the PDF into our app. And this URL is going to be a string. We want a key. That's how we identify this certain file through our uploading provider, through our file hosting service that we're going to use. This is going to be of type string as well. And we need a created add property, which is a date time with at default. And by default, it's going to be right now. And we also want an updated at, which is also going to be a date time, and it's going to be at updated at, something Prisma already knows. We don't need to do it ourselves. Awesome. The thing is, right now, a file has nothing to do with a user. And we want to tell Prisma that each user can have multiple files. The way we can do that is by going into the user model and then adding a file in uppercase, or not uppercase, but capitalized, and this is going to be a file array. So that means each user can have multiple files in an array of files. And now, just by formatting this page using prettier, oops, I didn't mean to do that, Prisma is automatically going to add this relation right here for us, which is really, really convenient. Beautiful. Now we have files. We have the file functionality. We can save or Prisma schema, and always when we do local changes in this file right here, we need to push them into the database and generate our local types from them. So npx prisma db push is how we push these changes we just did in the file into our cloud database, and it says operation not permitted, and that is always because we still have a running dev server. So let's go into our dev server, stop it for a hot second, and retry this command. This time it will work, and then we also need to generate our Prisma types. So npx prisma generate after running npx prisma db push to generate our local TypeScript types right here so we can work with them, and Prisma knows what a file is. Awesome. After running that, we can close out of that console for now. Let's restart the dev server by saying pnpm dev, npm run dev, or yarn dev, whatever you're using. And that was basically all we need to do for now. Now we have files, and now we can display all user files in this dashboard page right here. And to do that, we're going to use the full power of tRPC. So let's create a new API endpoint in tRPC. Therefore, let's go to the index.ts in tRPC. This is our, main router where we can define all the API endpoints we want. We could also split this up in separate routers, so there's less code in this router. but I think for now this is totally cool. And let's create a new API endpoint called getUserFiles. And the purpose of this getUserFiles is, as the name states, we pass in a user ID and we get back all the files that this user owns. However, this should not be a public procedure. You remember what this means? It means anyone can query this API endpoint. That's not what we want. We only want logged in users to be able to call this API. Therefore, let's define something called an auth procedure. Someone only that is authenticated will be able to call this procedure. And the way we do that is by defining a custom middleware inside of our tRPC.ts file. In the file tree, in case you're lost, it's in the tRPC folder and then the tRPC file right here. Now let's give this middleware a name. I always go for isAuth, so is the user authenticated or not? And this is going to be equal to middleware, which is something we can also get from this t object we also get the router from. So we can just say const middleware is going to be equal to t.middleware, and that's it. So the isAuth is equal to middleware, and this takes in a callback function. And conveniently, into this callback function, we get something called options passed from tRPC, and we also want to mark this as asynchronous. Great. Right now, this is giving us a squiggly red underline because we're not returning anything from here, which tRPC expects us to, but one step after another, we're going to do that in a second. First off, let's declare the business logic of our middleware. And in here, we want to make sure a user is authenticated. And the way we can do that with kind or authentication provider is by using the getKind server session right here and destructuring the getUser function from it. So now we can say const user is equal to getUser and invoke that. Now this user will contain either the user object or it will be undefined or null or any other falsy value. So what we can do is insert a guard clause. If we have no user, or if there is no user.id, in that case, we're gonna throw a new tRPC error right here, and the code we can pass in a configuration object. The code right here is gonna be unauthorized. The user is not able to call this API endpoint if they're not logged in. And to get rid of this error, finally, we're gonna return the options.next. So the next action after this middleware, which is obviously the API route in our case, right here, this will be executed next, or another middleware if we decided to chain them, which we're not gonna do right here. And this options.next takes a context. What this context allows us to do is pass any value from this middleware directly into our API route that uses this private procedure. Let me show you what this means and why this is so useful. For example, we can attach the user ID. This is gonna be the user.id. And also we can just pass the user right away. And there's a reason why we pass these separately. So let me show you first what the context does. We can get access to it in any API route that now uses this middleware. Now we need a procedure from it. So let's export a const private procedure is going to be equal to, and then we're going to call the regular T we have right here. And then we can say dot procedure dot use, and then here pass the isAuth middleware. That means when somebody calls this procedure, then it makes sure to run through this middleware beforehand to ensure whatever business logic is in here is run before this API endpoint is called. And what this allows us to do is destructure the context in our API route. So for example, in the private procedure that we want the get user files to be, we want this to be a query as well. It's like a get request for all the files one user has. It takes a callback function as always. And now we're able to destructure the context right here. So what that means is we can now destructure from the context, and that is precisely what we have passed into the context right here. So that's going to be the user and the user ID. If I were to add like a name of, John into what we're passing next, then that would also be included in the context. And why doesn't this work? Let's see if it works if we just reload the window, because technically it should be right here. Let's see, there we are. Okay, it was just a TypeScript error. Now we can see the name is also included in the context. So whatever we pass into the middleware context right here is then going to be accessible to us inside of the context from our API endpoint, which is super useful. In our case, For this get user files endpoint, the only thing we need is the user ID from the context. And let me quickly show you why we pass those separately. If we get the user and then say ID is equal to user.id, in that case, TypeScript doesn't know that there is definitely a user, that there is logged in. We know it, but TypeScript doesn't. And that's why, instead of just having this operator right here to tell TypeScript, hey, don't worry, it's definitely a string. Instead, we can just pass the user ID as it is and make our life a bit easier. So that's why we pass these two separately right here. Okay, and then in the get user files route, what we're gonna do is return the result of this operation. Await db.file.findMany. And of course, we have to turn this into an asynchronous function just by adding the async right up here. And what do we want to find? Well, or where do we want to find rather? We want to find where the user ID matches this user ID right here. Because for each file, we store which user it belongs to. And this is now the full beauty of tRPC. If we go back to the dashboard and say const worry about the destructure later is going to be equal to tRPC dot, we can already get the user files from here, and then the use query we can use on that. We get automatic type safety on the data. tRPC knows the type of the data that we are returning from this API endpoint. I cannot tell you how useful this is and how much time and nerves it saves us during the development of this application. It's really cool. You can use it in all the applications from going forward. tRPC doesn't support every use case. For example, it only supports JSON values, and we're gonna see that later. But for 95% of use cases, or even 99, tRPC is insanely useful, and you can always go back to regular API routes if tRPC should not support what you're trying to do right here. So the data we get on the front end is automatically going to be queried as the page loads, and let's call it files because that's what they are. So we're gonna rename it from data to files so it's a bit more fitting, and then display all the files as per our list or requirements right here on the page. The way we're gonna do that is right here. If we have files and the files.length, there we go, is not equal to 0. So if we have more than or equal, okay, let me put it a different way. If we have one file or more, then we're gonna render out this first block of JSX right here. And else, if we have no files or files is undefined, then we want to do another check. And that is if this route is currently loading. And we can easily get that state by just destructuring it from tRPC, because after all, it's just a very thin wrapper around React Query, which has this feature. So else, if we are loading, then we want to display some kind of loading state. And else, if we are not loading and there are no files, in that case, we should display in empty state, like there are no files yet or whatever. So let's just put an empty div right here. Let's put a empty div right here. We're gonna worry about that in a second. And let's put an empty div in here as well to get rid of the syntax errors. Great. Let's start with the empty state because that's going to be the first state that we're actually going to need. So let's go to the last case that we're checking for, and let's give this div a class name. That is going to be margin top 16, flex dash call, an items dash center, and a gap of 2, just like that. Let's give it a bit more space. Inside of here, we're going to use the ghost icon from Lucid React as a self-closing icon and give it a class name of height 8 with 8, a text zinc of 800. Right below this icon, we're gonna have an h3 saying pretty empty around here. This h3 is gonna get a class name of font dash semi-bold and a text of XL. And right beneath that, a paragraph element saying let's. And again, we're not going to use this apostrophe, but instead the and, a pause, and then colon to make it safe and not throw any build errors. Let's upload your first PDF, period. And that's our empty state done right there. Let's take a look at if this works and how it looks like. Let's reload the page. And of course, I suspect, oh no, the dev server is back up. Great. And it's giving us an error. Maybe one of these should be marked as a client entry. That's probably because we forgot to mark this as a client component. We are doing this because we're using a client-side utility right here. That's why this needs to be marked as a client component or dashboard. Great. And there's our empty state because we have no files. We just searched the entire database. We get back that we have no files. There is the empty state. Beautiful. Now let's add a loading state because right now, if we load this, there is just nothing and then the empty state pops up. That's not ideal. We want a real loading state. And the way we're going to do that is by adding one very lightweight dependency, and that is the React loading skeleton. So navigate into your CMD and let's add a new dependency, npm install, pnpm install, doesn't matter, react-loading-skeleton. Let's hit enter on that. That's going to install a dependency for us. And what was that? Bad gateway 402. It seems like npm is having some problems right now, but our dependency was installed successfully. Awesome. And what that allows us to do is to import a skeleton right here in our dashboard. It's like a loading state that looks good by default. And we get this from React loading skeleton, just like this. Okay. Right now, to make sure this loading skeleton actually works and the CSS is imported that it needs to work, let's quickly navigate into our layout.tsx, the root layout, and we need to import a CSS file right here. It also states this in the documentation for React loading skeleton, but let's just say import, and this is going to be React loading skeleton /dist/skeleton.css. Make sure to import that in the root layout so we can always in every page just use this dependency without having to import the CSS right there. And what that also means is we can now already use the skeleton in our dashboard, and we're going to make use of it right here in the is loading. So instead of the div we have right here, let's replace this with the skeleton, just like this. It's going to be self-closing with a height of 100, a class name of my-2, a margin on the top and bottom of 2, and then a count we're going to pass in as a separate prop. That is going to be 3, just like this. And we should be able to see a beautiful loading state in our app, assuming, of course, that the dev server was running. So let's quickly start that up and see how the loading state is looking, and it should look really, really nice and clean right there. It's barely seeable. You can see the CSS pop up right there. And in your app, right now, if you edit the skeleton, it looks really nice as a loading state, and then the empty state pops up right here. Beautiful, but what if the user actually has files? Currently, we're just showing an empty div. That's not in the expectation of the user. So instead, what we're going to do is create a UL, an unordered list element right here. And this unordered list, we want to show all the files in. So it's going to wrap all file elements just like this. Let's give it a class name of margin top 8, a grid -calls -1, a gap of 6. We want a divide of y, a divide zinc, and let's give this just a tad more space for the longer class name, a divide zinc 200, medium grid calls 2, and large grid calls 3 to have 3 columns on large devices and up. And inside of this UL, we can actually map over our files. Okay, so for the files, let's sort them first and then map over them. So we can say files.sort, and the sorting in JavaScript always gets an A and a B value in the callback right here that we can then use to execute a function on. And what we want to return is the new date, the b.createdAt. We want to get the time for that. So new date b.createdAt.getTime minus the new date of the a.createdAt.getTime and invoke that. There we go. And why is that giving us an error? Okay, don't worry about the error yet. That is because we're not rendering out any valid React element from it yet. That's what we're going to do right now. So let's map over these sorted files. We could also sort them from the database right away. It doesn't really matter. And then for each file we're mapping over, let's display some JSX right here. The topmost element is going to be an li element because inside of a list goes a list element, We are using semantically correct HTML in this build, of course. And the first thing we're going to add is a key. Every time we map over something, we need a key for React to know the integrity of this list element. And this is just going to be the file.id, anything that's unique to this li element. And this li is also going to get a class name. That is going to be callspan1-1. There we go. A divide-y, a divide gray of 200, rounded-large, a background of white, and let's give this more space. There we go. Where were we? Background of white, a shadow, a transition, and a hover shadow-LG. So when we go over it with a mouse, there's a little beautiful shadow added with a transition property. Awesome. Inside of this list element, we want to display a couple things like the name and so on. Let's just hard code this for now so we can already see what this looks like. Let's go into here. And okay, we have no files yet. So I guess we're gonna have to wait with taking a look at what this looks like here in a second. But once we add our first file, you're gonna see, wow, this looks beautiful, man. Inside of here, inside of this list element, we're gonna add a link from next/link. And the reason is, if we click on an element, we obviously want to be taken to the page where we can view the details, like view the PDF file and ask the file questions and so on. That's why we want the link element right here, leading to an href of a template string, so we can dynamically insert values. And this is going to be /dashboard/ and then the file.id. So later on, we're going to be using dynamic Next.js routes to make this happen. Inside of this link, or actually rather in this link, let's give it a class name of flex-call and gap-2. Give it a bit more space so you can see the entire class name. There we go. Inside of this link, we're going to add a div, and this div is going to get a class name of padding top of 6. We want a padding x of 6. We want flex, a width of full to make it take up all the space it possibly can, an items-center. We want a justify -between, and lastly a space x of 6. Inside of this div, let's add a little decoration element. This is going to be a self-closing div, just for some decoration and color. This div is going to get a class name of height of 10, a width of 10, a flex shrink of 0. Then we want a rounded -full, so it's going to be a circle, a background gradient to, and then R for right side, from -cyan -500 to -blue -500. This right here is how we make gradients, beautiful gradients with Tailwind CSS, by the way. We can save that already, and I really want to show you what this looks like in the browser. So how about we just add a fake file to our account, npx Prisma Studio, so we can actually see what we're building here in the dashboard. I think that's way more fun. So let's open up the Prisma Studio in our browser by pasting in the localhost 5555. Let's go to files and just create a new one. So let's expand this just a bit, click add record. The name is going to be mocked. The upload status doesn't matter yet. The URL is going to be mocked. The key is going to be mocked, and all other stuff is generated automatically for us, just so we have something to show for. Awesome. So if we go back to our page, reload it, then we should be able to see the file, right? Why doesn't this work? Did we forget to add the... We probably forgot to add the... Yeah, okay, the user ID. The user is not linked currently to this file, so let's select our user. And can we just hit enter on this? Yes, we can. So now we linked the file to the user, and now we should be able to see it right here in our dashboard. Right now, there is no title or anything, but the blue dot in the card for this file is already there. So now we can actually see what we are working on, which is very nice. And we can go below this decorator div and continue our work right here. Let's create a new div in here with a class name of flex-1. So it will take up all the space it can within the flex container, and truncate, that will cut off names if they are too long, so they will still look good. Even if it's like a really long name and you make the window very small, it's still going to look good with truncate. In here, let's create one more div with a class name of flex, an items-center, and also a space x of 3, And lastly, in here, an h3 element. This is going to contain the file.name, just like this, and get a class name of truncate as well, a text of large, a font of medium, just to make it pop a bit, and a text of zinc 900. Beautiful. Let's format it, hit save, and we can see the mocked file name show up right here. This would be the actual file name of our PDF later. So, you know, lecture notes.pdf or whatnot. And that's pretty much it. Now below the link tag right here, let's create a new div element with a class name of padding x of 6, a margin top of 4, a grid calls 3, for 3 columns, a place dash items dash center, a padding y of 2, a gap of 6 as well, a text of extra small. These are just going to be some details for the file we are currently creating. Let's give this a tad more space so you can see this easier. Let's actually go into full screen for this, and a text zinc of 500, just like this. And here, just some additional details for the file. For example, when it was created. So let's create one more div in here with a class name of flex, an items dash center, and a gap of 2, and a plus icon in here we get from Lucid React. This is going to be plus. We can just declare this as a self-closing component with a class name of height 4, h-4 for height 4, width of 4. Inside of this div, we want to display when this file was uploaded, right? The way we can do that is typically through the file.created@, just like this. But the problem is this is like a really weird timestamp that looks super weird if you just left it like this. So we want to format this timestamp to actually, you know, look good. And the way we are going to achieve that is through a very lightweight dependency that is called pnpm install, npm add, or whatever. And the dependency is called date-fns for functions, just some utility functions we can use on dates, because working with dates in JavaScript, if you've ever done it, you know it's an absolute headache, and this library makes it really enjoyable. Let me show you. So inside of these curly braces for a dynamic value, let's call the format we get from the dependency we have just installed. Let's go to the very top, import the format function from date-fns, the dependency we've just installed. Go back down to this little information section right here, right below the plus. And now we can call the new date and pass the file.created@add in here. Now we're still going to get an error because the format also expects as the second argument the format we want it in. So you can see expected 2 to 3 arguments, but got 1. That's obviously not enough. So as the second one, we're gonna pass the format we want this in. And for us, that's gonna be MMM on all caps for the month as a human readable name, and then YYYY for the complete year. And just like that, by saving that and then restarting the dev server, you're gonna see this looks so much better now, because instead of this super ugly string right here, 2023-09, whatever this is, which looks horrible, let's reload the page, and it's just going to say September 2023. How cool is that? It looks so much cleaner. Awesome. After this first div with a plus in the format, let's create a second one. And in here, we're gonna say message square, which is an icon we get from Lucid React. And this is gonna be useful for later when we add the messaging functionality to a PDF file. For now, let's just give it a class name of height 4 and width 4. And normally in here, we would display how many messages the user has exchanged with this PDF file. For now, we're just gonna say mocked, and that's fine. And last thing we want is for users to be able to delete this file, right? If we take a look at our requirements for this page, we want a little icon right here in the top and the bottom right that lets users delete this file. First off, let's save this and take a look at, okay, why does this look so weird? Because we forgot to give this div a class name, and also because I messed up the position of this div. It should be inside of the div with the padding x of 6 and not outside of it. And this div also gets a class name, the same class name we applied to the first div. We can just go ahead, grab that class name from the first div, go into our second div and paste it in here. And that's looking much, much better. Awesome, with the mocked. And now as the third element, we want a little button that lets users delete this message right here. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to use our button or UI button. And inside of here, we're just going to display a trash icon we get from Lucid React with a class name of height4 with 4. And this trash icon can be self-closing. If we just save this, it would look really weird. It wouldn't really look like a destructive action, like a, it should be red probably, right? And it should also be smaller. This is a really, really big button. So let's pass the size of small into it. That's already looking a bit better. And let's pass a class name of width full. I just think that looks much better than having the small button. It now extends all the space it can within this 3-column grid that we have going on here. And as for the variant of this button, we can pass in the destructive, not the default, the destructive, to make it red. Now, I personally think that this red is a bit too much. It looks too vibrant, it takes away from the blue and the name and so on. It looks very flashy. It really draws your eye to it. That's why I think it's a good idea to adjust our globals.css just a bit to make this button look a bit more balanced. Therefore, let's navigate into our globals.css, and for the destructive values that we have right here, the dash dash or hyphen hyphen destructive and the destructive foreground, these are the only values we're going to change to custom values. So follow me here. The dash dash destructive is going to be 0, then 86% and 97% as the last value. Awesome. And we can also add like a little annotation right here, custom value, just so we know later that, okay, this is what we changed right here. And then for the destructive foreground, let's change this to 0, then 74%, and lastly 42% as well. And we can simply copy the little disclaimer we have from up here that this is also a custom value. If we save this, you can see it turned around pretty much, and it looks so much more balanced, much more subtle. It is there if you're looking for it, but it doesn't draw the eye too much. I just think this is a much more balanced approach to building this beautiful dashboard right here. And we can close out of the globals.css. We don't need them anymore. Let's finish up this button and let's actually give it some functionality, because with tRPC, there's nothing more enjoyable than building API routes. So in order to use tRPC, by the way, we can close out of a lot of files right here. Let's go into our index.ts for tRPC, where we declare all the API routes that we have in our application. Again, you can split them. You don't have to have them all in one router. We're going to do that later when it comes to the PDF files. You're going to see that. But for now, just jam it in here. This is totally cool. Okay, for the delete file API route that we're going to declare in here, we also want a private procedure. Very important, not anyone should be able to delete any file. You need to be logged in for this to work. Very, very important. And then this is going to require an input. This is the first time we're using this. This is like a post body. For example, if you make a post request, you need a body to it. And this is nothing more than the input. And we can use a schema validation library called Zod to validate right away what we get back or what we get input here on the server side. The way we can do that is by saying Z, and this is just the letter Z, and we can import at the very top of the file Z from Zod, just like this. Now, if you've never worked with Zod before, don't worry, I'm going to show you exactly what this does for us. Let's call the z.object, and this actually, takes an object with an ID property, and that is going to be a z.string. So what we just did, right, is essentially we said whenever you call this API endpoint as the post request body, you need to pass in an object. And this object needs to have an ID property, and this ID needs to be of type string. This is how we can enforce types at runtime, because TypeScript is purely at build time, but this works at runtime. And if we don't pass data that exactly matches this right here, the API route is going to throw an error. It's not going to let you call it, which is amazing for us. Of course, the input alone is not enough for this API route to work. We also need the business logic, and we are going to do that inside of a mutation by chaining it to the input. So private procedure.input.mutation. And inside of this mutation, this takes a callback function, by the way, we can declare the API route logic for this API endpoint. First off, we need the user ID. And as you already know, we can destructure the context because this is a private procedure. The user ID is automatically passed in here because that's what we did in the middleware. And we can destructure the user ID right here from the context in the very beginning of the business logic. There we go. And then let's find a file that matches certain criteria. So const file is going to be equal to await. And again, to be able to use await right here, we have to turn this into an asynchronous API endpoint. Now we can call the await and we can say db.file.find first. And we want to find the first file where the ID of the file matches the input.id. Okay, we also need to destructure the input. That's how we get access to it. So not only the context, but also the input. And the input automatically has the type of what we declared up here in the input. If we, whatever, added like a z.string for a name property, for example, that would immediately be reflected in this type as well. That is incredible developer experience, if you ask me. So now we can make sure the input.id matches the ID of the file in our database. Also, very, very important, if we left it at this would be extremely insecure because anyone could pass any ID and we would find that file and later delete it. We also need to make sure the file has the user ID of the user that is calling this API endpoint, and those need to be comma separated. So not only should we pass an ID, but we are only searching for files that the currently logged in user owns, because a user should not be able to delete files for any other user, right? That would be horrible in terms of security. And if there is no such file that the user owns and is trying to delete at this point, then we're going to throw a new tRPC error, just like this. And as a code, we're going to pass not found, because there is no file that this user owns that has the requested ID. And if that is successful, the user is trying to delete one of their own files, then we're going to say await db.file.delete. There we go. And we are going to delete the file where the ID matches the input.id, and we can also pass the user ID right here. Oh, it doesn't even take that. Okay, awesome. And after deleting that file, we can just return the file that we have found. We don't really need to return anything, but I prefer just doing it. We are not going to really need it on the front end anyways, but it is a good idea to return the data from the backend. Awesome. So what that means is now we can actually have the delete functionality from the front end and call the backend. Let me show you how this works. This is the first time we're using an API endpoint not as a GET request, but as a POST request, right? This is the first time we're making use of this mutation, which is for changing, mutating data. That's what it's for. And then the query is for getting data. So let me show you how this works. The way we can call this action from the front end is by destructuring something from the tRPC. This is the same thing as with the query for now. We can call the function we have just created, which is delete file, and then use mutation and invoke that. Now from this function, we can destructure something called mutate, which is just how we can call this action right here. So when we invoke the mutation anywhere from our component, then this code is going to be run, or a request is going to be made to our API endpoint and running this code right here. So let me show you how this looks in detail. First off, let's rename the mutate to delete file. Oftentimes I found it always matches this right here when we're working with mutations, because that's what the action is. We're not mutating anything. I mean, technically we are, but it's just a better idea to also give it a name that makes sense for us as developers. And when do we want to delete this file? Well, we want to delete this file when we press this button to delete a file right here. So let's add an on-click event to this button. And whenever we click it, we want to say delete file and invoke that. And already you can see this gives us an error because it expects an ID property of the file we want to delete. And this is nothing else than the file we're mapping over .id. Okay, we can save that, and technically that will already work. Let's try it out. Let's hit the trash icon right here. And technically that already worked. If we reload the page, it's going to be gone. But we can't expect our users to know that. They won't reload the page. They get no feedback. this works technically, but it's not an implementation that is perfect. It could be better. So let's make it better. Let's add a loading state, and let's also let the user know that their action is successful and reload the page after they have deleted their file. So first off, let's go back into our Prisma schema. It might already be open. There we go. And let's quickly create another file. Let's add a record. Let's go into full screen for this, just so we have something to work with. Let's say name is mocked, URL is mocked, key is gonna be mocked, and then let's link the user, which is gonna be me right here. In your case, that's gonna be you. Hit enter, and that's gonna link the user to the file. Beautiful. Let's give it a bit less space, go back into here, and there we can see beautiful or mocked file once again. Now I want to show you a really, really cool trick. So whenever we delete the file, we want it to be gone, right? We shouldn't have to reload the page for the file to be gone and the empty state to show. No, when we click the button, we want it to just be gone so the user doesn't have to reload. Let me show you how we can do this. In the use mutation, we can use a callback called onSuccess. So when the route has been successful and the file has been deleted from our database, we can work or we can execute any code that we want. And the code we are going to execute, let me show you. Let's up here above the getUserFiles.query, let's say const utils is going to be equal to tRPC.useContext. And what this allows us to do, this utils, is to invalidate this query right here, essentially forcing it to refresh the data, because this is how we get the data. And if we can force it to invalidate, then it's going to get the data again and find, hey, the mocked file is not there anymore, so I'm going to remove it from the page without the user having to reload the entire page. Let me show you how this works. We can call the utils.getUserFiles, whichever API endpoint we want to address, and then call the .invalidate method on it. And already what this does is when I click this trash icon, we don't have any loading states yet, but you can see once the API is successful, the data is automatically refreshed without us having to reload the page. Beautiful. Let's quickly add that back in once again. Let's go into our Prisma Studio, add a record, and let me very quickly just throw something together here. URL, key, and link the user like that. Hit enter. There we go. So we have something to work with again. Move this into a side-by-side, and there is our file once again. Okay, let's finish up the beautiful user experience in here by adding a loading state. And the thing is, if we just try to add a loading state like this, it wouldn't work. One, there would be a naming conflict. And then secondly, right, we want to only display a loading state for the one file that we are currently deleting. Imagine if there were 4 files, right? We wouldn't want to show a loading state for each one of them. If any, like imagine if I press delete on this file, right? Not all of them should have a loading state, but only this file should have a loading state instead of the little trash icon right here. So we can't really use this because this is going to be true if this function is called at all, right? For any icon. So instead we need to know which file specifically is currently being deleted. And to achieve that, we're going to make use of state. So at the very top of the file, let's declare a constant and call it currently deleting file, and also set currently deleting file by React convention. This is going to be equal to use state. We can get that from React, give it a bit more space, just like so. And this is going to be of type string or null. We can pass that as a generic into the use state, and by default, this state is going to be null, just like this. So it's going to be defined, but it's not going to have a value. And then whenever the mutation right here is called, we want to add that file we are currently deleting to this currently deleting file state. Just like with the onSuccess, there are more callbacks we can use to make exactly this happen. Like the onMutate that is called whenever we click the button right away, not just when the API route has resolved successfully. So right away, we can destructure the ID from here because it's passed in automatically by tRPC into this onMutate callback, and we can set the currently deleting file to this ID, right? That's the beauty. And lastly, on the onSettled, whenever either an error is thrown or the onSuccess or the API resolved successfully, whatever it is, as long as it's done somehow, we can call the onSuccess, or it's automatically being called for us, and we can set the currently deleting file to null. So whether there's an error or not, the loading state should always stop at that point, right? And lastly, we need to determine if this file that we're mapping over should be loading right now or not. And doing that is really, really easy. So we're gonna conditionally render the icon right here. Currently, we're only showing the trash icon, but if the currently deleting file is triple equal to the file that we're mapping over .id, if we are deleting this file, then that's why we have a question mark. We want to show some JSX, and else we want to show the trash icon. So if it is the currently deleting file, then we want to show the loading state. The way we do that is by showing a loader2 icon we get from Lucid React, just like we did before with a class name of height4 with 4 and animate-spin, so it spins around a bit. Let's see if that works. Let's add a second file in our Prisma Studio. Let's go in here, let's give it a bit more space. And let's add a second file. Let's say second, copy and paste that. You don't need to follow along. I just want to show you that this works. And I didn't want to set it to that. There we go. And also link the user to it. So now we should have two files showing up in our dashboard. Let's see if that works. It does, beautiful. And now I'm gonna click delete on this one and see what happens. The loading state should only be on this one. And then whenever the API route has resolved successfully, that file is gone and everything looks so smooth, so beautifully with an A1 user experience. If you're following along, really good job. Grasping this concept of giving the user a good experience just like this is going to take you very far, and you'll be able to reuse it across all your projects, not just this one we're building, but that's the main point of this video, right? I want you to learn good stuff that you can reuse across all your projects to make them much better. And congratulations, that is the dashboard done. That's our dashboard functionality. It looks really clean, and we can even click on these items. Now, when I do click on this file, it's going to forward us to a domain that is /dashboard/NID. And of course, there's a 404 because that page doesn't exist in our app yet. And the goal for this is to be the main interface where a user interacts with their PDF file, where the user can view the PDF file on the left-hand side and chat to it on the right-hand side. That is what this page should be. And to learn how we can work with dynamic routes in Next.js, let's close out of all of this and let me show you how this works. So the URL, let's take a look at this. Let's copy it over and then let's go into Excalibur right here, paste it in, and let's dissect what this means. Let's go into full screen. So this is the URL we're currently forwarded to, right? So this is our, let's make this colorful. This is our host. This doesn't really matter. Then this is the dashboard path. This is important for when I'm going to show you how this works in a second. And then this last part right here is going to be passed automatically into the page by Next.js as something called the params. Okay, so this value, this last part right here is what we need in order to fetch the file from our database once we navigate to the page, right? So when we land on this page, we get this certain ID because this is nothing else than a file ID. And remember, when we forward it to the page right here from our dashboard, you know, slash dashboard slash, and then it should be file ID right here. This is the link we just clicked. So we get forwarded and the file ID is passed into this page. So we need to retrieve it when we're on the page from the URL and make a database request with this file ID to get the contents for the file to display on this page. And the way we can do that in Next.js, let me show you. The dashboard right here is important because this needs to happen in the dashboard route. So under app, dashboard, this is where the magic will happen. In here, we can create a new folder and give it an angled bracket for a dynamic route and call it file ID. Just like this in angled brackets. And as always, you know the drill, this needs to have a page.tsx in which we determine the content that will be shown on this page. Let's say cons page is going to be equal to nothing else than a plain arrow function and export that as the default from this page right here. Now on this page, how do we get access to this file ID, which is what we need to make a database call, right? The steps are retrieve the file ID and then secondly, make database call to get all the details like the file URL. We need to later render out the PDF. But how do we get the file ID on this page? Well, the answer is it's automatically passed into the page for us by Next.js, and the only thing we need to do is destructure it. We need to destructure the params from this page and declare a type of what these params are. Let's call this page props. For example, we could call this anything we want, but they are the properties of the page, so let's call them page props. And let's create an interface for them. Interface page props. And this is a type that Next.js just gives us. It's the params type as an object, and in here, as the key goes whatever we put in the angled brackets for this file. So we can call it anything inside of the angled brackets. I could call it John in angled brackets, but it needs to match whatever is right here. As long as these two values are the same, you are golden. So in our case, that's the in angled brackets file ID, and this will always be of type string, just like this. And that's pretty much step one done. So what that means is now we can destructure the file ID from the params, and that's how we get the file ID on the page. Just to show you that this works, let's return a div and render out the file ID. Return a div, and in here we're gonna put the file ID, just like that. If I go back to the page, then we should be able to see the file ID correctly right here. Beautiful. And what that also means is now we can get the details for this file from our database. First off, however, we need to make sure the user is logged in. So first off, let's get the user. Const, and you know the drill by now how this works, const get user is going to be equal, to get kind server session and invoke that. And to get the actual user object, we can just call the get user function and invoke it. Great. If there is no user on this page, if they're not logged in, or if there is no user.id, in that case, we want to redirect the user. And it seems, yeah, okay, the auto imports do work. We want to redirect them. We get that from next/navigation. And we want to redirect them to the /auth-callback. And the origin is going to be equal to dashboard/ and then the file ID we get passed in here as a param. And of course, for this templating syntax to work, we need to wrap this in template strings instead of plain, quotes. That's how we can actually get the file ID to work. Beautiful. So if the user is not logged in and lands on this page somehow, then we can redirect them to the auth callback. And if they have an account, then they're going to be redirected back automatically because we passed the origin. Perfect. What that means now is we can actually make our database call after ensuring we have a user. So the const file, the file details for this page are going to be equal to await. And to be able to use the await syntax, we can just make this page asynchronous because we're using Next.js 13 server components by default in this app. We want to await a database operation, db import that .file.find first. And we want to find the first file where the ID of the file matches the file ID that is passed in as a param, and also where the user ID matches the user.id. That is why we have this guard clause up here. If we didn't have this, I could view your files and you could view my files. That wouldn't be good, right? We don't want that to happen. So a user can only view their own files. That's why we have this line right here. And if there is no file, then we can return something called not found, which also next/navigation gives to us. And what this does is essentially it throws a 404 error. Let me show you what this does. If true, not found, then we're always going to throw this 404. 404, this page could not be found. Beautiful. But of course, we only want this to happen if there is no file. And in our case, there is a file because the ID does exist in the database. Beautiful. And now we can actually get started in the JSX we want to display on this page. And to have a clear goal in mind for this JSX, let's once again switch over to our drawing app and kind of list the requirements and the visual. You can just copy this over from the dashboard, paste it in here, and then file view. And let's just call it that. So it's going to be the detail view for one certain file, also in the dashboard. Okay, let's get rid of the requirements and let's get rid of this visual stuff because it is gonna look a bit different. And let's first off list the requirements, right? A user should be able to view their PDF. I think that's the first one, right? The PDF should be shown on the left-hand side. So just like this, and this will be the PDF. Then we want to have some options like PDF options. For example, that's going to be up here with rotating your PDF, and let's make this colorful so we can tell it belongs together, just like this. Like rotating the PDF, zooming, switching to the next page, and so on. We want that at the very top of the PDF viewer. We also want them to be able to chat to PDF. That's the main functionality of our app. That's super important, and that will happen right here on the right hand side. Let's make this blue so we can tell what it belongs to. This is going to be the chat, and also inside of here needs to be an input field just like this. They can use to type in their text, and then the chat messages are going to show up here. This is for the chat messages. Great. Are there any other requirements for this page? We want like a full screen view. That's more of a detail we're going to add. We don't need to list it explicitly here, but this is pretty much the gist of how things are going to look. It's a 2-column layout with a PDF viewer on the left side and the chat on the right side. And what probably makes sense is to have the chat take up a bit less space and the PDF to take up a bit more space visually, because the PDF likely is pretty small, the text, and it just makes it easier to read if it's a bit larger. So like a 60%, 40% split or something like that. Awesome. And with a basic idea of what we want to build, we can save a lot of time in the actual building process. So let's move this over, give it a bit more space, move this into a side-by-side. There we go. And move this into view just a tad. Now we can get started on the JSX of what we want to build. Okay, the first top level div, we can remove the file ID. That's not what we want to display on the dashboard. Is going to get a class name of flex1, a justify dash between, a flex dash call, and a height, and a calculated height. So we're going to put it in angled brackets for a custom value. That's how we do it in Tailwind, with a calc in here. This is a regular CSS thing. We can just use the calc to calculate a custom value. And what we are going to calculate is going to be 100 VH for view height units that make up the entire screen, minus 3.5 rem. And these 3.5 rem don't come from anywhere. This is to offset the navbar height. So everything looks really, really good, even with the navbar. Inside of here, we're going to create one more div with a class name of mxAuto to center it on the horizontal axis automatically, a width of full, a maximum width of 8XL. We want this viewer to take up a lot of space, and that's why we made the custom 8XL value in the Tailwind config. We can just call it like that, a grow, and on large, we want a flex property, and lastly on XL devices, a padding X of 2 for this visual representation that we have right here. Okay, first off, we want to build the left sidebar and the main wrapper. So as for the left bar, right, the renderer, this is what I refer to when I mean the left side. It's the entire PDF renderer with all the options that come along with it. Let's define the layout for that first. So let's say as a comment just for us so we can easily tell what's going on. Let's say left side, and that's it. We can just tell what's going on. And a div in here. This div is going to get a class name of flex-1, and on extra large devices and up, we want a flex property on here. Inside of here goes another div with a class name of padding X of 4, a padding Y of 6. We want on small devices a padding X of 6. We want on large devices a padding left of 8, and on extra large devices and up, we want a flex of 1, and last one on extra large devices and up, we want a padding left of 6. Inside of here comes the main content for the PDF viewer, which is going to be a custom component, and we can already add it in. Let's call it PDF renderer. This is a component that doesn't exist yet, so let's quickly create it in our source, and then under components, let's create a new file called PDF renderer.tsx. which is nothing else than a arrow function. Const PDF renderer is going to be an arrow function. Let's export that as the default, PDF renderer, and let's just return a div saying PDF renderer from here, just for now, so we can see everything works. and import it back in our page.tsx. So we can already have this show up. And then let's go down one closing div, two closing div, enter, enter with two closing divs left. And then here is where the right-hand side goes. So we're just defining the top level layout for this entire page right now. We did this, the left side. Now we're going to do the right side, the chat right here. And this is going to live inside of a div with a class name of shrink -0 to not let this shrink any further, a flex dash, and then as a custom value, again in angled brackets, that's how we do that in Tailwind CSS, is 0.75 right here. A border dash T for top, a border dash gray dash 200. On large devices, we want a width of 96. That's something we can pass in that Tailwind accepts. Let's give it a bit more space just for a second right here. Two more properties. We want on large devices a border dash L, and we also want on large devices a border top of 0. And that's it. Inside of here, let's give this a bit less space once again. Inside of here comes a wrapper component. And this wrapper component is going to prove super useful here in a bit. You're going to see that essentially it wraps both the input right here and the messages, which is a separate component. And you'll see it makes a lot of sense to have one component to bundle these two together, and let's call it chat wrapper. Again, a component that doesn't exist yet. So let's go into our file system right here, and under components, a new file called chat wrapper.tsx, and that is going to make working with our chat much easier. This again, the chat wrapper is nothing more than an arrow function, so const chat wrapper, and also export it as the default at the very bottom, chat wrapper, just like this. For now, let's just return a div from here saying chat wrapper and import it back in our page to make sure everything works as expected. Let's import it and actually look at our page. Let's give it a bit less space, and we can see, all right, this already looks good. On mobile devices, it's stacked below one another, and on desktop devices, if I zoom out or if I make it full screen, we can see there's a left side and there's a right side. They take up a lot of space, which looks good visually, and the chat has a bit less space. That is what the flex 0.75 is for. It has a bit less space than the PDF renderer, just as we expected or wanted it to be right here in our visual layout. And that is the top level layout for our dashboard page, beautifully done. And what that allows us is to not care about the layout while we build out these individual components, the PDF renderer and the chat one by one, as a modular approach to building this dashboard out together. Okay, and I say we do the PDF renderer first. The thing is, PDFs are not like images. You can't just use like an image tag or a picture tag and as the source use a PDF. That really just doesn't work. PDFs are done much different. And the thing is, there are even libraries like the one we're gonna use. It's called PDF-React or React PDF, the other way around. This is what it's called, this library right here, which specializes on rendering PDFs. And it's super useful, as you're gonna see. So let's install it. This is gonna be the basis for our PDF renderer here on the left-hand side. So what we are going to install, let's open up the terminal right here. We can stop the dev server, and we are going to install a dependency, npm install yarn add, doesn't matter, that is called react-pdf. It's not the one you can see here on the right-hand side. That's something different. We want react-pdf. Hit enter. That's going to install the dependency, and that is going to be the core foundation that we're going to use for displaying the PDF here on the left-hand side or on the top side if we are on mobile, because this is fully responsive. Awesome. Let's start up back the dev server by typing in pm dev, and then let's get started building a prototype of displaying a file right here on the page. So for the PDF renderer, what we are going to return at the top level is a div element with a class name of width full. We want a bg white, a rounded -md for medium, a shadow. We want flex, a flex-call, and items-center. There we go. Let's give it a bit more space so you can see the entire class name. And in here, we are going to create one more div with a class name of height 14. And very briefly, what this div will represent, let's go to excalidraw.com. Right here, this div that we're creating with a height of 14 is going to be this yellow or orange element right here, the top bar that allows us to have some, custom functionality, like going into full screen of the PDF, rotating the PDF. It's these PDF options we can see in yellow right here on the left hand side. That's what we're building in this div right here. Let's give it a width of full, a border of B for bottom, a border dash zinc dash 200, flex, items dash center, so this is horizontal, so this is vertically aligned, a justify dash between, so the items are spaced out left and right side. That's what the justify between does for us here. And lastly, a padding X of 2, just to give it a bit more space to breathe. Okay, in here, one last div, I promise, with a class name of flex, items dash center, and we want a gap of 1.5. Beautiful. Okay, so this is going to be the top bar. Let's just say top bar right here in the PDF renderer and save all of our files. And let's see what happens. Did we start up the server? Yes, we did. So technically it should be right here, and it is. We can see the top bar that is later going to be, it's going to contain the going up and down a page. We are going to have the full screen button right here on the right hand side, and also the zooming, right? That's also going to be in this top bar. And to be honest, I just realized we do have files in our database technically, but we can't even upload, normal PDFs yet to display here in the PDF renderer. So I think it makes more sense to build the upload button first, actually, before we try to render out any PDF right here in the detail view in the dashboard, right? We don't even have files to display yet. So let's quickly revisit our upload button, right? We left it at example content, and let's fix this. Let's build one of the cleanest upload buttons you've ever seen, with a progress bar that turns green when the upload is done, and all the beautiful stuff you saw in the very beginning of the video, in the teaser, right? That's what we're gonna do right now. So one library we can use for this is called, let's stop our dev server and go into our terminal and say pnpm install, and this library is for dragging and dropping, right? When this modal opens, when we're in the dashboard, right? Let's go into the dashboard just like this. Oh, we stopped the dev server. I want to show you what this does though. So I'm gonna start it back up. You don't have to follow along. This is just so I can show you what this is for. Let's let the dev server load for a second, and I'm gonna click on upload PDF, right? We want a drag and drop area right here where people can take a file, drop it into, because that's really user friendly. We don't want them to have to click in here and then select their file from the desktop. That's just really annoying. And one library that makes this super easy, handles all the edge cases and dragging and dropping for us, that is called React Drop Zone. So we're gonna install pnpm install react-drop zone, just like this, hit enter, and that's gonna handle, as I said, the dragging and dropping in a very, very clean API. Let me show you this. So after installing this dependency, what we can do is at the very top of the file of the upload button, let's import the drop zone as a default import, by the way, not as a named import. In this object syntax, we're not destructuring anything from the react-drop zone we have just installed. And this drop zone, let's put it right in here. But I think what makes life a bit easier is actually not putting all the HTML directly in here, but instead what we can do is have like a custom, upload drop zone, we can call it, a custom component, which we're also gonna define in this file. But it does make the JSX of the upload button more readable if we separate this right here into a separate component to handle all the dragging and dropping logic and separate it from the actual modal, This can be a self-closing component, that is totally fine. And let's declare it right above here. So the const upload drop zone, what we call it down here, is nothing else than a regular arrow function. As always, it's just a regular component, and this needs to return some JSX. So let's just return a div, for example, and that's gonna get rid of all the errors in here. Beautiful. Now this is gonna handle all the logic, and at the very top level, we are going to return the drop zone we got from React-drop zone. Let's give this a bit more space so we can see what's happening on the left and right hand side. There we go. We're going to return at the very top level the drop zone, and it's not going to be self-closing. And this drop zone will get a multiple something we can pass that this library supports of false, because we only want to accept one single file when people drop it in right here. Now, the cool thing about the drop zone is we can destructure some stuff right away by opening up an object right here. Inside of here goes parentheses, and this is basically just a callback function we can use to render out some more JSX. So for example, a div at the top level, right? But what the drop zone allows us to do is to destructure some stuff right in here. If we see what we could destructure, well, it's a bunch of stuff. But what we care about is the get root props, and also the get input props, and lastly, the accepted files that we can get access to. So when somebody dropped a file into our drop zone, it's gonna be right here in the accepted files, and we can work with it however we want. And the get root props and get input props, this is just important for rendering out the top level divs. So what we want to do, and this div right here, is just pass it some props that the drop zone gives to us. So we're gonna spread in the get root props result by invoking this function, and the div can just take that and we're golden, right? That's just gonna make the drop zone work. This div, also the top level div inside of the drop zone, is going to get a class name, and that class name is gonna be border. This is what's gonna make our drop zone look good in the end. A height of 64, a margin of 4, a border dashed, there we go. We want a border gray 300, and lastly a rounded of large. Let's just see what this already looks like. Let's save the file, and we probably, we need to start back up the dev server. Let's do that. Reload the dashboard to see what we're even building here on the left hand side. That's always a good idea. Let's let this load, and then click the upload PDF button. Okay, the drop zone is slowly starting to look better and better. We have a nice thin outline around the content. Let's give this a bit more space so we can see more of the class names and format this. There we go. And inside of this div, we're gonna open up one more div with a class name of flex items center. We want a justify center, a height of full, and a width of full as well. Beautiful. Now inside of this div, let's open it up, comes not another div, but this time a label tag in HTML. And this is going to be the HTML4 drop zone file. And this label is also going to get a class name, and this class name is going to be flex call items center, a justify center, a width of full, a height of full, a rounded LG for large. We also want a cursor pointer. Let's add that, cursor pointer, a background gray of 50. And lastly, in the hover state, we can use the hover pseudo element or whatever it's called for this. So hover colon, that's how we define the hover state in Tailwind. It's gonna be a BG gray of 100. Beautiful. Then let's open up this label right here. And inside of this label, we're gonna create a div element. Let's say div with a class name of flex call items center, justify center, pt-5, a little bit of padding on the top, and a pb of 6, so a little bit more padding on the bottom. All right, and not only does it look good, but if we click it, it actually opens up the file explorer to select a file. It does it on my right side monitor, so you won't be able to see it, but it will do the same for you. And we should also be able to drag something into here. And to check if this was successful, there is something called onDrop on the drop zone. So the accepted files, accepted files are something we can receive in the callback whenever this onDrop is called. So when we drop in a file, and let's just console log the accepted file for now, just to make sure that when we drag and drop something into here, let's move this into a proper side by side, it actually works. And let's go into the console right here, and let's drag and drop in a PDF file. And we can see the file is logged out in the console, the lecture notes.pdf that I just dropped in, with a date, a last modified date, a name that's going to be important later, a type. We know this is a PDF. That is also important, so we can later validate that only PDFs can be uploaded to our server, and a size of the file, which is also important because premium and free users will have different file sizes they are allowed to upload. Beautiful. So we know the drop zone works. Very, very nice. And it also looks pretty good already. We can make it look a bit better. Let's do that. Let's work on the visual design of the drop zone. The functionality is mostly done, but we can make it look way better with a cloud icon in the div element right here, which is going to be self-closing. In this cloud, let's give it a class name of height 6. Let's also give it a width of 6, a text zinc 500, and lastly a margin bottom of 2 to space it out from the content below. A p tag will go below that with a class name of mb-2, a text of small, and a text zinc of 700 right here. This p is going to contain a span element right here with a class name of font-semi-bold to make the text pop a bit more. And inside of this span element, we're going to say click to upload. And then outside of the span, right afterwards, we're going to say or drag and drop. Let's save that, see how it looks. Okay, that already looks pretty good. And lastly, right below this p tag, let's add one last p tag, and this one is going to say PDF, and then in parentheses up to 4 MB. And by the way, this 4 MB we're later going to dynamically change depending on whether the user is a pro user or not, because pro users will be able to upload 16 megabytes while free users can only use 4. And this p tag is also going to get a class name of text-xs for extra small and a text zinc of 500. There we go. Let's save that, see how it looks. Beautiful. It's very subtle right here below the main text that we want to draw the eyes to. Very, very nice. Okay, now if there are files dropped into here, currently, let's try this again. I'm going to drag a PDF file in here. Nothing happens. There is no user feedback. The file is there. Remember, it's in the console logs and we get access to it in the on drop and in the accepted files right here, but there is no user feedback. So let's fix that. Let's give the user some feedback. And that will happen right here above the label whenever we have accepted files and also the accepted files at the index of 0, because it is an array, exists. Because we only ever accept one file, we can only check for the first index. That is totally fine, and render out some JSX if this exists. If not, in that case, we're gonna render out null. We don't want anything else. By the way, this is a better idea in JSX generally than using this syntax right here. Technically, it achieves the same thing, but sometimes it can lead to a bug when this evaluates to true and you get a 1 in the end, like just a 1 on the page, and it looks really weird. And to completely avoid this bug altogether, we can always use a ternary operator and render out null, and therefore we never get like a visual bug. It rarely happens, to be honest, but let's just not even risk it. In here, we're gonna use a div element with a class name of maximum width extra small, a bg of white, flex items dash center, a rounded dash md medium, an overflow dash hidden. Let's give it an outline, a outline of, and then in custom brackets, because this is going to be a custom value, 1px to make it very thin, then a outline dash zinc dash 200, a divide dash x, and a divide zinc 200. There we go. Inside of this div we have just created with this really long class name, let's open it up. Let's also format this file. There we go. Open up the div, and inside of this div, let's create one more div like this. And this will be the preview of the file, right? When we drag in a file, this will be evaluated to true, the statement right here, and this JSX will be rendered. Inside of this div, let's give it a class name of padding x of 3, a padding y of 2, an h of full, a grid, and a place items dash center. Beautiful. Inside of here goes a file icon, so we can tell the user, hey, there is actually a file you've uploaded. It did work, so the user knows what's up. That's gonna get a height of 4, a width of 4, and a text blue of 500. Let's already preview this. So I did drag in a file, so we should see this right here, and it looks really nice, beautiful. We can make it look even better by also displaying the file name. Let's do that below this div right here in another div. And let's give this a class name of padding x of 3, a padding y of 2, a height of full, a text of small, and a truncate. Again, this truncate is important. If we had like a really long file name, let's say lorem 10 to generate a bit of text, if we just save that, you see the 3 dots at the end right here. And by the way, if you wonder how I just did this, if you type in lorem and then a number and hit tab in VS Code, it's automatically going to generate some lorem ipsum for you, if you didn't know. If we save this, this should represent a really long name, and you can see what the truncate does. It adds 3 little dots at the end, which is a really, really helpful tip you can use in any of your projects. But of course, we don't want to render out lorem ipsum. We want to render out the file name. And the way we can do that is by rendering out the accepted files at the index of 0, because we only ever accept one file, .name. That's the file name, and you can see the lecture_notes.pdf. Beautiful. Let's try this again. Let's close the upload modal, open it again, and let me drag in a file, the lecture notes. You can see the preview is right here. Very nice. Now, of course, there is no upload yet. This is only the preview. This is purely on the client side, on the user's machine, right? But of course, we want to upload the file to our servers. And for that, we're going to use a service that makes file uploading really, really easy. For now, we're just going to use mock data to finish up the JSX inside of the upload drop zone. So one thing we want to do is display a loading state, right? When somebody drags in a file, there should, of course, be a loading state. And we're going to do this using useState in React, a hook we can use to enforce UI updates. And this is going to be called isUploading. And by React convention, of course, also set isUploading as the setter for this state. Inside of here, this is always just going to be a Boolean. And just because I like it syntactically, I'm also going to give it a Boolean generic right after the useState. Again, you don't have to do this. TypeScript knows this. I just find it a bit more intuitive, especially when it comes to handling like multiple states, that you often have like null as the start, and then you assign a value later, which is Boolean. Then you need this generic, because else TypeScript would always think this is a Boolean, which is of course not true. For now, let's leave it as true. And the reason we're setting it to true, we're going to set it to false by default later, is just so we can mock the loading state and see what we're actually building. So the state, let's leave it as true, and then go back down to our JSX right below the conditional JSX, where we render out the file preview. This is where we're going to display the loading state. So if we have isUploading, if that is true, then we're going to display some JSX. And else, if this is false, again, we're going to display no, so nothing at all is shown on the page. The JSX we are going to display whenever we are uploading is going to be a div element with a class name of width full, a margin top of 4, a maximum width of extra small, XS, and an MX of auto. So this is centered horizontally. Inside of here, we want to display a progress bar. And luckily, the UI library we're using to build this entire thing has a beautiful progress bar we can use for this. Let me show you. Let's go down to progress right here. There it is. It animates between different values. It looks really, really beautiful out of the box. And this is what we're going to use. So to install this is as easy as going into our CMD. Let's clear this and saying pnpm, or let's actually use npx for this, npx shadcn-ui at latest, add, and then progress. That's going to add all the progress bar. It knows where to put it. It knows where to name it, all based on our components.json that the UI library initialization step at the very beginning did for us. This components.json right here. So we don't need to worry about anything, and just using that command is going to install all the progress component for us. Awesome. Let's start back up the dev server, and then inside of this isUploading, we can now use the progress we get from ./UI/progress. Beautiful. This can be self-closing. We don't need anything as a child in this progress, and we can pass it a value. Let's leave this value. And why doesn't this work? Let's reload the window to make this work, because we should be able to pass a value in here. And just for mocking purposes, let's leave the value at 50, so it will be half full, and also give it a class name of h-1, a very tiny height, a width of full, and a background zinc of 200. Awesome. Let's save that, go back into our modal, And because the isUploading evaluates to true always, because we put the state into true, we should be able to see the progress bar right now. And we do, which is really, really nice. Now, if the upload progress is at 100%, if we are done uploading, in that case, we want to redirect the user to the certain file dashboard view, right? The detail view with the PDF render and the chat interface that we just got started building a second ago, right? This is where they should land. And in order to let the user know that they are being forwarded, let's keep track of the upload progress. And if it is at 100%, in that case, we want to display a redirecting message and actually redirect the user, right? So let's go to the very top of the file and let's keep track of the uploading progress as state, of course, because we want UI updates to go along with it. If not, we could just use a ref. In the state, let's call it upload progress, and also again by convention set upload progress. And there we go. And this is going to be equal to useState. And for the default value of this, we're going to use 0. And just because I like it, again, I'm going to pass a number generic into here to say to TypeScript, this won't ever be anything different than a number. Now, there's one small problem we need to solve with this upload progress, and that is the service we're going to use for file uploading is not going to give us the actual upload progress. So it won't tell us what the progress is at. It will only tell us when we are done. And just to have the progress bar skip from 0 to 100 always, is not the best user experience. So this progress bar is purely for user experience anyways. And what is a really good idea if you don't have access to the actual progress is to make use of something called a determinate progress bar. Let me show you what this does. So a determinate progress bar, you use this when you don't have access to the actual progress. And the way this works is, imagine this is the entire progress bar, right? And then we want to show the progress in blue right in there. And let's give this a background of, blue as well. There we go. This is the actual progress and the black thing is the entire progress bar. When you don't have access to the actual progress, one thing a determinate progress bar does is essentially you can define how it skips the progress. You can do this yourself. So for example, in 5% increments is what we are going to use. It will proceed. And then whenever we're done throughout this process, we get the message that we're done, it will skip to 100. Right? So the user gets immediate feedback and also the correct state when we're done uploading the file, which is amazing for user experience. It doesn't just skip from 0 to 100 when we're done. That is not amazing for user experience. And the thing is, if we went to 100 before we got the call that we're done, that wouldn't be a good user experience either, because the user would obviously think the file upload is done. Why am I not being redirected? So what we are going to do, while we are not sure that the file is fully uploaded, we're going to skip ahead in 5% progress increments, just like this. Whenever we get the call, then it skips to 100. But if we don't get the call in time, then we are going to stay at 95%. So the user gets progress feedback up until this point in which they know, oh, we're almost done. Okay, this is beautiful. And then whenever we're done, this is going to skip to 100. So we are never at 100% while the file is not fully uploaded, but the user does get immediate and accurate feedback. And that is the beauty of a determinate progress bar that we are going to use in our application. We can just open up our app again, go into this, and let me show you how this works in code. So for the start simulated progress function, that's what we're going to name it, start simulated progress, just to give the user immediate and good feedback. This is going to be an arrow function right here under the upload progress state. First off, we're going to set the upload progress to 0, just to reset it if there should be any upload progress from a previous upload. Then in here, we're going to determine an interval. Let's say const interval is going to be equal to set interval, which is a JavaScript function which takes in a callback function just like this, and also an interval as the second argument. So we can pass a 500 millisecond interval right here. And also for the body of this function, the logic that should be run in here. Let's set the upload progress. And when setting a state, we can always get access to the previous value in the callback function as the first argument or parameter. I always mix those up. Let's say prev progress and have it as that. And as for the logic inside of the state setter right here, well, we want to check if the previous progress is greater or equal to 95. In that case, we are going to clear the interval and pass in the interval. So essentially we are saying don't progress anymore. We are invalidating this whole thing, so we won't update the progress past 95% when we're not sure the file is uploaded. And we're going to return the previous progress from here, which is going to be 95%. And else we are going to return the previous progress plus 5. Oops. Plus 5. There we go, because we want to increment in 5% steps. If you wanted bigger steps, you could always change this to larger numbers. I think 5 is a really good idea for good user feedback. And that's pretty much it. Last thing we do is now return the interval from this start simulated progress function, so we can call it anywhere. And the question is, where do we want to call this? And the answer is, of course, we want this to start, the progress bar to load as soon as we drag and drop in a file for an instant snappy user feedback. So we can easily utilize the onDrop function that the drop zone provides to us. And here first, let's set the isUploading to true, so we can then later use this setIsUploading value to conditionally render the progress bar, which we're already doing right here, right? So this is what we're gonna do in the onDrop. And then we can get the progress interval, const progress interval right here is going to be equal to the start simulated progress. Beautiful. So we are starting the progress bar up. Then, just in theory, conceptually, we want to handle the file uploading right here, just as a comment for us, so we know what's left to do right here. And then once the file uploading is done, then we want to clear this interval again. So we're done with the upload. We can clear the interval of progress interval, just like this at the very end of the onDrop. And then we can set the upload progress to 100 to tell the user, hey, we're done uploading. Beautiful. Okay, let's see if this works. Let's actually close down the modal and open it again. And I just noticed the value is still always at 50%. So let's change that. Let's make it dynamic and react to the current upload progress. So the value is going to be the upload progress state we have declared at the very top. Okay, let's save this. That should bring it to 0. Beautiful. Let's open back up the modal. And now let's try to drag in any PDF file. I'm going to drag in my lecture notes, and you can see, okay, that immediately updated because this process right here doesn't take very long, right? It's immediate. But if we awaited a certain timeout, let's make this asynchronous, and let's await a new promise. We get the resolve right here. We're just gonna mock some delay. So we're just gonna pretend the API to upload takes a bit, which it will. Let's set a timeout, and this timeout takes a resolve callback, and we want like a, let's give it a 1500 millisecond timeout. That's gonna make the upload take a bit, just as a mocked set. Let's drag in the PDF, and you're gonna see it skips in 5% increments until we upload. Let's say this was extremely long, this upload. Let's just mock that in case the API was very slow for some reason. Let's drag in the file. We can see still the user progress is immediate, and it will never go past 95% unless the file is actually properly uploaded. So let's give it a moment, and it was uploaded successfully. Beautiful. So even with 15,000 seconds, it's gonna stay right there until the file is uploaded. Perfect. Okay, so we can get rid of this mocked delay. This is where the actual file uploading logic will go. So how do we upload files? That is a big question in web development, because usually you would use something like AWS S3 to upload files. This is what many services use. It's a cloud storage. Let's go in here. Mine is on German. Don't worry about it. I'm just going to show you what this is about. It's like a very scalable, pretty cheap solution to store data in the cloud. The main problem with it is it's not very intuitive for beginners to set up, and you also need a credit card to set this up. And as a video, I don't think it makes too much sense to do this. Yes, I would do it personally, to be honest, but we can save ourselves a lot of time just using a managed service that wraps S3 and makes file uploading really, really easy inside of our application. It will take like a couple of minutes, and we don't have to worry about anything with S3, because just from experience, a lot of questions, especially in beginners, arise when working with S3. For that reason, we're going to use a managed service that wraps S3 called uploadthing.com. It's a tool developed by a fellow YouTuber here. He's called Theo. I'm going to link this page in the description as well. And I want to be very clear with you as to why we're using this. We are not using this because some other cool YouTuber made this, okay? We're not using this because it's some new hype tech that we could use for application. No. And this is not sponsored, of course, anyways, by this tool. No, I genuinely believe this is a really fast and easy way to get set up with file uploading. And up until like 500 to 1,000 users, this is totally cool to use because essentially it just wraps S3 and we have some free projects in here. We can use up to 2 gigabytes of file storage for completely free. And for starting and for this tutorial, that is more than enough. If you have like 500 to 1,000 users, yes, I would actually go with something like S3 because it is more scalable and cheaper than Uploadthing is. But to get set up, I really enjoy this tool. I think it's a great idea and it will provide a lot of value to us in this build right here. So what we are going to do on this Uploadthing page is creating a new app. Chances are you won't have any, so let's walk through this process completely together step by step. As the app name, I'm going to enter Quill. If we already had a deployed version of our app, we would enter it here, the app URL. However, we don't have it, so we're just going to click Create App right here. And that's pretty much all it takes to get set up with Uploadthing. Now we want to incorporate it in our code and actually have files uploaded so they show up here in our dashboard, right, to upload files. The way we can do that is through the documentation. Let's navigate over here, and it's really simple. Let's navigate to the Next.js setup, to the app router right here, and they give us all the code we need, and I'm going to walk you through what this means as well. So just like with the kind authentication, you remember we had to create a certain API route, and with Uploadthing that is no different. Let's create a new folder under API uploadthing core.ts. So in our app, let's not close all of that right now. Let's go into source, app, API. Let's create a new folder called uploadthing. And it is important, it's called this for later because it depends on this naming, just like our authentication provider. Inside of this uploadthing folder, let's create a new file called core.ts. And in this file, we can just go ahead and copy and paste the code that the Uploadthing documentation provides us here on the right-hand side. We can paste that in. We are going to get a bunch of errors because we haven't installed the npm package yet. And that is the Uploadthing dependency we need from up here. We haven't installed that yet. So let's open up our terminal, stop the dev server for a second and say pnpm install Uploadthing and hit enter. Beautiful, that's gonna install the dependency. We can start back up the development server and let's reload the window. So the error should be gone in the core.ts. And we can already go ahead and read further in the documentation while this loads. So the next thing we need is an API route under the Uploadthing folder we have already created here on the left-hand side, and then a route.ts. This is so Next.js actually knows how to handle a request to this API, because currently the core.ts doesn't mean anything. This is just for our logic, but the route handler goes always in a route.ts. This doesn't change even with Uploadthing, if you were confused as to what the core.ts does. No, we still need a route.ts. We can just copy the code from here, paste it in here, and this is one of the files, again, we never need to touch. Beautiful. We can save the route.ts, and there's some optional stuff in the documentation right here that we are not going to worry about at all. What we still need to do is create an API key. And did I just miss it in the documentation? I'm not sure, but we definitely need a Uploadthing API key. So let's go ahead, and where do we generate the API key? Let's go into the dashboard and see if we get it here into our project. I named mine Quill. And then yeah, right here under API keys, we get a secret key and an Uploadthing app ID. So that's here on the left-hand side under API keys. And let's just copy these values, head over to our env file. We put our sensitive information in, open up a new line and paste in our secret as well as our app ID. And that's automatically going to work with Uploadthing. Beautiful. Now this core.ts, let me quickly walk you through what the hell this is, because this looks really messy if we just paste it from the documentation. Let's remove all of the comments and let me walk you through this step by step. Okay, we can get rid of this, the middleware, get rid of that, and also of this. And we can get rid of all of this in the onUpload complete as well. So we just have this. The auth, we don't care about it. We're going to implement our own auth in a second. And let's just return an empty object from the middleware. So this is a lot more readable now. Okay, so as a basic overview, what this core.ts does is essentially the middleware will run when somebody has requested to upload a file from the client, right? So let me show you what this looks like. The uploading process right here. So there is the user, and the user makes a request to upload a file, their PDF file. Let's move this over here. That request will first be passed through the MW, the middleware. What we can see right here on the left-hand side, this is the middleware I'm talking about. Let's move this into a side-by-side so we have a bit more space. This request will first be passed into the middleware. In here, we should make sure the user is authenticated. And if they're not, then they won't be able to upload a file. They have to be authenticated for it. If they are authenticated, then beautiful, they are allowed to upload their file to the server. And then once the upload is done, there will be a callback function via a webhook that is the onUpload complete. We can see here on the left-hand side. So that will be called by upload thing once the file upload is complete. So the callback of, or let's just call it onUpload complete. And this is where we will add the quota to the user, for example, that they uploaded a file, and we will do a lot of logic in this onUpload complete. You will see that later. This is really, really important for our build, that this gets called, and that's what these two are for, right? As a basic rundown. One runs before the request, one runs after the file is uploaded successfully. And we can also see that we only allow file uploads up to 4 megabytes. We're gonna customize this later, so pro users can actually upload larger files, like 16 megabytes or basically anything you want, right? This is totally up for you to choose, but 4 and 16 I think is a pretty solid, idea, just leaving it at that. Okay, with that said, we now understand what the core.ts does for us, and we can now actually get started in uploading our file to upload thing. Now, very briefly, for the middleware, right, we want to make sure that only authenticated users are able to upload files. And the way we can do that is, well, you basically know how to do this by now. We can destructure something from the get kind server session. And what we will destructure is the get user to make sure the user is logged in. And to get the user, we say const user is equal to get user, invoke that function. And if there is no user, or, not at, or if there is no user.id, in that case, we are going to throw a new error, and that is going to be unauthorized. And just by throwing this error here on the left-hand side, upload thing will know that this user should not be able to upload a file. We can just throw, and that's totally cool. And then from whatever we return, we will get access to that in the onUpload complete as the metadata already typed out for us in TypeScript. So what we want to pass in here is the user ID, and that's going to be the user.id. And if I now hover over the metadata, you can see the user ID will also be there in the onUpload complete. And with that in place, we should be all set for actual file uploads to work. We can definitely leave the onUpload complete empty for now, so nothing really will happen once we upload the file, but we should be set to start the file uploading process from our upload button where we want to upload. Let's open up the modal. And in here, let's define the logic we need. So for example, we need a custom upload thing hook. And this hook is not exported by upload thing in the package because we still need to do some manual work for it. For example, upload thing needs to know this type right here, and it can't just infer that type in the package. Therefore, it expects us to write this hook ourselves, but it does provide the code we need for it somewhere. We just have to find it in the documentation. Let's see if it's in here. No, it doesn't seem to be on this page. Where is that? Okay, probably right here under API reference and then React. We can see the code for it. Let's scroll down a bit, and here it is. Beautiful. So this is the generate React helpers we need right here. Okay, so let's copy this generate React helpers and let's create a new file inside of the directory under source, and then let's go under lib and create a new file in here called uploadthing.ts. And the reason we are creating this in lib is because basically we are preparing a library to be used inside of our project. That's what the lib folder is always for. In here, we're gonna see we are importing something from @uploadthing/react, which is also a dependency we haven't installed yet. It is separate from the upload thing, and we also need to install this one. It's basically a toolkit for upload thing to use with React. And once that is downloaded, the package, we can start back up the development server. And this syntax is not something we use in our app. Instead, we use an from app API upload thing core. This is where we get the type from. It's this type at the very bottom of the core.ts we are importing here. And also, if we reload the window, then the import error for the first import should be gone, ideally. And that's already all we need to do. We don't even need access to the upload files. We can get rid of that. And let's save the upload thing lib file, go back to our upload button, and now we can actually try out if the uploading works. How we are going to do that is by destructuring something from the use upload thing hook we have just created. And this takes in a string of our uploader. Let's quickly rename this from image uploader to PDF uploader because that is more fitting. So let's go into the core.ts and rename this to PDF uploader. Let's save that core.ts, head over back to our upload button, and now we can simply pass in the PDF uploader for the use upload thing hook. From this, what we are going to destructure is the start upload function we can now always call. And if we hover over this, we can see it returns a promise of upload file response or undefined. So it's just an action we can await. And where do we want to await this action? Well, of course, in the on drop. Whenever a file is dropped, we want to upload it immediately. And the way we can do that is by saying const res is going to be equal to await start upload. And what do we want to upload? Well, the accepted file right here. Beautiful. If there is no response, however, if not res, then we want to show an error message to the user. And of course, we could just alert this in the window or whatever, but that always looks really bad. We got console logged, but no user is going to look in the console. Therefore, we want a toast notification. And our UI library, or trusty UI library from shadcn, makes toast notifications really, really easy. For example, these are the toast notifications in the bottom right here. That's how they will look like. And they even have a destructive variant, so like red toast notifications that something went wrong. And installing these is actually super straightforward. So what we need to do is just copy this command or type it in yourself if you're not on this page right now. And that is npx shadcn UI at latest add toast. We can just paste that into our cmd, or we can use npx for that. Let's use npx. Oops, what am I doing here? Let's remove all of this. Let's clear the screen. And now let's say npx shadcn-ui at latest add toast. Hit enter. That's going to install all the stuff we need and also walk us through how to set up the toast notifications, which is as easy as adding one single JSX element to our root layout. So once that is done installing, let's head over to our root layout. And in here, anywhere, I'm going to do it above the navbar. I'm going to put the toaster element we get from our custom component we have literally just installed together. Beautiful. And that's all we need. Now what we can do in the upload button is get the function we need to send out a toast notification or to display it. And we can simply destructure this from the use toast hook that we get by installing this toast component. So the function we want is the toast right here. That allows us to call it anywhere, like in the if not res part right here. So in that case, we can just return a toast notification, and this toast always takes some props. For example, you can see right here, there's a title, there's a description of the toast, and that's what we want to pass in here. As the title, we are going to pass something went wrong. And then as for the description, we want to pass please try again later. And as the variant we can pass in, this is going to be destructive. There we go, that was hard to spell. And we're not getting any IntelliSense right now, so let's quickly reload the window, and hopefully that will fix all that error. So if we typed in something wrong in here, then it will actually tell us. Nice, now we get beautiful IntelliSense, and we handled the case where there's no response from the upload to the server. Great. Let's open up our app here on the right hand side, just so we have something nice to look at. And now we can actually get the response. So the const and then in angled brackets, because we are destructuring from an array directly, the file response, we can call this anything we want, is equal to the rest. So we are essentially taking the first array element of this response, which we can because this is of type array, all right? And in here we can get the key, and the key is generated by upload thing, by the service we use for our uploading. The const key is going to be equal to the file response dot key. And this is how we can later identify it against our database. And now, even though it says the key is always a string, we just want to make sure this key always exists. So if there is no key for any reason, it doesn't even matter, we want to also return a toast notification. So let's just copy and paste it from up here, from the not res case, paste it in the not key case, and we don't even need to change anything up. Let's just leave it as that, so we can always make sure we definitely have a key proceeding, because this key is absolutely essential, because we now need to poll our server to see if this image is uploaded successfully, because we don't really know. Because the thing is, even though this function could be awaited and it was successful, no errors whatsoever, this still doesn't automatically mean that our file is actually in our database and uploaded to the uploading servers. So we need to do a polling approach to check if it is actually in the database. So what polling is essentially, let me tell you. So in the polling approach we're going to use, let me show you how this works. We have our service or app, which is named Quill on the left hand side, and then we also have the API on the right hand side. And what polling is, essentially the principle is essentially every, like 500 milliseconds we're asking, is the file there? And our API will tell us if it's there or not by checking against the database. And if it's there, we're going to get a success response in the app. And if it's not there, then we are going to keep polling until the app is there, which generally only takes a few milliseconds, but it is asynchronous, so we need this polling approach to handle it. So essentially we're asking the API until we get a successful response and we are sure that the image is there in our database and actually uploaded successfully to the upload thing servers. And this polling approach is actually really easy to implement. Let me show you exactly how. So because we're going to use an API route for this right here on the right hand side, let's create it in our index file for tRPC. And this route we're going to create together right now. Let's call it up here, get file, because we get the info of a file. We want this to be a private procedure, so only logged in users can call it. And this needs an input. So essentially, again, the post request body is what this input is. And as for what the input is, this is going to be a z.object. I've explained earlier what this does. Essentially, we are making sure that the input we get is of this certain schema. And we want a key property, which is a z.string. You remember earlier when I mentioned that the key is important for checking against our database? Well, this is where we need it. And as for the actual business logic, we can chain a mutation to this to define what should happen in this API route. The mutation takes a callback function in which we can handle the business logic right here. But before we do that, we also, let's add a comma first so we can get syntax formatting right here. Before we get into the business logic in the mutation, let's destructure the context and also the input from it and turn this into an asynchronous function just by adding the async keyword in front of it. Beautiful. The thing we need is the user ID, and that will come from the context in this API route. Now we need to check if the file is in our database, because that's the entire purpose of this app. We want to make sure that the database is synced to upload thing, right? And the way we can check if the file is in the database is by saying const file is going to be equal to await db.file.find first. and we want to find a file that matches the key we pass into this post request, or this, whatever request this is, just a mutation, and also that is owned by the user. The way we do that is by using the where clause with Prisma. So we can check for certain conditions of the file, and the key should be the input.key. And of course, it should only be searching for files that is currently logged in user. That's why we have the private procedure owns. I shouldn't be able to check, your file status, and you shouldn't be able to check my file status. Security-wise, that would probably not be the best idea. Not a huge threat either, because, this information is not really sensitive, but, if we can avoid it, I think we should. Okay, and if there is no file in the database yet, because of the asynchronous nature, that is not unlikely to happen, we are gonna throw a new, there we go, tRPC error. And this error is gonna be with the code of not found. So essentially a 404 error we're sending right here. And else, if there is a file, that's what we're gonna return to the front end. So what we essentially just did is finish this entire part right here. Okay, and that doesn't look really good. What we essentially did is finish this entire part, and I didn't want to do that either. Jesus. Finish this entire part in the API route. That's a really, really good step. This is completely done now. And now we want to shift over to the left-hand side, the front-end side, that handles the polling, right? That makes the request to this API route right here on the right-hand side. So let's worry about this part, the front end. How do we implement that? Let's go over to our upload button, because that is where the magic will happen. And by the way, we can close out of all the other files and just worry about the upload button for now. So how do we handle the polling in here? How do we make sure that the database is synchronized with the uploading servers? How we can do that is in a onSuccess callback we get from tRPC, import that, dot, and we can already see the API route we have just created, the get file, and then a use mutation, because this is a mutation. And this mutation always gets an onSuccess callback, in which we can handle the case that there is a file now. And once we are sure that there is a file, let's go to our tRPC index. So essentially in this case, there was a file found, we are returning it back to the front end. In that case, we can simply push that file into the URL and redirect the user to the detail view. So once the upload is done, we want to redirect the user. And that is what we can do in this onSuccess callback right here. To do that, we are going to need access to the router. The const router is going to be equal to use router. And again, very important, get it from /navigation and not /router, because that's for Next.js 12. And in here, we can simply say router.push to redirect the user to a template string, so we can dynamically interpolate values to /dashboard/ and then the file.id dynamically. And we of course also need to receive the file in the callback right here as the first argument. Beautiful, so now we are redirecting the user if there is a file. However, what if there isn't a file yet, which is not uncommon, because right away this probably will be undefined, and then like half a second later it will actually return the file, right? But let's handle the case where there is no file. Essentially, we want to poll until there is a file. And with tRPC, doing that is actually really easy. We can simply pass it a retry property of true, which means it will retry indefinitely until we get a successful response, which is exactly what we want. And also, we can pass it a retry delay of any delay that we want. I think 500 milliseconds, half a second is a pretty good idea. And the only thing that's left to do now is trigger this in the first place. This won't run on render because this is a mutation. We explicitly need to call the mutate function to make this start polling. So let's give it a name. Let's say start polling. And we can simply destructure it from the mutation, the mutate function right here. Let's copy the start polling. Now, the $1,000,000 question is, where do we start this polling? And the answer is as the very last step of the onDrop, because when the file upload is successful, we awaited it, we have all the properties we need, there's no edge error case or whatever. Then in that case, as the very last step, we want to start polling. And of course, this expects the key of the file we have just uploaded to start polling the database if it is in there. Great. we can save this upload button. And one final thing we need to do to make this uploading functionality work is also pass the get input props to an element right here in the modal. We haven't done that yet, and that's a really easy fix. Let's go in the JSX right here below the is uploading conditional check, and let's simply add an invisible input right here. The type is going to be of file. The ID is going to be the drop zone dash file. The class name is going to be hidden, so users won't even see that it's there. The important thing is that we spread in ... the get input props from above. Just like that. Let's give it a bit more space. And with that invisible input, we are all set. Now, let's try out if this actually works, right? That's the most exciting part. Let's give it a bit more space. Let's reload the page and of course start back up the dev server. After adding the toast, I forgot to do that. Let's reload the page and hopefully the file uploading will actually work. The file should ideally show up right here in our upload thing dashboard and also in our database. And just as I said that, it should also show up in our database, I realized it can't show up in our database. We don't have a function anywhere that adds the file to our database. And that is exactly what the onUpload complete is for. When the file upload is complete, this is where we handle the logic of adding stuff to our database. So for example, you can say, we can just add the file using Prisma right here. For example, let's say const created file is going to be equal to await db import the database.file.create. And now we need to pass the data that we want to create the file with. So let's pass in the data. The key is going to be the file.key, because the beautiful thing is we get access to the file that was uploaded right here inside of the onUpload complete, which is really, really convenient. The name is going to be the file.name, just like this. The user ID we want to save with this file, so we link the user to their file, is the metadata.userid that we got passed in by the middleware. So this beautifully comes together right now as the URL. Okay, now it's gonna get a bit interesting. As the URL, we're gonna use a little trick, because the thing is, while I was developing this app, usually the file also comes with a URL. But I had the issue that sometimes this just times out, which it shouldn't, but for some reason it did. I talked to the developers and they are notified about this issue, but a really simple and always working fix that we can use is to just directly get this image from AWS S3, which upload thing uses under the hood. So as for the URL, let's type in https:// then upload thing -prod for production.s3.us-2.amazonaws.com/ and then dynamically insert the file.key. This is always where this file is hosted. This won't change, don't worry about it. And this is just as good as the file.url, with the only difference is that this always just works. So this is a really good idea. Okay, and last thing, as the upload status, we can just insert processing, because we will be processing it further and then later add either a failure or success state to it. And now comes the big reveal. Does it work? Does it not work? The dev server should be up and running. And with that, what we expect to happen now is that when we drag in a file here, the loading bar will work, and it will also add the file both to our upload thing dashboard, which is right here under files, and also to our database. That's the goal right now. So let's see if it works. The big reveal. I'm gonna drag in the file. Oh, and it says something went wrong, try again later. Okay, that's something we will have to debug. Yeah, that's not ideal. Why does this happen? Let's investigate. Let's go over to the onDrop and take a look. And there we go. It literally tells us what the problem is right here in our CMD. Error file type PDF not allowed, and that is because in the core.ts in upload thing, we can define exactly which file types we even want users to be able to upload. And currently we only have an image selected. However, there's a bunch of file types we could allow. And of course, the one we want to go for is PDF. Users should only be allowed to upload PDFs. And with that changed in our core.ts, the dev server is reloaded. Let's try that again. Let's click this field. And let me open any PDF file here on my right-hand side. Let's go with the lecture notes. drag them in here and let's see if this is working. The status does seem to be working, the progress bar, and on the left-hand side we can see successfully simulated callback for file. The polling seemed to work because we were redirected to the detail view, to the dashboard / and then the file ID with the onSuccess callback we have at the very top of the upload button. This one right here navigated us to the detail view. That is what I call beautiful. Let's check in the upload thing dashboard if the file is actually here, and it is awesome. We can see the file size, if I give it a bit more space right here, about 100 kilobytes, which is totally fine. It's under our file limit of 4 megabytes. And also what we should see is the file in our database. Let's open up a new terminal right here and type npx Prisma Studio. That's gonna open up our database interface we can interact with to see what data we have in our database. Let's open that up and it should show the lecture notes.pdf with a status of processing and the URL right here. Everything works. Congratulations. I hope it does for you too. If there's any questions, if I lost you anywhere on the way, either consult the GitHub repository or go to the Discord if you have a specific question or error right here. We do have a Discord channel for this project where you can ask questions and get answers always. But I hope it works for you. It works really, really nice. We get the image in the dashboard and in the database, which is perfect. Now we're almost done with the upload button. As you can see, it does redirect us and everything works. Let's go back to the dashboard for a second, because one thing I've noticed is that this bar is always shown, this progress bar, and it shouldn't always be shown. So it should only be shown when we are in fact uploading. And that is because, if you remember, we set the state of is uploading to true by default, just to mock it out. Of course, we don't want that. And I think we are good to go. One important but small, one small but really, really important, very nice thing we can add right here is in the is uploading conditional check below the progress bar in the div of it, we can do something really, really neat. And actually it goes into the same div where the progress is inside of here. So we can do a check if the upload progress is triple equal to 100. If we are done uploading, then we want to show a redirect message to the user to let them know exactly what is happening for the best possible user experience. Let's give this div a class name, and this class name is going to be flex, a gap of 1. And by the way, we can already complete the ternary if this condition right here is not true. In that case, of course, you know the drill by now, we want to render out null. Okay, so the flex gap 1, we want items-center. Let's give it a bit more space so you can see the full class name here. A justify-center, a text of small, a text zinc of 700. Then we want to give it a text center. Let's go at the end here, text-center, and lastly a padding top of 2. And inside of this div we have just created right here, let's open that up. Inside of here goes a little spinner icon we want to display to the user. And that is once again the loader2 icon we get from Lucid React. And the class name we're going to give to this loader is going to be h3, a width of 3, and an animate spin property. So it spins, and we're just going to say redirecting period right below that. And that is about to wrap up our upload button. Let's move this into a proper side-by-side and give it a proper final test. Let's reload the page and see if everything works correctly. We can already delete all the files in here. Let's upload a new PDF. I'm gonna drag in the lecture notes and let's see if everything works correctly. The status bar is updating. Nice, it's at 100%, it says redirecting. Now the final detail we can add, I admit it's a bit nitpicky, but I do think it makes the user experience much better. When the file upload is at 100%, we can change it to turn from blue to green, and users will really appreciate that small detail. Okay, and the way we can do that is by slightly modifying this progress bar that we have in our app. So let's navigate into this UI component that was installed for us by the UI library we are using. Under components, UI progress.tsx, this is where we are. And one thing we can do is accept a custom property in this component. And that can be the indicator color, so whether it's blue or green, right? So inside of the props that we are destructuring at the very top right here, don't worry if you don't really understand what's going on, if you're not too familiar with TypeScript, don't worry about the top here. We're gonna walk through it step by step together. Inside of the destructuring right here, let's add one property, and that is gonna be the indicator color. So we can change it from any component where we call the progress. And let's create a type for this indicator color. So the type progress props, the properties we pass into this component are gonna be equal to react dot, and then component props without ref, because the ref is declared separately. And then in here comes a generic. We pass that in these, I'm not sure how these are called, but the HTML kind of brackets, the not angled, but like the triangle brackets, I guess. And in here, we're gonna pass the type of progress primitive dot root. Okay, and we're gonna extend this generic with an and sign and then a custom object. So we're taking the base interface of this and extending this by the custom prop we want to have in this component, which is gonna be the indicator color. And this is gonna be optional. That's why we have a question mark and of type string, just like this. And now this type is currently unused, and to actually use it, we can simply replace this part right here with our progress props. So essentially we took what was here and extended it by a custom indicator color. And by doing that, the error is going to be gone. Beautiful. And now we can actually use the indicator color in our app. And where we want to do that is right here with the progress primitive.indicator. Now, if you don't know where these primitives come from, they come from Radix UI, which is an unstyled React UI library that shadcn or UI library just builds on top of. And you see, if we want to override the color of the progress bar, this BG primary right here is what we want to override. And to do that, we can do something really cool with our custom cn class name function. We can simply use it and apply all the styles that were there already by default. So nothing really changes unless we merge it with our custom indicator color. So only if we pass that, then the style is going to be overwritten, or else everything is going to stay as the default and nothing changes. So it will look always good, but if we want, we do have the option to override the indicator color. Beautiful. And let's actually do that. Let's switch over to our upload button and override the indicator color. The way we can do that is by passing the indicator color prop, which we can now, and this is going to be dynamic. So if the upload progress is triple equal to 100, if we are done uploading, then we want to pass a background green of 500, and else we can just pass an empty string, because again, all the defaults are already handled in the progress bar and we're not going to overwrite anything this way. Beautiful. Let's save that, and we are officially done with our upload progress. Let's reload the page to get a fresh version of our build. Click upload PDF, and you can even pause the video and test this for yourself. Everything should work perfectly right now, and let's try it together. Let's drag in a PDF file. Once again, the lecture notes are super handy for this, and let's try out if this works. You can see the progress bar, it turned green and it said redirecting. If that is not a really clean, beautiful UI interaction, I really don't know what is. Okay. And with that out of the way, we can actually get started in the dashboard, because we have everything we need. We have the file uploaded. It's in upload thing. It's in our database exactly. So now we can actually get started in building out the PDF renderer and render the actual PDF right here. Okay, to do that, let's close all the windows. Let's give it just a tad less space. Let's go into the PDF renderer right here. And let's get started building this out. So do you remember we were at the top bar and this is where we left off? Okay, and if we go back to how this should look, it was somewhere on this page. Let's zoom out, there it is. So the PDF options, like, rotating the PDF and zooming in and whatnot, only makes sense if we are already displaying the PDF. So maybe I got a bit ahead of myself here. We can't really see the result of rotating the PDF if we're not rendering it out beforehand. So I say we work on that first. We actually render out the PDF, and then we get into the options at the very top. So let's get it. Let's do it. Let's go with one closing div below, because this is gonna go right below the the div with a height of 14, this is where we want to start developing right now. Let's create a new div down here and give it a class name of flex-1 to take up as much space in the flex container as possible, a width of full, and a maximum height of screen. So it takes up at maximum 100 view height units and never goes above that. So it doesn't take up more space than the actual screen. Okay, inside of here, let's create a new div, and we're gonna need this div for later. We're not gonna give it a class name right now, but this div is gonna be very, very useful here in a second. You're gonna see that. Inside of here, let's create the renderer, what's gonna display the PDF file actually. And we do that in something called a document. And this document we get from the PDF library we have installed. So let's go to the very top of the page, right here to the imports, and import something as a named import, a document from, and the library we're going to use for this is React-PDF, which we've already installed. Okay, now very important, if we go to the React PDF npm page, you're going to see a certain CSS that we also need to install in our project, or well, not really install, but just import into our app. And we will find that somewhere on this page. Let's look for it. And okay, we still need to do this. We have to remember that. We also need to import a worker, but let's search for the CSS first. Should be somewhere on this page. Let's say .css. There we are. Okay, so support for annotations. It just makes the PDFs look better and handle some edge cases. So we do want to import two things in here. So navigate to the documentation and just copy and paste them. Or if you want, I can also put them in the copy paste list. So if you have that open on your other monitor, you can just copy it from there. The annotation layer and the text layer.css. Go ahead, copy and paste them into your PDF renderer for some edge cases to work. And then next thing we want to do is to import a worker. So what does that mean? The thing is, a PDF is very, very different to just an image. We can't just render it out. We actually need something called a worker in order to render it. But in order to understand what the worker does for us, I say we don't import it right now, and instead just finish up the document so you'll see why we need it, instead of just doing it and then you're gonna be like, oh, why did we do this? No, I want to show you why it's so necessary. Okay, so let's finish the document and try it. Let's give it a class name, this document, of maximum height of full. Then let's render out the pages inside of this document. We do this by importing the page also from React PDF. This goes right inside of the document. And this page can actually be self-closing. We don't need any children inside of here. And this page takes in a page, not index, but a page number. And let's just leave it at 1 for now, just hard code it. Now this document takes something called a file. And in here we need to pass the URL of the file that we want to render out, which we already have in our database, but we don't have this URL in this component. So where does this file URL come from? Well, if we take a look at, no, what did I just do? Nope. If we take a look at the page.tsx inside of the dynamic route of file ID, we can see at the very top, we have access to the file here, and we are rendering out the PDF renderer as a child. So what that means is we can just use it as a prop. Let's receive the URL inside of the PDF renderer, and we can also declare a type for this URL. Let's call it something along the lines of PDF renderer props, and declare that interface up here. Interface PDF renderer props, and in here declare all the custom properties that we receive, which is only the URL as a string. So now we expect the URL and we can pass it already into the file that the document takes. However, we still need to remember to pass it from the parent. So the URL in here is going to be equal to the file.url that we are fetching from the database. Let's save that and see what happens. Okay, so we can see module parse failed, unexpected character, and then some weird character we don't know. It says you may need an appropriate loader to handle this file type. Currently, no loaders are configured to process this file. This is why we need the worker. And this is also why we need to go into the next.config and change one small tiny detail up. As I mentioned earlier, PDFs are nothing like images. We cannot just render them. Instead, we need a custom Webpack config inside of our next config. And don't worry, it sounds complicated. It really isn't. We can just use the Webpack right here. And that is a function in which we can receive the config and then also destructure some things like the build ID, for example, the dev, the is server, the default loaders. Just follow along with me here. We're going to do it together. It's only like 3 or 4 lines of code. And then lastly, the Webpack we can destructure. And in this function right here, inside of the body, we are going to say config.resolve.alias.canvas is equal to false. Just go ahead and copy that. And secondly, the config.resolve.alias.encoding is also going to be equal to false. And then lastly, we're going to return the config just like this. And that's all we need to do for Webpack to work with this. Let's save that and see if the error message changes, and it doesn't. It will take a bit to reload, but we still get the same error message. And the reason is we haven't imported the worker yet. Now, how do we get this worker to work? As you can see here on the right hand side, failed to load PDF file. It just doesn't work. And this is precisely what I wanted to show you. We need the worker. Now we could just type this out. It's 1 line of code, but how about we just go into the copy paste list and go to the PDF renderer section where you might already be and just copy this line of code that helps us import the worker we need to properly render out this PDF file. We can just paste it in here. And this expects something called the PDF.js. Josh, where do we get this from? Well, we can simply also import it from React PDF, just like this. Let's save this and see if our file is being displayed correctly. So let's give it a shot. It says loading PDF. Okay, and interestingly enough, it still says failed to load PDF file. Let's see, let's do some debugging here together. Let's see if we get any error. We don't get any in the console. Let's see if we get any in the client console. Let's open it up, inspect, and go to the console right here. Okay, server responded with a status of 404 not found. Oh, and without even taking a minute to debug, I think I already know where the issue is, and that is this of course needs to be a client component. We forgot to add the use client directive at the very top, and I hope this is going to be the issue. Let's reload this page and let's see, there the PDF is. Okay, that was the issue. Of course, we can't just render this on the server. This needs to be client side for the worker to work. So just add the use client directive at the very top, and there it is. That is our PDF file. Really, really nice. Awesome. And with that out of the way, let's add some quality of life changes to this document. So one thing, for example, we can define a custom loading state, which is really good. We don't really want the, what does it say, loading PDF ... to show. We want a custom nice looking loading state, of course. The way we do that is by using this loading right here, and this takes in some custom JSX. Like a div, we're going to pass in with a class name of flex and justify -center. In here comes a loader2 or trusty spinner icon we get from Lucid React with a class name of my-24, give it a bit of a margin on the top and bottom, a height of 6, a width of 6, and animate-spin, because else it wouldn't even spin. Great. If we have an error, any error while loading this, we want to notify the user. And we can do that with the onLoad error. So if anything goes wrong, we will be informed. And what do we want to do? Well, we want to render out a toast notification. The way we can do that, because this is a client component, we can easily destructure the toast function from the useToast hook we have in our custom UI component we installed using shadcn, and just call this toast notification message and say something along the lines of title, let's say error loading PDF. As the description, we are going to pass please try again later. And lastly, as the variant, we want this to be red to indicate something went wrong. So we are going to use destructive as the variant. And now you might say, Josh, why do we even bother with the loading state and the on error, right? And it is because these make all the difference. Users care about these tiny details. They will notice if there's just an ugly, loading PDF ... or if there's a really nice loading spinner. And of course, I need to save this to demonstrate it to you. That loading spinner makes all the difference. It looks so much better, and we handle all the edge cases with the on error. Users will thank you, trust me. Okay, great. And with that out of the way, we can actually get started with the top bar, like for rotating the PDF file and so on. But one thing I want to fix beforehand is, do you see how this looks? When we make this page really wide, then of course we want the PDF to fill out the entire space. There's just a huge wide, blob here that is not used. And that looks really bad. We could just make the PDF way larger. It doesn't really fit the page very nice. And there's a fix we have for that we can use. So let's give the code more space once again. And there's a really nice library we can install. And that is why, do you remember earlier when I said this div is going to be important? Now it is going to become important to make this PDF fit to the page. Let's install one very lightweight tiny dependency. And that dependency is called React npm install React resize detector. There we go. Hit enter. It's called to React resize detector. Install that. I'm using version 9.1.0. Let's run back up the dev server. And now I'm going to show you what this does for us, because it's really lightweight. It's a very simple functionality, but it's going to make the PDF look so much better. We are going to destructure something from a hook called use resize detector and invoke that. Now this hook, the auto imports of course don't work. Let's reload the window and see if they do work. And if they don't, we're going to import it just manually from the package we have just installed. Let's give it a second for the window to reload. And of course it doesn't work. Okay, whatever. Let's import this. I believe it is a named import called use resize detector right here. And this comes from the package we've just installed, React resize detector, just like this. And there are two things we want to destructure from here, which is the width and also the ref element we can use to assign to any element. And we're going to use the div where I said this is going to be important later. This div is exactly where we are going to assign this ref. And what that means now, because we linked this ref to this hook, we now get the width of this element saved inside of this width constant up here, which is super useful because this width we can now use down here in the page to determine the width. So we can give the page exactly the width it needs to take up on the screen. And we can pass in the width prop into this page. And if we have the width, if it is defined, then we are going to use that. And else we are going to use 1, because this could be undefined right here. That's why we do this ternary operator check. Let's hit save and let's see what happens on the page. If we start back up the dev server, it is running. Let's reload the page and see what happens. Ideally, this PDF should take up exactly the space it is, it can take up, and it looks so much better this way. Now we can still scroll on the page, which is not ideal. We're gonna fix that later, but the PDF now fits to the screen and that looks really, really good. Awesome. Let's give it a bit less space and the code a bit more space, because there's some stuff on the page we still want to do. But first off, I say we continue on the top bar. It looks really boring with just saying top bar. So I think it makes a lot of sense to continue this top bar first, where we have functionality like, zooming in and rotating the page. Awesome. So the first element we want instead of the top bar text is going to be a button. So let's say button is going to be our custom UI button from the UI library. And we're going to give it a label, area-label. I'm going to show you in a second why we do this. And let's call it previous page. And inside of this button, we are going to have a chevron down icon from Lucid React and give that a class name of height 4 with 4. Now the reason we use this area label is because the only thing in the button is an icon. And if you have a visual impairment, for example, and use a screen reader, an icon doesn't tell you anything on what the button does. People with a screen reader can't tell what this button is for. Therefore, we need to add a label to tell those people what this button even does. Of course, if you can see the icon, then you might know what it does. If you can't see it, you won't know. And that's why we have the icon. If we save that, we're going to notice the button is blue. That's a bit over the top. We don't want that. Let's instead give it a variant of ghost. So it's way more subtle. Only if you hover over it, you're actually going to see it. It looks way nicer. And then inside of this button, we want to update the page in a second. However, first, let's even tell the user what the current page is. So this will be the button to navigate down a page. And in a second, we're going to create the button to navigate up a page. Let me show you what this means. Below the button, let's create a div with a class name of flex. items-center and a gap of 1.5. And inside of this div, we are going to use a input component. However, that's nothing we have in our project, and it is pretty much like the button. It looks good by default, but it is nothing more than a styled input. To do this, we are going to use our UI library. Let's say pnpm, or actually let's use npx for this, is a bit easier. npx shed cn-ui at latest add input. This is a accessible input that looks good by default and matches our color scheme we have defined in the app. We only need to run the CLI command. It's already done, and that's all we need to do in order to be able to import this input component right here. It is going to be self-closing. We are going to add a bunch of properties in here in a second. First off, let's add a class name. And this class name is going to be width of 12 and a height of 8. There we go. Let's save that. Let's start back up our dev server so we can actually see what we are even doing here. Let's save that, give that a second to load. We can close out of some pages in here too. There we go. And we can see a really nice page input field right here, which we're later going to use to be able to input like a custom page, like a 5, hit enter, and that's going to take us to the page in the PDF that we want to go to. And next to this input, we of course want to display the user the how many if page that is. So for example, 3 out of, and then like the entire PDF has 5 pages, for example. How do we do that? How do we know how many pages this PDF has? Well, let's first off create a p tag right below the input and give it a class name of text zinc 700, a text of small, and a space x of 1. Inside of this p tag, let's create a span that says slash. That is going to show up on the right side of the input right here, and one last span element in here, and in here will go the number of pages. Let's put a 5 in here for now. That's where the number of pages will go. But where do we know the number of pages? Well, let's save that in a state. So right up here, let's say const, let's call it num pages, and also by convention set num pages is going to be equal to useState we get from React. And by default, this num pages should have a value of undefined, right? We don't know how many pages we have. But once we render the document, it's going to tell us how many pages we have, and we are going to save that as a number, like 5 pages, 10 pages, and so on. So what we can do to get the amount of pages in here correctly is go way down to the document, and this document takes something called the onload success, not just onload success. There we go. This receives a callback function, and from this callback function we can directly destructure some values, and the one we care about is the num pages we get from the document. And the only thing we're going to do is to set the num pages to that num pages we get from the rendering of the document. Perfect. So that means we now have the correct value of the number of pages inside of this state. Therefore, we can now use it right here in the span element that we just created. So in the span element, let's insert a dynamic value, and this is going to be the num pages. We could leave it at this, right? This will work. It will show 3 pages, which is correct. This PDF has 3 pages. But one thing I want to point you to is while this is loading, pay attention to what this 3 becomes. It's just a slash and then an empty value. And for a loading state, we can do better. That's why we can add a question mark. So if this evaluates to null or undefined, which it will during the loading state, in that case, we can just render an X. So instead of showing nothing, we can show an X right here, which as a loading state, I think is a lot cleaner. Awesome. And that's how we can display the number of pages. Now all that's left to do is copy down the button. Let's copy this, go below the div containing the input and the p tag right here with 2 closing divs to go afterwards, and then paste the button in here once again. And this button is going to receive a different area label. This is going to be the next page, and instead of the chevron down, we want a chevron up. We also get from Lucid React. Let's save that, and that looks much better. However, there is no functionality yet. This doesn't really do anything. It doesn't change the page of our PDF when we click it. To keep track of the page that we are currently on, we're also going to do this in state. So let's call this cur page for current page, and also set cur page. You know the drill by now. And this is going to be a use state, which contains nothing else than a number. And by default, we want to be on the first page. So we're going to pass in a 1. And just because I like it, once again, I'm going to say number right here. Awesome. Okay, so the current page is going to be 1 by default. And now to synchronize the page that is shown in the document to this state number right here in the current page, let's copy this value, current page, and go way down to where we render out the page. And this takes in a page number prop right here. Oh, we already passed it. That's why we don't get IntelliSense. We hard-coded it to 1, but this needs to be the current page state that we have up above. And now using these buttons to increment or decrement the page is easy as cake. The way we do that is let's go up to the button and add an on-click listener. So what should happen when we press this button? Right here. The thing we're going to do for the previous page is we're going to set the current page, and we receive the previous value in the callback as the first argument or parameter, whatever it might be. And we're going to set a conditional, or we're going to do a conditional check in here. If the previous value -1 is larger than 1, then this is a totally fine action, right? In that case, we're going to return the previous -1. But what we don't want to allow is to go below the first page, right? There shouldn't be a 0 or -1 page. That doesn't make any sense. So if the previous value -1 is not larger than 1, it is an invalid value, and we want to set it to 1 instead. So you cannot go below 1. That's the entire purpose behind what we're doing here on the button. And let's also just disable this button, disabled if the current page is lower or equal to 1. In that case, we shouldn't even be able to click the button. So right now it would be disabled because we're on the first page. Beautiful. A very similar thing we're going to do for the second button. This is also going to get an on-click event right here with a callback. And in this button, we're going to handle a very similar logic, just the opposite way around. So we're also going to set the current page and receive the previous value. However, if the previous value +1 in this case is larger than the num of pages, in that case, we want to set it to the num of pages, so the upper limit, like 3 in this example, because it would be an invalid value, else we just want to let the user increment this. Now we do get an error here. Type undefined is not assignable to type number, which means that the num pages could be undefined, right? In this case, let's insert an exclamation point to tell TypeScript we always know that this will not be undefined, don't worry about it. And if we left it at this, it could be undefined and we might get a really serious error right here. However, what we're going to do is to disable this button if the value is undefined. So the disabled state of this button is going to be if num pages is triple equal to undefined, or if the current page is triple equal to the number of pages we have in total. So that means we can always know that num pages is going to be defined when this on-click fires. And just like that, we implemented the page functionality where we can switch up and down between pages in our PDF renderer. Beautiful. What we can't just do is with this field right here. It doesn't display the current PDF page. If we enter a number and hit enter, it doesn't do anything. I can just type anything in here, and that's not ideal. Of course, if we type in a 2 here and hit enter, we want to go to the second page. And if I type in something invalid here, which doesn't make sense and doesn't represent a page in the PDF, we want to let the user know that this is an invalid value and they can't go to that page. And to make this happen, the logic of this, right, to check if it is a valid page and so on, there is a really, really nice dependency we can use, and that is called npm install React Hook Form. Let's hit enter. If you've never worked with React Hook Form before, you're definitely missing out, and you'll be really happy to have it learned in this video. I use it in almost all my applications where there's any input logic involved. It is super useful in making sure that the input that the user gives you is valid and makes sense. Let me show you exactly how this works. At the very top of our file, where we define the states and so on, let's destructure something. Const empty object is going to be equal to a hook called useForm. And this useForm hook comes from React Hook Form, the package we have just installed. Let's import useForm from React Hook Form. There we go. And this useForm is nothing else than a function. We can pass an object, and the question is what goes inside of this object. And to find out what goes inside of that object, let's first think about which input values are acceptable, right? It should be a number. The only thing that's valid for this input is a number between 1 and the upper limit of how many pages we have. So for example, 1, 2, and 3 in this case. Everything else like text or A5 should be considered invalid. And the way we define that in code is through a schema validation library. Let's call this custom page validator, const custom page validator is equal, and we're going to use our schema validation library called Zod to depict this logic. So this is going to be a z.object, and the value we want inside of this object to allow is the page value. We can call this anything we want. I think page makes a lot of sense, and this is going to be a z.string. It's not going to be a number, because when we input something in an input field, it's by default going to be a string and not a number. That's why this is also a string. And we can now refine this value by chaining the .refine. We can get access to the value the user has entered as the first argument of the callback function that the refine takes. And what we want to return from here is we want to convert this input, which is a string, to a number. So we can say number and wrap it in there. And we're going to do a check. If it is larger than 0, and this is, by the way, what the user has input. So if I type in a 5 here, the number right here is going to be 5. And we're going to do a check. If the number is larger than 0, and if the number, and pass in the num once again, is smaller or equal to the num pages, can just assert that this exists as well. In that case, and in that case only, this result is going to be considered valid because the number is between 0 and the upper bound. If it's not, this is going to be false, and the user will get a notification, a red outline around this field that this is an invalid value. Like if I typed in text, we shouldn't be able to do that, of course. And to now link this with this use form to use it in our application and have the logic actually apply to the field, first off, what we need to do is to get the type from this, and with like the TypeScript type. And with Zod, that's really easy. Let's call it T for type custom page validator. Right below this is going to be equal to, and now we can infer the TypeScript type from this Zod type by saying z.infer and pass in the type of custom page validator, just like this. And that will turn this entire thing into a regular TypeScript type that we can now use for our use form right down here, and pass in this type as a generic. So let's copy it, the T custom page validator, and pass it into the use form in this generic syntax right here. So the use form knows what kind of data we are expecting the user to type in. Inside of this use form, we can now pass default values. And because we passed in this generic, we now get beautiful IntelliSense on the default values. We know we have a page property. And this page is going to be a default string because, again, an input is always a string. And let's put in a 1 by default because that's how the user starts out. Okay, and now to link this form and the logic that we have for the input field to this custom validator to make sure that the input the user makes is acceptable, we need something called a resolver to link these two together, because right now they are not linked together at runtime, only through the TypeScript type, but we can't enforce any logic through the TypeScript type. So to link these together, we need to install one more package, and that is called pnpm install at hookform/resolvers. That's at hookform/resolvers. Go ahead and install that using your favorite package manager. You can start back up the dev server, and then let's go to the very top of our file and import the Zod resolver we can use to link the form library to the schema validation library. That's going to be the import Zod resolver from the package we have just installed at hookform/resolvers/Zod. That is where we get it from. And we can simply use this to now connect our form by passing in an option inside of the use form. And let me switch back to a German keyboard right here. We can simply pass the resolver inside of the use form. And this is going to be the Zod resolver wrapping or custom schema validation type right up here. Now, what you might encounter, depending on when you're following along with this video, is that this gives you an error. And this is actually a known bug. You didn't do anything wrong. This is just a bug that is talked about on GitHub. One very easy fix we can do to get rid of this bug is to install a different version of Zod. So follow along with me here. Go into your CMD and install a version of Zod, pnpm install Zod at, and this is going to be 3.21.4. in that version, everything works. This is just a known bug that gets fixed in that version. So just rolling back one minor release, apparently they accidentally introduced a bug in the newest version, which might already be gone, to be honest, when you're following along with this video, depending on when that is. Anyways, the bug will be gone. We successfully linked our form validation library to the schema validation library, and now we can actually, make use of this use form. There are a couple of things we want to destructure from this use form, namely the register function. And if you've ever worked with React inputs, normally to make them controlled, we have like a value and an on change in the input. And the register takes care of all of that for us under the hood. We can just spread in ... the result of the register operation, and this takes a string, and because we're using this with TypeScript, we get beautiful IntelliSense on what we can register this input as. That does all this stuff for us, like the value and the on change and stuff. We don't need to worry about any of that. Let's also destructure something called the handle submit from this use form. We also, while we're here, can destructure the form state, and what we want from that are the errors, so we can get them right away, like this in this syntax. And lastly, the set value. We're gonna need that a bit later to synchronize this input state to the current page properly. Okay, with that out of the way, let's worry about the handle submit first. Where do we use that? And this goes inside of the input right here. So inside of the input, we can say when we press enter, we want the page to apply. So if I type in A2, press enter, of course, we want to be taken to the second page. To make this happen, we're going to add an on key down listener on the input. We can receive the event as the first argument inside of this callback function. And if the e.key is triple equal to enter, if we're pressing enter, in that case, we want to handle the submit. So we can say handle submit, and let's create a custom function called handle page submit to handle that. And also remember to invoke this. Don't forget these two parentheses at the end to actually call and invoke this function. Now this handle page submit doesn't exist yet, so we need to create it. Let's do it right up here, and let's create the const handle page submit to handle the page submitting logic. This will receive a page, and this page is going to be of type T custom page validator, the type we have defined above. And inside of this function, right here, inside of the handle page submit, we want to do two things. First off, we want to set the current page, to the number of the page that we get, right? Because this function will only ever be called if the input is legit, and legit meaning it passes this check right here. So if the number is between 1 and 3, only in that case this function will be run, or else the user will get an error message, which is automatically handled by the form validation library. We don't even need to worry about that. Okay, so we can assume that this is a correct input right here. So we can also set the value, the input value right here of the page that we get beautiful IntelliSense for, to the string of page, the number we get passed into here, like a 1, 2, 3, whatever, and we're going to set the input value to that value right here as a string, again, because inputs are always a string. Now, to give the user a really nice feedback when they type in something wrong, let's go down to the input right here and lightly change the class name. So instead of the hard-coded width of 12 and height of 8, we're going to use a dynamic value and use our cn helper function to achieve this. We're going to pass in what we had before as the default styles right here that are always applied. And if there are errors, and the errors are for the page input, which this right here is because we registered it as such, if we have errors for this input, which is our only input, then we are going to apply a class name. And this class name is going to be outline red 500. Let's save that, input some bogus that doesn't work, and hit enter. And unfortunately, it doesn't work. Okay, and once again, after like 2 minutes of debugging, I found out that we actually just needed to restart the dev server, and that was the fix. Wow. Okay, never mind. Let me get rid of the 2 console logs I inserted here, and just make sure you restart your dev server for this to work. And also, one thing we want to do is change the outline. That wasn't the outline, but instead let's do a focus dash visible and then a ring dash red dash 500. Let's give it a bit more space. That tends to look better, and because the whole thing is going to be red in that case. So we're going to start out on page 1. If we enter page 2 and hit enter, that's going to take us to page 2. And if we enter some bogus that is not a page, then this is going to turn a beautiful red to indicate that this is an invalid value. Perfect. This is exactly what we want. Okay, beautiful. The only thing that's left to add in the top bar right here in the orange part now is the zooming and the rotation, right? So how about we add the zooming first? Let's give this a bit more space, and let's go down a tad below the button right here and below the closing div below it. Remember, this closing div right here is still for the top bar. We want to stay inside of it, but begin a new item in here with creating a div, and let's give that div a class name of space x of 2. Inside of this div, we want a drop down menu to handle the zooming states, right? There should be like a selection of 100%, 150, 200, and so on how far you want to zoom in. And we are going to create this using a drop-down menu. A beautiful accessible one is already provided to us by our UI library. Let's install that. It's npx cn-ui at latest add, and this is called drop-down, is it menu? Let's go to ui.chatcn.com to check. Let's search for the drop-down menu and see the command to install it. Yes, it's in fact drop-down dash menu. All right, that's npx chatcn-ui at latest add drop-down hyphen menu. Hit enter on that. That's going to do all the work for us to install a beautiful accessible drop-down menu. It's going to take a while because it does involve a dependency. Let's hit pnpm dev to restart our dev server and navigate back to our page. Now we can already make use of this drop-down menu. It's from our custom component, not from Radix. That is unstyled and would look a bit weird. We want the styled one we have just installed together. Inside of this drop-down menu goes a drop-down menu trigger, in which we can define the button we want to open up the drop-down menu. Remember, to not have two buttons, we need to pass the asChild property because we want to use our custom button as the trigger. Let's use the button in here. And in this button, we want a little icon, a search icon we get from Lucid React. This is going to be self-closing. And let's give the search icon a class name of height of 4 and a width of 4. Great. Let's give the button an area-label because we only have an icon inside of it. Let's say zoom in here. And as for the button variant, we want a ghost to not make it stick out too much. Let's save that. Already see what we have on the page by reloading the page. And we did start up the dev server, I hope. Yes, we did. And we can see the little icon that is right here. Great. It doesn't do anything yet because we haven't defined the content of the drop-down menu. Also, really quick, let's give the button a class name, and that is going to be gap 1.5, and also give this entire thing a bit more space. Okay, now we get to the part of what should be inside of the drop-down menu. First off, let's create a drop-down menu content. Right here, we also get that from our UI library below the trigger, but still inside of the drop-down menu. And for each item we have in here, we can simply state the drop-down menu, and you can probably guess it, drop-down menu item. As easy as that. Also not from Radix, but from our custom UI component. Let's say, for example, 100%. Save that, and when we now open up this drop-down, it looks beautiful. It's fully accessible with keyboard, and we get the 100% right here. Now, this currently doesn't have any effect. When we select a value, it does literally nothing. And for it to have an effect on the UI, we obviously need to save it in a state. So let's say the const, and let's call this scale and set scale at our states up here is going to be equal to use state. Now the question is, which scale do we want to start at? Now, just like with the current page, the default value we're going to use is a 1. And just because I like it, once again, we're going to pass in the explicit TypeScript type, which you don't need to, but I think it does look a bit better. Okay, then we can now work with the scale to take an effect on the PDF. So what we want to do right here down for the drop-down menu, where we just were, right? First off, we want to display which scale we are currently at to the user. For that, let's go below the search icon and insert a dynamic value right here, which is the scale times 100. right here, and % for that. And right below that, or right next to it, we can add an icon that indicates that this is a drop-down menu. Because if we left it at this looks good, but nobody would probably care to click it because they wouldn't know what it does. So let's add a chevron down icon right next to the scale in %, and this is going to be self-closing. This icon will get a class name of height 3, a width of 3, and an opacity of 50. So it looks a bit more subtle. So we can tell it's a drop-down menu if we pay attention to it, and it looks really, really good. Now for the items. What do we want the item to do? Well, on select is something we get for each item. And when this item is selected, we can simply set the scale to 1 for the 100%. Let's copy this down using Shift, Alt, and arrow down. And you can define the next option. This can be anything you want. I'm going to use 150% as the next step, and the scale should be 1.5 in that case. Let's copy this down another time. This time this is going to be 200%, and the scale is going to be set to 2, of course. And let's do one last one for people that want to zoom in really, really far, and that is going to be 250% for very small PDFs, and that will of course scale to 2.5. Great. We can now select these values in our dropdown, and they work, but the PDF is not scaled accordingly. It doesn't have an effect on the PDF yet. And the way we can do that is we can also pass this into the page at the very bottom. This takes a prop that is called scale, and we can simply pass it the state that we're keeping track of. And that way we are actually going to be zoomed in right here to the PDF. However, as you might notice, oh, what happened right here? As you might notice, it doesn't really work yet. Localhost, there we go. If we go into here, it works by default, but if we select a different scale, well, everything crashes. That's not ideal. Let's go back and let's fix that issue. And the first thing we're gonna fix is let's go up a bit above the document and the ref or the div wrapping this document. One thing we want to do is, you remember when we click this and scale it up, it suddenly becomes huge and takes up the entire screen. Of course, that's not what we want. Instead, we want scroll bars to be able to scroll around the PDF, but not suddenly make it take up more space on the screen, more than it is assigned to take up. And one really, really handy package we can use for that is called npm install simple bar-react. Go ahead and install this, and what this does for us, let me show you. Let's let it install, and then start back up our dev server, and then go to the very top of the file, right here to our imports. What we can now import is the simple bar as a default import from simple bar, the package we have just installed, simple bar-react, just like this. Now let's go back a bit right here to our document, just like here, and insert that simple bar package we have just installed. This is not going to be self-closing because we're gonna wrap this div inside of it. I'm going to use my emit balance outward hotkey right here to select the div and wrap it inside of the simple bar. We are talking about the div with the ref, by the way. That's where we currently are. Okay, this simple bar takes a auto hide property, and this is going to be, and why am I on English keyboard again? This is going to be false by default. And also it takes a class name, and we're going to pass a class name of maximum height, and then a dynamic value. That's why we use these angled brackets once again with Tailwind. And what we're going to insert here is a calc. We're going to calculate the value of 100 view height minus 10 rem, just like this, and hit save on that. And now what you're going to notice is once we scale this up, and let's reload the page beforehand, and I hope the dev server is running. It seems like it. Let's let this refresh and then zoom in a bit. Let's go to 200%. Okay, and something is seriously wrong here. It shouldn't be that way with the simple bar. Give me a minute. I'm gonna do some debugging and I'm gonna be right back. Okay, and after some time of debugging, I found again, this is a very simple fix, but one thing we forgot is, do you remember when we added the simple bar right here? We just did that. And the purpose of this is to ensure that the PDF never gets bigger than it can be, because that's what's crashing the application. The PDF is just becoming way too big for the page when we increase the scale, because this only happens when we increase the scale. So to fix that, we are going to go into our layout or root layout and import the CSS that simple bar needs in order to display this correctly. So right below the React loading skeleton import, we can say import simple bar-react /dist for distributables, and then the simple bar.min.css. That's what we need to import. Okay, let's navigate back and let's try this again, and we can see luckily everything works now. We can close out of the console and we zoomed in successfully, and we get these beautiful bars which indicate, hey, we can now zoom into the PDF and scroll around as we want to. Beautiful. Let's go back into our application, into the PDF renderer. I'm going to change this back to the scale. You probably still have it in here, so the page always scales, and I'm going to remove this debugging step as well. Okay, let's save that, and we now expect this to work properly. By default, it's going to be rendered at 100%. Now the PDF is really large. This is going to change when we develop the chat wrapper. Don't worry about it for now, and we can actually zoom into the PDF as much as we want to and scroll around. Beautiful. Okay, now what's left to do is the rotation and the full screen, both of which are really intuitive because you already know the principles we are going to use for them. So first off, let's do the rotation. Let's move this into a side-by-side. And of course, the rotation, why is the side-by-side not working, also goes into a state because we want UI updates to go with it. So let's go into your PDF renderer. We can close all of the other pages for now, by the way. And let's save the current rotation inside of a state as well. So const rotation and set rotation by convention is going to be equal to use state. And this, of course, also will take a number starting at 0. I'm going to add the number generic in here as well. Now, to have a button to actually rotate this around, let's go ahead and add that button. To do that, we are going to go below or drop down menu right below this one, still inside of the div for it though, because that's the div that's on the right hand side here. We want it in there. And then here we're going to create a button right here. This button is going to have an area label because again, we're just going to have an icon inside of it. So people with a screen reader can tell what this is for. The area label, there we go, and let's say rotate 90 degrees. There we go. And inside of this button, the icon we are going to use is the rotate CW for clockwise, and that is going to be self-closing with a class name of height 4 width 4. Perfect. This button is going to be a variant of Ghost, so it doesn't pop out too much. Let's save that, and we're going to be able to see the button right here. Beautiful. However, we also want this button to do something. Right now, it doesn't do anything. So on click, we are going to change the rotation. For that, we can call the set rotation to change the state. This gets the previous value inside of the callback. And what we want to return from here is, of course, the previous value plus 90. So we are rotating this clockwise. If I now press the button, nothing happens because we haven't linked the state to the page yet. And to do that, it's really easy. Let's go down to the page and pass the rotate as the rotation state that we have and hit save. Now when we click the button, it will actually rotate the PDF, which is exactly what we expect to happen when we click the rotation button. Really, really good work. The last thing we want on this page is a button to view this PDF in full screen, because to be honest, sometimes this text will be really small, especially when it will have a bit less space due to the chat wrapper being on the right hand side here, right? If we're not zoomed in, sometimes it could be a bit hard to see. So let's move this to the right side and get started creating that full screen button right below this button right here. Let's call it PDF full screen. This is going to be a custom component which doesn't exist yet. Let's give the VS Code a bit more space and create that component under our components folder in source. A new file called PDF full screen .tsx, and the functionality is actually going to be pretty straightforward. Let's first create the component. Const PDF full screen is going to be nothing else than an arrow function that we export as the default at the very bottom of the page. Export PDF full screen. Beautiful. Now inside of this component, we want to keep track of the open state. And to do that, we're going to use React state. It's going to be equal to use state from React. And by default, it should not be open, right? The full screen view should be closed by default unless the user presses the button to open it. So let's call the state is open and also set is open just by convention, and we can already get started with the JSX in this component. This is going to return a dialog, one we have from our custom UI library. Right here, it's not going to be self-closing, and this dialog will take an open property because we're going to make it controlled. You remember that from earlier? It's the same thing now. We can pass in the isOpen to the open, and then on open change, once again, we receive the visibility as the V, let's just call it that. And then if it's not true, so if not V, if it's invisible, then we're going to set the isOpen to that visibility. Okay, so essentially kind of like a toggle, right? And inside of this dialog, we can once again make use of the very useful dialog trigger, also from our custom component, not from Radix, and pass it the asChild property as usual, because we want a custom trigger, which is going to be a button we get from our UI button. This button is going to say nothing. It's just going to be an icon inside of here, and that is the expand icon we get from Lucid-React. We can simply pass it a class name that is going to be height of 4 and width of 4. And because we just have an icon in the button, once again, we need to pass an area label. Well, technically, we don't need to pass it, but it is a really good idea to make your app more accessible to people. And let's say full screen inside of the area label, so visually impaired people know what this does. The button has a variant, and that is going to be ghost. And let's give it a class name of gap -1.5 as well. Great. We can already save this, and let's import the PDF full screen inside of our PDF renderer component. So we can already see it showing up right here, and there it is, beautiful. If we click this, nothing happens yet because there is no dialog content. There is nothing to show in the modal that pops open, right? So let's change that. Inside of here, let's define the dialog content. This is what's going to show up in the pop-up. And let's give it a class name of maximum width of 7XL and a width of full. So it will actually take up that 7XL, or in pixels, that would be 1280. If we just hover over this, it says it right there. Beautiful. Inside of this dialog content, let's once again make use of the simple bar to not let it overflow and have some nice scroll bars we can use to traverse the PDF file. This simple bar is not going to be self-closing either. It will receive children with an auto hide of false. There we go. And we want a class name on the simple bar. And this is going to be a maximum height of, and then in custom angled brackets, because we want a custom value in here, we're going to calculate 100 view height minus 10 rem once again. Let's give this a bit more space. There we go. And also we want to pass a margin top of 6. Okay, inside of the simple bar, let's just straight up copy what we have in the PDF renderer, because the PDF rendering logic at the bottom line is going to be exactly the same stuff. So let's head back over to our PDF renderer, and then for the ref and the document, let's copy this entire element. Without the simple bar, to be honest, we could have just copied that as well. Never mind, let's just copy the div and the document inside of it and paste it right into the simple bar tag in the PDF full screen. Now, of course, that's going to give us an error because, we still need to make the imports in this component, and the loader too. We also need to import, as well as the toast. Remember, the toast is not a direct import, but rather it's a destructured version of the use toast hook we can get from right there. That's how we get the toast function. Now there's some stuff still missing, like the num pages, for example. So we can literally go again to the PDF renderer, take the num pages state at the very top of the file right here, copy this line over into our PDF full screen to fix that error. Let's move it up to the isOpen state, so we have those together. Beautiful. And that was the current page. We don't want the current page, we want the num pages. That was an accident. Let's replace that. We want the num pages. There we go. Okay, let's see what is still missing. The ref is still missing for the div. So we can literally go ahead and also copy and paste this line with the use resize detector. You can just copy that from the PDF renderer, head into our PDF full screen and paste it here. So we have the width, the ref, and we also need to import this hook from React resize detector. Let's see what is still missing. We have the page. We still need to import that from React PDF. Beautiful. We need the URL, and this is going to be a property we receive into this PDF full screen component. We don't need to fetch it separately. Of course we can, but there's no point because we have access to this in the PDF renderer. We can simply pass it as a prop into the PDF full screen. So how we do this is, let's call it file URL and destructure it right away. And this is going to be of type PDF full screen props in interface that doesn't exist yet. So let's create it right above it, interface, and let's copy the name, paste it right here. And the only thing we receive in this component is the file URL, which is of type string, and it's not optional. We always want this property. And that is exactly what we can now pass into the document for the PDF file, right? Just pass in the file URL. And that also means we will get an error in the parent component right here because we don't pass currently the file URL. And this is nothing else than the file. And no, that's not the file. It needs to be the URL that we get in this component in the PDF renderer. Beautiful. That means the error will now be gone in the PDF renderer, and the only thing that's left is 3 errors in the PDF full screen. However, we don't care about the scale or the rotation in this component. We can just get rid of those. The only thing we do care about is the page number. However, we don't want pagination like we have on the right-hand side here in this component. Instead, we want to display all the pages. How do we do that? So instead of displaying one page with a page number, what we can do is map over every page that we have. And the way we do that is by saying new array, and we can pass in as the amount of array entries that we want to have the num pages. So for each number, we create one array entry that we can now map over. First, let's fill them with 0, and now let's map over them. So for each array entry, we don't care about the first value, but we do care about the index. So if we don't care about the value, a convention is to just use an underscore for it, which just means we're not going to use it, and we only care about the index as the second argument for this callback function. And what we are going to return from this is a page element, like we already had. With the only difference is now we do need a key. As the key, we're going to use the index, and as the page number, we're going to use the index, but +1, because the pages start at index 1 and an array starts at index 0. So we need to add 1 for this to be, page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Beautiful. Let's save that page. And one thing I just noticed while demoing this is that this 1 does not update while we navigate through the pages. And that is because, let's switch quickly back over to the PDF renderer and fix this really quick. It's like 2 lines of code we can do. So for the buttons that we use, these buttons right here, currently we're only updating the current page. But what we also need to do is update the value of this input right here. We're not changing this currently, which we need to do for this to work properly. So what we can do is set the value right here. That's how we can modify this value right here. And we want to change it for the page input, which is the only one we have. And what do we want to change it to? Well, we can convert the current page -1 to a string. There we go. And now if we use this button, let's reload the page and try this out. Well, it will work if we use it on both buttons. Now it only works in one direction, which is not ideal, but we can simply copy this line of code, go back to the other button right down here and do the same logic, except instead of the -1, we're now going to add a +1 to it and save that. Let's try if this works. It's going to start at 1, and when we navigate up and down, it's going to work. And if we enter a custom number, it's also going to work. And if we enter some bogus, great, it doesn't work. Perfect. Great. And one of the last things we need to do for the PDF full screen to work properly is add an event listener to the button, right? Currently, the button does nothing. If we click it, no full screen modal opens, which is not good. So to fix that, let's go into the button of the PDF full screen and add an on-click event. In this click, because we turned this into a controlled component, we want to set the isOpen value to true. And that's the only thing we need to do in here. Perfect. Oh, actually, wait a second. This doesn't go on the button. This goes on the dialog trigger. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. It will do the same thing, but let's put it on the trigger. I think that's where it belongs. Okay, let's make this a bit larger and see if this actually works. Let's press the button, and this does open up our full PDF with all pages in a beautiful scrollable modal. That's exactly what we want. This is fully accessible. We can close it using the escape key or the mouse. It looks really good out of the box. and it has a loading animation with that little spinner, and it loads really fast. Perfect. Really, really good work. Let's close out of this, and I think we are almost done, or are we even completely done with this whole PDF viewer? Let's reload it and see. So we can browse through the pages. That's looking good. We can zoom into the pages. And one very tiny detail, but it does make a difference in the user experience, that we could do is when we zoom, there could be a little flicker, a little delay in the rendering of this page. And to not have that flicker when we zoom, we can actually do a little trick. And that is show the last page until the new page is rendered. Therefore, we avoid any flicker and it just looks better to the end user. And the way we do that is pretty straightforward. Let's head over to our PDF renderer and quickly implement this for a bit cleaner animations. This especially gets visible when we slow down our CPU. Here's a little trick you can do. We can go into the tabs right here, and then under performance, we can manually throttle our CPU. And this might not work because I'm so zoomed in. Let's zoom out just a tad. So for people with slower devices especially, let's enable some CPU throttling. We can do that right here. And then let's reload the page and try zooming in. Directly, right away, you can see everything is a lot slower. And that's the entire point. This is way slower than it would really be in reality for most people. But this way we can do some debugging on slower devices. So if we zoom in right now, you can see there's some lag, there's some white space before the page is rendered. That is what I mean. And we can completely get rid of this doing a little trick that I want to show you right now. Let's disable the throttling because we won't see it very much on fast devices, but to make it look good on all devices, no matter how fast or slow they are, let's get ahead and fix this. So the way we're going to do that is by conditionally rendering this page and keeping the old page while the new one is loading. So for that, we need to determine two things. We need a loading state and the scale of which the page is currently rendered. Let's already insert those values right here to conditionally render this first page. Let's call them isLoading and also the rendered scale. And if these both are truthy, then we are going to render this first page, and else we are going to render null. And of course, these two values don't exist yet, so let's create them. And what exactly do they mean? Well, let's go to the very top of the file and declare those values. Let's go right here to our states, and we need one more state, and that will be the const rendered scale. And here we're going to keep track of the scale of the page that is currently rendered and set rendered scale. There we go. This is going to be a use state, and by default, this is going to be null. And in here, it's now actually important that we pass in the generic for TypeScript to know this could be a number as well as null. So we can later change it to a number if we want to. And then the isLoading state is very simple. We can simply determine it and derive it from this rendered scale. So if the const rendered, let's call it isLoading, and that is going to be equal to if the rendered scale, there we go, is not equal to the scale, right? If we change the scale, this value gets updated. And if there is a mismatch between the rendered and the scale, then we are currently in the process of rendering a new page and therefore are loading. That's why we can derive this from these two state values right here. A really neat little trick. Now with this isLoading value, let's go way down to our pages again and determine what to show if we are loading. And for that, let's create a new page, and we can simply copy and paste this one down and change it up just a bit, but that will change us some, manual work. First off, this page we just copied down below this conditional check will receive a class name, something the other one doesn't have. And this class name is going to be a CN because we're going to conditionally apply a class name. And that's going to be, if we are loading, if isLoading, then we're going to apply a CSS hidden property. And else we're not going to apply anything, just an empty string. The width is going to be the same. The rotation is going to be the same. And let's also add a loading state to this page right here. Again, this is just plain JSX. We can create a div in here, just like so. Give this div a class name. That's going to be flex and justify -center. And inside of this div, let's create our trusty loader2 icon from Lucid React and give it a class name of my-24, a height of 6, a width of 6, and an animate dash spin property, so it spins around in circles. Beautiful. One really important change we need to make to this is to update the rendered scale once this page renders. Now, how do we do that? When do we know that this page has rendered? Well, the React PDF library provides us a helper for that, and that's on render success. And this takes a callback function in which we can just say that the rendered scale, set rendered scale, is now the scale. Therefore, the loading is finished. We are displaying the new page. Great. And one final thing we need to do is to give these pages a certain identity. And we can do that using the regular key attribute in React. And the key we're going to use for the second page is going to be a combination. Let's say add, and then this is called a composite key. We're going to use the scale to give this page a certain integrity, which needs to differ from this upper page right here to not get any flickering during the resizing. So we're going to add another key right here. This is going to be a composite key, so a key consisting of something plus another thing. That's all it means. It's a fancy word for it. And this needs to be the rendered scale. So the key for this, add plus rendered scale, and the key for the regular page down here, the add plus the regular scale, not the rendered scale. All right, let's hard reload the page with those changes and see if this works. If we go to 150%, 200%, 250%, we can see it looks really good. It zooms just as we expect it to, and there is no flicker in between, which is exactly what we want. Beautiful. Okay, so this is the entire PDF render done. We can rotate the file. We can even go into a full screen mode if we want to and view all the pages we have in the PDF in a beautiful model. Beautiful. And with that done, we can finally move on to one of my favorite parts of this entire build. And that is going to be the chat wrapper. That's going to encapsulate all the chatting logic, this one right here, with all the messages, with a chat input, the AI logic, and everything that's connected to it. What are you going to learn in this section? For example, optimistic updates. Now, why are optimistic updates such a big deal? And what does it even mean? So an optimistic update is when I type in a message right here and hit enter, right? Then we need some time, even though it's not much, to submit that message, for example, to the database and to generate the response to the message, right, from the AI. And the thing is, with optimistic updates, as soon as I type in that message right here and hit enter, it is immediately put into the chat, even though it is not in the database yet. But for the user feedback, that is amazing because they get insanely fast, basically immediate feedback, which they won't get when we have the message, hit enter, then wait for the API route to finish. And then once that is done loading, the message gets put into the chat. For the user, that just feels slow. And in 2023, 2024, whenever you're watching this video, people just expect instant updates. That's just how it is. And it's a really good idea to incorporate this into your app. I'm going to show you how in one of my favorite ways. You're going to love it. And then next to the optimistic updates, what we're going to do is something called infinite queries. Now, what that means is if we have certain messages in this chat, right? Message here, message here, message here, message here. And let's put one on top as well. Whenever we navigate to this page, and just imagine there are 100 messages in this chat. If we don't have infinite queries, we would be loading 100 messages, even though only 5 are visible on the screen right now, and all the other ones, you know, would be on top. We wouldn't even see them, but we would still load them if we didn't have infinite queries, which is a pretty bad idea because there could be technically an unlimited amount of messages above, like 5,000 for each PDF file. That, you know, loading would put a lot of strain on our database, and also mainly the problem, the client. They would have to display all the messages even if they didn't need them. That is why we're going to make use of infinite queries. When you visit the page, we're only going to load the last 5 or 10 or 20, whatever you like. In the app we're building, the limit is going to be like 10. I think we set it to the last 10 messages. And if the user scrolls up the chat, only then are we loading more messages for the user to display. It looks seamless, but it significantly improves performance, and it makes a lot of sense in this use case and all the other apps that you might be building in the future. So learn it here once and then apply it throughout your apps that you're building. It's really, really cool. And those are my 2 favorite features about this section. Of course, it all looks good, and we're streaming in the AI response in real time. One more cool feature I forgot to mention. And I say we get started right away. And the cornerstone of this all we've already set. and that is going to be the chat wrapper that is rendered down here. Now, what is the purpose of the chat wrapper? Why do we need this? Well, it serves three purposes. First off, it handles all the loading states for us. Loading states are a super significant part of a good user experience, and we will deal with them centrally in one component instead of having to deal with them each in one of the input or the messages component. Then secondly, we need context. If we input something into this input field, we also need to know about it in the messages component. You're going to see why that is so useful. And lastly, for the layouting, we can define the layout in one component and then just put the children into there, and it's going to look really, really good. Let me show you how we're going to do this. First off, in the chat wrapper, let's begin by creating a div element. And this is going to get a class name of relative, a minimum height of full, a background zinc of 50, and let's give this way more space to work with. There we go. A flex, a divide of y, a divide zinc of 200. You want a flex dash call. Let's go a bit to the right side, a justify dash between, and lastly, a gap of 2. Inside of this div right here, we're going to create one more div with a class name of flex dash 1, a justify dash between, a flex dash call, and a margin bottom of 28. So quite a bit. Okay, and now comes the thing. In here, we want to display the messages, and these messages will live in their own component that doesn't exist yet. So let's create it. It goes right here, and let's create the component under source components, and then a new file called messages.tsx, and I messed that up. It should be messages right here in the chat wrapper as well. In this component, the messages, const messages, are nothing else than a regular arrow function. Once again, let's export that as the default, export default messages from this component so that we can already import it back in the chat wrapper and have it work here. This doesn't return any JSX at the moment. That's why we're getting an error. So let's just return a basic div from these messages so we can already use them and get the layouting done before we dive into the messages component further. Right below the messages, we're going to render out the chat input. These are going to be separate components. We have the input right at the bottom here, and then the messages, what you can see on the top here. These are going to be separate. So let's declare the chat input right here as another component that doesn't exist yet. Same thing as with the messages. Let's go over, and what we can actually do is kind of separate our concerns here. So because the chat will involve about 3 to 4 components, what we can do, and which makes a lot of sense here, is create another folder, and let's name it chat. And all components that are related to this chat will go into this chat folder. So for example, that's going to be the chat wrapper. Let's move that into there. That's going to be also the messages right here. Let's move it into there. And now in here, we can also create the new file for the chat input.tsx. Let's just go ahead and copy over the messages boilerplate into the chat input. So we're a bit quicker and don't need to write it from scratch. And then let's just replace the messages with the name of chat input and save this file. Now we can already import this in our chat wrapper. Okay, and after importing the chat input, let's save this component. Now, what I teased earlier, one really important function of this chat wrapper is to handle loading states. And what are these loading states going to depend on? Well, do you know, if we go to the core.ts, I'm just going to show you this, no need to follow along. We are creating a file with the upload status of processing. And this is essentially a loading state. Because what will happen is that we are going to do a bunch of logic right here in the onUploadComplete below this. So this won't be as easy as just adding a single file. But later on, we will also need to index this file into a vector database. That's going to be really cool. You're going to see what I mean by that in a bit. But essentially, bottom line is this operation will take a bit. And for this loading state to be handled properly, that is exactly what the chat wrapper is for. Let me show you how this will work. Let's go into the index.ts under tRPC, because we do need a router for this, a new API endpoint. Choose any spot you like right here in the index, and let's create a new API endpoint called getFileUploadStatus. Right here, this is also going to be a private procedure, so you need to be logged in to call it with a certain post body as the input. You know how this works by now. This is going to be a z.object, and the data we expect for this API route is going to be a file ID, and this is going to be of type z.string. so the file we want to search for. And as the mutation, as the business logic right here, as always, this mutation takes a callback function, just like this. And let's format this after putting a comma here so it looks a bit cleaner. Okay, as for the business logic in this API route, what we want is to find a file and check for the status of that file upload. So how we do that in practice is, let's say const file is equal to await db.file. And again, to be able to use the await, we need to mark this mutation as asynchronous, just like this. Remove the extra parentheses, and then let's find the first file that matches our criteria. So where do we want to find this file? Essentially, where the ID is the input dot, file ID that we expect here, but in order to be able to use the input, we do need to import it right here from the input, and while we're at it, also import the context. So now we can check where the file ID equals the input dot file ID we pass as the body to this request, and where the user ID matches the context dot user ID, which is nothing else than the logged in user. Beautiful. After we found that file, we can return the status of it. So for example, if we don't have a file, if it doesn't exist in the database, then we are going to return a status of pending. And we are not gonna just leave it at this. What we also want to do is return this status as a constant. This is just for TypeScript to know that pending is one of the valid states or files can be in. Because if you remember what the enum is, the upload status, pending is one of them. And in order for TypeScript to recognize that what we're passing here is in fact a valid attribute, if we left away the asConst, it would be any string, but we want it to be exactly the pending string. That's what the asConst is for. And let's return an object where the status of this object is going to be the file.upload status. Perfect. We can save this API route and now go back into our chat wrapper and actually make use of it in another polling approach. So you might know how this works by now. Let's import tRPC. We already see this get file upload status right here, and can use the use, and this needs to be a use query, by the way, because we're making a get request. No need to have this as a mutation. Let's change this back to a query. And now we can make use of the use query right here on the front end, because we want it to trigger as soon as the page loads. And as for the file ID that this API route expects, well, we don't have access to it in the chat wrapper. How do we get access to it? Well, really simple. We can just accept it as a prop into this component. The file ID, let's name it chat wrapper props. You know how this works by now, and we can just define the props as an interface chat wrapper, wrapper props way up here. And for each thing that we destructure, we need to define the type of it. In our case, this is just going to be a string that we accept and pass right into this use query. Okay, just like this, the polling wouldn't quite work. What we also want to do is to configure a refetch interval, just like this. Now, this refetch interval passes in the data, so whatever we return from the API route is going to be accessible right here in the data. For example, the status that we send back from the API. And this is really important because now we can define that we want to poll until the file has a certain status. So, for example, if the data.status is in the success state, or if the data.status is in the failed state. That both means, whether it's success or failed, doesn't matter, both of them mean that the file upload is technically done. It's resolved. Whether it's successful, failed, doesn't matter. So in that case, we want to stop polling because there's no longer a loading state. We have a definite result. And if it's not, then it's either pending or processing. So in that case, we want to keep polling in a 500 millisecond delay. All right. And by the way, one reason we get this error right here is because we're not making use of an implicit return, but instead are just passing a function block. That is not what we want. Let's remove the curly braces. Alternatively, what you could do is just return the statement as well. But I think it looks a bit cleaner. If we just get rid of these curly braces and do something called an implicit return, where this is implicitly directly returned from the function. Beautiful. And now if we destructure the data and the isLoading property, we have everything we need to get set up and running for beautiful loading states in our app right here. So the first thing we want to do is handle the isLoading loading state. If we don't have a status yet, so not success, failed, processing, or pending, if we don't have any of these yet, but at the very start when this page is first rendered, then the isLoading is going to be true when we don't have the result of the database API call yet. That's the isLoading. And in that case, we are going to return some JSX, a beautiful loading state to be precise. So the top level div we're going to return from here gets a class name of relative, of minimum height full, a background zinc of 50, we want flex, a divide dash y, a divide zinc of 200, a flex dash call. Can we give this a bit more space? Yes, we can. There we go. A justify dash between, and lastly a gap of 2. Beautiful. Inside of this div, let's create one more div with a class name of flex-1, flex, justify-center, items-center, flex-call, and lastly a margin bottom of 28. Let's open up this div and create one last div, I promise, with a class name of flex, flex-call. We want an items-center and a gap of 2 in here as well. Beautiful. And in here, let's put our loader 2. We are going to put this, you're going to see we're going to change it up later in the other loading states. In the isLoading, we're going to use a loading spinner just like this with a class name of height 8, a width of 8, a text of blue 500, and an animate dash spin to make the circle turn around in circles. An h3 element with a class name of font dash semi-bold, a text of extra large saying loading ... There we go. And lastly, to finish up this loading state, a paragraph element with a class name of text zinc 500 and text dash small. And in here, we're going to say we, and then what I mentioned earlier, the and, apos, and colon for the save HTML right here. We're preparing your PDF, period. Okay, let's take a look at what this looks like. Let's change it to true, the isLoading, so it will always be truthy. Save all the files, and also we need to turn this into a client component because we are making use of tRPC in the component. So save that, turn it into a client component. Let's move this into a proper side-by-side. There we go, and reload the page. So there we go, that was our loading state. Again, that was really, really fast. But if we expand this and take a look at the right side, this right here is our loading state. And what we can also do, just for decoration, is already render out the chat input inside of this component as well. The thing is, this chat input is purely for decoration, right? We want to make it very apparent to people that this is a chat, but they shouldn't be able to interact with it while this entire thing is loading, right? So that's why we also want to pass in isDisabled property to the chat input that, of course, we need to accept first in the chat input. So let's navigate over into the chat input and accept as a prop an isDisabled property. And we can just call this the chat input props, for example. Go to the very top, of course, declare that interface chat input props, just like this. And then for each thing that we're destructuring, like the isDisabled, which could be optional, we want to declare that this is a Boolean value. Right now, this doesn't do anything, but what it does allow us to do is already use the functionality as if it was already functioning from our loading states in the chat wrapper. So we can already pass the isDisabled flag right here. Even though it doesn't do anything, we can already syntactically clear everything in the chat wrapper. Perfect. Let's return to the isLoading instead of the isTrue to only show this conditionally. So if I save that, it will obviously remove the loading state here from the side. Beautiful. Let's replace the true with the isLoading again, so we're not constantly mocking this loading state. And next up, let's handle the processing state. So if the data.status that we're receiving in this component is processing, triple equal processing. There we go. In that case, we're going to return a very similar component to the isLoading, and we can just copy and paste the code we have up here, again using our emit balance outward to mark the entire element with just one button press and paste it right here in the processing step. Now we do want to change some things up, like for example loading. Let's change it to processing PDF, and as for the p tag content, let's say this won't, and then for the apostrophe, we're again going to use the same tactic, won't take long, period. Okay, the loader 2 can stay the same consistently, that's good. And by the way, this is stuck in a loading because of our database state of the file. We're gonna fix that up later. Let's first complete the loading states here on the left-hand side. So we handled the is loading, we handled the processing. Now what we need to do is handle the failed state. Now, when is the state going to be failed? For example, if you try to upload more pages than your quota allows. If you are a free user, you shouldn't be able to upload PDFs larger than 5 pages. And if you do, well, you're gonna see this failed state. So let's define it. If the data.status is triple equal to failed, well, in that case, what are we going to return? We're still going to return a variant of the loading state from before, so we can copy and paste it right in here. However, there are going to be small differences. For example, the icon is not going to be a loader 2, but instead an X circle, just like this. And the text is not going to be blue, but instead let's make it red. And of course, we don't want this X to spin around. As for the H3, we can say too many pages in PDF, ... or just leave them away, it doesn't matter. And then as for the P tag, well, we want to inform the user what's wrong. So how many pages their plan supports. For example, and then let's add a span to make this a bit bold. So let's give this span a class name of font-medium. And then for example, the free plan, or let's just enter free right here. And then after the span, say plan supports up to 5 pages, period, or pages per PDF. I think it's a bit more clear. There we go. And let's see this in action. Let's mock this out. You don't need to follow along with this. Let's just take a look at that loading state right here. And also, of course, to invoke this, let's quickly go into our database right here. Oh, it's still open. Great. Let's open that up and change the state of the file from processing to failed. Let's remove one of the files, go into the other and change the upload status to failed. There we go. To mock that it did not work. And then we should be able to see in this loading state, well, we're not seeing anything right now. Let's quickly navigate to the dashboard and see why that is. Were we on the wrong file? Well, it's loading right now. And now we should see that the error status here, that we have too many pages per PDF, and it does pop up really quickly, but it doesn't show permanently. And that's not ideal. That is not what we want. So if we can see anything in here, okay, interesting. So we get a ZOD error. That means whatever we pass in to this API route to our index right here is invalid. In our case, the file ID. And that's what tRPC is complaining about here with the tRPC client error. Interesting. So let's see how we can fix this. Let's do very quickly some debugging together. And if it's a more complex issue, I will debug on my own and then tell you the solution. But I don't think this is going to be a very, complicated solution. So let's quickly log out the file ID in the chat wrapper and take a look at what happens. Let's reload the page and we should be able to see, okay, the file ID is undefined. That's not ideal. Let's clear the console and see as to why this might be undefined, where we are rendering out the chat wrapper. And we are doing that right here. And of course, we also get an error right there that literally tells us that we're doing it wrong. Let's get rid of the console. That's a bit distracting. That we forgot to pass in the file ID from the page right here. Interesting. Okay, so this file ID needs to be equal to the file that we are fetching in this page.tsx.id. And problem solved. Let's try this again. Let's reload the page, loading PDF, and then we see too many pages in PDF. Your free plan supports up to 5 pages per PDF. Of course, this is just mocked. This PDF only has 3 pages, so we shouldn't see that error in any, real setting, but now we know what it looks like and that it works. Perfect. Now, one thing we want to do is when we're displaying a loading state, we want always to offer the user an option to get out of the, in quotes, bad state. And what that means in practice, for example, for this state right here, let's offer them an option to go right back to the dashboard, right? Because they have nothing more to do on this page. So let's display a link right here. We get from next/link. And this is not going to be self-closing. In fact, in here, we're going to say back. That takes them back to the homepage and also a little icon, a chevron left icon we get from our Lucid React icon library with a class name of height 3 with 3 and margin right 1.5. There we go. This link needs an href and this is going to go to the /dashboard. There we go. And also a class name to give it nicer button styles. These are going to be dynamic, and you already know how this works by now. We can pass in the button variants to apply the default button styles. However, we don't want the default styles as the variant. We want the secondary. There we go. Select that. And as the class name, we want a margin top of 4 to space it out a bit from this p tag element right here. Awesome. Let's save that, see how it looks. We got the back button, very subtle, but it is there for users to just click to head back right to the dashboard. Perfect. Very, very nice. Let's go back into the file so we can see the loading state here on the right-hand side. And that's it. That's the loading states all done. We're handling 3 different cases for the error. We're handling the processing, and we're also handling the is loading state. Really, really nice. Anything else basically means that the file upload is either still in progress or it was successful. And if it is successful, of course, we actually want to display the chat and all messages inside of it. So we can get rid of the or true, because that will always evaluate the true, and just leave it at the data status is equal to failed, and then render out all the good stuff in the other case. So in order to see this, let's go back into the Prisma Studio and quickly change this to success to pretend that everything went well, which normally it always should. And then we can see that this is still empty, because essentially we are rendering out 2 empty components, the messages and the chat input. And what I think makes more sense to do first is the chat input, because without it, there won't be any messages to display in the first place. So let's start in the chat input. Let's start by giving the top level div in here a class name, and also give this entire thing a bit more space. Like that. This div class name is going to be absolute. We want a bottom dash 0, a left dash 0, and a width of full. Inside of here goes a form. And this form is not going to get an action. Instead, it's just going to get a class name, and that is going to be mx of 2, a flex dash row, a gap of 3, on medium devices an mx of 4, on medium devices and the last element, a margin bottom of 6, you know, this syntax right here. Then on large devices an mx of auto, on large devices a maximum width of 2xl, and on extra large devices, XL, we're going to give it a maximum width of 3XL. Let's give this a tad more space. There we go. Inside of here, let's create another div with a class name of relative. This is going to be flex, a height of full, a flex dash 1 to take up as much space in the flex container as it possibly can, an items dash stretch, and lastly, on medium devices, a flex dash call to enforce a vertical layout. Okay, in here, let's create one more div with a class name of also relative, flex dash call, a width of full, a flex dash grow, and a padding of 4. Perfect. Inside of here, one more div with just one class name, I promise, and that's going to be relative. And inside of this div, we want the input element, right? Let's quickly take a look at our drawing right here, how this should look like. This is the component we're currently developing, this little chat input. And of course, we need an area where you can type in your text. And that's not going to be a regular HTML input, but instead, we're going to use a text area for that. So we can type in multiple lines, which is way better of an idea for long questions in the chat than a plain input is. So how we're going to do that is let's go in here and let's say pnpm, or let's use npx for this, npx shed cn-ui at latest to add another UI component to our app, and that's going to be add text area, and hit enter. That's going to add a accessible, good looking text area to our app that we can simply go ahead and use right here in our chat input. So let's start up back the dev server, go in between this div with a class name of relative, and insert a text area that we just, not test area, text area that we just installed into our app. Beautiful. As the placeholder, let's pass it enter your question, ... And then let's give it a rows. That needs to go as a prop into the text area. A rows of 1, a max rows of 4. Not in the array syntax, of 4. And now you might be wondering, hey Josh, the text area doesn't take a prop that is max rows. And you'd be right, because we are not going to be using the default text area that is installed into our component. That's the beauty of ShadCN as a UI library. We can customize all the code that we want. Because one thing this text area right here lacks, as it's just a default text area, when we enter multiple rows and try to type a multiple row message, it won't grow with the message. It will add like a weird scrolling bar and it's going to look really, really awful. So to counter that, let's add a very lightweight dependency, npm install, pnpm install, doesn't matter, and it's called react text area dash auto size. Hit enter on that, and it's literally just a React text area that automatically sizes with your input. That's all it does. It's super lightweight, and we can already go ahead and import the text area auto size. There we go, from React text area auto size. And what we can also import just for TypeScript is the type. So comma, and then let's also get the text area auto size props type to use in this component. Let's give this all a tad more space. Format the file, there we go. And the only thing we're gonna do is switch out the text area to the text area auto size. And of course, we also need to tell TypeScript that, hey, this is fine. So let's just copy the text area auto size props and replace the text area props right here. And just like that, all the errors are gone. Perfect. Let's also very quickly remove the minimum height of 80 pixels right here. We won't need that. And we can leave the rest as it is and save the text area. And now you can see, now it does accept a max rows of 4 property. Amazing. And we can continue right here. One cool property that you might not know about that you can pass to pretty much any input or text area in React is the autofocus. And what that will do is when you load the page, the cursor, the type will automatically be inside of the input by default. It's a really neat little trick. Doesn't require much at all, just that one property. Okay, let's add a class name to this text area, and that's gonna be a resize-none to make the little icon in the bottom right disappear because it doesn't look good. A padding right of 12, a text-base, a padding y of 3, a scroll bar thumb blue, a scroll bar thumb rounded, a scroll bar track blue lighter actually, a scroll bar w 2, and a scrolling touch. Now these aren't Tailwind properties, these are custom CSS properties that we don't have in our app yet. So let's quickly go ahead and add them in our globals.css right here. And because this is not a CSS tutorial, what I suggest you do is just go into the copy paste list and grab all the CSS styles from here under the scroll bar CSS section and paste them right here beneath the granny. That way we don't need to type this out yourself. I even forgot some comments in here. I'm gonna remove them in your paste list. There we go. And just by doing that, we have a nice looking scroll bar and don't really need to care about the styles. This is not any advanced CSS, very stupid work, and we can just save some time by copy and pasting that. Awesome, so let's continue in the chat input. Right below this text area is where we are gonna create a button right here. And that's gonna be the sending button. And in here, we're just gonna have an icon, and that is gonna be the send icon from Lucid React. We can just go ahead, import that, and give it a class name of height 4 and also a width of 4. Now, because we only have a icon in here, let's also add an area label, and this is gonna be send message. There we go. Let's already preview what this looks like here on the right-hand side. Let's go into a side by side. There we go. And let's see what this looks like. Well, it doesn't look like anything because the dev server is not on. Okay, let's restart the dev server and now reload the page and take a look at how we are tracking with the input. Beautiful, looks kind of weird. The button is not where it should be, so let's quickly fix that. Let's give the button a class name of absolute, a bottom of 1.5, and also a right of a custom value of 8 pixels in these angled brackets, 8px. There we go. Let's save that and hopefully the input will look better. Now the button is exactly where it should be. Beautiful. Now for the actual functionality, and that is not actually going to be done in the chat input. Let's quickly close all the others and let me quickly show you what we're about to do. So the chat input, let's quickly copy these 2 blue components right here. These are going to be the messages right here, and this is the input we have just created. However, these are separate components, and in order for those two to communicate with each other, well, they are technically, in React, how React sees it, on the same level. So in React, we can only pass data from above, but we cannot pass data from a component to another component on the same level, unless we use something called context. So what that means is if we wrap both these components in something called React context, then we can pass data from one component to the other. That means we can write a message in the input, message right here, that is going to be sent to the context and processed right here. So for example, we are sending this message to an API and storing it in the database. That's what's happening in the context. And once that is done, the messages are going to refresh their data or get the data from the context to show. And that is essentially how we can communicate between two components on the same level using React context, a really, really useful thing that we are going to make use of right now. And that really isn't too complicated. So to make use of this, let's go into the chat and create a new file called chat.context.tsx. This technically isn't a component and we're still putting it under components. It's not a big deal because it belongs to the chat. We're not going to use it anywhere else. Of course, you could also make a separate folder for this as, context if you wanted to. I think this is a totally fine way to go about things. I'm just co-locating it with the other chat stuff, what we need. From this file, the chat context, let's export a constant called chat context. This is what we're later going to consume in our components. And this is going to be equal to the create context we get from React. Using this, we can create our context. Let's give it an option. And first, in creating context in React, we always need to define the fallback values. And in this context, we're going to have four things. First off, a function to add a message. And by default, this is just going to be an empty function that literally does nothing. Then the message we are currently adding is going to be an empty string by default. Again, these are the fallback values. These don't represent the actual function we're going to use later. Then the handle input change is another function we want. And by default, again, this is going to be an empty function that literally does about nothing. And lastly, also separated by a comma, we want the isLoading state, and this is going to be false by default. This is pretty much just like React state, just a bit more of them, really nothing too complicated. And now, because we're in TypeScript, let's also define the type of what we want this to be. So let's name it type stream response. There we go at the very top, or we could also name it, context type, or it doesn't really matter. And let's quickly copy in the values from here, paste them in the type so we don't have to type out everything ourselves, and this just makes it a bit easier. For example, the add message will return void. Nothing will be returned by that. The message is going to be a string type. The handle input change is also going to be, this is going to be a bit more elaborate. So for example, in the callback function in here, we're going to receive an event, and this event will be of type react.change_event. Just follow along with me here, and let's pass a generic into this change event of an HTML text area element. There we go. Now, what is this type? Well, essentially, whenever an event gets triggered in our chat input, because this is a text area, this type comes out as the event. That's why it's this type right here. And this returns also void, nothing specific. And instead of just false, we want the isLoading to be a Boolean because it can also be true while the loading state is true. Now let's export the chat context provider. And that's essentially what allows us to wrap our components. It's nothing else than another JSX component we can use to literally wrap the other components. To do that, let's export a const chat context provider. And this is going to be an arrow function that also receives some properties. Namely, these properties are the file ID, and also we want some children to, wrap our components. Let's define the type for that. The interface, let's just call it props. And these are going to be for the file ID a string that we are required to pass into the provider. And then for the children, these are going to be of type React node, and just import that. Of course, we also need to assign this type to the destructured props right here in the chat context provider. And that allows us to actually get started with the logic, because Again, the chat context is going to be responsible for all the logic involved in sending and receiving messages. So it's going to be a bit longer component, but to be honest, one of the most fun and one where we're going to learn a lot about modern web development. The first thing we want in here is some state, and that state is going to be a message state and a set message, just like this. It's equal to use state, a React hook we can simply import, and this is going to be an empty string by default, and just because I like it, again, I'm going to pass in the string generic in here. Also, for later, we can also destructure the toast notification. Const toast is equal to use toast in case anything goes wrong in sending over the messages to our API. Now, the most important thing is that we need a mutation that allows us to send over a message to an API endpoint. And this is going to be the only time throughout the entire application that we are not going to use tRPC for an API route. We are, however, going to use React Query by using the use mutation, which we can. These are independent tools. tRPC is like a type-safe wrapper, but we can always resort back to the regular React Query for this. And the reason we're not using tRPC is because we want to stream back a response from the API to this client side right here. And in tRPC, that doesn't work. It only works for JSON. Now, there might be some experimental version of tRPC where it might work, but this is a much more stable and solid approach in my opinion. And because we're not using tRPC, we need to pass a mutation function. This is asynchronous as an arrow function, something we've never had to do before, but need to do now. And let's make a fetch request in here to our API endpoint. The const response is going to be equal to await fetch. And this fetch request is going to go to an endpoint under /API/message, just like this. And of course, this is not going to be a GET request, but instead a POST request. So as the method, let's pass POST. And for the body, let's pass JSON.stringify. And then here, we're going to say the file ID and also the message that we have as a state in this context component. And if the response is not okay, something we can check if something is wrong with the response, we can simply throw a new error and let's say, for example, failed to send message. And that's later going to call an on error where we're going to handle the error state and display a user-friendly message. Don't worry about it for now. And let's return the response.body back from this mutation function so we can use it later in the on success. Now, from this use mutation, we want to destructure the function that allows us to actually call the mutation, and let's call it send message. Now, if we go to the very bottom of this chat context provider that we're creating, we still need to return some values, and that is the JSX of this component. This is going to be the chat context provider, and we can immediately pre-fill all the values so that we don't need to pass them later. And of course, in here, we want to render out the children because we're wrapping our components in this provider later. This provider takes a value, and this value takes an object of the values that we have defined way at the top using TypeScript. For example, a function called add message, then a function called message, and we get beautiful IntelliSense on what exactly this takes, like the handle input change, and lastly, the is loading, which we don't have defined yet. The only thing we currently have is the message. Let's quickly add the add message function as well, because it's really simple. Right above here, the const add message is going to be equal to an arrow function. And when we call that, we're going to say send message and invoke that with our message that we're saving in state. In order to be able to do this, to pass the message into the function like that, we also need to receive it in the mutation function. We can just destructure it in here in the asynchronous mutation function and also tell TypeScript what the type is. The message is going to be of type string. It's whatever we typed into the input field, and there's nothing more to it. And just like that, we have the add message that we can return from the context provider. Now for the handle input change, let's define that. The const handle input change is going to be, well, first off, it receives an event. And as we know from earlier, this event, let's go to the very top and just copy the a bit longer type. This one right here, the react.change event, this is what we want to copy. And by the way, I just saw that we are not making use of the stream response. So let's do that and pass it as a generic into the create context so the context knows what we're working with and TypeScript isn't mad at us. Anyways, let's copy the type from the event from up here, the text area element, and paste it right in here for the event type that we are receiving for the handle input change. And the only thing we're going to do in the handle input change is setting the message to the e.target.value, just like this. And now the only thing that is left is something called isLoading. And we're going to keep track of this isLoading in a separate state, way at the top, where we also keep track of the messages. So the const isLoading and the set isLoading are both going to be equal to useState. And this is going to be a Boolean value of false by default. And again, just because I like it, pass in the generic so TypeScript knows what's up. We're not going to worry about the set isLoading for now. What we do want to worry about first is creating this endpoint, because it doesn't exist in our app yet. Now this endpoint will live under our API folder. Let's close out of all of these. Under app, API, let's create a new folder. That's how we create a new API endpoint that is named message. And in here goes a route.ts to handle all the requests that are made to this API endpoint. And the only HTTP verb we're going to export from here is the post HTTP verb. So we can only make post requests from this or to this endpoint. This is going to be an asynchronous arrow function because we're going to do some awaiting in here. And in Next.js, these always receive the request as the type of next request by default. That is automatically passed in by Next.js. Now this is the endpoint for asking a question to a PDF file. That's what's containing all the logic. First off, we need access to the body. You remember when we passed in the body as JSON, the file ID in the message? Well, we need that content here in the post route. So let's say const body is equal to await rec.json. Just like this, this is how we get access to the post request body in Next.js 13. And we also want to make sure that the user is authenticated. Do you know how this works by now? We can destructure from the get kind server session, the get user, and the user is nothing else than get user. Okay, now let's destructure the ID from the user and let's call it a bit differently so we don't get a naming conflict later. Let's call it user ID instead of just the ID. And if we have no user ID, then in that case, we're going to return a new response saying unauthorized with a status code we can pass as an object, and that's going to be a 401 status, just like this. Okay, great. Now we need access to the body content, and as you remember, that's the file ID and the message. How do we get access to that? And this is where Zod, or schema validation library, is going to come in super handy. To make sure we always have the data that we expect in this API route, let's create something called a validator. Let's do that under the lib folder. Let's create a new folder and let's call it validators. Inside of this folder, let's create a new file called sendMessageValidator.ts. And let me show you how this works. First off, we need to import z from Zod in order to create this validator. And now we are defining the schema in which the data should always be that we receive in this endpoint. Else the API will throw an error. So we can enforce that we are always past this data. Let's export a constant called sendMessageValidator. And this is going to be equal to a z.object. And in here, we can simply state the properties that we always want. When you call this API endpoint in the post request body, we are expecting a file ID of type z.string. And also we are expecting a message of type z.string. So whatever we as the user input into this field right here is going to be the message. And that's already it. That's the data we are expecting in the post request body. And now we can make use of it in the route. The way we do that is by saying const, we'll worry about the destructuring later, is going to be equal to sendMessageValidator dot, and now we get a method called parse, and we want to parse the body. So the body can technically be anything. Even TypeScript knows that and tells us, hey, anyone can make any request with any data to this API endpoint. However, when this parsing is successful, we always know that we have a file ID and a message of type string. Else, again, the API route will automatically throw an error for us, which is beautiful. What that allows us to do is to continue working with this data because we know it now exists and it matches our expectations. Now this data we're going to use to find a file from our database. And this file is going to be equal to await db import our database.file.find first. And the first file we want to find where the ID is the file ID we passed in, and also where the user ID matches the user ID. So we're only looking for files that the currently logged in user owns and not for anything else. And if we have no such file that matches the file ID and is owned by the user, in that case, we're going to return again a new response. We can copy that from up here, paste it down here, but instead of unauthorized, let's say not found, and change the status to an HTTP 404 not found error, just like that. Awesome. And if there is a file that the user owns that they want to add a message to, well, let's do that in the database. Let's say await db.message.create, and now you might notice, hey Josh, we don't even have a message yet. What is that? We have files, again, here, but we don't have a message. So that's a model, the last model we still haven't implemented in our database yet. Let's do it. It's really not too complex. A message model, let's create it right here, model message. At the very bottom, we'll get a couple of things, like for example, an ID that is going to be of type string. By default, it's going to be an add ID, and we can generate a collision resistant UID by default for each message that is created. Each message will have a text as a string, and this is going to be an add db.text, .text in uppercase or in capitalized. That's how we can make sure we can allocate a bit more space to each text. Then a user and user ID. We're not going to worry about that because Prisma will do that automatically for us, linking a message to a user that wrote it. Let's add a isUserMessage property because we need to differentiate between user messages and AI answers to the messages. So this is going to be a Boolean, a created at and updated at that we can literally just copy and paste from the file. And lastly, we're going to link it to a file as well. So each message is owned by a user, and it is it is asked to a certain file. And the way we can let Prisma do all the heavy lifting is by going up to the user model right here, and below the file, let's add a message, because each user is able to send a bunch of messages. It's going to be a message array. You can send 5,000 messages if that's what you want. And simply by hitting our prettier formatting shortcut, Prisma is automatically going to ensure that this is correctly referenced in the message. And we want to do the same thing for the file. Let's do it right below the key, that each file could also have certain messages attached to it. And this is also going to be a message array. Once again, if we format, Prisma is going to do the heavy lifting for us and add these connections right here to the message. And that is already it. We can save the message. And as always, when we do local changes in Prisma, we need to say npx prisma db push to push those changes up into our cloud database to reflect these local changes. And then also we need to say npx prisma generate to generate the local TypeScript types. Even though, to be honest, I'm not even sure we need to do that in the newest Prisma anymore, but just to be safe, let's do it. Let's start back up our development server so we get live insights as to if everything is working. And now we can see the error on the message is finally gone in our API route. Amazing. That means we can now actually create this message. And we also need to pass some data for this message to be created. For example, the text that we want in the message. And this is the message that we pass in the post request body to this endpoint. The isUserMessage is going to be true because a user requested this API route, so it will always be true in that case. Let's also add the user ID and the file ID for this message to be created. Great, so now the message is in the database. However, what is the next step inside of this API route? Well, this is gonna be like a question you have about the PDF, about anything that's in there, no matter the PDF. Usually this app is meant for asking questions. So who was Plato or who was Socrates? When you take a look at this PDF right here, just some random I found somewhere on the internet. Okay. And to answer this question, we are going to use a large language model. This gets to the AI part of the application that is going to be rather small, but it does make up the core functionality of the app. However, again, the importance for this video, for this SaaS, is all the stuff around AI. So even if you're not a huge AI fan, it is only a small part. So here's how this is going to work. There's a really important concept I want to explain to you, and that is called semantic querying or a semantic query. Now, what is that? So for every text you can possibly imagine, any text, like for example, the dog is brown, right? this right here, this sentence. Every text using AI language models, it's really not complicated by the way, can be turned into a vector. And this vector is nothing else than a JavaScript array of 1536 numbers. So for example, 0.5 minus 0.7 and 1.2. I'm not sure if it goes above 1. It doesn't really matter. And about 1,500 more of those, so ... So this text is represented by a really long array of numbers called a vector. So the semantic meaning that this sentence conveys means this vector in the space. And we can now find the semantic similarity between two sentences. Like for example, the cat is brown is going to have a pretty similar vector if you consider where it is in the room to the dog is brown. Maybe it's going to be like 0.55 or minus 0.71 because cat is different than dog, but there's an animal and it's brown. It's the same thing in both sentences. So the vector is going to be very similar. However, when we have a sentence that has nothing to do with the other sentences, like for example, Germany is a country or whatever, it has nothing to do with these previous sentences. Therefore, the vector it will have in the room is going to be not this one, it's going to be completely different. It might be -5 and in this slot it's going to be 6 and so on and so on. You get the idea. So we can see how similar certain sentences are using a vector in the room. That's how we can quantify the meaning of a sentence, and that is called a semantic query we're gonna do. So where this principle comes into play is when we index a PDF file. For each message that we want answered in the chat, we are gonna index the entire PDF first. And then based on the question, we can find the parts of the PDF in text that are most relevant to that question by their similarity, right? There's a certain product we can calculate mathematically. It's called, I think, cosine product. That calculates the closest vectors to one another. So if we ask a question, we will get the parts from the PDF document that are in meaning closest to it. So for example, if I asked which color was the cat, and we got exactly one result from the vector database we're going to use to answer this question using a large language model, which one do you think we should pass to the large language model as context to answer that question? Of course, it would be the left one. We want the large language model to know that the dog is brown. And okay, if the question was which color was the dog, to use this part of context to answer that question. And obviously not this part, because Germany is a country, it does nothing to answer the original question. So we only want to get the pieces of the PDF later that are closest to the question. And the way we do that, even though this does sound pretty complicated, trust me, it's only a few lines of code. It's actually really straightforward. And the basis to be able to answer a question here in this API route is going to be beforehand indexing the entire PDF file. So now we can just search for the parts of the PDF file in this API route that are closest to the question, to the message that the user sent. So in the foundation, we are going to do that in the core.ts in upload thing. When we upload a PDF file right away, we are going to index it so that when we ask a question later, it's already indexed and we can just search for the parts that are most similar to the question. Awesome. And the way we're going to index this is through something called a vector database. This is not sponsored or anything. We're going to use pinecone.io for this. It's a vector database we can use very easily. Let's go ahead to app.pinecone.io and log in. You could use any other service, even Supabase, I think now supports this. I'm going to log in using my GitHub account, and then we are going to create something called an index together. And an index essentially just stores a bunch of vectors. That's all it does. So let's create a new index together here on the dashboard in Pinecone. Let's click Create Index. Let's name it Quill. The one you've already saw was for the demo app I already built. And for the dimensions, we're going to enter 1536. This is actually important. And this number is because we're going to use OpenAI to generate the semantic vector. And they always consist of 1536 array numbers. So 1536 of like 0.5 minus 0.7 and so on and so on. The metric we're going to use is cosine. We're going to leave everything else as standard and just click create index. And that's also okay. Index quill failed to create. The index exceeds the project quota of 1 pod. Okay, so it seems like I do need to delete my old pod. That's totally fine. Let's delete that. Chat doc my demo project so we can open up a new one. This says terminating, and now we can create a new one. Again, let's name it quill 1536, and let's leave everything else as the rest and hit create index. Awesome. That's gonna initialize our index, and there's an API key section you can see here on the left. We are going to need an API key to interact with this index programmatically and to store all the pages of the PDF in their meaning into this vector store. So let's create a new API key. I'm going to name it quill, hit create key, and then just copy this value right here. So just follow along with me, copy the API key value. Let's head over to our project into the .env file. And in this env file, what we want to save this value as is going to be the pinecone underscore API underscore key. And that's going to be equal to this value we just copied from pinecone. Perfect. Okay, we can go ahead, save this env. We won't need it anymore. And after our index has been created right here, let's see if it is. Awesome, it's done initializing. Perfect. That means we can actually get started to use it in our app right now. And to do that, we are going to create a custom file under the lib folder, just like with the database, for example, that we had a separate file to initialize that in. The same thing will go for Pinecone or whatever other tool for vector database you're using. This will go under the lib right here, and let's name it pinecone.ts. And to get started with Pinecone, I don't think you even need a credit card or anything. It should be really, really easy to get set up in there. There is a package that Pinecone can provide to us to make this process much easier, and that package is called @pinecone-database/pinecone. There we go. And by the way, this is a really cool project using AI. If you're not a fan of AI, I totally understand that. You could implement another functionality entirely yourself. All the rest of the video, that's the cool thing, is still gonna stay as relevant because it has nothing to do with AI. Still, the pricing model and everything else we're gonna implement together, and tRPC and infinite queries and whatnot, it's all gonna stay relevant even if you don't use AI. But of course, I encourage you to follow along with me here. I think this is a really cool project. And there are apps that do just this, that have literally hundreds of thousands of users. And that's pretty cool. That's an indicator that people actually want something like this. Okay, first off, let's import the Pinecone client from the dependency we have just installed, which is @pinecone-database/pinecone. And from here, we're gonna say export const get Pinecone client. And this is gonna be an asynchronous function we're going to use to ship this Pinecone client across our app. The const client is going to be equal to a new Pinecone client, and let's invoke that. And why is this marked as deprecated? Wow, okay, I just Googled it, and it seems like as I made this project, they literally updated their API to a completely different version. But the good thing is they made it simpler. Just from the documentation, I got this little code snippet right here where we can, literally just import Pinecone from @pinecone-database/pinecone and then export const Pinecone as a new Pinecone. And that's gonna do all the work for us. Nice. This class that we are instantiating here should take an API key. This API key is gonna be our process.env.pinecone_API_key, and we can tell TypeScript, yes, this definitely exists by using this exclamation point. And the environment is gonna be whatever environment you created your index in. It says it right here, it's US East 1 GCP for Google Cloud Platform. We can just input that right here, US East 1-GCP, and chances are for you, it's gonna be the exact same thing. Awesome, let's format this file, the Pinecone, and we are done here. We don't need to touch this again, assuming of course that the new implementation works. I'm just doing it with you right now because this is all new to me too, but it shouldn't be a huge change. And I think this is gonna work out beautifully. Okay, now back to the core.ts where we want to index our entire file. There, let's first initialize a try-catch block right here below the created file, and let's catch the error if there is any and handle it later. First off, we need the PDF file. We did create one for database, but we do need it in memory in this API route right here to index it and also see how many pages it has. To achieve that, we are going to copy this URL right here that we are also using to store in the database. And to get this file, we can simply make a fetch request to this URL. So the const response is going to be await, fetch, and literally just paste in the URL right here. What that's going to do for us is now we have the URL in memory and we can use it to generate some pages we want to index in our vector store from them. First off, we need them as a blob object, though. We need the PDF as a blob to be able to index it. So let's say const blob is equal to await response, and there's a smart or a really handy, not smart method we can call, and that is .blob. We can just invoke. Okay, to now index this, we have basically two options. Either we could do it all by hand. Of course, that would work, but it would also take really long. Instead, what I opted for, and what I think makes a lot of sense, is installing one little package that is called LangChain. And LangChain is becoming incredibly popular. Let's go to npm over here and let me show you. Let's enter LangChain right here. And I think that's literally the name. Yep, here it is. It's the TypeScript version. And it's been gaining a lot of popularity. It didn't even exist a while ago, but as AI apps grew, so did LangChain, because it does make working with AI apps a lot easier. Let me show you how exactly this works. First off, we want to load this PDF file into memory, and the way we can do that is with a loader. Let's say const loader is equal to a new PDF loader, and this PDF loader, if we reload the window, hopefully the automatic imports will work. Chances are they still might not. Let's see if we get the automatic import, which would be from LangChain. Let's see. No, we don't get it. Okay, so let's go to the very top of the file and do the import ourselves. Then let's import the PDF loader from, and this is going to be from LangChain / document _ loaders / fs / pdf. And I just didn't come up with this. This is just from the LangChain documentation. And it seems like it doesn't recognize that we have just installed LangChain. So let's see what could be wrong with that. Oh, I didn't run the command. Okay, of course the automatic imports don't work if I don't run the installation command. Let's give it a second and then hopefully the automatic imports will resolve correctly. Okay, so it seems like the import is correct. We do need to pass the blob into this PDF loader to work correctly. And now we have loaded the PDF into memory and can actually work with it. So for example, we can extract the page level text of the PDF. Let's say const page level docs just means the page content is going to be in that document. Okay, and now the amount of pages, const pages AMT, is very easy to extract from this. It's just the page level docs.length. So each document, each element in the array is going to be one actual page of the PDF document that is uploaded. And later we can use this to check if you're on the pro or on the free plan. And for example, if you try to upload above 5 pages of the PDF on the free plan, we will throw an error right here. For now, let's just not worry about it. Let's instead vectorize and index the entire document instead. So we don't care about page lengths for now. We're going to do that later in the Stripe integration. Okay, so the way we can do this is first we need access to our index. Let's say const pinecone index is going to be equal to pinecone, and this should be index, by the way. And let's see if we can just import this from lib. It seems like we can, and this is going to be .index, and we want the index we just created, and we named it quill. Remember, in the pinecone dashboard right here, this name is what we need to enter for the index right here, because that's the name we gave to our index. Okay, then we want something called embeddings, const embeddings. And by the way, if you have questions about any of these steps, there's always the LangChain JS documentation to explain all of this, where you can literally also ask AI about something and it's going to answer based on the documentation. So if you don't understand anything in here, and if you feel I didn't do a good enough job at explaining this, always feel free to check the LangChain documentation in case you don't understand anything at any point. Okay, these embeddings we use to generate the vector from the text. That's what we are using them for, and this works using a new OpenAI embeddings. And of course, the automatic import doesn't work either. So let's go to the very top of the file and just do the import ourselves. And this is going to come from import and then OpenAI embeddings. This will come from LangChain / embeddings / OpenAI. There we go. And the reason we're using the OpenAI ones is because it's just really easy to get set up. You could use other services to take the text and turn them into a vector, but the OpenAI models work very reliably for this. And in here, we can pass a configuration object that takes something called an OpenAI API key. To get this key, let's quickly head over to openai.com. If you've never had an account or worked with OpenAI, don't worry, it's completely free. You get like a starter credit of $18 or whatever when you first sign up. And that's more than enough for these embeddings. These are incredibly cheap. You can embed like 3,000 pages of a PDF for like 2 cents or whatever. They're incredibly cheap. So it should be really easy for you to follow along. I'm gonna log in with Google here on the right-hand side monitor. Beautiful. Let me move this over. And now we want to navigate to the View API Key section where we can create a new one. I'm just going to remove my last used one that is the furthest away. This was May 15th. We can probably get rid of that, revoke key. And because you can only have 5, let's create a new one. Let's name it Quill. And I'm going to hit create secret key right here. That's going to generate our OpenAI key. We can already move this window to the left. That is literally all we need from OpenAI. And let's go into our env file and save it as the OpenAI _API _key is going to be equal to the value we have just gotten from OpenAI. Awesome. And what this now allows us to do, we can go into our core.ts and just pass this environment variable into the OpenAI API key like so, as process.env.openai _API _key. Beautiful. Okay, and with that out of the way, the originally pretty, complicated sounding process that we had right here of turning text into vectors is now going to be super easy. In fact, it takes it's going to be 4 lines of code, I admit, but still that's really, really easy. So follow along with me here and all the work is going to be done for us. It's really cool. Let's say await and then pinecone store, which is something we get also from LangChain, and the automatic imports don't seem to be working today. Anyways, let's just do it ourselves. I hope they work for you as you're following along. The pinecone store is gonna come from LangChain /vector stores /pinecone, like that. The import is going to resolve. Beautiful. Let's quickly save that. And now the pinecone store that we want down here. This is gonna come from documents, and what we're gonna pass into here is the page level docs from right up here that we loaded from the PDF. We can just paste them in there as they are. The embeddings as the second argument to tell Pinecone, or to tell LangChain rather, how to generate the vectors from the text using these OpenAI models as the embeddings right here. And lastly, we can give it a configuration object containing the Pinecone index and also containing the namespace in which we want to create these vectors. This is like a, we can save a vector to a certain namespace. In our case, that's going to be the file ID. So when we query by a file ID, we can get all the vectors for that certain file. So let's use the created file.id as the namespace. Okay, and it seems like here on the left-hand side, we do get a little type error. And I wonder if this is just a TypeScript error. So for now, let's say at ts-ignore. In my example code, I didn't have this because this Pinecone version is pretty new, but I wonder if this is just a TypeScript error. If it isn't and an actual problem in runtime, then we're gonna fix it together using the old implementation. Anyways, we're gonna fix it, don't worry about it. And then let's at the very end of the file add the database call to update the file to a successful upload state, because that is already all we need to do. Right? This is a very small AI part, as I mentioned, and focus on all the transferable knowledge. So the db.file.update is what we want at the very bottom right here. Let's update the file we have created and uploaded and synced to our database with the data of upload status and turn it into a success because we processed the file successfully. And we want to update the data where the ID of the file matches the created file.id. So we are going to change the file we have created at the very top of this code, of this API route right here, that is automatically called by upload thing when we upload a file. And if there is any error on the way, in that case, we're also going to await a db.file.update. And as you can probably guess what we're about to do, well, let's copy the data from the update call right above, paste it in this update, but instead of the success, we are gonna insert a failed. So something went wrong, there was a problem during the uploading. And that is already all we need to do in the core.ts. Isn't that beautiful? That's all the AI stuff and database call we need to process a file and to prepare it to ask questions against it. That we are going to use our route.ts on the left-hand side here for. First off, before we even get ahead of ourselves, let's just try out if this works. So let's go back to the /dashboard. By the way, later we're also going to fix the navbar to have this dashboard right there when we are logged in. We could even do that right now, but let's focus on this functionality first. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's go back to the dashboard and test if the indexing actually works. We can close out of most of these windows. We just want to stay in Pinecone. So let's try uploading a PDF. And it's good that we're doing this test because we're getting an error that is can't resolve this and that and whatever. And that is because there's a peer dependency that comes with LangChain that we did not install yet, and that is called pdf-parse. And we need to install this because not everybody that uses LangChain also will use this parsing of PDF. So it doesn't make sense to include by default. So it is an opt-in package that we still need to install for LangChain to work properly. But I think it's worth it, judging by the amount of work it saves us by just these few lines of code. And that's already all we need to implement. So let's go over to the dashboard, let's reload the page, and then hopefully now everything will work correctly. We can click the button where we can upload a PDF file, and let me select my trusty lecture notes, drag them in there, and ideally what should happen is that we should see the upload thing dev server is now running in our console. It should say that the callback was simulated successfully here in a second. Let's see. While this is loading, processing PDF, this core.ts is loading. That's why we added the loading state. And once this is done and has resolved successfully, we should see that right here in the console. Okay, and after some debugging, I finally made it happen, successfully simulated callback for file and whatever. So it seems like the problem really is the new Pinecone implementation. So when I go back, this was our previous code and this is the old implementation that I used in my code where I know this just works. So I'm going to include this in your copy and paste list so you don't need to type this out yourself. Let's say Pinecone client creation or whatever I'm going to call it. And I'm going to put that code right there. So you can copy that code, paste it into your pinecone.ts file, and simply initialize the Pinecone client before using it in the index. You remember when we had the little @tsignore here? Well, it seems like this wasn't just a TypeScript error, but we didn't get any error in the console or whatnot. So we are going to use this implementation I used in preparing this project. I know this works reliably, that's why we're going to use it, and no need to type out everything yourself. Just add this line that wasn't there before, and everything else will just work beautifully. If we save this core.ts, now we can see the file was indexed successfully simulated callback, what you just saw. And also, if we check in Pinecone in the quill index right here, we should be able to see that we have some namespaces right here. It matches the file ID. And since our PDF has 3 pages, there are now 3 vectors in this namespace. That means for each page of the PDF, we now converted it into a vector. Like imagine every sentence here was one PDF file, we turned it into a vector, and that's what is stored in Pinecone, and will now allow us in the route.ts here, where we send and retrieve messages, to see which page of the PDF is most relevant to the question that the user is asking, retrieve that page for context, and send it to the large language model together. And the principle is going to be exactly the same. So first we want to vectorize the message, the incoming user message. That's going to be step 1. And that's really straightforward. We can use the same embeddings as we did in the core.ts. So we're going to use the exact same code to generate a vector, which is essentially the exact same thing as an embedding. Those, those words are interchangeable. You can also import the OpenAI embeddings here. And wow, look what's working now, the automatic imports. Fantastic. And now in this route.ts, we need pretty much the same code as in here. We're going to get the client and the index from Pinecone. So we can just copy and paste that bit from the core over as well. Paste it right here in our route, import the get Pinecone client. And what we can now do is search or vector store for the most relevant PDF page to this message that we just create a vector from. And the way we do that is by saying const vector store is going to be equal to await Pinecone store, import that dot from existing index. We've got it right up here, so we can create our Pinecone store from it with the embeddings we have just created. And this takes a configuration object with the Pinecone index and also the namespace. Very important that we search in the correct namespace is going to be the file.id. And that's what's going to allow us to search for the most relevant page of the PDF to answer this message. So to actually, get the results from Pinecone, which we haven't done yet, we can say const results is going to be equal to await vector store dot similarity search. Really, really convenient. And in here we can pass in the message, and also we can pass in how many results or PDF pages we want to get back. For example, we want the 4 closest results to our message. That should ensure we get pretty good results. And then later what we can do, if the user is a pro user, a paying user, then we could, for example, add more messages for better contextual results. Awesome. Now, to pass these messages into the large language model itself would be good, but what also makes a lot of sense, if there's a chat history, we want to see the previous messages of the user. And the way we can just search for the previous messages that were exchanged in this chat with this particular PDF file, well, we can just ask our database because that is where we store them. Let's say const previous message is going to be equal to await db.message.findMany, and which messages do we want to find, where the file ID matches our file ID. We want to order them by the created ad in an ascending order. And lastly, how many do we want to take? I just opted for 6. This is a pretty arbitrary number, but I thought, yeah, the last 6 messages make sense to take. You can obviously choose more or less depending on what you like. I think 6 makes a lot of sense. And now comes the part where we send them to OpenAI for, the large language model to answer the messages. And OpenAI expects a very certain format of these messages to be in. So what we can do is say const formatted messages, let's pre-format them, are going to be equal to previous messages. And we're going to map over them. Now for each, and this should be previous messages, messages like that, as a plural, and for each message, MSG, we map over, we want to return an object implicitly, like directly. That's why we're wrapping this in parentheses right here, where the role is going to be the message.isUserMessage. And if it is a user message, then we want the role to be user as const, and else we want the role to be assistant. And that should be with a space as const. And the reason we use as const right here is else in a second here we would get a TypeScript error. That's why the as const is so helpful. And the content of this message is going to be the message.text that was exchanged. And now these formatted messages are actually ready to be sent to OpenAI for a response. And the way we can do that is pretty straightforward. The response from the large language model, let's save that as const response, is going to be equal to await OpenAI. And that would be a really nice utility to have that we can just call. And we can really easily create this utility just ourselves. And let's do it in the lib folder because we are preparing a library to be used in our project. And let's call it openai.ts. And in here, let's just export const OpenAI is going to be equal to new OpenAI which is something we get from the OpenAI package. Makes it really easy to interact with their API. Let's quickly install it. npm install OpenAI, just like this. And we only need one very tiny thing from this package, and that is this OpenAI thing right here. We can import that as the default. Import OpenAI from OpenAI, just like this. We can close out of that. And this takes in a configuration object once we instantiate it, which just takes the API key. Let's pass in our process.env.openai_API_key that we have in our environment variable right here. This one is what we want to pass in. Great, and that's literally all we need to do. We can already call that utility now from our route.ts, and the API has become so much better to work with in TypeScript. Let me show you how this works. We can call the openai.chat.completions.create, and in here for the model, we are going to use the GPT 3.5-turbo because it's really fast and cheap. As the temperature, we're going to use 0. As the stream, we're going to say true because we are going to stream back this response to the front end in real time. Okay, you're going to see what that looks like. It makes a much better user experience. And now as for the messages that have been exchanged in this chat. And by the way, we also need to add a comma up here. Perfect, all the errors are gone. These messages will serve one purpose, and that is we want the previous messages that were exchanged in this chat with the bot. So if we go back to the example we had earlier, we want to attach all the messages that were already exchanged previously. So if you're referencing something from a couple messages ago, the AI will know what you mean. And then also they need to be in a very specific format. Now, doing this all ourselves would take a bit. So therefore, I propose we just go into the copy paste list and copy the messages where all the prompt is already written out. That's not a really, crucial part to know. It just teaches you how to prompt and not how to code. So I don't think it's worth spending our time on. Now we are going to get an error here because I forgot to name the formatted messages how I named them here, and then all is going to work. So just go ahead into the copy paste list, paste in the messages just like so, and change this to the formatted previous messages is what I called it. And just like that, we saved ourselves a bunch of time. We can skip all the formatting, and essentially we just have a system prompt to tell the AI that it should just use the context to answer the question. We attach the previous conversation in a specific format, a specific context. These are the PDF pages that the AI will use to answer the user question. And then finally, the question the user has asked to the large language model. And this is what we can now return as a real-time stream back to the client. And the way we can do that is, of course, by hand. Now that would be quite a bit of work. I actually did it all by hand a few projects ago, and it takes like 10 minutes to do, but it's really not the most fun work. But there's a really cool new package that Vercel recently published, an official Vercel package, and that is called Just AI. And that is what I propose we use. It has gained a lot of popularity recently, as you can tell in the downloads. And one little side note, by the way, one thing I've noticed and many other people have noticed, there was a huge dip in all NPM package downloads recently. This has nothing to do with the video or anything, just an interesting thing I noticed. No idea why that happened. I don't think anybody really does. But this is a cool new package we're going to use to make streaming responses in real time a lot easier. So we're going to say npm or pnpm install AI, as easy as that. And then we're going to make use of one specific function that the AI package offers us. And that is going to be, once that is installed, let's go to the very top of the file and import something that's going to be the OpenAI stream and also the streaming text response from AI. There we go. And that needs to be OpenAI stream. Just by importing these two values from AI right here, we can go back to the very bottom of the page right here. And this right here is the main reason we can't use tRPC, but instead need a custom route. So what we're gonna do is say const stream, the stream we want to respond send back to the client in real time is gonna be an OpenAI stream, what we've just imported at the very top. This takes in a response, there we go, and also an object. And we can pass this a callback function for when the stream is complete. So this is going to stream the AI response in real time back to the client. And once that is done, we get something called a on completion callback, which is super, super handy. In this completion callback, this takes in the completion, the fully done string of the response. So after sending everything back in chunks to the client, we get back the complete response as one long sentence, basically as the completion, and can put that as the message into our database. So db.message.create, and we want to create it with certain data, and that is going to be as the text, the completion. Then as the isUser message, we're going to pass false, and also the file ID and the user ID to link those two together. So we know the user, we know the file this message was asked to, and that's literally all we need to do. Now, final line of code in this entire file is return the stream to the client and consume it in real time, as the AI model is literally just generating the output. That's going to be return new streaming text response, and we can simply pass in, and why am I on the English keyboard again? Simply pass in here the stream, just like this. Beautiful. Let's save that route.ts, and now essentially we are all set to stream a response in real time back to the client. Okay, awesome. Welcome back. For me, it's the next day. That's why there was a little cut there, and I left myself a comment right here on what we were about to do. So we just returned the stream from the API route, and now we want to accept that message on the front end to be able to display it right here in the chat messages. However, the first thing we have to do to even see the message and send the message from this chat input, we can see right here, is go into that chat input. And what did I do here? I don't want to print that. Go into the chat input and actually wire up everything we need for that to work. Currently, we only have a form here that would be sent. However, that's not really what we want. Instead, we want to call the send message we get from the context, which is not open right now. Let's go into the context. This function right here, the add message, is what we are going to use to send a message over to this route.ts API endpoint. And we still haven't wired that up in the chat input. So what we can do is go inside of the chat input and destructure some stuff from the use context. And in here, we are going to pass our chat context that we are exporting. Perfect. And in order to be able to do this, we also need to wrap every component that uses this context in something called the context provider, which is nothing else than the component we are exporting from our chat context. To use this, this is also what the chat wrapper is amazing for, because both components that will use this context are already in here. So we don't have any work. We can just import the chat context provider at the very top of our JSX inside of the chat wrapper and wrap the entire component inside of it. Now, this chat context provider also requires one thing, and that is the file ID. And this is nothing else than, let's call it file ID, which we already have access to inside of this component. If we look at the very top, we get the file ID passed in as a property inside of this component. So we can just pass it right on in the chat context provider down here. Perfect. Save the chat wrapper. We can now exit out of it. We won't need it right now. And go back into our chat input. Now we can actually make use of the context and destructure the four things we need from there, which is the add message, the handle input change, the is loading, and lastly also the message. And now we can actually, wire up the input to send along the message to our API endpoint, and also implement a really cool functionality to make this more keyboard accessible. And that is when we press enter inside of the chat input right here, we want the message to send instead of opening up a new line as we currently are. And to do that, let's go onto the text area and check if we are pressing enter. We can do that inside of an on key down handler, just like this. And in here, we receive the event, the key down event. And now we can do a check if the e.key is triple equal to enter, and we are not pressing the e.shift key, because enter and shift is the shortcut for opening a new line, and we want to keep that, of course. Only if we're pressing enter and not shift at the same time, then we're gonna first prevent the default behavior by calling e.preventDefault. Then we're gonna say add message. And the last thing we want to do in here is shift the focus right back into this text area. So it will again be focused right after sending the message in case the user wants to send a second one right away. That's a really good idea. And the way we can do this is through something called a ref. And let's call this a text area ref right above our return statement. And this is going to be a use ref hook we can get from React. And if we're in TypeScript, we want to pass an HTML text area element right in here. And by default, this ref will be null. And now let's assign this ref to our text area. Let's call it ref is going to be equal to text area ref, what we have just created right up here. And just by doing that, we can now go ahead and in the on key down, actually programmatically set the focus inside of this text area by saying text area ref dot current dot focus, and we can just invoke that. Make sure the current is a question mark because technically this could be null as we are initializing the ref as null. Perfect. Okay, now there's gonna be two things missing in this text area. First off, that's gonna be the on change. We need to turn this into a controlled input, and we already have the function that handles that. And this is nothing else than our handle input change we've already declared in the context. And lastly, we want to pass the value to turn this into a complete controlled input, and that is going to be equal to the message we also get from the context. Perfect. And last thing we haven't used from the context yet is the isLoading state. Now, where are we going to make use of that? The answer is right here in this button to control the disabled state. So this button should be disabled if we are loading. And in this case, loading just means that the message is currently being sent to the API or the AI is currently answering the question. In that case, we won't be able to send a second question. Or we can disable the button if we say the is disabled. What we receive as a prop inside of this component is true. So if either this or this is true, the button is going to be disabled. Okay, lastly, we want this button to be of type submit, and then we want an on-click event on this button. So when this button is pressed, in that case, we want to also add the message, the function we get from our context. And lastly, we also want to set the focus programmatically. So we can simply copy and paste this from up here, the text area.current.focus, paste it down here in the on click, and that's already it. We can save this button component, and now let's actually try out if our chat is working. Let's go into full screen, into the inspect, and let's open up the network tab in here and see what's up. So let's enter our question. That's gonna be, let's say, who was Plato? Because again, this is just a random PDF I found online, and it's something about philosophy, and one name that is mentioned here is Plato. So let's just ask who was Plato and hit enter. Okay, apparently the text area is not cleared yet. That's fine, but let's see if we get a response, and we do. And the beautiful thing is that this response is actually being streamed in, as you could see, with this waterfall diagram. It only appeared completely as the entire response was already there, but there's another indicator we can use to see that this is in fact actually being streamed in. Let's try this again. Let's send a message in one sentence. Who was Socrates? Another, name that is mentioned inside of this random PDF. Let's hit enter and pay attention to the size of the request that we are going to make. Unfortunately, I can't zoom in much more, but pay attention to the size that the response will have. Let's hit enter, and this message, pay attention to the size right here. You can see it increasing. It's now 816 bytes, and it was increasing because the message is being streamed in as we get it. So we know that this definitely works, which is awesome. We know we now get the AI response in real time, and that also means we are now all set to actually display it in the chat messages window right down here. So currently we can ask questions, and we do get the answer in the network tab, but of course we want to show all the messages that were sent previously right in here. And the way we can do that is inside, of course, the messages component that currently is literally just an empty div. Inside of here, we want to get all the messages that we have to display and render them out one by one inside of the chat window. The way we do that is by, of course, first fetching these messages from the database to know that we always have the correct data. And the tool we are going to use for that is going to be tRPC. However, we don't even have an endpoint to handle that yet. So let's create a new API route in tRPC that lets us fetch all the messages inside of our, for this file that were sent to this file. And the way we do that is let's create a new endpoint called getFileMessages, because that describes the purpose pretty well. And this is going to be a private procedure, meaning you need to be logged in to do this. As the input, the post request body, we are going to be expecting an object. Inside of this object, we need three things. And let me show you why we need these three things. There we go. First thing is going to be a limit. This limit is going to be a z.number, and let's already insert a comma here to get rid of that syntax error. This is going to be a z.number, and as a minimum, so .min on this number, we want 1, and this number can also be a maximum of 100, but we can also say .nullish, which means we do not have to pass it. It is in fact optional. Then we need something called a cursor, and a cursor determines later on in the infinite query that we are creating right now, which means first off, on page load, we are rendering only the last like 10 messages or 20, whatever you want. You can customize this. And then as we scroll up, more messages are loaded. And to know when we should start searching for new messages, right? So if we're loading the first 10, then we want the next 10. And to determine how to find the next 10, that is exactly what the cursor is for. This cursor is going to be a z.string, and it can also be nullish, which means we do not have to pass it. But the last thing we do have to pass is the file ID. That is going to be a z.string, so we can know which file we should fetch the messages for. And this is going to be a query. This query will take a callback function just like this. And I did a little typo here. We don't want to wrap the stuff right here inside of a literal object syntax, but we want this to be a z.object. And in here, we can define all the properties we have in the input. Awesome. Okay, now let's get started in the query. And in here, we're going to fetch all the messages we want to display in this chat window. In order to be able to do that, we need to destructure both the context and the input right here, and can now get started in the logic for getting the messages. First off, we need the user ID so that we can later ensure that only the files that are owned by this user are going to be fetched. So we can just destructure that from the context. Then we want to get the file ID and the cursor from the input. Just destructure those right away. And we can now define something called a limit. And this is going to be either the input.limit if it is passed, which it doesn't have to be. And if it is not passed, well, in that case, let's define a central query limit. And usually this is done through something called a config file. And where we are going to create this file is under our source folder. Let's open that up. Let's create a new folder called config. And in here just go some constants that steer the entire logic of your app that you can reuse. Let me show you how this works. So for example, let's create a new file called infinite-query.ts in which go all the configuration constants to determine the logic of our infinite queries. For example, our infinite_query_limit that we are creating right now. And let's set this to 10. That means only the last 10 messages will be loaded once this page loads. And then when you scroll up again, 10 messages will be loaded. You could obviously set this much higher, but with 10, we can actually see this happening instead of having to, write 50 messages before we could see it in action. So, okay, let's copy this as the fallback value for the limit in this API route and just paste it in here, import it, there we go. So either we pass in the limit directly, or if we don't, then we're always going to have a fallback value we can use. Now let's first find the file. The file is going to be equal to await, and to be able to use await, we need to turn this into an asynchronous function, db.file.findFirst, and we want to find the first file where the ID of the file matches the passed in file ID. And of course, you should know the drill by now that is only owned by the user, so we can't get anyone else's file. And if we don't have that file, in that case, we're going to throw a new tRPC error. And in this tRPC error, the code we're going to pass back is the not found, because there is no file with this ID for this user. Okay, and now it's time to actually fetch the messages that we want to show for this file that were sent in the past from the user. And these are going to be const messages is going to be equal to await db.messages, or message is what we called it, .find many. And now in here goes some more elaborate logic. For example, we only want to take the messages of limit. So we will never take more than the limit, but we also want to take this +1. And this +1 is going to be important here in a second to determine later, if we scroll up, from where we want to fetch the next messages. So take this for example. Let's just say we fetched the 5 last messages. Didn't we have the component in here? Yeah. Let's just copy this out and duplicate it so I can show you. Let's say the constant we have, which we set to 10 just a minute ago, was 5, right? So we fetched the 5 last messages. Well, now we are gonna take from the database the last 6. So this will also be included on top, but not necessarily displayed, but it's going to act as the cursor. So when we scroll up, right, we now know with this cursor in place, which are the next messages we need to fetch right up here. So the database knows what's happening, because these messages should not be fetched again. They're already in there. There's literally no point of getting those again from the database. And that is what the cursor is for. It tells us which next messages we need to fetch from the database. So we're going to take the limit +1, and this one extra element is going to be our cursor. We want to get these messages where the file ID, just matches the file ID in this API route. We want to order these messages by their date of creation, so created at, and we want them in a descending order. Then the cursor that I just explained to you is going to be either, if we pass in the cursor into this API route, then that's going to be the ID of cursor, and the ID just how we identify the cursor in the database. And if we don't pass in the cursor, then it is going to be undefined, which is fine as well. And lastly, we are going to select only a custom properties from this. For example, the ID we want for each message. We want the isUser message. So let's say true there as well. We want the created at property. And lastly, we want the text that is in the message. So that's going to show up in the chat window as the text content. Last thing we want to do in here is determine the logic for the next cursor. So as we scroll up now, we need to determine which message is the cursor. And to do that, let's say let next cursor, and let, because we're going to mutate this here in a second. And this is going to be of type of cursor or undefined. And let's initialize this as undefined, so it doesn't really exist yet. Now, if the messages.length is larger than the limit, so if we have more messages in the database, well, in that case, let's say the const next item that we're going to start fetching from is going to be the messages.pop right here. If you don't know what the pop is, let's hover over it. It removes the last element from an array and returns it. So, or +1. What I explained here a second ago. That's what we get as the next item right now. And let's assign that to the next cursor we have defined right above this if statement. That's going to be equal to next item. This is going to be an entire message, but we only care about the ID property of it. And finally, we can now return from this API route both the messages and the next cursor, so we know where to start fetching if we scroll up later. Awesome. And that is already all the logic for the infinite query done on the backend part. The only challenge now will be integrating it on the front end, but let me tell you, even though it is one of the most elaborate parts of this build, especially with the optimistic updates we're gonna do, it's also the one we're gonna learn the most, and it's gonna be really fun as well. So let's get started in displaying the messages in our component right here. The way we do that is by destructuring something from tRPC and then the API route we have just created, which is the get file messages. And lastly, we want to use, and not use query this time, but use infinite query so we can scroll up and get more messages later. In here, we're gonna pass an object, and there goes the file ID in here, which obviously we don't have inside of this component. So we will need to receive the file ID as props. And let's call these the messages props. So just the component name plus props. Of course, we also need to define them. Let's create an interface at the very top, the messages props. There we go. And inside of here, only the file ID of string is gonna be passed as a prop. In here. That means we now have access to the file ID for tRPC. And as for the limit, we are going to pass the infinite query limit config constant that we just created together. And of course, those need to be comma separated. Awesome. As the second configuration option in another object just like this, we are going to pass a function called the getNextPageParam. So what should happen as we scroll up? How do we get the next page? Well, first off, we get access to the last page. And with this last page, we can simply return the last page and the next cursor. So React Query knows what's up. By the way, this needs to be optional with a question mark right here. So React Query, what we're using under the hood with tRPC, knows where to start fetching the next cursor. And lastly, as we are getting new data, we still want to keep the previous data to avoid any data flashes. So the data in the chat will only be refreshed as we already have the new data and not before that. Perfect. So what this now means, we can actually get started and display the messages in the chat window right here. For this, the top level div, let's give it a class name, and this is going to be flex, a maximum height of, and now a custom value in angled brackets that we are going to calculate like this. And this is going to be 100 view height minus 3.5 rem minus 7 rem. There we go. Awesome. Then for the border, we're going to give it a border zinc of 200, flex-1, flex call reverse. There we go. A gap of 4, a padding of 3, an overflow y of auto, a scroll bar dash thumb dash blue, a scroll bar dash thumb dash rounded, a scroll bar dash track dash blue dash lighter, and almost last the scroll bar dash w dash 2, and lastly a scrolling dash touch. There we go. I promise that was by far the longest class name. Let's open up this div right here. And inside of this div, we want to map over each message and, show them one by one in the chat window. However, one trick we're also already going to apply for later is that we want to create a combined messages constant. What this means is if we send a message later, we also, let me move this into a side-by-side, want to display a loading state message. And in order to achieve that way easier, let's create something called combined messages. That is going to combine the loading message to all the other messages in our chat. So essentially, it's just going to be an array. And inside of this array, if we have a certain condition set to true, we want to display a loading message, and else we just want to display all the other messages. So first off, let's mock this loading state. Let's spread in something. And in here, in parentheses, we're going to check. For now, let's just mock this as true. Later, we're going to insert a dynamic constant in here. And if this is true, in that case, we want to also render out a loading message. And else, if this is not true, then we're just going to spread in an empty array, essentially meaning we are adding nothing to the messages. The loading message will give us an error because it doesn't exist yet. That's fine. And lastly, let's spread in all the other messages that we got from up here. First off, to do that, we need to destructure the data from here. And while we're at it, we can also destructure the isLoading and the fetch next page function for later. Let's give this a bit more space so we can see better. And the actual messages, to extract them from the data, you can see these are not the messages directly, but the messages are inside of the data that we get back in something wrapped called infinite data with a next cursor. However, we just care about the messages. And to extract those from the data, let's say const messages is going to be equal to data.pages.flat_map. And what a flat map is, essentially, we could use a regular map for this, and let me show you what this does and why we need the flat map. So for each page that we get access to in this callback right here, let's return the page.messages. And if we used a regular map, let's see what happens. Well, the return type is going to be an array. And that's the beauty of the flat map. It's basically a flatten and a map at the same time. So we only get one level of array, which is exactly what we need. So we don't need to map around the data, twice later on, which would be, not very developer friendly. Okay, and inside of here, let's spread in the messages or an empty array if these are null or undefined. That's what the double question mark right here is for. Okay, now as for the loading message, that doesn't exist yet, so let's quickly create it. And this loading message that we're gonna create right up here in format needs to match the regular message. So we're gonna pass all the properties we have inside of a regular message and need them in this loading message. For example, the created at, this is gonna be a new date, and we're gonna convert the state to an ISO string, just like this. As for the ID of this message, let's say loading-message. We can just make something up that is unique. As the isUser message, we're gonna pass false. And that's because we want the loading state to be true for the AI and not for us as a user. And lastly, as for the text, we're gonna pass in parentheses a span element. So we're, just gonna pass in some JSX instead of plain text. And in this span element, this is going to be a flex, a height of full as the class name, an items-center, and a justify-center in the span element as well. And then a loader to render out a loading state, just as we did many times before, with a class name of height of 4, width of 4, and animate-spin, so it spins around in circles. Perfect. So now we have the combined messages. We spread in the loading message in a mocked true state, which is fine by now. We're going to change that in a second. And we can actually now make use of these messages in the JSX to show them in the chat window up here. So for each message, let's map over them. First off, we need to do a little logic check. That is if the combined messages even exists and if the combined messages.length is greater than 0, because only in that case can we actually map over the messages. If it is, we're going to render out something in parentheses, and if it's not, then we're going to do another logic check. And that is going to be if the messages are currently loading. So that's going to be the is loading. And if we are loading, in that case, again, we are going to display some JSX. Let's just render out an empty div here for now. And we still need to complete this ternary operator. So if we are not loading, in that case, as the colon that goes at the very end here, in that case, we're also going to render out a JSX element that's going to be a div. And right now, again, this is also not valid syntax with the just the parentheses right here. So let's complete this part first. Let's go into full screen. So if the combined messages are defined and are longer than 0, it means we have at least one message. And so let's map over them and display them all. The way we do that is by going into these parentheses and saying combined messages.map. And for each message that we have in our array, first off, we want to do some logic. That's why we're not returning some JSX directly, but later on we are going to return some JSX. And we also need the index from what we're mapping over. Let me show you why this is important and why we need this index from the combined messages. So the way we are going to determine when to load new messages on top is by this element right here, if it is intersecting with our viewport. So imagine we're scrolling, and now we want to load more messages because this element is intersecting with the top of our viewport. So we want to load new messages now. And the way we do that is by attaching a ref to the last element that is rendered on the screen. That's why we need the index to perform a conditional check if this is currently the last element that we're rendering. So if the index is the combined messages dot length -1, so it is the last element, in that case, let's return something and let's return a message custom component that doesn't exist yet, but we're going to create it in a second to render out each message. And else, if we are not rendering out the last element, then we are still going to return the same thing, a message. So let's say else return also a message component. The only thing that's going to differ in a second is one prop that we will pass to this component right here. Okay. Let's also do one little logic check inside of the mapping right here. And that is if the next message is sent by the same person, because that way we can kind of change up the CSS. That will be an edge case because we always expect messages to be exchanged one after another, user AI. But if for some reason anything goes wrong and there are two messages from the same person, again, we do handle edge cases in this app, of course, because we want to deploy it later. In that case, we of course also want to make it look amazing. So the const is next message same person is going to be a very simple logic check. If the combined messages at the current index -1, the dot is user message is triple equal to, and let's go into the next line right here, the combined messages at the index of the current index that we are mapping over dot is user message. And if that is true, then there are two messages from the same person and we want to accommodate for that in our styling. Else, if we are loading and there are no messages yet or they haven't been loaded, in that case, let's return a div just as we currently have with a class name of width of full, flex-call, and a gap of 2. Inside of here, let's render out some loading skeletons. Skeleton we get from React loading skeleton. These are going to be self-closing and each one is going to get a height of 16, and let's copy it 1, 2, 3 more times. So we have 4 skeletons in total, and I just copied that again by pressing Shift, Alt, and arrow down in case you forgot. And lastly, if we don't have anything to show, if there are no messages, let's also handle that in the last ternary statement with a class name of flex-1 on the div, flex-call, items-center, justify-center, and a gap of 2. Inside of here, let's render out a message square icon just like this and give it a class name of height 8, a width of 8, and a text blue of 500. Below this icon, we're going to render out an H3 element with a class name of font-semi-bold and a text of XL for extra large, saying you, and then again the safe variant of rendering out an apostrophe by and apos and then this little colon or whatever it's called, you're all set, to inform the user that they are ready to message their PDF file right now. And inside of the p tag, we're going to create below that with a class name of text zinc 500 and text-sm. Inside of here, we're going to say ask your first question to get started, period. Awesome. Okay, now the last thing that's left to do is actually creating this message component that we are going to use to render out each message individually in the chat window. Okay, yeah, we're getting an error for this, so it's about time to create this. And let's create it inside of our chat folder where each component goes that is related to the chat functionality. And let's call it message.tsx. This is going to be an arrow function. Const message is going to be an arrow function, and let's export default message from this component. Beautiful. What we are going to return from this component, return right here, is going to be a div element at the top level. And this div element is going to get a dynamic class name. So as the class name, let's pass in a curly brace and our trusted CN helper function that we can now use to first determine or to give it some styles that are always applied. That's going to be flex and items-end. And then we want to do a check. If it is a user message that we are displaying, in that case, we want to display the message on the right-hand side. And if it's an AI message, it should be on the left-hand side of the chat. And the way we do that is we need to know if this message, because each message will be rendered out in one of these components, is a user message. So there are two things we want to pass as properties into this component. And that's gonna be the message object and also the isNextMessage same person from the other component. Let's define the type this will be, and this will be of type message props. Of course, we also need to define this interface. Let's copy the name and define the interface right above the component right here. The message is going to be a certain type that we're going to create right now in a second. Let's already define the type for the isNextMessage same person by copy and pasting it in here. And let's say this will be of type Boolean because either it is or not by the same person. And now this message type is going to be a bit more involved because if we take a look at the data that we get back from here, each message that we have, it has a text, an ID, a created ad, and an isUserMessage. That is not, in fact, the entire message object we get from Prisma. That has way more stuff attached to it. So what we are going to do is give each message of these a separate type. And where we are going to declare this is going to be inside of our source folder. And let's create a new folder called types. In here, everything simply and only TypeScript related will go in. Let's give this a name of message.ts, and let me show you some advanced tRPC magic we can do inside of this file right here. First off, we need to infer the type of the data that we get back from tRPC. And tRPC allows us to do this actually with something called a type router output, where we can infer the output of any route that we have in tRPC. And the helper we can use for that is the infer router outputs from tRPC/server. And we can simply pass in the type of our entire API structure, the app router. Then the type of the messages that are returned from this get file messages, that is the type we need right now. And we can simply infer it by using this router output helper and pass it in array with a name of, and we get IntelliSense now. How cool is that? We want the get file messages, and as the second element right here, we want the messages and not the next cursor. So just like that, we have what tRPC returns from our API endpoint. And if that changes, this type will automatically change with it. So this is incredibly maintainable. Then what we want to do is, if you remember, we have a loading message inside of our messages. And this doesn't render out a string as the text, but a JSX element, the loader. So we need to accommodate for that. First off, we need to omit the original message property. Let's call this type omit text. And this is going to be a TypeScript helper type, a utility type. We can use the omit, pass in the messages. And because this is an array by default, but we only want one single message element, we can pass a number as an array right here. So we will get only one instance of it. And then we need to pass the value we do want to omit, and that is going to be the text property, because by default, this is only a string, but we want string and JSX element. The way we do that is really easy. Let's name this type extended text, and this is going to be an object with a text property of either string or, for this pipe operator, a JSX.element. There we go. So we now accommodated for our loader. And we can simply export these extended messages, extended meaning the text has been extended, by saying export type extended message is going to be equal to omit text. And let's combine that with the extended text just like this. So the result will be all that the message originally has, like the ID and the isUserMessage and whatnot, but the text is now going to be a string or a JSX.element. That is exactly this type right here we are going to use to declare our messages instead of the message props. And all that's left to do now is importing this type wherever we render out the message. Beautiful. So now we get full TypeScript benefits inside of this component, and we can plow ahead in our conditional class name that we were writing right here. So what we want to do is pass this also an object into the cn function, and we want to apply a justify-end property if this message is a user message. by checking if the message.isUserMessage value is true. Then the justify end is going to be applied. Then we're going to create a little icon, either a user icon that will always be on the left-hand side of the message, or a little AI icon, whatever you want it to be. So it just looks a little better, right? These red things, the little icons inside of each message, is what we are creating right now. And let's give them a class name. Most of these class names are going to be dynamic with our cnHelper function. Let's use it right here again and pass a default name of relative, of flex, a height of 6, a width of 6, an aspect-square. Let's give this a bit more space. There we go. An items-center and a justify-center. And then conditionally, we want to pass an object where the order-to property, a background blue of 600, and a rounded-sm property will be applied if the message is a user message. And then we want to apply an order-1, a background zinc of 800, and a rounded of small if this message is not a message.isUserMessage. And lastly, we want to also apply an invisible property if the next message is from the same person, because in that case the icon should only be shown once, right? This would look weird, but instead we only want to display the icon once, right? And the way we do that is by applying this invisible if the is next message same person boolean is true. Beautiful. Now let's open up this div, and inside of here we are going to render out the logo that we want to show either for the user or for the AI. Feel free to use whatever icon you want. Let's first do a check. If the message.isUserMessage is true, in here we want to pass an icon. And to make life a bit easier for ourselves, let's quickly go ahead and declare a separate components for our icons. Let's do that inside of the components folder. Create a new file called icons.tsx. And this component is going to be very, very easy. Let's export a const icons, and that is simply an object. As for the user icon, we want the user we get from Lucid React. And as for the logo icon that we want, well, this is going to receive some props that we can pass in, and these are going to be of type Lucid props. So wherever we render out this logo, we can give it a different color and height and whatnot. That is why we accept props right here. And this is going to return the SVG element the logo will represent. And instead of typing this out, I say we go to our copy paste list and paste and copy and paste this SVG icon right into our logo icon right here. Of course, if you want to use a different logo than what I'm using, for example, your personal logo, if you have one, you can of course paste that right here as the SVG and make sure you spread in the props so we can style it accordingly. Perfect. Now, in order to be able to use it, this is very easy. We can simply go ahead and import our icons component and say icons.user right here. This is going to be self-closing with a class name of, that is why the props are so important. We can simply give it a class name of fill zinc of 200, a text zinc of 200, a height of, and then 3 dash or what is this called, like a /4, so 3/4 of height, and a width of 3/4 as well. Okay, and if this is not a user message, it means it is an AI message. And in that case, we want to render out the icons.logo, again, self-closing with a class name. And this class name is going to be fill zinc of 300 this time, a height of 3/4 again, and a width of 3/4 as well. Perfect. And that about finishes up the icons we want to display for each message. Let's give this a tad more space. Let's open this up. And by the way, we can already or should already import this message component into our messages so we can get rid of the error. Of course, this expects some properties. For example, we are mapping over elements. That is why we need to pass them a key. This goes for everything we're mapping over, and this key is going to be the message that we have for this mapping instance.id. Then for the above message, let's also, or we can just do this for both messages as well. Why do it for both separately? we need to pass the is next message same person. And this is nothing else than the value we have calculated right up here instead of the constant. So we can simply paste that into both messages. Now we are still missing something. And for the above message and the below message both, that is the actual message. And that is nothing else than the message instance we are currently mapping over, the element of the array that we want to render out this message for. So let's pass that into both as well. So we will get rid of all the errors. Awesome, let's save these messages, and we have so many tabs open. Whoa, we can close out of a lot of these. Let's just leave open each message. Okay. Perfect, we can already see an icon popping up right here, and that is our mocked loading state message from the AI. That is why the little logo is showing up here, but the text is not there yet. So of course, we also want to render that out. So let's go below the closing div of the logo, and let's open up a new div. And this is going to get a class name, and this will be dynamic as well with our CN of flex-col, a space y of 2, a text-base, a maximum width of MD and an MX of 2. And what we now want to dynamically apply in this class name is going to be, instead of an object, and that is going to be the order-1 property and the items-end if this is a user message, if the message.is user message. And else, if this is not a user message, we want to apply the order-2 and items-start, of course, for the same condition, but in the opposite, so a exclamation point if not message.is user message, just like this. Amazing. Now let's open up this div and create one more div inside of here with a class name of, again, this is going to be conditional depending on whether the AI sent this message or the user sent this message. This is going to be a CN, and by default we're going to apply a padding X of 4, padding Y of 2, rounded-LG, and an inline-block property. There we go. As an object, we're going to pass in here, that is going to be the BG blue of 600 and text-white if this is a user message, message.is user message. And we are going to apply as the color a background gray of 200 and a text gray of 900. And there doesn't need to go a comma right here if this is not a message.is user message. Oops, message.is user message. Perfect. Then we want to do one more small check, and that is, oops, what did I do with formatting here? That is, we're going to apply a rounded-br bottom right -none if not the is next message same person, and this message is a user message, message.is user message. There we go. And else we're going to apply a rounded -bottom left .none if not the is next message same person again, and the message is an AI message, and if not message.is user message. There we go. So a negative clause in both of these last ones. Okay, perfect. Then we are going to open up this div right here, and we are now going to display the actual response or the user message, you know, whatever the text is inside of the message. Now, inside of this div, we are actually going to display the text of the message. And one thing we are going to do is let's quickly go into our CMD and install pnpm install react-markdown. And the reason we are installing this is because just by adding like 2 lines of code, we can massively improve the output of the AI to handle Markdown, like bullet points and tables and whatnot. And the way we do that is by going now to the very top of the file, and we can now import React Markdown from the library we have just installed, React-Markdown. We can simply import this as the default import. Go back down inside of the div we just opened up and wrap this entire thing in React Markdown. And just by doing this, our AI basically, well, the AI already knows how to handle Markdown, but now it can actually answer with bullet points, and it's going to look really good just by adding this code. Let's add a class name to this React Markdown, and this class name is also going to be dynamic with our CN helper. By default, we're going to apply pros, which is a we get from the Tailwind CSS plugin we installed. And next to this pros, we're also going to put an object for conditional styling. And we're going to say text zinc of 50 if the message.isUserMessage. Perfect. Now this React Markdown currently has a problem, and it says property children is missing in type blah, 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 whatnot. So all that means is we forgot to pass it the message.text as the actual content. Now the error is not going to go away. This JSX tags children prop expects type string and whatever, but only a single child was provided. Now the problem is React Markdown can only accept a literal string, but the text could also be a JSX.element, which cannot be rendered in Markdown. Therefore, let's cut this element out. We're going to be pasting it in a second, but first off, we need to do a little check, but I just wanted to show you why we're doing this check. So let's say type of message.text is triple equal to, and then in quotes, a string. And only if it is a string, in that case, let's open up some parentheses and paste our component. And else we are just going to display the message.text as it is, because it's going to be a JSX element and we don't want to render that in Markdown. So this way we can make sure only a string is ever tried to render out as Markdown. Awesome. And then right below the curly braces from this conditional check above, let's do another quick check. And that is if the message.id is not equal to a loading dash message, because let's open this up inside of braces. In that case, we want to show the date when this message was sent. If it's a loading message, of course, we are not going to show that date instead of the loading message. So let's open up a div inside of here and also handle the other side of the ternary, where we just render out null if this is in fact the loading message. Now, of course, let's also close this div up to get rid of all the errors. And this div is also going to get a dynamic class name with our cn helper, which is going to be text-xs, a select-none, a margin top of 2, a width of full, a text-right. Let's open up this div right here. And inside of this div, we want to render out the date where this was created in a certain format. And again, we're working with dates, which is pretty horrible in JavaScript by default. So for the format function, we are going to import that from date fns. Inside of here, let's create a new date, and this will be created at the message Jesus Christ, dot created at, and the format we want this to be in is going to be in HH:MM, so hour and minutes. Awesome, and that's already it. One thing we quickly want to do is also do a little conditional check and change the color, whether this is a user message or not. So the way we do that is let's go into our CN right up here, enter an object for some conditional checks, and we are going to apply a text zinc of 500 if this is not a message.isUserMessage, and we are going to apply a text blue of 300 if this is a message.isUserMessage. Perfect, and that about summarizes our message. Now we should be able to see the loading state. Let's restart back up the dev server, and then let's reload our page. Right now, the only thing that should show up is the loading state, which we are setting as always true, remember from right here. So it will always show. Let's let the messages load. And there is our loading state. Beautiful. Now, of course, this is just marked for now, but we can see the loading state works just as expected, and there are currently no messages in the chat window. Okay, so how about we just go ahead and send the message and see what happens. Let's reload the page. The loading state will likely still be there. That's fine. Let's just say, who was Plato in one sentence? And let's see if this works. Let's hit enter. Okay, the enter doesn't work yet. Let's go into our chat input and see why that might happen. When we press enter, the message will be added. We get that from our context. So I suspect that the add message doesn't really do anything yet. No, it did send the message to the API. Okay. Oh, so it seems like the only thing that's different is that we are not clearing the input field. That's why to the user, it might currently seem that the message is not being sent. That's fine. Let's see in the network tab if we got a response. and we did, so this was the get file messages. So apparently there was an error loading the files and the messages. Okay, interesting, we get an error. Let's see in the console if we get any error for this, and we don't. Interesting. I'm going to do some debugging. Why do we get an error on fetching the messages? Oh, okay, from the error message we can tell that we got the error because we made a bad request, and that is apparently because this file ID instead of messages is undefined. And yeah, okay, we even get a message in the chat wrapper that we still need to pass the file ID in here. Okay, so let's pass it. Let's give it the file ID. And of course, this is going to be the file ID from the chat wrapper. Let's save this and try this again. And I just saw, okay, the network request did go through, and there are our messages. Amazing, really, really good work. We can see all the messages pop up right here on the right hand side that we have already sent. And let's try asking a new one. Who was, or what, oops, in one sentence, what was the, relation between Plato and Socrates? And see what happens. Let's hit the send button. We are not going to get our message. Okay, but if we refresh, then we do get the complete answer. So to me, it just seems like we submitted a form. At least that's what it looked like visually, that we didn't want to submit. And I remember we did use the form element in the chat input. Now, it's probably just because we haven't implemented some functionality from the future, but let's just change this form in the chat input to a regular div. There is no benefit in having the form right here, so let's just change it and avoid that behavior altogether, and also remove the type submit from the chat input button. And that should clear things up. Okay, that's good. Let's try this again. Let's reload the page and see what happens. Hopefully this time without a form submission. Okay, so the loading state is there, the messages are there. Let's just say hello, how are you, to see what happens. Let's send the message. There is no hard form reload. Awesome, but we do get the message streamed in, and we can see the answer right here. I am an AI language model, so I don't have feelings, and whatever. And we can see the message pop up here. However, one really important thing is still missing, and that is if we ask the question, then first off, there are no optimistic updates yet. So when we send a message, any message, and I hit this button, it is not immediately put into the chat window. Pay attention, it's not even there, right? It doesn't pop into the chat window. So to the user, it seems like it wasn't even sent. Secondly, the message is not removed from the input. What if we wanted to ask another question? And then thirdly, the answer is not being streamed in either, and the loading state is always there, which it shouldn't be. So right now we have to hard reload the page to see the messages that were sent. And that's not ideal. We want to implement something different, something really, really cool. And that is called optimistic updates. What that means is as soon as we type in a message, let me show you what this means. An optimistic update is what this is called. Let's remove all of this and let's title it optimistic updates. Right here and back. What an optimistic update means is if there is a message right here, a message right here, and we are typing in another message. As we click the send button, it is immediately going to be put in, or it should rather be this way around, it should immediately be put in the chat window as soon as we click the button, and without even having processed through our database and whatever first, right? So the user immediately gets feedback. That is what is an optimistic update. In 2023, 2024, that is what people just expect, an instant feedback. And if there should be any error in the message, then we will put it back into the chat window and revert the optimistic updates. It's no big issue, right? It's no biggie at all. But that way we can provide the user immediate feedback, which is a really, really nice skill to have. And let me show you how we can implement this. And all of this stuff will happen in the chat context, because this is where we process our messages, where we handle loading, error states, and all of that. So the way we can use a optimistic update with React Query and tRPC is first we need access to the tRPC utils. You know these from before, right? Where we can get access to all the API routes, for example. Let's call this const utils is going to be equal to tRPC.useContext. And with this utils, we can actually create the optimistic updates. So below the mutation function that we have right here, let's say on mutate. And this on mutate will get called as soon as we send the message, as soon as we press this button. So this is exactly where the optimistic update should happen. And let's move this into a kind of side by side so it looks a bit better. There we go. This is what the on mutate is for the optimistic update. And then the rollback and whatnot we're going to handle later. So first off, in the on mutate, we want to first create a backup of this message. If anything goes wrong, any message right here, if anything goes wrong after the optimistic update, we want to roll it back and put it back into the input, because we're going to remove it as soon as the message is sent for immediate feedback. And the way we will keep track of that message is going to be inside of a ref, so we don't force a re-render. Let's call it const backup message. It's going to be equal to use ref at the very top here. We import that from React and make it an empty string. Now in the on mutate, we can make work of that ref by saying backup message.current is going to be equal to message. So now we're saving it inside of this ref. In case anything goes wrong, we can revert it later. And we're also going to set the message state we are keeping track of in here to an empty string. Okay, step number 1 for optimistic updates. We want to cancel any outgoing refetches so that they don't overwrite or optimistic update. The way we do that is by awaiting the utils.getFileMessages, and we're going to cancel all outbound calls right here. And to be able to use await, we're going to mark this as asynchronous. Then step 2, and let's mark this as step 1, and let's mark this as step 2 right now. Just for our reference, we are going to snapshot the previous value we had. So the const previous messages is what we're going to call this, is going to be utils.getFileMessages.getInfiniteData. This is like a API call we're just making to get the data so we can later revert it if we needed to. And then step 3 right here for the optimistic updates for the best possible user experience is to optimistically insert the new value or new message right away as we send it. The way we do that is by calling the utils.getFileMessages, because that is the API we optimistically want to change the data for. And now we can use a utility called setInfiniteData instead of the getInfiniteData from above. In here, we can destructure the file ID, and also we can destructure the limit. And we're going to set this as the infinite query limit constant that we have already created. Awesome. Below this, we can also receive the old data in the callback and work with it in the function that ensues right here. And this needs to be comma separated. There we go. Now this first thing is going to contain the old data that we can now add the current message to, right? So first off, if there is no old data, which is an edge case we do need to handle, in that case, we need to return an object from here. That object will always need to contain a pages property, and it also always needs to contain a page params property. If you're wondering why that is, that's because React query handles this infinite query always with a pages and a page param. So we have to comply with that and return an object that matches that shape that React query expects. Then step number 1 for the optimistic update, kind of a meta step 1 in here, I guess, is cloning the old pages. And we do this, let's call this const or let new pages is going to be equal to, and let's spread in the old.pages. And you're going to see why we do it in this, kind of weird way in a second. Then second step, let's say let latest page. This latest page is simply going to contain the latest messages and not the ones above it in the interval that we set. So for example, for us, if the infinite query limit is 10, then the latest page is going to contain the latest 10 messages in our chat. And this is going to be equal to the new pages at the index of 0. And we can just assert to TypeScript that this will definitely exist using an exclamation point. And then lastly, let's say latest page.messages. And now we are going to directly mutate this. First off, we want to insert the message that we are sending right now. So if I type in anything inside of this chat input, this should immediately be put into the chat messages up here. So we need to insert it into the array with a created add value of a new date. Let's transform this to an ISO string, just like this, with an ID of crypto.randomUUID. Crypto is always there. It's a global utility. We don't even need to import it. The text is going to be the message. And lastly, as the isUser message, that is going to be true. Okay, after this, we want to spread in using ... all the other messages that were there, the latest page.messages. So essentially, we are just taking all the messages that were previously in the chat and moving them up one and now putting our message inside of here. That's what this code is doing. Okay, below that, we're gonna say new pages at the index of 0 right here is gonna be equal to the latest page. So we're changing the data up here and now inserting it as the first or last page, depending on which order you see it as, basically as the last message. We are injecting it into the new pages right here. And lastly, we need to return the old pages right here. We can just spread all the properties in from the old, and the only thing that we are going to overwrite are the pages, and these are going to be equal to the new pages that we have just created. And just like that, let's save and see what happens. Let's reload the page, go into our chat window, and let's say, hello, how are you again, and click the sending button. And what we should be able to see is our message pop up in the messages right here, which didn't happen. Interesting. Okay, but I think that happens because we're not quite done with the onMutate code for now. There's like just a very tiny bit missing. So let's try that and see if it works then. First off, we want to set the isLoading to true. And the reason we are only doing this now is because we want to add the loading state after adding the user message. So the loading state, imagine it's loading right here. We want to add the user message to the chat window, just like this, and then display the loading message instead of first displaying the loading and then the message. That's not the way it should be. So we're only setting the loading to true after we have done all the insertion logic up here. And lastly, we are going to return from here the previous messages, and these are going to be the previous messages dot pages, just like this, dot flat map. I explained what the flat map does for us earlier, so we don't get like an array, which wouldn't be very beneficial. And for each page that we get access to in the callback, we're going to return the page dot messages. And if this is not any value, if this is undefined or null, which it could be because it's optional right here, in that case we're just going to return an empty array. Beautiful. Let's save that, and now let's see if our logic is working. Let's go all the way down into our chat window and say hello world, hit the sending button, and it still doesn't put our message in there right away. Weird. Okay, I'm gonna do some debugging and see why this happens. Aha, and I'm pretty sure I found why this happens. It's a really simple fix, and the problem is that, for example, the message that we're backing up here is the global state that we're keeping track of. And it's not, in fact, the message that is also sent into the onMutate right here, which is the one we will be using, right? So let's save this and reload the page, and then let's see if this is working. Because it definitely should, right? Before we continue, we want to make sure our code works. So let's say debug2, let's hit the send, and it still doesn't work well. All right, so after some more debugging, I came to the conclusion that the problem is that we are not handling the loading state in the messages yet. And that's the problem as to why we're not seeing our message once we send it directly. So let's go ahead and handle the loading state inside of the messages.tsx, and then we will actually see our message pop up. So the loading state that we want in here comes from our context. We're already keeping track of it there as state, so we can simply destructure it inside of here. The isLoading will come from use context and pass in our chat context in here. Okay, and because we get a naming conflict otherwise, we're gonna call this isAI thinking. And then instead of having the loading state or the loading message always there with a true, we are only going to show this if the AI is thinking. We're later going to update this even better in the chat context, And I propose we actually do that right there, and then we will see that our messages do pop up as soon as we send them in optimistic update fashion. Okay, so let's go below the on success inside of our chat context and quickly finish up the on error and on settled to properly handle those cases as well. For the on error, the only thing that we want to receive here is not the first argument, not even the second, only the third, and let's call it context. Inside of this on error, what we can now do is, well, something went wrong. So we want to put in the text we already optimistically put in the chat window back into the text box, right? To do that, let's set the message to the backup message.current. That is the single purpose we backed it up for. And also let's call the utils.getFileMessages.setData. And now we want to roll back to the previous messages. So we can destructure the file ID as the first argument. And then secondly, we can pass an object containing the messages. And these are going to be the context.previous messages, just like this. Or if that is null or undefined, an empty array. That's why we have these two question marks right here. If this is null or undefined, then we're going to pass an empty array in here. And that concludes our error handling already. Really, really easy. And lastly, the onSettled. If we are either successful or not, then it's going to happen an asynchronous error function. And in here, we're going to set the isLoading to false because no matter what happens, we don't want to be loading then. And we are going to say await utils.getFileMessages.invalidate. And we can pass it inside of an object right here, the file ID. And just by doing this, when everything was successful or not, we refresh the entire data right here. So we always get the most accurate data after a message has been sent, right? We send a message, we get an answer, and then we restore the integrity of the entire page. But of course, this is not going to flash or anything. There's not going to be a white screen while this loads. This happens all in the background. Perfect. And let's try out what happens now. Let's go back into our chat window, scroll all the way down and say, hello, good sir, any message, and hit send. And you can see if we scroll down, the message was sent here as we typed it. Perfect. Now we can't see the answer in real time just yet, but we do see our message. And then once we reload the page, let's see what happens. We should also be able to see the AI response. Perfect. Okay, now that is something that's still not ideal, right? We of course don't want to, refresh the entire page to get the answer, but instead we want this to happen just like that without refreshing the page. And where we do that and where we can also display the AI message that we send back as a stream in real time is right below this on mutate. Let's go below where that closes right here above the on error. Let's insert something called on success. So when we do get a response back from our API, that will contain the readable stream that we can simply put into the message as we get it to have this real-time feeling. Well, not just feeling, it is actually real time. First off, we're going to set the isLoading to false because the loading message that we see from the AI should not be there anymore. Then we can receive the stream we get back from our API simply automatically passed in here as a readable stream. Now what could happen is if we hover over this stream could be null. So we want to handle that case. If there is no stream, in that case, we are going to return a toast notification to the user saying with the title that there was a problem sending this message as the description of this toast notification. We're going to say, please refresh this page and try again. And lastly, to inform the user that this is a bad thing that happened, as the variant, we are going to pass destructive, just like this. Then right below the stream, we can now assume that this exists and we need to read the contents of it. Let's say const reader is going to be equal to the stream, and there's a method we can call on here called getReader. And we also need to decode this because it is encoded. The const decoder is going to be a new text decoder class. Decoder we can simply instantiate right here. no additional imports needed whatsoever. And let's also keep track of if we are done by saying let done is going to be equal to false. Okay, one last thing is we want the response and accumulate it as we get it. So let's initialize a accumulated response. Let's say accumulated response as a comment right here, so we know what this will mean, and let's call it acc response. So just we have to type a bit less later and we can elaborate what this means where we define it. Okay, this is going to be an empty string by default. Now we are actually going to read the contents of the stream that we get back from our API in real time. So while we are not done reading, in that case, this while loop will continue to run. And what we want to do in here is first, we want to read the stream. We can do that by destructuring both the value and the done, and let's call it done reading, from the await reader.read, and simply call that. Then we're going to set the done to done reading. So if we're already done, there's no need to execute any further code. And now to get the string content of this stream, of this chunk that we are, kind of mapping over, I guess we could call it. Let's call it const chunk value is going to be equal to decoder.decode the value. And this is going to be the actual string that the AI gives us that we now want to add to the message to make it show in real time. And also let's add this to our accumulated response by saying acc response plus equals, that's a shorthand, and the chunk value. So we can simply append the chunk value to the accumulated response. Okay, and now what we're going to do is append the chunk to the actual message. So the message you can see in the chat. So that's updated in real time. And the way we do this is probably one of the most elaborate logic steps, but it is very similar to what we did in the onMutate. So don't be afraid of it. We're going to do it step by step together. And then you're going to find, well, it does look syntactically a bit odd. It really makes sense what we're doing. So we do this by calling the utils.getFileMessages and then set infinite data, because we want to add to the data that we can see in the chat window. In here, we can first destructure the file ID, and also just like above the limit that we are going to default to the infinite underscore query underscore limit. And as for the actual callback function, again, receive the old data, and then if there is no old data as the first guard clause, we're going to return an object that contains, once again, the pages as an empty array and also the page params as an empty array. Just like this. Perfect. Then let's create a new variable called isAIResponse_created. And this is going to be equal to the old.pages.sum, which is going to return us a Boolean. Don't worry, I'm going to explain this here in a second. And for each page that we have in the old data that we get, we want to check if the page.messages.sum, and for any message inside of this page, let's call it message. There we go. And let's give this much more space so you can see this easier. We can already format this. For each message that we receive in this sum callback, we want to return if the message.id is triple equal to the AI-response, because we are hard coding this AI response and we're checking in any page, in any message, is there already a message that has an ID of AI response, which will be the last one right here at the very bottom of the page, right? And if there is an AI response, then we are not going to add a new one. That means in the chat window, once we send that message, the AI response will also be added to the screen. And then in real time, I guess we could say, we get the response from the AI. And of course, we do not want to add this message multiple times to the screen. That would be a really bad idea. That's why we check for each chunk that we add to it, is there a message already? And if there is, then we're not going to create a second one, but instead we are going to add to it as we get the chunk value. And if there isn't, then we are going to create one for the very first chunk. So there's always a message. I hope that makes sense. And let's continue in this code right here. Let's say let updated pages is going to be equal to, and let's map over the old data pages first. So old.pages.map, and for each page that we get in here, let's execute some code inside of this function. So first off, we're gonna do a check. If the page is equal to the old.pages at the index of 0, so if this is the last page, and it needs to be pages, just like this, awesome. Then, and trust me, what's about to come right now is not gonna take long, and it is gonna be the most, in quotes, complicated thing of this entire build. So stick with me here, let's go through it together afterwards and just code this out for now, and then see what this does in a bit more abstract way. So just code ahead with me right now, and let's get this done. So first off, if this is true, then that means we are on the first page, which also contains the last message, because the order here is reverse, right? The entire messages are put in reverse, and that means the first page contains the last message that we care about. That is why this if statement is so important. Let's first create a variable called updated messages we're gonna make use of later. And then if the AI response is not yet created, if not is AI response created, well, then we are gonna create it once. The way we do that is by creating a new reference. This is really important for the React diffing to pick up the change later, so we can actually see it on the screen. The way we can do that is by saying the updated messages are going to be equal to an array, and inside of this array, just like above, we can simply create a new message by first creating an object that's going to get a created add property as a new date.toISO string. Then we want an ID, and this is going to be the hard-coded AI response that we are checking for up here. That's what we make the ID. Very important that it matches this right here that we're checking for. The text is going to be the accumulated response, so we always show the latest data in here, and the isUser message boolean is going to be false in here. And then we can simply append all the other messages that were there before by spreading in the page.messages, just like this. Okay, and this needs to be messages, by the way. Great, so in that case, we are creating a new AI response. But what if there is already an AI response? Well, then in that case, we just want to add to the existing response, this chunk right here. The way we do that is by calling the updated messages, and these are going to be equal to the page.messages.map. And for each message that we are mapping over, let's execute some code right here. Let's do a clause right here, an if statement. And now, if this message that we're currently mapping over is the AI response, if the message.id is triple equal to AI-response, just as hard-coded up here and up here, in that case, we are going to return the message properties that were there before by spreading in the message, but also change the text to be the accumulated response. And if it's not the AI response, then we can literally return the message unchanged, because we don't want to change any other message than the AI response, right? Everything else should stay the exact same. And we just want to append the chunk that comes in real time to this message right here. Perfect. And that's almost it already, by the way. Okay, so let's exit out of this else statement right here, and right below this, return an object. Inside of this object, let's spread in the page, so we're keeping all other properties and we only override the messages. And of course, these are going to be the updated messages from above. Right below this, let's return the page just like this. So the other pages are going to stay exactly as they are. Only the first page, like the last 10 messages or whatever you set this config option to, only that page is going to be updated. And if you're rendering out 30 messages above this, well, none of them are going to be changed. We are returning them as they are. And lastly, right below here, let's return an object and spread in all the old values and simply override the pages to be the updated pages. And this was already it. I know this was syntactically the most demanding part, because we need to pay attention, so this is all immutable. What that means is we want to create basically new references for each entry. so that when we stream in chunks, this happens really fast. And for the React diffing algorithm to see that we want to re-render for each chunk, else it would look really weird. Basically, we would get the first chunk, then a long time nothing, and then the last chunk. So the message wouldn't update any like in between. So as an example, if the response from the AI was like, no problem, let's just assume that string was the answer. Well, basically the N would be streamed in as the first chunk, then long time would happen nothing, and then the oh problem right here would be inserted all at the same time, all of a sudden, right? So the first and the last chunk. But what we want is to be streamed in real time as the chunks come in, right? And for that, we need to create a new reference each time we update this infinite data with the chunk value for React to know that it should actually display this. Because if it was the same reference, React wouldn't know any difference, and it would look really weird in the final message. Perfect. Let's save this and actually go ahead and send a message and see how this works. Let's open this up in full screen side by side. Let's give it a reload just so we have the most fresh version. And let's say in one sentence, who was Plato? And hit send right here. Let's see what happens. If we scroll down, I'm not sure why we have to scroll down at the moment, but we can see the AI responded and streamed in the response in real time. That is really, really cool. Congratulations if you're following along up until this point. This is a really, really nice achievement we have made together. We optimistically update and stream in responses back in real time. That's not easy. Awesome. And that takes us to the infinite query part. As we scroll up, currently, we don't see any messages beyond the last 10, what we set our limit to, right? And as we scroll up, of course, we want more messages to render in. And this is for maximum performance. If there were 5,000 messages, we wouldn't want to render all of them. Just as we scroll, we render as much as the user needs, which also puts less load on our database. And in order to achieve this, we have actually already laid the foundation. And that is in these messages right here. Remember, we can simply pass a ref to keep track of which message right here is the last one. And if that is on the screen, then we can start loading more messages. And the way we do that is through a really convenient helper. Let's quickly stop our server, clear the screen, and install one little package that will help us achieve this, npm install. And this package is called @manteen/hooks. We need one certain thing from this library only, and that is going to be something called use intersection. That's going to help us detect if a message is intersecting with the top of the viewport. So if it is actually, being rendered on the screen, and if it is, then we want to load more. Let's start back up our dev server and quickly import that helper hook in here. Import use intersection from the package we've just installed @manteen/hooks. There we go. And I think it doesn't recognize that we just installed this. Let's reload the window, and then hopefully the TypeScript error will be gone. Perfect. Now the first step is actually assigning a ref to the div we want to keep track of, and that's really easy. Let's just create a new constant called last message ref inside of this component, and this is going to be equal to a use ref we get from React. And by default, this is going to be null, but because we're in TypeScript, we later want to tell TypeScript that this is going to take up an HTML div element. So we can pass it as a generic into the use ref, simply take this last message ref and now pass it on to our message. And because we already know this is the last message on the screen, we can pass it as a ref in here. Now, interestingly enough, this is going to give us an error because there's one more step we need to take inside of the messages component or inside of the message component that allows us to actually accept a ref. In normal React, you cannot pass a ref as a prop, as we are trying right now. But there is a really cool trick we can use to achieve just that. Let me show you how. Follow along with me here. In the message component, mark everything beginning from the the first parenthesis after the equals of the const message. So basically the callback function of the arrow function or whatever that's called, right? So basically everything starting from here, go ahead and mark that. And we're going to mark it all the way down to the end of the component up until this closing curly brace right here. So once we cut that using Control and X, we only have const message equals. That should be the goal. And how we pass refs in React is by using something called a forward ref that takes a generic of the ref element that we want to pass, in our case, an HTML div element that we're gonna later assign this ref to. And it also takes in the message props, just like we had before. Nothing is different here. And this is simply a function we can paste in our existing component, right? Just if you missed that, wrap it in parentheses and then paste in what we had previously. And that's gonna get rid of all the errors and actually allow us to use a ref inside of this component. Now, to get access to the ref in here, we can simply get it also from the props. And oops, not like that. We can remove the type. We've already got that defined up here. And we can simply get the ref just like this as the second argument into this function right here. So this is a forwarded ref of an HTML div element. And we can simply pass it right on to the top level div as a ref, just like this. So now we actually can pass refs as a prop into this component. And what that allows us to do now is to check if this div is intersecting with a screen, if it's already visible on the screen. And if it is, then we load more messages. And for that, we are going to use the really cool helper package that we have just installed. And let's see how this looks like in practice. Let's destructure the ref and the entry, that's what it's called, from the use intersection hook from Maintain we have just installed. As the root, we are going to pass the last message ref dot current, so we're keeping track of this exact div that we're passing as a prop, and then the threshold we're just gonna pass 1. Okay, and now one small little use effect goes right below that. Inside of this use effect right here, we are gonna check if the entry right here dot is intersecting. And if it is, then that means we need to load more messages above this. So we can simply call the fetch next page right here and invoke that. Awesome. As the dependency array into this use effect, we are going to have two things that we're using in here that come from outside. And that is both the entry right here and also the fetch next page. So if the reference of one of these changes, then the use effect is going to reinitialize. Perfect. We can save these messages. And the last thing we need to do is pass this ref from the use intersection into the first message. And oh, I just saw we already passed the other ref in here. No, that's not what we want to do. This needs to be the ref from the use intersection. And then we can save that. Let's see how this works. Let's go into full screen right here. Let's reload the page. And by default, we should be able to see, of course, only if the dev server is running, which it is. Okay, great. We should be able to see the 10 last messages. And as we scroll up, more messages are going to be loaded into our chat. And that's the beauty of an infinite query. Only as we scroll, only as we need, more messages are being loaded in to put less strain on the database and give us a better user experience, because the initial page load will be much faster as we don't need to load any amount of messages above the 10 that we have specified in our config, which in reality you would often put a bit higher at like 30, 40, 50, for example. So it will take quite a bit to scroll up, and the most recent messages are always there. But just for demonstration, I think 10 is a really good number to use for this. And congratulations, with this you have literally just implemented one of the coolest ways of progressively loading data in your application, and also you learned how to implement optimistic loading states. If we hit enter now, that's going to be put immediately into our chat box. Oops, I didn't mean to type that in. If anything goes wrong, the message will automatically be put back into here for the best possible user experience, so they don't need to retype it. And we can actually ask the AI questions now about the PDF, because it has all the knowledge in the background, because we indexed it into vectors, remember? So for example, we can say, when was Socrates born? Hit enter, and it should say right here from A 469 to 399 BCE. And it does. He was born in 469 BCE, which it got from the PDF. Very, very nice. All the PDF functionalities like zooming and whatnot, work, we can rotate it, we can go into full screen, which looks beautiful with a scroll bar, by the way, and we're making really, really good progress actually. I think we are actually done with the core functionality of this app. Now what is left is fixing up the nav bar. Of course, we're logged in and don't want to see it to sign in and get started. That's one thing we will fix. And lastly, we want to also implement the SaaS aspect, right? So we want people to be able to purchase something via credit card or Stripe, and then to have a pro plan, getting better answers and being able to upload larger files. So for example, if we go into our dashboard, when we click upload PDF and are on the pro plan, we want to allow up to 16 megabytes instead of just 4 megabytes right here, right? And currently there is no way to achieve that. And that's going to be the last and also one of the most exciting parts of the entire application. Because, let's be real here, accepting payments is always kind of cool, and to get actual users to pay for your services. And the service we are going to use to integrate payments is called Stripe, one of the most popular payment gateways in the world. We are simply going to sign in. I'm going to do that on my right side right here. And if you don't have an account yet, then just create one, and then you're going to be signed into your dashboard as well. Okay, once we are logged into Stripe, we are going to go to the search bar and create a new product. That's going to be under product catalog, and then create a new product. And this, you can call this whatever you want. I'm going to call this Pro Plan, just like this as the name. There you can enter a description. You can even give it an image to make it like really pretty. I'm going to stick with the most basic variant right now. And we can just say how expensive this will be. And I'm just going to input $14 US. And this is going to be recurring, so a subscription model. Basically, you could also have this as a one-time purchase if you wanted to. Okay, that's the product we are going to create. Let's hit Save Product. And we need to confirm our password. That's totally fine. Let's hit continue right here. And that's going to create the product for us. Now let's scroll down to where it says pricing and copy this price underscore whatever right here. This is going to be really important for us. Let's copy that, close out of Stripe, go back into our code editor, and now let's create a new file under our config folder. Let's name it stripe.ts. And this is going to be important. This is where we're going to use that pricing ID we just created in the Stripe dashboard. Let's export a const plans from here. This is going to be an array, and this is going to contain an object with a name of free. This is going to be our free plan with a slug of, in lowercase, free right now. The quota is going to be 10. I just made that up. I think that makes sense for the free plan. And then the pages per PDF on the free plan can, for example, be 5. That's what I came up with. Okay, then let's create an object in here. And this object is going to be the pricing, or let's just call it price and not pricing. Inside of this object, the amount will be 0 because this is, free. And the price IDs are going to be an empty object for the free plan, or not empty, but just empty string values for both the test property and then both the production property. These are just going to be empty strings. We're not going to make use of them. This is just so TypeScript doesn't complain at us when we copy this down and now create the Pro plan, the more exciting part. Pro, the slug is also going to be Pro. The quota can be something like, 50 if we wanted to. And the pages per PDF, let's jack that way up to 25. Okay, the amount is going to match the Stripe amount. That's going to be 14. And for the test right here is where we're going to paste the Stripe ID we copied from earlier. We're going to paste that inside of the test. And if you were to deploy this application and go out of the Stripe test mode that you're in by default, then you're going to do the exact same thing just for the production one. But this is totally fine for our use case, just the test version, and we are going to be good to go. And now let's create our pricing page where people can see what our service even does for them and how they can upgrade to the Pro plan. To create the pricing page, let's go under source and then let's create a new folder called pricing. In here goes, of course, once again, the page.tsx, where we create a const pricing, or let's call it just const page. I think that's easier, as an arrow function, and export that page as the default at the bottom. Okay, inside of this page goes all the JSX content, the visual markup of our pricing page. First off, however, let's determine if the user is logged in or not by destructuring the get user from get kind server session, and also saying const user is going to be equal to that's going to be get user right here. And then from this, we are going to return a fragment, so we don't need a wrapping div. And at the top level, this will contain a max with wrapper, just like this. This is not going to be self-closing, but get a class name of margin bottom 8, margin top 24, a text dash center, and a maximum width of 5XL in here. Inside of the max with wrapper, another div with a class name of mxauto, a margin bottom of 10, and on small devices, a maximum width of large. Inside of this div, an h1 element that says pricing. There we go. And give this h1 a class name of text 6XL, a font dash bold, and lastly on small devices, a text of 7XL to make it really stand out, with a paragraph tag right below it that gets a class name of margin top 5, a text gray of 600, and on small devices, a text of large. And this paragraph will say whether you're, and then again for the apostrophe, we're going to use the and apos colon, whether you're just trying out or service, or need more, we, and then again, apos and the colon, we've got you covered, period. Just some, marketing copy I made up. And right below this closing div, we're going to create a new div that's going to contain the actual content of the page with a class name of padding top 12, grid dash calls dash 1, a gap of 10, and on large devices, a grid calls of 2. Inside of this div right here, we need a component that doesn't exist in our app. And this is going to come from our UI library. So we're going to say npx chatcn-ui at latest add, and this is called tooltip. That's later going to allow us to show some really cool like explainer tooltips for each of the pricing points, so people know exactly what they're going to be getting for their money. Because in this project, I want you to write real good code, like a real world application, and that is what real world applications have. So let me show you how we're going to do this. Let's start back up the dev server. And by the way, we can already open up the pricing page here on the right hand side. Let's go to pricing so we can actually see what we are doing. Give it a bit less space. 404, this page does not exist. Why doesn't this exist? This should definitely exist. Oh, of course, the pricing folder. Let's cut that and paste it inside of our app folder. That's where it needs to go. Paste right here. And now we should be able to see our pricing page. Beautiful. Okay, inside of this div that we just opened up, we want something called a tooltip provider. That's what we later need to be able to show these tooltips on the pricing page. Inside of this provider, let's map over all the pricing options we have. And just to make our life easier, I have decided to include these in the copy paste list right here. And this just contains all the features that we have in our app. So navigate over to the copy paste list and copy the pricing options, and we're going to paste them right below determining the user. One thing we still need to do is to import the plans from our Stripe config, just like that. And as you can see, we always have a text, sometimes a footnote as an explainer, then a negative property. And you're going to see what this means here in a second, and why this is going to look so good as well, by the way. We can simply map over these pricing items now. So pricing items.map, and we can just destructure right away the plan. We can destructure the tagline, also the quota and the features from it. And what we are going to return from this is a function first, because we want some logic. That is finding out the price. So let's say const price for each item that we're mapping over is going to be plans.find. And for each, let's just call it P for plans, let's return if the P.slug is triple equal to the plan.lower, or it's to lowercase. There we go, invoke that. So we're basically searching through all the plans, and if it matches the one we're currently mapping over with this pricing item, in that case, we want the .price at the very end, and then amount. And if this is not even defined, in that case, we can always fall back to just 0. There we go. And we also need to return some JSX from here to get rid of that really ugly red squiggly line. So let's just return a div right here. And of course, that div needs to go into that function to get rid of the error. Then inside of this div, first off, we need a key because we're mapping over something. And oops, this needs to be features. There we go. As for the key, this is just going to be the plan. And inside of this div, let's also give it a class name. And this class name is going to be dynamic with our cN helper. By default, we're going to pass a relative, a rounded of 2xl. Let's already format this so we have more space. Then we're going to pass a background white and a shadow of large. And then optionally, as an object, if the plan is a pro plan, then we're gonna render out a border of 2, a border blue of 600, a shadow blue of 200. And that again, if we are on the pro plan, so if the plan is triple equal to pro. Give it a bit more space, there we go. And else, if we are not on the pro plan, then we're gonna render out a simple border and a border gray of 200, just to make it really clear that the pro plan sticks out, you know, and we're going to render this if the plan is not equal to pro. There we go. Perfect. Inside of this div right here, let's do a check. If we are on the, or if the element that we're mapping over is the pro plan, if the plan is triple equal to pro, in that case, let's render out some JSX. And that's going to be a div with a class name of absolute, a minus top minus 5, a left of 0, a right of 0, an mx-auto, a width of 32, a rounded dash full. And let's go into full screen for this longer class name. Then we want a background BG gradient to R, to right, a from dash blue dash 600, blue dash 600, a to cyan of 600, a padding X of 3, a padding Y of 2, a text of small, text dash SM, a font of medium, and lastly a text dash white. There we go. Longest class name, I promise. That was really long. And inside of this div, we're just gonna say upgrade now. You're gonna see this will look really good. Let's see how that looks like. And you can see for each plan that we're mapping over, the free and the pro, we can see it looks really, really nice, but we only see that little thing up until now and not the actual features. Now to render those out and make it look good, let's create a div right under here with a class name of padding 5. Inside of this div in H3 with a class name of my-3, text-center, font-display, a text of 3XL and a font-bold. Right here, let's give it a bit more space. There we go. And inside of this H3, we're just gonna put the plan. So whether it's free or pro. Nice, there we go. Right below that goes a p tag with the tagline that we destructured earlier. And this p tag will get a class name of text gray of 500. Right below this p tag goes another p tag. Inside of here, a $sign and then the price. There we go. And this p tag will get a class name of my-5, a font-display as well, a text of 6XL, the font-semi-bold. Awesome. And one more p tag right below this p saying per month. So the user knows the payment interval. And this is going to get a class name of text gray 500. There we go. Let's hit save on that and we can see beautiful. The pricing shows up there on the right hand side. Below the closing div, let's create a new div right here with a class name of flex, height of 20, items-center, justify-center, a border-b, border-t, a border gray of 200 and a background gray of 50. Let's open up this div and create one more div in here with a class name of flex, items-center, and a space x of 1. Inside of this div, one p tag, and this is going to say the, in curly braces for a dynamic value, quota.toLocalString. So we are converting the price or the quota, whatever number this is, right? For us, I think that's like 10 or what it was, to the local formatting, right? With commas or dots. It depends on where you are in the US versus Europe. And then PDFs per month included. Right there. Let's save that. We can see 10 PDFs per month included, 50 PDFs per month included. Beautiful. Right below this, we're going to render out a tooltip. This tooltip we literally just installed, so there's really no work involved in making this happen. Let's import the tooltip from our custom component and pass it a delay duration of 300. There we go. This is not going to be self-closing. Inside of here, we want a tooltip trigger. This tooltip trigger will get a class name of cursor-default and also a margin left of 1.5. And inside of this tooltip trigger, we're going to create a help circle. This help circle is an icon from Lucid React. Let's give it a class name of height 4, width 4, and text zinc of 500. So we can kind of hover over this. You're going to see it appear right here. And if we hover over this, a little explainer will appear inside of the tooltip content that we get access to right here. This is going to get a class name, not a console log, a class name of width 80 and a padding of 2. Inside of here, we're going to say how many PDFs you can upload per month. For example, explaining what this is even for. And if we now hover over this, we can see this little explainer appearing beautifully. Let's go down one closing div below the tooltip, two closing div, and with one closing div to go, open up an unordered list, a UL, with a class name of my10 space y of 5 and a padding x of 8. Inside of this unordered list, let's map over the features. Let's say features.map, and for each feature, we can immediately destructure the text, the footnote, and also the negative. And then let's render out some JSX directly by wrapping it simply in a parentheses, just like this. And we're going to render out an li element, a list element with a key of text and a class name of flex and space x of 5. Inside of here, a div element with a class name of flex shrink of 0. And inside of this div, we are going to do a conditional check. If this is negative, in that case, with a ternary operator, we're going to render out a minus icon from Lucid React that gets a class name of height 6, width 6, and text gray of 300. Let's quickly fix that error right here. We can copy this minus icon, copy paste, and else, in that case, we're going to render out the same thing. Let's paste it in here, but change it to a check icon, and the text will be blue of 500 instead of gray 300. Beautiful. All the rest, like the height and the width, is going to stay the same across these two icons. And below this div, let's see if we have a footnote. And again, in a ternary operator, if we have a footnote, then we are going to render out a div. And else, if we don't have a footnote, in that case, we are going to render out a little p tag. Let's give it a class name of flex, items-center, and space x of 1. Inside of here, create a p tag. Let's give this a dynamic class name using our cnHelper function. And we want to always apply a text-gray-400. But however, let's pass an object as the conditional style if this is a negative point that we don't support in this plan, as you're going to see in a second. In that case, we're going to overwrite this, and the order needs to be the other way around actually. Class name first, then the condition is going to be a text gray of 600 if this is negative, that way around. There we go. Okay, and inside of this p tag, we are simply going to render out the text along with a tooltip to explain this, right? So right below this p tag, let's open up a tooltip just like this, tooltip. And this tooltip will get a delay duration of also 300. There we go. Inside of this tooltip, let's create a tooltip trigger, just like that, that gets a class name. And that's going to be, actually, we can just copy it from above. Let's save ourselves the hassle, copy this tooltip from up here with how many PDFs you can upload per month. And let's just paste it in here, save some time. There we go. But instead of the hard-coded tooltip content, we can simply insert the footnote, the little annotation, the explainer that we want to provide for this point in the pricing. Perfect. And then inside of this p tag right here, if we don't have a footnote, in that case, we simply are going to render out this p tag from above. We can copy and paste just the p tag from up here and paste it right down here. And so the styling is going to be exactly the same. Perfect. Let's already save this and see what this looks like. Let's give it a bit more space. Nice. There are our features. You love to see that. Then under this UL element right here, let's create a self-closing div actually just as a visual separator with a class name of border-t and also a border-gray-200. Right below the separator, let's open up a new div. This is going to get a class name of padding5. Inside of here, let's do a conditional check. If the plan is the free plan, a triple equal to free, in that case, we are going to render out some JSX, and else we're going to do another check. Else, if there is a user that we checked at the very top of the file, then in that case, we're going to render out some different JSX, and else, again, we are going to render out a link tag we get from Next.js that we just need to import in here. And this link tag, we can already do this, is going to get an href of /sign-in. It's going to get a class name of a dynamic value in curly braces or button variants right here, invoke that and pass it a configuration as a class name. We're going to pass a string of width full, just like this. By the way, let's finish up the JSX right here so we can already format this. The user, if there is a user, is going to get a button that allows them to upgrade. Let's call this upgrade button, just like this. This is a custom component that doesn't exist yet. We're going to create it in a second, and we're going to create another link component if there is a free plan right here. Perfect. That means we can already format this file because these syntax errors are gone. Inside of the link on the very bottom, let's finish that up first. If we have a user, in that case, let's say upgrade now inside of the button. And else, if there's no user, let's say sign up. Awesome. And below this, let's include a little icon, the arrow right icon we get from Lucid React. And let's give it a class name of height 5, width 5, and a margin left of 1.5. Perfect. Okay, by the way, let's just copy this link and replace the one on top because this is going to be very, very similar. The only difference is going to be the href and the class name. So for the href right here, let's redo that. This is going to be conditional. If we have a user, this is going to redirect to the /dashboard. And if we don't have a user, this is going to redirect to sign in. So they can sign in before they upgrade their account. Perfect. And as the variant for this link, we are going to pass in secondary, just so it doesn't pop as much. And now the last thing that's left to do is creating the upgrade button. Let's create that in our components, call it upgrade button.tsx. And this is going to be a very straightforward component. Let's say const upgrade button is going to be equal to an arrow function and also, of course, export default upgrade button from the very bottom of the file right here. And from here, we're simply going to return a normal UI button that we have, which is going to say upgrade now. And we can also include like a little arrow right icon we get from Lucid React in here just to make it look good and give it a class name of height 5, a width 5, and a margin left of 1.5. Perfect. This button will get a class name of width full, so in style it matches the rest. And on click, when we click this button, what we want to happen is to create a checkout session so the user can right away buy their upgrade. And the way we will do that is with tRPC. First off, however, let's import the upgrade button into our page to see what we've been doing and if this actually looks good. Well, it does look good. It looks really good. Let's be real here. We can see the buttons right here on the pricing page. Beautiful. So now let's integrate the functionality into the upgrade button and actually make it start a session so the user can buy their upgrade. We're going to do that in tRPC. Let's navigate to the index in tRPC where we declare all our API routes, and let's create a new one called create Stripe session. And this is going to be a private procedure. There we go. And we don't need any input. We can straight away call the mutation right here, which is nothing else than a callback function. We need to comma separate from the rest of the API. Now in here, the logic is going to be pretty straightforward. First off, let's destructure the context because we're going to need it in this API route. And then we can destructure the user ID from that context right away. Then, secondly, we need an absolute URL. Because we're on the server side, unfortunately, we are not able to use relative URLs. And that is why we need to declare a little helper function that helps us do that. Let's navigate into a utils file under the lib folder and create a new export function. And let's call it absolute URL that we can even call on the server side. That's just going to make things work. In here, we're going to receive a path as a string, like a relative / dashboard path, for example. And inside of this function, we want to do a conditional check. First off, if the type of window is not equal to undefined, that means we are on the client side. And in that case, we can actually return the relative path because the client is totally fine with relative paths. Else, if we have a process.env.vercel_URL, it means two things. We're on the server and we have deployed on Vercel. In that case, we're going to return a template string of HTTPS, then a : / and then the process.env.vercel_URL, and then also interpolate or path into here. So this is going to be the URL, the root URL where we deploy to, like https yourwebsite.com and then /dashboard as the path. Lastly, in all other cases, we're going to return a template string of HTTP and then / like a : / localhost of, either the process.env.port or 3000, which is basically the, what you always host your app under, and then also add the path to that. And just like that, we can save this utils file and always have an absolute URL and make it just work no matter where we currently are. And we can make use of that right here in our API route. So let's say const billing URL is going to be equal to the absolute URL we have just created. And in here, we want the /dashboard/billing page. And because we're on the server and maybe we're deployed on Vercel, maybe we're in development, this is always going to return the correct URL. Okay, first off, if we do not have a user ID, in that case, we are going to throw a new tRPC error just like this, and the code is going to be unauthorized. So we can make sure we have that. Afterwards, let's see what the database entries for this user look like. So we need to fetch the user, the const db_user from our database. And we can do that by saying await db.user.find first. And we want to find the first user where the ID matches the user ID. And of course, in order to be able to use the await, we have to turn this into an asynchronous callback function. Perfect. If we have no database user, we can basically copy and paste the error from above and just change it to db user, just like that. The user shouldn't be able to proceed. Okay, and next up, we want to determine if the user is already subscribed or not. Because if they are and they click the button, then we want to take them to a page where they can cancel their subscription and manage their subscription. And if they are not subscribed yet, in that case, we want to send them to a page where they can subscribe, where they can directly pay. And to make this happen, I've provided another utility to you in the copy paste list, because usually I just copy paste this as well. We could type this out. I don't think it makes too much sense. So let's head over to the copy paste list and just paste these few lines of code right here, the get user subscription plan and whatnot. That is under the Stripe retrieve current subscription plan. I don't think typing that out makes too much sense for us at this point. So where do we need this get user subscription plan? Let's create it in our lib folder right here and create a new file called stripe.ts. There we go. Inside of this stripe.ts file, let's copy the code right here. The imports might differ for you if you haven't been following exactly one-to-one with the video. Even for me, that's throwing an error, that's fine. But essentially the gist is we are getting the current user. So whoever is logged in, if they're not logged in, we're returning null for all values or false to indicate that this user is not subscribed. Afterwards, we are going to our database to see if we have entries for this user. For example, to see if they are subscribed. If we can't find a user, again, that means they aren't subscribed and we return false. And if they are subscribed, well, it's determined by these two statements, or these three rather, right here, converted to a Boolean. That way we can see if they are on the Pro plan or if they're not. And that's going to be the most important thing in here by far. We can get their plan, we can get if they have canceled their plan or not, and just return that information from this function. That's why I didn't want to type this out with you. It's pretty lengthy, the logic is very straightforward, and we can just save ourselves a bit of time by taking it from the copy-paste list. Beautiful. The one thing we still need to install is Stripe right here as a package. That makes it super easy to work with our payment gateway, that is Stripe. So let's install that dependency, let that load, and then start back up our development server once that's done. npm dev, beautiful. I'm on version 13.7.0. Yours might differ depending on when you watch this video, but Stripe is so popular and so big, it should always be backwards compatible. Perfect. Let's save this Stripe file right here. And in our API route, we can now see if the user is already subscribed or not and send them to a certain page based on it. So to retrieve the current subscription status, let's say const subscription plan is going to be equal to await get user subscription plan that we've just created. And let's do a conditional check. If the subscription plan dot is subscribed, what I just mentioned is the most important thing about it. Are they on the Pro plan or not? That's what it's about. And we have the db_user.stripe customer ID, and that needs to be the db user, of course. There we go. In that case, we want to send the user to a management page where they can cancel or manage their subscription because, of course, they are already a customer of ours. Let's create that session. Const stripe session is going to be equal to await stripe. We can simply import that from lib stripe dot billing portal. There we go. Dot sessions dot create. And inside of here, we can pass a configuration object with the customer. That's going to be our db user dot stripe customer ID. And then as the return URL, we're going to pass the billing URL. Perfect. Right under here, under creating the Stripe session, let's return an object that has a URL property that we can send back to the front end to redirect the user to. And this is going to be the Stripe session.url, like a hosted page that Stripe provides to us under this URL right here. Perfect. And if this if statement fails, that means the user is not subscribed and they now want to buy our product. So let's let them do that. Let's allow them to do that. The const stripe session we're going to create in this case is going to be, again, await stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create. And in here goes another configuration object where the success URL is going to be the billing URL. The cancel URL is also going to be the billing URL. The billing URL. The payment method types you can define for yourself. What do you want users allowed to pay with? I'm going to choose card, and I'm also going to choose pay, not pay now, but PayPal. There we go. As the mode, we are going to choose subscription because we're building a subscription-based SaaS. As the billing address collection, we're just going to say auto. There we go. And as for the line items, what the user is about to pay for, this takes an array. Inside of this array, let's create an object where the price, the price that Stripe expects is going to be the plans that we get from our Stripe config dot find. And for each plan that we want to determine if it's the right one or not, we're going to determine that by saying plan dot name is triple equal to pro, with the P being uppercase. There we go. And if that exists, optionally, then the price dot price IDs dot test, because currently we're in test. If you're in production, then you would use the production version right here. For now, the test is totally fine. And as the quantity, we're gonna pass 1 in here, and we can even pass some metadata right below this array. As the metadata, we're gonna pass an object containing the user ID, which is the user ID. And this is later going to be sent over to our webhook, so we can make sure that we update this data for the correct user, so we enable their plan and everything works for them. And then lastly, right under here, we're gonna return back the URL, and this is gonna be the Stripe session.url once again. So we always redirect to the appropriate Stripe session, whether they are not a customer yet or whether they are a customer yet. That's the entire purpose of this API route, and that is the logic done. We can now make use of that in our upgrade button by saying let's destructure something, const empty object is going to be equal to tRPC, and now use the API route we just created, create Stripe session.use mutation. Inside of here, we can call an onSuccess callback, which means we now have the Stripe session. We can destructure the URL directly from it because we always get a URL back. And we're gonna say window.location.href is gonna be either the URL, if that's defined, or it's gonna be /dashboard/billing. And because we know we're on the client side right here, we can just leave this as a relative path. But again, because we're on the client, we need to mark this as a use client component for tRPC to work in here. And lastly, we can destructure the mutate, what we can call to invoke this function in the first place, and call it create Stripe session. And when do we want to call this create Stripe session? Well, when we click on the button, right? That should automatically work. So we can simply pass an on click right here and pass it the create Stripe session and invoke that. We can save this, and let's see if this works. Let's go over to our page, put this into a larger screen, and do we still have the dev server running? Yes, we do. Awesome. So we should currently be logged into the app. Let's go down here and let's click upgrade now and see what happens. Ideally, that will take us to a Stripe checkout page that we just created in the API route. However, that doesn't work right now, and I already know why. And I know we will get an error. Okay, we didn't get the error, but one thing we didn't do yet is the most important thing for Stripe to even work, and that is pass the Stripe API key. That is the last API key we're gonna add to this env file, I promise, and we're gonna get it from stripe.com. Let's go back, log into our dashboard. I'm already logged in here on my other screen, and in the search bar, let's search for API key and go to developers API keys right here. Now, we are going to create a new API key, or it might already be there. So if you don't have one yet, create one on this page, or chances are it might already be there for you under standard keys. And the only one we need is the secret key. So let's move this over and save this in our env file under stripe_secret_key and set it equal to what we just copied over. Let's try this again. Let's restart our development server and try out if we do get redirected to the Stripe page to check out our pro plan. Let's give this a second. Let it reload. There we go. And let's click upgrade now and see what happens. That should take us to a Stripe checkout page where we can check out with PayPal and by card. Beautiful. And by the way, because we're in test mode up here, we can simply enter the email we use for our application. I'm gonna input hello@joshtriedcoding.com. We can enter out a fake card, which Stripe actually provides to us. There's a Stripe test cards page we can use for this test payment methods. And you're gonna see that one of the cards we can always use is 424242 and so on, just spam 4242. Then any month and year and any CVC and any name, of course, will work. And this is, again, because we're in test mode, then you can enter this hit subscribe, and that's gonna subscribe us to the Pro plan. It's gonna process the payment method. This is always gonna work in test mode, and because we entered these details right here. And once that's done processing, Stripe will know that we are now a customer of the Pro plan for our application. And let's let this run for a second. We will be redirected to a page that is /dashboard/billing. The last page we will create in our app. That's gonna be a really simple, really easy page to let users manage their subscription to our application. Let's go ahead and create that. And this goes under our source folder and then app and dashboard. Let's create a new folder in here called billing. And inside of this billing page.tsx that we're gonna create right here inside of this folder. Now inside of this page, first it's gonna complain that this is not a React component because we haven't created the page yet. Let's do that. The const uppercase page or a capitalized page is going to be an asynchronous, this time arrow function that we are going to display, export as the default at the bottom of the file. Inside of this page, we are going to determine the subscription plan the user is on. The const subscription plan is going to be equal to await get user subscription plan, or very handy helper, and we're simply going to return a client component from here in which we can pass in this server-side determined plan as a prop. So this is going to be called the billing form, very simple component we can use to let users manage and purchase a plan. And as the prop, we can already pass it in, even the component doesn't exist yet. Let's pass in the subscription plan right here. We can close out of some files, by the way, there we go. And let's create that billing form, one of the last components of our entire application. Let's create a new file called billingform.tsx. And inside of this billing form, first, let's create it as a regular component. Const billing form is going to be an arrow function that we are going to return or export rather as the default at the bottom of the page, billing form. There we go. This needs to be a client component. So let's declare that at the very top of the file right here. And also we want to accept the subscription plan as a property in this component. And this is going to be of type billing form props that we need to declare right above this component. The interface billing form props, billing form props, there we go. Of course, takes the subscription plan that we need to determine. And let me show you a really cool TypeScript trick of what this type will be. It's gonna be the awaited utility type that takes a generic of return type that again takes a generic as the type of get user subscription plan. And that's it. What this means, even though it might look a bit cryptic if you're not familiar with TypeScript, essentially it goes ahead and sees what does this get user subscription plan output? What is the return? That's what this type is. And then because that's a promise right here, because that is asynchronous, we are simply awaiting that and getting the result of the awaited operation, which is nothing else than the actual output of that function we can simply use as a prop in here. Inside of this, first, let's destructure the toast from the use toast. We're going to use that later, use toast hook we have. And secondly, let's create a Stripe session in here. This page is like the alternative page to the pricing page that's going to allow us to do pretty much the same thing. So this is also going to come from tRPC.create Stripe session, the same functionality, .use mutation. Again, taking an onSuccess callback. Inside of here, we can destructure the URL once again right away. And as for the logic in here, if we have a URL, if URL, in that case, we can set the window.location.href to that URL. And if we don't have a URL for some reason, we can simply return a toast notification in here to let the user know, something went wrong after clicking that button. With a title of there was a problem, ... Let's pass a description, and this is going to be please try again in a moment. Let's format this. And lastly, as the variant, because this is something bad that happened, let's pass the destructive variant. Okay, let's already destructure the mutation we can call to invoke this, the mutate from tRPC. And let's call this the create Stripe session once again. And also let's get the is loading state for later because we're gonna need it in the JSX. Speaking of JSX, let's do that. Let's return something from here. And at the very top, that is gonna be our trusted max width wrapper we can use to make the width on all pages the same. And let's give it a class name because we want this page specifically to be a bit less wide than the rest. You're gonna see why in a bit. Let's give it a maximum width of 5XL in here. Let's create a form element inside of here. It's gonna get no action, but instead a class name of margin top 12 and also an onSubmit. This onSubmit always receives an event, and we can use this event that is passed to the form to say e.preventDefault to prevent the default submission of the form, and instead call or create Stripe session function in here. Perfect. Inside of this form, we could write out the entire JSX for a beautiful looking component right now. Or we could just install a really nice looking, what is this? Okay, this is the error from before, we fixed that. Or we could just install one last UI library component, and that is npx shadcn-ui at latest add card, C-A-R-D, card, and that just looks really good by default. That's what we're gonna use to create this billing form. You're gonna see why we're using this. It just looks really good in almost no lines of code. Awesome. After we install that, I think it's the last dependency of the app. I'm not 100% sure, but we are definitely coming closer to the end. And we're gonna make use of this card right now. Inside of the form, let's use that card. As the card, inside of here goes the card header. And inside of the card header goes the card title. Awesome. Inside of here, we're gonna say subscription plan. There we go. And as the card description, right below this card description, we're gonna say you are currently on the, and then inside of a strong tag, strong HTML tag, let's give this a bit more space, and we can simply get the subscription plan from the props, the subscription plan dot, name right here in a dynamic value, so we can interpolate it, put it inside of this strong tag, and then say plan, period. Let's save that. Let's also import the billing form into our billing page.tsx, and let's see what that looks like in the browser. If we reload the page, we should be able to see our new page right here with the billing form, and this is why we're using the card. It looks really, really good out of the box. However, one thing that's missing is it's literally saying nothing. Subscription plan.name evaluates to you are currently on the plan. That's fine for now because we haven't implemented the Stripe webhooks yet. So Stripe knows that we already paid for this. However, our app doesn't because the webhook we haven't done it. We're gonna get to that in a second here. So let's leave it at this for now. Let's get out of the card header and right below it, create the card footer in here. Okay, now let's open up the card footer in here. Let's create a button element that comes from UI button, and this is going to get a dynamic value. However, before, let's give this card footer a little class name to make it look a bit better for our use case. And this is going to be flex-call. Let's give this more space to work with. An items-start, a space y of 2. On medium, a flex-row. On medium, a justify-between. And on medium, a space x of 0. Okay. Inside of this button, that is gonna be of type submit. By the way, we can pass that in as a prop. We want to do a conditional. If we are loading, if is loading, in that case, we are gonna render out a loader2 we get from Lucid React. There we go. That's gonna get a class name of margin right 4, a height of 4, a width of 4, and then animate-spin. And else, if we are not loading, we're gonna render out null. Okay, below this, one more conditional, and that is if the subscription plan.is subscribed. If we are subscribed, this button is gonna say manage subscription. And if we are not subscribed, it should allow us to buy the plan, and this should not be a comma, this should be a colon. It should allow us to buy the plan. So let's say upgrade to Pro. There we go. Beautiful. Let's save that. it's gonna say upgrade to Pro again because we haven't done the webhook yet. Or app doesn't know that we already paid in Stripe. But this is gonna work in a second when we deploy this application, and we're literally gonna do that in a bunch of minutes. Okay, one more thing in here, and that is we want to display when this plan is gonna be canceled or renewed if there is a plan. So let's first check if the user is even subscribed, because if they're not, we're not gonna display that message. So let's say subscription plan.is subscribed. And if they are subscribed, then we're gonna render out a p tag. And if they're not subscribed, again, we don't want to show anything in this case. Inside of this p tag, let's give it a class name of rounded-full, a text of XS, and a font of medium. There we go. Let's open this up and do a conditional. If the subscription plan dot is canceled, in that case, we're gonna say your plan will be canceled on, and then a spacebar, or else we're gonna say your plan renews on, because we know that the user is currently subscribed and has an active plan. And now to display the actual date, we're gonna use the format from datefns once again, and in here pass the subscription plan.stripe current period end as the date. We can tell TypeScript, hey, we're sure that this exists using the exclamation point right here. And last, pass the format in which we want it, which is gonna be dd.mm.yyyyy. And then we can also insert like a little period at the end. Save that. And it's not gonna show anything because we're not on the Pro plan, but that is our billing form. We can now actually buy the Pro plan. And for it to be reflected in our application, we need to create one last thing, and that is a webhook. So this is how this works. When we purchase process, this is the purchase process, when we as the user buy something that will be done over Stripe. Let's copy this over. It's gonna be Stripe. And of course, our app will sit in between because that is what generates the link to Stripe. That's what we just did in the API route. So our app, for example. And that's then gonna redirect the user to Stripe to complete the checkout process, so we don't have to deal with payments directly. And once that is successful, once Stripe has received the payment, Stripe is gonna tell our app about it using a webhook. And that's nothing more than it will send an API request to a route that we can determine. And we want a route to be called under our API. Let's open up source app API. Let's create a new folder called webhooks. And in here, let's create a new folder called Stripe. And by Next.js enforcement, inside of this needs to go a route.ts file in which we can determine the logic that should happen when someone pays for our subscription. And this is boilerplate. I always just copy and paste this over from old projects, so it doesn't make sense for us to type all of this anyways. We will type the core logic, but we are going to save us all the boilerplate that's just annoying to write. So let's go into the copy paste list and copy all the boilerplate that we don't want to write under the Stripe boilerplate section right here, paste it in, and then only the interesting logic we're gonna write together. But let's quickly go through what's happening. First off, we're checking for the Stripe signature and getting that. And then we are validating that this event actually comes from Stripe, because no user should be able to invoke this because it essentially will give this API route the user the premium plan. We're gonna give them that in this API route. And if anyone could call it, anyone could give themselves the Pro plan. Of course, that's not what we want. And therefore, we have a Stripe webhook secret that Stripe is gonna send along with every request that we can then check against. If that is in the request, and if it is, we know, okay, it's actually Stripe and the user has actually paid for the service. For example, if the checkout session is completed, if the user buys for the first time, in that case, we can add that to the user in the database. So the way we do that is by saying await db import or database .user .update. Now, what do we want to update the user with? Or first off, where do we want to update the user? Well, we want to update where the ID of the user matches the session.metadata.user ID. And do you remember where this comes from? Well, if we look at our index tRPC, it comes from this metadata right here that we included, the user ID that we now want to add the data for in the database. As for the data that we do want to add, that's gonna be the Stripe subscription ID as the subscription.id. That's gonna be the Stripe customer ID as the subscription.customer, and we can just tell TypeScript that this is a string type. The Stripe price ID right here is gonna be the subscription, there we go, subscription.items.data at the index of 0, which is optional.price.id. And then lastly, the Stripe current period end is gonna be a new date, and in here we're gonna pass the subscription.current_period_end times 1000. There we go. That's already all the data we want to include in the database when somebody has bought for the first time. And when their monthly plan renews, then this function is going to be called the invoice.payment succeeded, and a large chunk of the logic is going to be the same. So let's copy this from up here, the database call, paste it right here below the subscription, and the only thing that's different is we now just want to update the user instead of also setting basic things on the first purchase like the subscription ID. We can remove that, also remove the customer ID, and the only thing that's going to stay is the price ID and also the Stripe current period end. And also where the ID doesn't match the session.metadata.user ID, but instead we're going to do a different conditional check where the Stripe subscription ID right here matches the subscription.id. So this object we construct right up here. That's now going to be in the where check instead of the metadata because we've already created the user. And that's already all we need to do in this API route for it to work properly. We're going to return a new response of status 200, so Stripe knows that everything went well. And now the last thing is the final step of this entire project. Now there are some minor things like, for example, updating the nav bar when we're logged in. But the biggest step right now is just deploying our application so that Stripe can actually call this route on the internet, right, on the web. First off, before we deploy, let's quickly run pnpm run lint to see if there's any building errors we need to fix before we can deploy this up to Vercel. And there is, for example, in the message.tsx where we forgot one thing. Let's head into there, into the message.tsx. And because we declared this as a forward ref right here, we also need to go to the very bottom of the page and give it a display name. So the message.displayName is going to be equal to message. There we go. Again, just because this is a forward ref. Let's run the linter again just to be sure, but that was the only issue we saw. Perfect. That means we are all ready to deploy this project up to Vercel and the internet and have people use it as an actual SaaS. Step 1 in making this happen is creating a new GitHub repository under your GitHub account. I'm gonna mark mine as private for now, but of course you have the repo to follow along with, but it's not gonna be this one. As the repository name, let's choose Quill. Just like that, we could enter a description, doesn't really matter. Let's just click create repository. And this is where we're gonna deploy all the code from later. The important thing is we copy this git remote at origin line. All the other stuff doesn't really matter. Let's go back into our CMD and say git add dot. Let's say git commit -m and then give it any comment name that you want. I'm gonna say initial commit, hit enter. That's gonna stage all of our files. And lastly, we can add the remote origin that we want to push into and hit enter. Last thing we now want to do in the CMD is to say git push -u for upstream, and then we can enter an origin, and this is going to be either main or master. Let's choose master and hit enter, git push -u origin master, and that's going to push things up to our master branch inside of the repository. So if we now reload the page, we're going to see all the files inside of our GitHub repo right here. And these are also going to be the basis of deploying our project on Vercel. So let's head over to vercel.com. Let's log in using GitHub. I've already done that. And then let's click on Add New and add a new project. That's going to list a bunch of the latest repositories you have. I'm going to choose Quill for this, the one we just created. Hit import, and then let's hit into the environment variables section. One really cool thing we can do is simply head into our env values for our local project, copy all of these. Of course, we can change these later, which are not going to be localhost anymore, but we can copy all of them, go into this example name input field and hit Control V, and that's going to create all the environment variables at once for us. Now we're going to change the URLs here later from localhost to something else. Let's first just hit deploy. And this is the moment where you just hope that everything goes correctly during the deployment. And then we're also going to get assigned a URL. While this happens, let's already navigate over to kind.com, because there's one thing we need to do and change when we have this deployed, and that is add the deployed version URL as well. I'm gonna log in using my GitHub account, and then let's head over to our project here in Kind once that logging in is done. And let's go under Switch Business, then the app we have created together, the Quill app, and there will be a callback URL section right here. It's under Settings. Then we're gonna navigate to Applications. We're gonna click on our Next.js app we have created together, and then under Allowed Callback URLs right here, this is where we're going to enter our deployed URL. And I just saw we got an error, and I think I already know what this error is going to be. Let's scroll down. Can't resolve at Prisma/client. Interesting, that's weird, but let's just go ahead and install the Prisma client package then. Let's go into our package.json and see if it's not installed for any reason. Okay, weird, for some reason it doesn't show the at Prisma/client, but it should. And it doesn't even have the regular Prisma. That's weird. Anyways, okay, let's just install them, I guess. Let's say npm install Prisma and add Prisma/client, and that's gonna, install the packages we used through the entire project, literally. No idea why it didn't install them. And one thing we want to do is, because we're trying to deploy Prisma on Vercel, one very tiny step we need to add right here in our package.json is going to be a post install step. And in here, we're going to say Prisma generate to make this work with Vercel deployments. Once again, we can add everything. We can commit it. I'm just going to use the same commit message because I'm lazy. And then we're going to push this to the master branch again. That is automatically going to trigger a rebuild on Vercel. We can head back right here, click on our plan and go into Quill. Let's go into deployments, and that will have triggered a redeployment of our app. Let's go into this and hope that this time everything will work correctly, and then it's going to give us an actual domain. So this is the time where we hope that everything just works. There's a lot of build logs in here. The dependencies are in here. It generated the Prisma client. Good. That's very good. Now it's creating an optimized production build. Sometimes I just like to follow along with my builds like this and hope that they work, but we can be pretty sure that they work because we did the linting first. So this linting we did up here, pnpm run lint, this usually catches all the build errors that would happen. And even though there could be some other errors in some edge cases like we just had, for example, in most cases you're going to be fine to build and deploy your app if the linting is successful as well. It's going to collect page data, and I think that's a go from Vercel. I think everything went correctly, and it looks like it did. Deploying outputs, perfect. Okay, so that will give us a designated Vercel domain here in a second that we can simply use to update our kind right here. There it is, quill-jet.vercel.app. Perfect, that's entered right here in the allowed callback URLs, and this needs to be https:// and then quill-jet.vercel.app/API/auth/kind_callback. The rest is going to be the same. And allowed logout redirect URLs is going to be the same thing right here without a trailing slash. Perfect. Now we can also update our environment variables. Let's quickly go to this domain, see if the deployment actually worked. It does. Perfect. Let's copy this URL right here. Head over into our Vercel dashboard for this project. under settings, environment variables, right here, we can update the kind site URL, for example. This was something with localhost. Let's change that in production. Let's hit save. The kind post logout redirect URL. Let's also change that without the trading slash. Hit save on that. Let's update the kind post login redirect URL as well for the /dashboard. For the deployed version, let's hit save on that. And I think we should be good to go. Let's check the rest. Does any of these contain localhost? It doesn't seem like it, only the deployed version. Perfect. Because we changed the environment variables, we need to trigger a redeploy for them to actually show up. However, one thing we are going to do before we do that is a really simple thing, but incredibly important, and that is secure our entire dashboard route so that it cannot be visited by anyone that is not logged in. To do that, we're going to go into our source folder, and in this folder, create a new file called middleware.ts. This middleware, incredibly important, incredibly simple as well. Let's simply export a const config from here. Config, there we go. This is going to be an object with a matcher property. This is enforced by Next.js, by the way. It needs to be named that way. And this will be an array containing strings. And this is going to be /dashboard/ and then :path star. So any path under the dashboard we want to protect, and also the /auth minus callback. There we go. These are the pages we want to protect, so only logged in users can visit those. And from here, we're going to say export default auth middleware that we can simply import from kind at the very top right here. And that's going to do all the heavy lifting for us. How convenient is that? We can simply save this middleware, and every route that goes into this matcher is now secured. So only logged in users can visit it. Perfect. While we're at it, we can already go ahead and start fixing the navbar. I mean, we're almost done with the entire build. We can just do that as well, where there's a different navbar for logged in users that lets you navigate to the dashboard, for example, if you're logged in. So the links we currently have inside of this div right here, that is hidden, item center, space x4, and small flex, we can quickly change these up to render conditionally. And we're going to start at the fragment that we have right here. We're going to render that conditionally. If we have no user, we're going to show what we had previously. However, if we have a user under the register link and then the fragment that's closing right here, we're going to render another fragment. And in here, we're going to render two things. And that is a link. We can simply copy it from above, paste it inside of this conditional render right here. And one more thing we want to render in here is the user account nav component right here. This user account nav is going to be a really helpful, pretty little drop down that can show some of the user options if a user is logged in. However, before that, we still have an error right here, and that is we don't even have a user, and we also have a to-do of adding a mobile navbar. Okay, first off, inside of the navbar, we need to determine the logged in user. You definitely know how this works by now. Let's say const get user is equal to get kind server session, and then the user is going to be equal to get user, just like this, and invoke it. That means we can now conditionally render based on whether you're logged in or not. And let's create the user account nav component. However, first, of course, when a user is logged in, we don't want to display the pricing, but we want to offer them the option to go to the /dashboard. So for the href and for the text, let's insert the dashboard. The rest is going to stay the same. And then let's create the user account nav component. By the way, we can already open this up side by side with our page right here, just so we have something nice to look at on the right-hand side. Which is the navbar that we're currently editing. Okay, and by the way, I opened up the actual app on the left-hand side so we can see what we are doing. Let's create this user account nav. Let's go under our source components, create a new file called useraccountnav.tsx. And inside of this file, we're gonna make use of a drop-down menu. First off, let's say const useraccountnav is an arrow function, and let's export default user account nav from this component. Perfect. As for the props that we want to receive in here, we only want 3 things. And that is 1, the email of the user. 2nd, the image URL if they have one. And lastly, the name of the user. And this is going to be of type user account nav props is what we are going to name it. Of course, we need to define those props as an interface right above here, user account nav props. And for each element that we're destructuring, tell TypeScript what it is. The email will be of type string, and the name will be of type string. And actually, the email could even be undefined, which is not a big issue, but we need to tell TypeScript that could happen. And lastly, the image URL will also be of type string right here. Okay, perfect. First thing we want to do in here is determine the subscription plan that the user has, because there's going to be one button that's going to be displayed conditionally, whether the user is already a paying user or not. So the subscription plan is going to be equal to await get user subscription plan. And in order to be able to use the await syntax, of course, this needs to be asynchronous. From here, we're going to return some JSX. And as I teased earlier, this is going to be the drop-down menu from our custom component that we have in here. As the drop-down menu trigger, we're going to use a button that we provide ourselves. That's why we're going to add the asChild key right here. And as the class name, we're going to say overflow-visible for this component. Awesome. Inside of this drop-down trigger, let's create a button right here. Inside of this button, however, is not going to be text, as you're going to see. First off, let's not get ahead of ourselves and pass a class name to this button. This is going to be rounded-full. It's going to be a height of 8, a width of 8, an aspect of square, and a background slate of 400. Slate is just another color we can use, by the way. Inside of this button, we want a little avatar component. And again, we could code that up ourselves, but I think this time, this is actually the last element we're gonna use our UI library for. So let's quickly go ahead and say npx shared-cn-ui at latest add, and this is called avatar. Just makes it easy, accessible, look good out of the box, and we don't need to worry about the component whatsoever. Because I think by this point, quite frankly, the video is getting quite long, and we're just fixing up the latest stuff, and we've already deployed the project anyways. And so we're almost done with the entire build. Perfect, let's finish it up in the user account nav, and inside of this button, we can now make use of that avatar we have just installed. This avatar is going to get a class name of relative width 8, height 8, and inside of here, we're gonna do a conditional check. If we have an image URL, for example, if we use Google to sign in that case, we want to display that image in a div with a class name of relative aspect, dash square, a height of full and a width of full. Inside of this div, we're going to use a Next.js image to render out the image. And this is going to get a fill prop, a source that's going to be the image URL, an alt tag of profile picture, and lastly, a referrer policy of no-referrer. So Google Images load correctly. Sometimes they don't when you don't have this tag right here. And else, if we do not have an image for this user, we are going to render out the avatar fallback. So this UI library really handles every edge case. We can simply fall back to something we provide. And this is going to be a span element. And inside of the span, we're going to say as a class name sr-only, so screen reader only. And we're going to put the name in here, which means this is going to be totally invisible for anyone with, PC, but for screen readers, they're going to see the name. And then in here goes the icons that we can simply import from our custom component.user. This can be self-closing, that's totally cool. And as the class name, we're going to insert height 4, width 4, and text zinc of 900. Perfect. Let's save this and already import the user account nav in our navbar. Of course, we need to pass it some props that is expecting, for example, the name. Let's start with that. The name in here as the prop is gonna be, well, let's do a conditional check. If we have no user.given name or we have no user.family name. In that case, we're just gonna say your account because we literally have nothing to work with. However, if we have those, then we're gonna say as a template string to mix these values together, first the user.given name, then a spacebar, and then the user.family name to display them in the correct order. Let's format this. That's going to be the name. The email is much easier. This is simply going to be the user, there we go, .email or an empty string if that doesn't exist. And lastly, the image URL is going to be the user.picture or also an empty string if that does not exist. Perfect. Let's save that and already see what it looks like. Let's move this into a side-by-side, get a bit more space, and we can't see it right now because we are probably, okay, no, the dev server is running. Okay, let's refresh this. And because we're logged in, we should be able to see the user account nav right here. Beautiful, as a little icon. When we click it right now, nothing happens, but the avatar is there. So we know the fallback works correctly. Beautiful. We can close out of some files, by the way, we don't need. We've already deployed our app and we know it's working in the browser. So let's go back into the user account nav right here and actually give the user some options to click on when they are logged in, right? So we're gonna do that through a drop-down menu. We've already created that at the very top right here. Now it's time to go below the drop-down menu trigger and create the drop-down menu content. In here, in this drop-down menu content, we're gonna pass a class name prop, and this is simply gonna be bg white, and we're gonna say align as a separate prop is going to be end. Inside of here, let's create a div element with a class name of flex items-center, a justify-start, a gap of 2, and a padding of 2 as well. Inside of here, one more div element with a class name of flex-call, a space y of 0.5, and a leading-none. Inside of this div, if we have a name, we're going to do a conditional check. If we have a name, we're going to render out a p tag containing that name, just like so. And this p tag is going to get a class name of font-medium, a text of small, and a text of black. Perfect. Okay, one more check, and that is if we have an email. In that case, we're going to render out a p tag as well. Let's start it in a new line because it's going to be a bit of a longer class name. And that is going to be width of a custom value of 200px right here. So it never becomes too long, even if the email is absolutely huge. A truncate, if it is too long, then it will be cut off by ... A text of extra small, and a text zinc of 700 at last. And then here, of course, we still need to render out the actual email, right? Perfect. After that, let's just save it and see what happens. Right here, let's drag it over, and we can see once we click it, we can see in a beautiful animation or name and email that we entered with kind pop up. Perfect. Now we just need two buttons, and that is one to take the user to the dashboard, and second to let them configure their subscription. Oh, and third, what I forgot is to let the user log out, right? Currently, there is no option for the user to log out, and that's what we're gonna do right now. So after this, again, this UI library really thought of everything. We can use a drop-down menu separator, just like this, as a self-closing tag, and this is automatically going to look good. Inside of here, or rather after the separator, let's insert a drop-down menu item right here and give it a as child property. Inside of here, we're gonna create a link from next/link, and this is gonna href to the dashboard. So /dashboard. There we go. And inside of here, we're gonna say dashboard. Perfect. We can copy this menu item down by pressing Shift, Alt, and arrow down. So we have it again, but this time we want to change it up. As for the content, we're gonna do a conditional check. If the subscription plan is subscribed, right? If we have a pro user, and by the way, this should be optional. In that case, if they are subscribed, then we're gonna render out a certain link component. Let's just copy the one from above. But this time, this is gonna lead to /dashboard/billing or billing page, right? That we created. That's gonna say manage subscription. And else, if the user is not subscribed, if they're on the free plan, then we're going to say in parentheses, again, another link. This is going to go to /pricing this time, however. And in here, we are going to say upgrade. And we can even give it a little icon so it seems even more pretty, a gem icon we get from Lucid React. And this is going to get a class name of text-blue-600, a height of 4, a width of 4, and a margin left of 1.5. Perfect. Let's save that, see what happens. And we got an error. Menu item must be used within menu content. Oh, of course, because we put it outside on the same level as the drop-down menu content, all of these separators and items need to go inside of the content right here. Perfect. Okay. After that, let's one more time copy down the drop-down menu separator, just like this below this item. And as the last item in here, something very, very basic, let's create one more drop-down menu item. And this is going to get a class name of cursor-pointer. There we go. As the child of this drop-down menu item, we're simply going to pass a logout link we get from kind. Simply import that. And then here we're going to say log out and hit save. Perfect. That's going to reload. It should work now. And we can see the beautiful drop-down menu that is in here with dashboard, upgrade, and logout. Perfect. That is exactly how I wanted this to be. Now, what happens if we hit the upgrade page? Currently, because our app thinks we're not on the pro plan, it's going to take us to the pricing page. But now let's actually push these changes up to our deployed version and actually try out the pro plan, because now Stripe has a webhook to call. And in order for Stripe to call that webhook, we quickly need to configure that, not in the Stripe docs, but I still have it open here on the other monitor. Let's say webhook inside of the search bar, go to developers and webhooks. And in here, we are going to determine a new endpoint. Let's say add an endpoint, and we need to copy in the URL of our deployed version. So let's go to our quilljet.vercel.app, the URL that we got from Vercel while just deploying this app. Let's enter it here. And we know that this URL will be under /API/webhooks/Stripe. And now we need to subscribe to certain events. These are going to be, let's scroll down a bit. This is going to be under, well, we don't even have to search through all of this. We can literally just go to our Stripe webhook. You don't have to do this. Let me just do it. It's the checkout session completed. So we can go to checkout, and then let's search for checkout.session.completed. And we also want to subscribe to invoice.payment_succeeded. Let's search for that. Invoice, is that anywhere here? Invoice, and that is going to be payment_succeeded that we want right here. Let's add these two events right here to a Stripe webhook. That means this is going to be fired every time one of these two events, either or, fire. Let's hit add endpoint, and this is going to give us a signing secret that we are going to reveal. This is what's really important to ensure that this webhook can only be called by Stripe. So let's put this quickly into our .env file. And technically we only need this in production anyways, but we can simply add it to this env file as well if we want to. And this is going to be the Stripe_webhook_secret. It's going to be equal to the secret we just got back from Stripe. Let's save that, and also very, very importantly, insert that into our deployed version. That's the way more important part, because that's what's actually going to handle the webhooks. So in Vercel, under environment variables, let's add a new one. And that is literally what we just called it, the Stripe webhook secret. Stripe_webhook_secret. And the value is going to be what we just got from Stripe, and hit save. And we're doing this before deploying our changes, because when we change a environment variable, we have to redeploy anyways. So now is the perfect time to go ahead and say git add git commit -m, and I'm just going to say Stripe stuff because I'm lazy and I don't like writing big commit messages. And then I'm going to say git push. That's going to push our changes up on to GitHub, which is in turn going to trigger a Vercel redeployment automatically. And we can see that if we go under deployments, it's going to say building right here. Perfect. That means it's not only going to incorporate all the changes we did in the code with the user account nav, but also it's going to update all the environment variables that we just added. Okay, perfect. Let's maximize this. And then we should actually be able to subscribe to a proper pro plan. Let's give this a few seconds to load and deploy. And then we're going to try out on the deployed web version, the actual SaaS version, if the pro plan subscriptions work. All right, awesome. It seems Vercel is finally done deploying. And let's go to our app that is in the deployed state. Let's go ahead and sign in. Because this is the deployed version, we do need to sign back in. And it seems like the redirection URL with kind hasn't worked, maybe because we haven't saved yet. Let's try again. We did enter the deployed version earlier, so let's just try this again. Let's hit sign in, and it says the callback URL provided is invalid. Okay, because we have a double slash right here. That means I messed up somewhere here. Okay, and I think I found the issue. Let's go into our Vercel dashboard, and what I think we did wrong is right here under settings and then environment variables. What I didn't notice, and I just closely rewatched what we just did, is that for the kind site URL right here, we have a trading slash. And before that, it wasn't there. So this needs to be without a trading slash. Let's save the environment variables. And what this also means, because we saved an env variable, we also need to redeploy our application. So let's navigate to deployment, click the three little arrows on the right hand side and select redeploy. That's going to completely deploy our application from scratch again. And this time the environment variables that we just changed will also be included in this deployment. And then let's see if it actually works. So let's give it a second and see back when it's done. Okay, the Vercel deployment is done, just making sure we still have these in here. They go unchanged. And let's see if this actually works. Let's hard reload this page, and hopefully if we go to sign in, the kind callback will work, and it does. Awesome. And we can now actually log into our app. I'm going to use email. That's going to send the code to my email. Perfect. That worked, and we land on the dashboard. But currently there is an error. It says get HTTP localhost 3000 API tRPC, get user files, connection refused. And the reason is that if we go into our code right here and go ahead to the providers we created at the very early point of this video, we can see that we hard coded the local host right here. And of course, there is no local host when we deploy this to production. So a very simple fix. Let's go into our providers, and for the HTTP batch link URL right here, let's enter the absolute URL, and this is going to be /API/tRPC. Perfect. And I say we are almost done with the entire build. That's going to make the dashboard work. And while we're at it, we can fix one of the few things we still have left. For example, that's going to be a mobile nav menu. In order to do this, we already know our app is deployed. That's great. However, let's quickly start up the dev server and get the latest stuff done so we can really know that our app in the web is working as we expected. And also what we haven't done yet is, change the upload limits, whether you're a paying user or not. Right now, literally, there is no point in paying for our application as everything is the same for pro users and normal users. That's one thing we want to adjust as well. But first, let's go and create the mobile nav. So when we're not logged in and this gets really small, we can see the nav bar literally just disappears, and that's not ideal. So what we want to do instead is let's go into our application right here, and inside of the nav bar we have a to-do we created very early on in this video, and that is add a mobile nav bar right here. So let's do just that. Let's create a new component under our components folder, and let's call this mobilenav.tsx. This is again an arrow function. Const mobile nav is an arrow function, and we want to return or export this as default at the very bottom, mobile nav. There we go. Perfect. Which means we can already go ahead and replace the to-do in our nav bar, close out of all of these files, and replace this with the mobile nav component as it is. Perfect. Now inside of the mobile nav, the logic is going to be pretty straightforward. First off, let's return some JSX from here, and we can also open up the application side by side just so we have something nice to look at while we do it. Let's give it a bit less space though, that's a bit too much. There we go. Okay, inside of this mobile menu, let's return a div. And this div has a class name of small hidden. What that means is this mobile menu is only ever going to show up when the screen is very small, and else we don't show it at all. Inside of here goes a menu icon we get from Lucid React. And let's give this a on click. And we're going to define the on click here in a second. But of course, when we click that little hamburger that's going to show up, then we want the menu to open. That's what the on click will be for. And we also want to pass this a class name. This class name is going to be relative, a z index of 50, a height of 5, a width of 5, and a text zinc of 700. Perfect. Let's create the on click now. It currently gives us an error, and that's not what we want. And in order to be able to use the state we're going to use for that, we need to mark this as a use client component at the very top of the mobile menu. Okay, let's have a state in which we keep track of whether this is open or not. Let's call the state is open and also set open. And this is going to be equal to use state we get from React. And by default, of course, we want this to be false. And we can also pass in the Boolean generic if we want. Perfect. And to make our life just a bit easier, we can even declare a little helper utility function called toggle open. Whenever we call it, this is going to toggle the state from false to true or from true to false, depending on what it currently is. And this is nothing more than an arrow function where we set open to whatever it was previously that we receive as the first argument right here, and return the opposite, so exclamation point previous, just like that. Now this toggle open we can already pass into the hamburger menu and hit save on both the navbar and the mobile nav by pressing Ctrl, Shift and S. That's going to save all of our files. And we can see the little hamburger pop up here in the top right if we are on mobile or small devices in general. If we give it a bit more space, the real navbar comes up, and if we're on small devices, the mobile navbar comes up. Beautiful, that's exactly what we want. Now, inside of this menu, let's display the actual, navbar on the mobile if the isOpen state is true. So if isOpen, in that case, we're going to return some JSX. And if it's not open, in that case, we are going to return null, so nothing is shown on the screen whatsoever. As the top level element inside of this isOpen conditional, we're going to put a div with a class name of fixed and animate-in, so we get a beautiful little animation to slide in. And to make it slide in, we're going to use the slide-in-from-top-5. Pretty long class name here, but it does exactly what it says on the can. Let's give it a fade-in-20, an inset of 0, a z index of 0, and let's give this all a tad more space, just like this. And lastly, a width of full. Perfect. Let's open up this div element, and inside of here goes a UL, an unordered list element, with a class name of absolute. We want to give this a BG white, a border -b, a border zinc of 200, a shadow -XL. There we go, a grid, a width of full, and let's, we can't even, we can give this more space, perfect. A gap of 3, a padding X of 10, a padding top of 20, and a padding bottom of 8. Just like this, pretty long class name, the longest in this component, I pinky promise. Let's open up the unordered list, and inside of here we want to do a little conditional check, and that is whether the user is logged in or not. Because just like we do that conditional check with the regular navbar, right, we also want to reflect that in the mobile navbar. Now, we could get the session from the client side, or we already have it in the parent component. That is the navbar. So we can literally just pass it down without needing to load any more in the mobile navbar on the client, right? We can literally pass it in. And what we want to call this in the mobile nav, we're going to receive this as a prop right here. It's going to be isAuth. So is the user authenticated or not? And we can just type this inline. It's going to be a very simple type. isAuth is going to be of type string, just like this directly. And it's the only prop that we need, so it's totally fine to do this. What that also means is now we get an error in the navbar because we need to pass the isAuth. And the logic for this is going to be really easy. We can simply pass a something in these curly braces right here, and that's going to be converted to a Boolean, the user. So do you know the exclamation point reverts the Boolean, right? If this is true, by default, then the exclamation point is going to turn it false. And what the double exclamation point is doing for us is essentially convert this value, what is really an object, into a value that is either true or false, like to a Boolean. What that means is now we can import that in the mobile nav. And why did I say this was a string? Of course, this needs to be a Boolean. I don't know how I messed that up. Let's change the isAuth to a Boolean in the mobile nav, and then all the arrows are going to be gone. And we can actually do a conditional check right here in the unordered list. Let's open that up and let's do a conditional check right here. If we are not isAuth, in that case, we're going to render out some JSX. And we also need to handle the other case where we are authenticated. We're going to render out some different JSX. Now, if you're not authenticated in the first scenario, let's render out a React fragment, so we don't have to have another top level div that literally does nothing. And let's create an li element. Inside of this li element, let's create a link we can import from next/link. Inside of here, we're going to say get started. There we go. And we can also give it a little icon that's going to be the arrow right we get from Lucid React as a self-closing JSX element, and with a class name of margin left 2, a height of 5, and a width of 5. Perfect. This link, of course, needs an href, and this is going to lead to /sign-up. Perfect. Okay, and to be able to format this, let's already pass a fragment into the other state, just so we can use prettier and already give this some, proper formatting. We can get rid of the automatically inserted spacebar here. We don't really need that. And let's give this link a class name. And this is going to be flex items-center, width of full, a font-semi-bold, text-green-600. Now, one really cool thing that we want to implement on this link is if we save this and we are already on the sign up page or any other page like the pricing or whatever, in that case, when we open up this mobile menu and click that, well, we are already on the page, right? So what we expect to happen is for the mobile menu to just close. Currently, it won't do that. It's going to try to navigate us to the page, but it's going to stay open. And to make this mobile menu close when we click it and are already on the page, which is exactly what any user would be expecting, we can use a really handy hook that Next.js provides to us, and that is called usePathName. And let's, of course, not say const is equal to usePathName, but let's say const pathname is equal to usePathName, and we get that from next/navigation right up here. And now inside of a use effect, which we get from React, which takes a callback function, in here we can check if the mobile menu is open. In that case, we're going to say toggle open and invoke that right here. And as for the dependency array, we're going to do that every time the path name changes, or because we're using the is open as an external variable instead of this use effect, this also needs to be included in the dependency array. So when one of these values changes, no matter which one, this is going to be run. And therefore the modal is going to be closed. And what we can also do is define a function const close on current is what we are going to call this. And this is a arrow function that receives an href. And this href will be of type string. And because this is going to be an arrow function, let's mark it in the correct syntax, just like this. And inside of here, we're going to check if the path name is triple equal to the href that we pass into this function. In that case, we're going to say toggle open as well. So that is the functionality of when we click it and are already on the page on the current, then it's going to close that page and not navigate us around. For example, how we can use this is on the link right here. Let's say on click on this link, and this is going to get a function just like this, and we're going to say close on current. So that means if we are already on the page, that is going to be /sign-up, then the link is just going to close and we are not going to get navigated around. Perfect. We can now create one self-closing li element right below here, and this is just going to act as a visual separator. Let's give this my of 3, a height of px for 1 pixel height, a width of full, and a background gray of 300. Just like this, and we can copy and paste the li element from above and just paste it right in here. Now there's certain things we want to change up for this link. For example, this is not going to say get started, but instead sign in. The href is of course not going to go to /sign up then, but instead to sign-in. The class name is going to stay largely the same, except we want the text green 600 gone from it, and we want to close it if we're already on the sign in page and not the sign up page. Perfect. Let's copy down the visual separator once again, one last time for this case, and also the LI element down one last time. And this time, this is going to be the link to the pricing page. So let's say pricing right in here. This is going to lead to the href of /pricing that we've created earlier. The class name is going to stay the same, and also the close on current is going to be the /pricing. Let's see what happens. This only happens when we are not authenticated. I think we are not authenticated, so let's open up the mobile menu. First, let's reload the page, and currently when you click the mobile menu, nothing seems to happen. Very weird. Oh, and I think that might be because we are actually logged in. So that means this case won't even happen. We won't be able to see these, but instead we can just see an empty fragment, and that's what's happening. So the mobile menu does open, but there's literally just nothing to show inside of it. So let's quickly handle that case. Let's copy down the two LI elements, the last two from the case above, because we're only gonna need two inside of here when we're logged in inside of the mobile menu, and paste them right in here. So starting with an LI, then a visual separator, and then the second LI element. The first one is going to lead to the dashboard. So the href and the close on current both need to be the /dashboard. And I did this select both with Control and D. That's how I just did that. And then the second element is going to be the sign out. So let's say sign out in here. The href is going to be /sign dash out, and also the close on current. Well, we don't even need it in here for the sign out route because it's just a page we get navigated to very quick, and then we're already gone and sent back to the home page or the sign in. It really depends on where you want the user to be. Perfect. Let's save this, reload the page, and now see if this actually works. And interesting, it still doesn't. So when I click this mobile menu right now, nothing really happens, which is weird. Let me quickly debug this. Okay, and the fix is actually surprisingly easy. So this still sometimes happens to me that I messed this up. We of course don't want the is open instead of the use effect, because what will happen is when we click the menu, that is going to set open to true. We can remove the debugging log right here. That's going to set is open to true. However, once that is changed to true, it's right away going to toggle itself back off, which of course we don't want. So let's remove the is open from the use effect dependency array, reload the page, and then we can see that the mobile menu actually works. So for example, one thing, by the way, we want to remove these arrows from the other elements. We just want that arrow on the get started. So let's navigate down. Let's remove the arrow right from the sign in, and also from the pricing, and also from the dashboard, and lastly from the sign out. We only want it on the get started to make it pop out visually. Okay, for example, let's navigate to the pricing page right here. The mobile menu is automatically going to close. Beautiful. And once we're already on the page and click it, the mobile menu is also just going to close itself. Beautiful. Now you might be wondering, these sign up routes or the sign in that we have down here, Josh, where do they exist? Because they certainly don't exist in our app. If we go into the app folder, there is nothing like sign up or sign in. And you are 100% right. They don't exist in our app yet. And in order to make them work, we are going to make use of a little trick. And that's in the next.config.js. Well, it's not really a trick, it's more like a redirect, because currently these sign in and sign up routes do exist, but under app, API, auth, kind auth, that's where they exist. So if we want these to work in a more readable fashion, that the user, when they hover over it, they see they will get redirected to this instead of /API/auth/login, whatever. This looks much better. And to be able to make this work, let's head over into our Next.js config right here. And at the very top, let's define the async redirects, just like this, with a parentheses right here. And then let's open up this function, and we can already comma separate it from the Webpack stuff down here. Inside of here, we are going to return an array. And this array will contain two objects. The first object will take a source. This source is going to be /signin. So where we want to redirect, when we type this in our app, the /signin, it will know, okay, this should be redirected to the destination, which is going to be /API/auth/login. And we can also pass this a permanent of true, because we want this to be a permanent redirect. We can simply copy and paste down this object one more time, and this time we're going to do the same thing for the sign up, and this is going to lead to /API/auth/register, and this will also be permanent. Perfect. So if we now stop our development server, start it back up, because we did a change in the Next.js config, we can simply reload our page, and we will see that the sign up and sign in just works now in the mobile menu because of these redirects right here. So let's head in here, click sign in, and that's going to take us to the sign in route. Perfect. One big detail that we haven't paid attention to yet is at the very top of the website, not on the website, but in the tab that is open. Right now, as the favicon and as the text, it literally just says create next app. And of course, that's not what we want. If we want users to use this app, this should of course be custom with a custom favicon, the little icon in the tab that is called a favicon, and the text and the description. And of course, when we share this link to others, we want there to be a really nice image that shows up. This is something many tutorials just skip. I don't know why. I think it's really, really important that I show you how to properly set this up so it looks amazing to your users. So in order to make this work, we are going to go into a utils file right here under the lib folder. Go in here and let's export a function, export a function called construct metadata. And this function takes an object, first off, with a title property that we are going to default to quill the SaaS for students, or whatever you want as kind of the tagline. This is what's going to show up in the tab as the actual name later. Then the description. We are going to default this to Quill is an open source software to make chatting to your PDF files easy, period. Perfect. Let's give this just a tad more space. There we go. As the image, we are going to default this to /thumbnail.png. This will be the image that pops up when we share our application. As the icons, we're going to say is equal to, so we're going to default it to /favicon.ico for icon. And lastly, the no index, we're going to default that to false to allow search engines to actually crawl and index our websites so they show up on Google. As the TypeScript type, we need to define for this, the title is going to be optional and a string. Same thing for the description, optional and a string. Same thing for the image, optional and a string. Same thing for the icons, optional and a string. And lastly, for the no index, this is also going to be optional, but this time it's going to be a Boolean of either true or false. Okay, and let's say this is going to be equal to an empty object for now, and of type metadata that Next.js provides to us. We can just import that TypeScript type. Awesome. And then for the actual logic of this function right here, we can return an object. And inside of this object, and by the way, a function whose declared type is neither undefined, void, nor any, must return a value. Okay, so it's complaining that we're not returning something that matches the metadata type yet. We're going to do that right now. We're going to return the title, also the description, and we can just return these because we have given them default values up here at the top. That's why we can do this. The open graph we're going to give this is going to be an object. And as the title, we're going to just say title. As the description, we're going to pass in the description. And as the images, this takes an array. And inside of this array, we can open up an object that has a URL property that is going to be the image that we pass in here that is defaulted to /thumbnail.png. Right below this open graph stuff, let's specify something for Twitter, because Twitter gets something extra, of course. This is going to take an object with a card property, and this is going to be the summary large image separated by underscores. Then we're going to say title. We're also going to give it the description. We're going to give it the images, and this takes an array, but we only want our single image in there. So we're just going to use that. And lastly, as the creator, we can pass our Twitter handle. And for me, that's going to be @JoshTriedCoding. That's my name on Twitter, but you can literally pass your Twitter handle or leave this out altogether if you don't even want something specific for Twitter when people share your application there. Because to make it look good, we need to pass a separate configuration object for it. We're gonna give this the icons. We're gonna give this the metadata base. And this is gonna be a new URL class we can instantiate. And then here we are going to pass our production URL. So for us, that's going to be https:// and then I believe it was like quill-jet something. There we go. Yep, it was. Let's copy our production URL, paste it in here, and remove the trading slash. We won't even need that. Okay, as the theme color, we're going to pass it just a simple hashtag FFF. And then as the last thing we want to pass into this function, it's gonna be spreading in, and then in parentheses, no, not abstract, in parentheses, the no index and an object. So if that is the case, if we have the no index property, then we want to pass the robots object, and we want to say index is going to be false, and also the follow is going to be false to prevent this page from being indexed to the search engines. If for any reason we don't want that, if we're just working on a private preview or whatever the reason might be. Okay, and that's all we need to do to make this website look good when it's shared. Almost. Do you remember that for the image, we are passing the /thumbnail.png? Let's head over into the public folder right here, and we can see there is no /thumbnail.png currently. Now, don't worry, I've already created this for you. Let's head into the public folder in the GitHub repository. And oh, it's not here either. Well, of course it's not there, because that's the GitHub repository for this literal project. But in the GitHub repo I'm going to provide to you, of course, it's going to be there, and it's going to be the thumbnail.png. That's going to show up when somebody shares our application. So just go ahead, grab that from the GitHub repository that's going to be in there, and paste it into your public folder. So in the utils.ts, it will know what this image even is when we reference it through /thumbnail.png. And lastly, the fav icon. We can see that is not in our app either. And this fav icon, what's going to show up instead of the little Vercel icon that's at the very top right here, this needs to go into our app folder. So under source app, we can see there is a fav icon, but that's not the one we want to show up. This is just the Vercel logo. So let's go into the GitHub repository, and the fav icon you will be able to find under source app, and then the favicon.ico. Just go ahead, copy this file and paste it into your app folder. I'm gonna just drag it over, drag it in here and set replace. You can see this icon is the one that will show up. And now we simply need to invoke this construct metadata function anywhere where we want to change our metadata, which we will do at the very root of the entire application. Instead of this, right? We don't want it to say create next app generated by create next app. That just looks really, really unprofessional. Instead, we can simply say export const metadata is going to be equal to construct metadata from our libutils and invoke that. Once I save this and the development server is still running, let's head over to our local host, and we can see right now it says with the correct favicon, Quill the SaaS for students. And if somebody shares a link to your application, this thumbnail will pop up right below it and look super professional, and your app is just going to look really well put together because you know what you're doing after watching this video. Perfect. And the last thing, by the way, we can get rid of the unused imports in the layout by pressing Shift Alt and O. It's gonna get rid of this metadata right here that we don't need anymore, and save that. And the last thing we want to do is actually fulfill our promises we set on the pricing page, where we say 5 pages per PDF for the free plan and a 4 MB size limit for the free plan, and then we increase both of them for the pro plan. Right now, it literally makes no sense paying for our app because these limits are not actually enforced. And the way we can enforce these is actually pretty straightforward. So let's start with the pages per PDF. Start enforcing that for free and pro plan users. And of course, where do we do that? Well, where we upload the file in our core.ts that handles the file uploading pages right here, the pages AMT, which are nothing else than the page level docs.length. This is where we can now enforce that free users cannot upload more than 5 pages per PDF. Of course, on the server side, really important, this logic should always happen on the server side. And there's still some debugging logs from earlier. We don't even need them in here. Okay, so how are we gonna do this? Let's start with an if statement. And now first off, we need the subscription plan of the user. We need to know, are they subscribed or are they not subscribed? Now, how do we find this out? Because this is being called from a server. So we cannot check the subscription plan from the incoming request because this will never actually be called from any client. However, the middleware right here will. So we need to find this out in the middleware and can pass it on in the metadata to the onUploadComplete. The const subscription plan in the metadata is going to be equal to await get user subscription plan, just like this. And we can simply pass it on subscription plan right here in what we return from the metadata and thereby make it accessible in our onUploadComplete in this metadata object right here, which is awesome. So now we can use that in this if statement to see if the user is paying or not. Now, before we make this if statement, we can make life a bit easier for us and directly destructure the subscription plan from the metadata, and we can also directly destructure the const is subscribed from the subscription plan, just like this. And that's gonna make the if statement a lot shorter. Now let's declare a constant called isPro exceeded to find out if the user is trying to upload more pages than they can for the pro plan. And the way we find this out is, let's do a check. If the pages AMT, the pages amount, is larger than the plans.find, which we need to import from our Stripe config, by the way. And for each plan, we're gonna return is the plan.name triple equal to pro in quotes. And we can tell TypeScript, yes, this definitely exists. We know there is a pro plan and we want the pages per PDF from that. And if this evaluates to true, then the pro limit is exceeded. And the same thing we can copy and paste down. And let's say is free exceeded. And this will be, again, the pages per PDF, but this time not for the pro plan, but instead for the free plan. And that's drastically going to simplify our if statement. The first check we're gonna do if the person is subscribed. So if they are a pro member and they are exceeding the pro limit, so is pro exceeded? Or, and by the way, let's wrap this in parentheses. So we're gonna have two different statements right here. Let's open up the second pair of parentheses. If not is subscribed, there we go. And the free limit is exceeded. So is free exceeded. So are they on the pro plan and exceed the pro limit, or are they on the free plan and exceed the free limit? Well, in this case, we can simply update the file to an error status to let the user know. We can say await db.file.update, and inside of here, we need to pass the data that we want to update with. So as the data, let's pass an object where the upload status will become failed to inform the user that something went wrong. And where do we want to update this file? This also takes an object where the ID matches the created file.id. Perfect. Just like that, we can now make sure that free users cannot upload more than the pages per PDF, which are 5. And for the pro plan, these are 25. And we can hit save right here. And one other promise we had, if you remember that, let's move this into a side-by-side, was the file size limit upload. 4 megabytes for the free plan, and then also 16 megabytes for the pro plan. How do we enforce that? And that's actually pretty straightforward as well. Let's give this a bit more space. And what we essentially want to do is modify this file size right here. And the easiest way to do this is to actually create two different uploaders. So instead of the PDF uploader, let's, for example, call this the free plan uploader. There we go. And of course, we also need a pro plan uploader. And the easiest way to make this happen is to abstract away the middleware and the onUploadComplete into separate functions, because the logic for each is going to be exactly the same, whether we are in the free plan uploader or the pro plan. The only thing that's gonna differ is the maximum file size. So let's grab all the content of our middleware function right here, cut that out using Control X and create a new constant called middleware right above our file router. This will be an asynchronous arrow function. Let's declare that and simply paste in the logic we had previously. And now as for the middleware, we can simply just paste in the middleware and replace all the other stuff right here. And that's just going to work. Now we're going to do the exact same thing for the onUploadComplete. Let's create a new function called the onUploadComplete right above our file router. And this is also going to be an asynchronous arrow function. Now the types for the onUploadComplete are going to be a tad more involved. Do you remember that we get the metadata and the file in here? Well, we get the same values in this function then, of course, the metadata and also the file. However, we need to declare the types ourselves now because these are not automatically inferred by upload thing. But that is not rocket science either. For the metadata inside of here, and this will not go in the function body, but of course in the TypeScript declaration body, right after the destructuring right here, the metadata is going to be of type, and we're going to use a TypeScript utility type for this, the awaited, which you've already seen previously. In here, we're going to pass the return type, so whatever the function returns, and the function we want the return value from is going to be the type of middleware. So we can simply get whatever this function right here returns as the type for this metadata. And then as for the file, let's just say this is going to be an object with a key value or a key property of type string, a name property of type string, and lastly a URL property of type string as well, because this is what upload thing does provide to us, and we could see that right here on this type. Okay, and as for the function body, this is literally going to be the exact same thing from or is upload complete. So let's copy the entire thing from the onUploadComplete, the entire logic, and paste it in here in our custom onUploadComplete function. Go ahead, paste it in here. And now at the very top of the onUploadComplete, there's one very small check we want to do, because during the development of this app, I noticed sometimes this actually gets called twice, resulting in the created file twice. And we can really easily counter that, because first let's check if the file exists, and only if it doesn't exist yet, then we are going to go through with the logic, because obviously we don't want to create a new file, index a new file, and so on if it is literally already in our database. So let's quickly say const is file exist, and this is going to be await db.file.find first, and we want to find the first file where the key of the file matches the file.key that is passed into this function, just like so. And if this file exists, if is file exists, in that case, we are simply going to return. We don't want any of the ensuing logic to run in that case. And that's just a really simple logical check that we can do to completely avoid any bugs in our application later on. Now, as the final step, let's pass in the onUploadComplete. We can even give this a bit more space now and paste it right down here in the onUploadComplete. Replace all that with the onUploadComplete. And all this jazz really served one purpose. Now we can very easily declare a new plan uploader. To do this, all we need to do is copy and paste down the free plan uploader, and let's call this the Pro plan uploader that we can now use from the front end, and let's give it, for example, 16 megabytes. Now you could also just remove this value and give it any other value you see fit. I think 16 megabytes is a pretty solid value to use. Perfect. Now where can we make use of these uploaders? And the answer is in our upload button, because that is where we have all the uploading logic, remember? And there is one error right here because the PDF uploader in fact doesn't exist anymore. So based on whether the user is subscribed or not, we now want to change between the Pro plan or the free plan uploader to handle the starting of the upload. And the way we know in this component whether we are subscribed or not is through a prop. We can simply pass it into the upload drop zone, there we go, as the is subscribed prop as so, and we can simply decline it inline in TypeScript. So the is subscribed is simply going to be a Boolean value, just like so. Perfect. And now we can do a conditional check in the use upload thing. Let's go into the next line, and if is subscribed is true, then we know it's a pro user and we want to pass the pro plan uploader. And else we can simply pass the free plan uploader, only allowing up to 16 megabytes. Now, if we scroll all the way down, we can see there is still a small problem in this component, and that is the upload drop zone expects this is subscribed prop, but we don't even get it in the upload button. So let's accept it as a prop here as well, and first pass it already into the upload drop zone as is subscribed, and of course, so is subscribed. There we go. And of course, in order to have this value in the upload button, we need to accept it here as a prop as well. And this is again going to be of type Boolean. Perfect. This is going to give us an error in another component, and that is wherever we render out this upload button, because from there we need to pass it as a property. And we see this is the case in the dashboard. If we click on the error message right here, you can see this upload button expects this is subscribed prop. In this component, we don't have access to this value either, but we will also accept it as a prop here. Now, what we're doing here is called prop drilling, which means we're taking one prop and drilling it down really far into the component tree from the dashboard into the upload button right here, and then into the upload drop zone right here. However, in this case, prop drilling is nothing bad. We could even use context to avoid it altogether and just access the subscription property where we need it. But in this case, prop drilling really simplifies our code, so it's totally fine to use in here. And let's retrieve the subscription plan in the dashboard as well, where we can get the property from. So let's destructure the subscription plan inside of the dashboard, and we can define this type as the page props. We're not going to do it inline this time. Of course, the page props doesn't exist, so let's create an interface page props for it, and inside of here we will receive the subscription plan. And I'm really bad at typing this out, so I'm just going to copy and paste it from down there. And this is once again going to be the awaited, a TypeScript utility type we don't even need to import, the return type, which again takes a generic in these brackets right here, and inside of here the type of get user subscription plan. So we're just inferring the output, the awaited output, so not the promised output, from this operation because it is asynchronous, and simply assign it to the subscription plan. And of course, that's not going to be the interface page. What did I do there? But instead the page props. And now we receive the subscription plan in the dashboard and can pass it right along to the upload button. And of course, this needs to be the subscription plan.isSubscribed to be able to access that property. Beautiful. Now the subscription plan is missing in type whatever in the dashboard. So let's navigate there and simply retrieve the subscription plan in here. Because this is server side without a use client at the top, we are very safe to do so. So the const subscription plan is going to be equal to await get user subscription plan from our Stripe library preparation. And for the dashboard, which now expects the subscription plan prop, we can simply pass in that subscription plan and everything will be fine. Perfect. Now the thing is, when we try uploading a file right now, it's still going to say 4 megabytes, whether we are on the free plan or not. So we just need to change the visual style. The actual functionality does work now because we use different file uploaders, 4 and 16 megabytes respectively, but it's gonna say 4 megabytes anyways. So let's quickly go to the place where we are saying that in this upload button right here and adjust it. So instead of hard coding these 4 megabytes, we're gonna say up to, and then dynamically insert if we are subscribed, if is subscribed, then we're gonna say 16, or else we are gonna say 4, and then after the dynamic value MB. So now it will actually display properly whether we are a paying user or not, and the uploading functionality will also work with the same logic. Perfect. So that are all the changes we wanted to tweak before making this go live. Let's push these up to production because now we improved our app drastically. It looks better visually and it has all the paying user functionality. Let's say git add dot after stopping our development server to stage all the files. We want to commit them, and I'm gonna say final tweaks as the commit message because I'm lazy. Hit enter, that's gonna commit all the files, and let's say git push and hit enter. That is what's actually gonna push the changes up into our GitHub repository. There we are, that has been done. And if we refresh our GitHub page, now we will be able to see that things popped up like the favicon we just put into our app. Or if we go into the public folder, then you're going to be able to see that the thumbnail that we just inserted there is also going to be right in here. Beautiful. Let's wait for Vercel to accept that deployment. Let's go into our Quill app right here. Under deployments, just pushing this into GitHub will have triggered an automatic deployment, which is currently queued. And once that is done, let's take a look at how our actual production app looks. Our Vercel deployment has went through successfully, and let's navigate over to jet minus, or what was it? Yeah, it was quill-jet.vercel.app. And let's first check the landing page if everything works correctly. And this looks so nice. That is a really, really clean landing page if I've ever seen one. Okay, let's navigate over to the dashboard and see what's up. First off, we notice our files do get loaded correctly, which is awesome. And let's see if we can upload a PDF. Okay, it allows us up to 4 megabytes. And by the way, we still see the old fav icon. That is because we have loaded the page previously. But if we do a hard refresh of the page, click here, and this doesn't work. Okay, anyways, there's a hotkey for this. It's Control Shift and R. That's gonna do a hard reload without any previous cache, and that's gonna refresh the correct fav icon that all your users are going to see. Okay, so by default, we can upload pages up to 4 megabytes and only up to 5 pages. Let's try out if that's actually true. I'm gonna drag in the lecture notes. We're also gonna check if the file upload works correctly, which it definitely should. We can see the progress bar redirecting, and I think this PDF only has like 3 pages, so it should be indexed successfully. And it is. We're all ready to start asking our questions for this PDF file. Beautiful. Let's now try uploading a PDF file that is larger than these 4 megabytes. That's gonna be the marketing lecture. Let's try uploading that, and we should see an arrow on the next page that this PDF file is too large for our plan, and we do. Perfect. This is just as we were expecting. This is like 23 pages of PDF. We can easily navigate to the last page using our super slick input right here. I really love this. And then we can see the too many pages in PDF. Your free plan supports up to 5 pages per PDF. Beautiful. Now let's try if we can actually pay for our app in order to make it work. I chose these 23 because it is under our 25 page limit. So let's try if this works. Let's hit upgrade now. Because we're logged in, that's gonna take us to this Stripe page. And if we input our email, and let's pay by card with the test card we've already used to try this out previously, any details in here because this is in test mode. And then let's just enter a random name. Let's hit subscribe, and this time we should actually see that our Pro plan works correctly because we now deployed our application. So let's let it process again because we're in test mode. This payment will always work. And now the only thing you would need to do to actually deploy this is change from test mode to deployed version in Stripe. That's literally all you need to do. Perfect. And we know this works because now instead of upgrade and the little pretty gem that was there, we can now manage our subscription. That takes us to the subscription page, and it says your plan renews on, oh, and we forget a little space bar here, no big deal, on the 26th of October 2023, so in 1 month from now. Amazing. And it says you are currently on the Pro plan. If we hit manage subscription right here, there's a beautiful loading state, and we give users the option to cancel their plan. Of course, really, really important that users are able to do this. We can cancel our plan, and it will even show that we canceled our plan back on our page right here. So if we navigate to the manage subscription, your plan will be canceled on and then in exactly 1 month. And until then, they will of course still be on the Pro plan that they paid for. That means we should now be able to upload files that are larger than 25 or larger than 5 pages. That is the marketing lecture. And right away we can see up to 16 megabytes. So we can now upload larger files because we are now a paying customer. How cool is that? Let's try the marketing lecture again. Let's drag it right in here. And I swear, if this is not the cleanest file upload you've ever seen, I really don't know what is. It's gonna redirect us, and this time, because we're a pro user, it is actually going to process this PDF and index it. And now we're all set to ask some questions about this PDF. Let's ask, for example, what is the objective of this course from the syllabus, and hit enter. Let's ask that. And the loading stage shows right here. We're gonna get our answer back in real time. How cool is that? Because not all PDFs are in this format right here. We can of course rotate it if it's a different format, and if it's too small, we can always go into the full screen view of our PDF. So if we scroll down, all the pages are listed here, one after another. Beautiful. That is really, really cool. We can zoom in, We can zoom out as far as we want and have our little controls up here that we have made a check for, so we can only enter legit numbers in here. Introduction to marketing, interesting structure, and we can ask all the questions we want. Let's try this out. For example, the modern concept of marketing. Summarize the modern concept of marketing here on the left-hand side. Let's try this out. Let's hit enter and we're gonna get our answer in real time. And one thing I also want to show you, let's first check if this answer is actually correct. The modern concept of marketing focuses on identifying and satisfying the needs and wants of consumers. Perfect, so it's summarized exactly what it says here on the left-hand side. It knows precisely what we're talking about and always finds the correct page because we indexed it well. And of course, this AI can answer in beautiful Markdown as well. Do the same summary of the modern concept of marketing in bullet points. And I think I did a little typo there. Beautiful, let's hit enter. The optimistic updates immediately send a message, and if anything goes wrong, we still have a plan for that. Oh, and it seems the bullet points are not working correctly for the Markdown. And the fix for this could not be easier. The only thing we need to do is install a plugin right here that works well with Tailwind. That is require and then add Tailwind CSS/typography. We've already installed it, we just forgot to require it in the plugins. Let's save that, I'm gonna redeploy, and then this is gonna work beautifully. So with that deployment done, as we scroll down, you can see right here, old message, new message with beautiful bullet points, everything working correctly in Markdown. Amazing. All the features are working as expected. We can go back to the dashboard to see all the files we have. Let's delete some of them. And then the last thing we want to check is the managed subscription right here. Does everything work? And I mean, we already did just a second ago. We canceled our plan and that reflects beautifully here. We can still resubscribe by clicking the managed subscription, and then our payment provider will offer us to renew the plan if we wanted to. But of course, we're going to stay on the pro plan as long as, we paid for, right? The landing page looks amazing. The pricing page looks amazing. Let's log out right here. Let's head on over to the pricing page. And if this doesn't look good, I don't know what does. We got the call to action buttons right here. Sign in, sign up. Perfect. Really, really good job. That is our application with a secure authentication, with instant feedback, the best possible user experience. Everything looks really good. And I'm honestly really, really honored that you followed along with this video and literally built an entire SaaS application with me in this video. My goal for this video was to teach you the most modern stuff to build proper production web applications. I hope you agree that I fulfilled my promise I made at the very beginning of the video. Everything is completely for free in this single video. We're gonna go through it step by step from the most simple concepts to the more advanced concepts that you can reuse across all your applications, because they are not related to AI at all. They are transferable knowledge that you can take and use in the future as much as you want. Congratulations on building your entire SaaS app with me together. Message me on Discord if you followed along. I would be more than happy to hear from you, and I wish you all the best for your future projects. That's gonna be it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Have a good one, and I really hope, again, you enjoyed it. Have a good one, and bye-bye.